In the grand hall of Chaoga City, a commanding voice resonated. Your Majesty, the Northern Sea has erupted in rebellion, and this loyal minister is willing to lead the troops to quell the insurrection. It was the Grand Minister one, his countenance etched with deep concern. I sat upon the grand throne, listening to his pleas, a sense of helplessness enveloping my heart. In truth, I was not the original Emperor Xian, but merely a traveler who had arrived just days prior, familiar with the tale of the investiture of the gods. I knew that Grand Tutor, when suppression of the rebellion, would span 15 long years. Moreover, once he departed, I would be ensnared in a web of intrigue, ultimately incurring the wrath of Nuwa and facing persecution from loyal ministers in the court. Under the incitement of assassins, I might even find myself responsible for the cruel demise of the Empress, while my two sons would also be caught in this turmoil. It is imperative to note that Yin Jiao and Yin Hong are the legitimate heirs, with Yin Jiao even designated as the crown prince. And the Empress herself is of noble lineage, being the daughter of the Dongbo Marquis. Such a situation is fraught with peril. How could it possibly be devoid of schemes? Thus, I must ensure that Grand Tutor one remains in Chaoga to keep a vigilant watch over me, safeguarding me from machinations. In the worst-case scenario, he could stabilize the situation should I find myself in peril. This uprising in the North Sea is unlike any previous insurrection. It is of a different magnitude entirely. It would be prudent for the venerable minister to personally lead the troops, he implored with evident concern. With a deep sigh, I remarked, the Grand Master is overly concerned. Wang Huang Feihu, the martial king, is a seasoned warrior, renowned for his martial prowess and strategic acumen. This mere rebellion shall be a trivial matter. I then turned to Huang Aiqing, inquiring, do you possess the confidence to quell this insurrection? No sooner had I spoken than Huang Feihu, clad in golden armor and adorned with a flowing, five-leafed beard, stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, I am confident in my ability to subdue the rebellion and bring the traitor Yuan Fudong to Chaoga to answer for his crimes. Excellent. Truly, you are deserving of the title Martial King. I have not misjudged you. You shall lead this campaign, and I eagerly await your triumphant return. I nodded in satisfaction. I shall not disappoint your trust, Your Majesty. Huang Feihu replied with fervor. I observed the Grand Master, who, though reluctantly stepping back, understood that entrusting Huang Feihu with this task was indeed a commendable decision, as he had received substantial guidance from me and proved to be an exceptional general. Grand Master, while you need not personally command the forces this time, I entrust you with the responsibility of overseeing the allocation of military provisions and equipment, I stated. Yes, Your Majesty. The old minister shall certainly ensure that this matter is arranged properly. The Grand Master once again bowed deeply, displaying utmost respect. At that moment, a voice resonated within my mind, detecting host's alteration of the function narrative. Newbie gift package activated. Experience points increased by 100. Reward: 9 turns Yuan Gong. Reward: shielding from the effects of calamity. I was taken aback. The system had finally arrived. My heart raced with excitement, and I hastily inquired, System, you have finally come. Pray, tell me what functions you possess. The system revealed that the host merely needed to alter the original narrative to acquire experience points. Should the cataclysm not have commenced, a daily allotment of experience rewards would be granted. However, once the cataclysm began, the daily experience rewards would be nullified. The voice of the system was clear and resolute. Its cold tone echoed in my mind, prompting me to ask, System, what purpose do these experience points serve? The system responded, currently, experience points can assist the host in cultivating the techniques rewarded by the system. Additional functionalities remain undetermined. I pondered silently, realizing that this system had the potential for growth. I then inquired about other means of acquiring experience points, yet the system merely instructed me to explore on my own and ceased to respond. After calling out several times without a reply, I grew weary of my inquiries. Reflecting upon the moment I traversed through time, I find myself in a rather fortuitous position, for the calamity of the function has yet to commence, affording me ample maneuvering space. I must urgently accumulate experience points, striving to attain a measure of self-preservation before the impending tribulation arrives. By altering the established narrative of the characters, I can reap rewards. Moreover, in the days leading up to the calamity, I shall receive daily rewards, simplifying my endeavors. If my memory serves me correctly, the catalyst for the tribulation was my act of offering incense. Thus, I shall endeavor to delay its onset, seeking to gain additional time to grow stronger. Observing my sudden silence, the ministers exchanged glances, perplexed by my contemplations. The Prime Minister, Shang Rong, unable to contain himself, cleared his throat and inquired, "Your Majesty, might there be any further commands? If not, it is time to conclude the morning court." His words jolted me back to reality, and noticing the odd gazes of the assembled officials, I cleared my throat and replied, "I was merely pondering the solitary plight of King Wucheng, who lacks sufficient strength. I was deep in thought about whom to send to assist him in quelling the rebellion at Beihai. Pray do not take offense." The ministers promptly bowed, expressing their deference. Shang Rong added, "Your Majesty concerns himself with the state. How could we dare to reproach you? Yet, we are curious to know whom you wish to dispatch to aid King Wucheng in suppressing the insurrection." Initially, I intended to offer a vague response, but suddenly a flash of inspiration struck me, and I declared, "I wish to send General Li Jing of Chuntang Pass, Marquis Su Hu of Jizhou, Marquis Cheng Heihu of Chaozhou, and General Deng Jiogong of Shanshan Pass to Beihai to assist King Wucheng Huang Feihu in quelling the rebellion. What say you, esteemed ministers?" Upon hearing me propose these individuals for the task, a wave of confusion swept over the assembly. Although they were puzzled by my choice of generals from elsewhere rather than from Chaoga, they recognized that each of the nominated leaders possessed their own merits, thus raising few objections. Satisfied by the absence of dissent, I nodded in approval, contemplating that the individuals I had selected were all historically known for their treachery against the Yin Shan. There was no certainty that they wouldn't be swayed into rebellion again. It would be prudent to send this group of disloyal subjects to Beihai to quell the insurrection. They are not unwaveringly loyal, and their absence would be of little consequence. Additionally, this course of action would alter the narrative, enabling me to secure further rewards. I sent them to the North Sea, knowing they would not return for at least 8 to 10 years. In their absence, perhaps I could delay the impending calamity and buy myself time to grow stronger. I then addressed Huang Feihu. "Huang Feihu, I have increased your forces once more. Do not let me down." Upon hearing these words, Huang Feihu felt an inexplicable surge of emotion, and he promptly knelt on one knee, responding loudly, "Thank you, Your Majesty. Rest assured, I am honored by your trust and will not fail in my duty. I vow not to return until the North Sea is pacified." "Excellent. I await your triumphant return." Just as Emperor Xian finished speaking, another individual stepped forth, clasping his hands in salute. "Your Majesty is truly wise. With your discerning eye, sending King Wucheng into battle guarantees victory. This time, we shall swiftly quell the North Sea and elevate the prestige of the Shang dynasty. I offer my early congratulations. Indeed, Your Majesty is astute and formidable in your decisions. I too wish I could lead the charge alongside you to suppress the rebellion in the North Sea." Hearing these sycophantic praises, Emperor Xian was taken aback by the audacity of such flattery, only to realize it was Fei Zhong and Yuhan, the two treacherous flatterers, and he felt a sense of clarity. The surrounding ministers cast scornful glances, yet the two sycophants seemed oblivious, continuing their obsequious behavior. Emperor Xian pondered that he seemed to have forgotten something. It turned out he had neglected to deal with these two troublemakers. Looking at the two who had approached him, he couldn't help but smile. Seeing the emperor smile, Fei Zhong and Yuhan redoubled their efforts in flattery until Emperor Xian gestured for them to cease, at which point they reluctantly quieted. Emperor Xian remarked, "I am pleased that you two ministers feel this way. Since you hold such sentiments, I shall grant your wishes. For the pacification of the North Sea, you shall join the campaign as well." Without waiting for their reactions, he turned to Huang Feihu and said, "King Wucheng, these two are now your responsibility. Let them contribute to the Shang dynasty, so as not to dampen their patriotic fervor." "Yes, I take my leave," Huang Feihu commanded. "Fei Zhong, Yuan, do you not hurry to express your gratitude to the emperor?" He called out, "Since the emperor has shown you favor, why do you hesitate to thank him? Do you intend to defy his command? Wen Zhong admonished sternly. Fei Zhong and Yuhan exchanged glances, their faces drawn, and murmured, "Thank you, your majesty. We shall surely join the forces to quell the rebellion and repay your esteemed regard. I await your good news." Once all discussions concluded and the morning court adjourned, Emperor Xan proceeded to the Shoshin Palace. His mind absorbed in the system, he excitedly declared, "System, I wish to claim my reward. Reward distribution in progress. Please accept. Host. Current experience points, 100. Would you like to upgrade the first level of your cultivation method?" Without hesitation, I chose to proceed, and in an instant, a tremor coursed through my entire being. A warm flow surged from deep within, cleansing my limbs and bones, followed by an overwhelming surge of power. This cultivation method is more focused on physical training akin to the 8-9 profound art, yet more formidable. The system indicated that I could transcend to the Sage realm. After the upgrade, I glanced at the experience points for the next level. 500, requiring 500 for the next transition. After claiming my rewards, I felt invigorated, and as a thought crossed my mind, I summoned my attendant to convey my decree. My days at Chintang Pass were often filled with heavy thoughts. My wife has been with child for nearly 3 years, yet she has not given birth, which fills my heart with trepidation. For I fear the child may be a monstrosity. While I was attending to my official duties, a servant suddenly arrived to report that the king of Chaogu had sent a messenger with a decree. I hurried to the door to welcome the envoy. "Li Jing of Chintang Pass, heed the command." "I, Li Jing, heed the command." The messenger continued. "The king has decreed that you must assemble your troops and proceed to Chaogu to rendezvous with King Wu Cheng, preparing to quell the rebellion at the North Sea. The king is also aware that your wife has been pregnant for 3 years without giving birth. To ease your mind, he has permitted you to bring her to Chaogu City, where medical officials and the Astronomical Bureau will attend to her, allowing you to embark on your expedition with peace of mind." A sudden jolt coursed through my heart. Though I could not fathom the reason why the sovereign commanded my deployment, as a loyal subject, I was bound to obey. Moreover, the king's concern for my wife's imminent delivery permitted me to bring her to Chaogu City, which alleviated my worries. I knelt on one knee and respectfully declared, "I, Li Jing, humbly obey the royal decree." Shortly thereafter, the other recipients of the edict gathered their troops and convened outside Chaogu City, where we met with Huang Feihu before proceeding to the palace to meet Emperor Xian. The emperor promptly offered us words of encouragement and then gestured for our departure. In truth, the reason Emperor Xian had summoned my wife to Chaogu was to prepare for the forthcoming birth of Neza, while simultaneously attempting to disrupt the narrative of the investiture of the gods to gain experience points for himself. Days later, a grand army led by Huang Feihu set forth to quell the rebellion at the North Sea. As I watched the departing troops, Emperor Xian felt a sense of relief, for he had managed to alter a portion of the narrative. Ding! The system detected a change in the character's storyline, rewarding 700 experience points. Would you like to claim them? I selected no, resisting the urge to claim them immediately. The substantial amount of experience points clearly correlated with the extent of the narrative alteration. Before long, it was the 15th day of the 3rd month, the day dedicated to offering incense to Niuhua. During the morning court session, the Prime Minister, Shang Rong, spoke. "Your Majesty, tomorrow marks the birthday of the goddess Niuhua. We hope you will attend the incense offering to pray for blessings upon the realm, ensuring favorable weather and the longevity of our great Shang dynasty." I silently sighed. Finally, it has arrived. However, I had no intention of attending. I wished to observe how events would unfold. The Prime Minister spoke wisely. "Yeah, I've been feeling unwell these past few days and feared that I might inadvertently offend someone. It would be better for the Grand Master to go in my stead to offer incense and prayers." I pondered that since Master One was a disciple of he undoubtedly recognized Niuhua as a sage. I had no doubt of his sincerity in paying homage, especially with the formidable backing he possessed. I was genuinely curious to see who would dare to conspire against me. Shang Rong instinctively wanted to offer further counsel, but beside him, Wen Zhong had already bowed and declared, "Since the king is unwell, this old minister is willing to represent his majesty at the Niuhua Palace to offer incense." "Excellent. I shall trouble the Grand Master, then." Tomorrow, please lead the officials to the Nuwa Palace for prayers. The next day, I observed as Master One, accompanied by a multitude of civil and military officials, respectfully entered the palace of the goddess Nuwa to present their incense. After they had each completed their offerings, Master One earnestly prayed for the blessings of Nuwa, beseeching her for favorable weather and the prosperity of the kingdom before taking his leave. Meanwhile, I paced anxiously within the Shou Xian Palace, my heart racing with trepidation, fearful of any unforeseen mishap. Yet, I reassured myself that I remained in the shadows, avoiding direct involvement, and believed that no significant troubles would arise, especially with Master One overseeing the proceedings. Indeed, shortly thereafter, Master One returned to report that they had successfully completed the incense offerings and that nothing extraordinary had transpired. I feigned curiosity, inquiring about the events, and upon confirming that all was well, I allowed him to take his leave. At that moment, having returned to the Weio Palace after a tour of the heavenly realm, the goddess Nuwa inquired of the Cloud Youth, "Was there any significant occurrence within the palace today?" The Cloud Youth respectfully replied, "Your Highness, only Master One and the officials came to offer incense and prayers. There is nothing else of note." Hearing this, Nuwa furrowed her brow, dismissing the Cloud Youth with a wave of her hand. To herself, she mused, why would Wenzhong come to offer incense? Could it be that the heavenly secrets have been miscalculated? As she began to ponder, her frown deepened as the heavenly signs revealed a murky uncertainty, making it difficult for her to discern the cause. Simultaneously, sages from various realms sensed this anomaly and began to calculate, eager to uncover the truth behind the occurrence. On the western peak of Mount Sumru, the two sages, Jin and Junti, were meditating beneath the Bodhi tree. Suddenly, Junti opened his eyes, exclaiming, "Brother, why has the heavenly secret become so chaotic? Even the impending calamity has altered. Could there be another unforeseen event?" Jin also opened his eyes, responding, "According to our previous calculations, this calamity should have already commenced. However, the ways of heaven are capricious. Let's wait a few more days before making any plans." "Very well. Let it be as you say, brother." In the 8th Scenic Palace, Laozi, who was in the midst of enlightenment, seemed to sense something amiss, pausing momentarily before resuming his ethereal journey. Within the Jade Void Palace, the Primordial Supreme being frowned, stating, "Minor forces may be altered, but major forces cannot be reversed. It is futile." Meanwhile, within the Bio Palace, the Tontian Master murmured to himself, "The Great Way consists of 50, the heavens transform in 49. I wonder if you have indeed vanished." At that moment, in the city of Chaoga, I was receiving Kong Xian and Yuan Hong in a grand hall, both of whom I had deliberately summoned a few days prior. Kong Xian was already serving in the local administration, so his transfer posed no inconvenience. On the other hand, Yuan Hong was someone I had specially dispatched to Meishan, lured by the promise of high office and generous rewards. Upon my approach, both men bowed and greeted. "We pay our respects to the great king." I quickly waved my hand, smiling, and said, "Gentlemen, there is no need for such formality. Please, have a seat and let us converse." "Thank you, great king." After the three of us settled down, I spoke with a smile. "I have heard in Chaoga that both of you possess exceptional skills. I cherish talent, which is why I have taken the liberty of inviting you to serve in Chaoga. What are your thoughts on this?" Impatient by nature, I had originally anticipated enjoying a life of luxury and power as an official. To my surprise, I was personally invited by Emperor Xian, granting me such honor that I could not afford to miss this opportunity. Thus I rose and bowed, expressing my excitement. "Great king, I, Yuan Hong, am willing to serve you." Emperor Xian responded with a smile, "Excellent. I shall appoint you as the great general of divine might, to remain by my side and ensure my safety." A surge of joy filled my heart as I immediately knelt on one knee, solemnly pledging my loyalty. "Thank you, great king. I, Yuan Hong, vow to serve you unto death." Emperor Xian nodded, pleased, and said, "Very well. General Yuan shall remain by my side from now on." I bowed respectfully once more, my heart brimming with exhilaration. After briefly securing my allegiance, Emperor Xian turned his gaze toward Kong Xian. Upon seeing him, Kong Xian stood and replied, I am but a servant of the great king. If you have a command, I shall certainly comply. Emperor Xian's smile widened. Since General Kong is also willing to serve in Chaoga, I shall appoint you as the Grand Marshal of National Defense. And you too shall stay by my side for the time being. Kong Xian, slightly proud, immediately responded, Thank you, great king, for your consideration. As I have just arrived in Chaoga and accomplished nothing yet, I feel unworthy of such an honor. I thought to myself, Kong Xian's disposition is indeed unique. Since that is the case, would you be willing to assist me with a certain task? Emperor Sin In Guit Tao Gu Fun. Kong Xian's eyes brightened. Please, great king, go on. Very well. The Lady Yin of Chontang Pass has been with child for 3 years and has yet to give birth. I believe this child is extraordinary. I would like you to ensure her safety, and if the child is born, it would be splendid if you could take him as a disciple. What do you think? Emperor Xian gazed at Kong Xian with great anticipation. After hearing this, Kong Xian thought the task was rather simple and posed no difficulty. Although he had never considered taking a disciple, seeing Emperor Xian's eager expression, he nodded in agreement. Great king, as long as the parents consent, I have no objections. Excellent. It is settled then. I shall dispatch someone to inform Lady Yin, so you may establish your master-disciple relationship at the earliest opportunity. Emperor Xian exclaimed with excitement. I am well aware that in the future, Neza is destined to seek the tutelage of Tai Junren. However, bringing him to Chaoga now and allowing Kong Xian to assume the role of his master presents an extraordinary opportunity to alter the course of events. Kong Xian appeared somewhat taken aback, seemingly perplexed by Emperor Xian's urgency. Noticing that Kong Xian had been assigned a task, I too felt a sense of impatience and quickly interjected, Your Majesty, upon my arrival in Chaoga, I have been appointed as a general by you, and I wish to offer my service. Emperor Xian paused, contemplating that Yuan Hong, the white ape, had indeed become restless. Presumably, witnessing Kong Xian engaged in meaningful work sparked a desire in him to keep pace, prompting him to speak up. Thus, he smiled and reassured me. General Yuan need not be anxious. My safety relies heavily upon you. How about I assign a few guards for you to command? And you can assist me in their training? I nodded enthusiastically, clasping my hands in gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will ensure they are well trained. Then it shall be a labor of love for you, General Yuan. Emperor Xian responded with a smile. At that moment, a palace attendant returned with news. Kneeling as he reported, Your Majesty, upon learning that this is your arrangement, Lady Yin has graciously consented, expressing her willingness for the unborn child to take Kong Xian as a master. Very well, since both parties are agreeable, it is settled. Emperor Xian declared. General Kong, having just arrived in Chaoga and yet to secure a residence, I shall grant you a mansion adjacent to Lady Yin's, facilitating your future mentorship of the disciple. Emperor Xian added with a smile. Kong Xian rose, bowing deeply, filled with gratitude as he said, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generous gift. I shall not disappoint you. Once the arrangements were complete, I suddenly heard the system's voice resonate within me. Ding. Detection of host-altering character plot. Reward experience points. 600. Would you like to claim the reward? Without hesitation, I chose to accept, and combined with the previous 800 experience points and several days of routine rewards, my experience surged to 1600. Current experience points. 5001600. The cultivation method can transcend to the second transformation. Would you like to break through? I decisively clicked confirm. With a gentle sound, my cultivation method instantly transcended to the second transformation realm. Every bone in my body resonated as if newly forged, becoming exceedingly tight and resilient, while my vital energy surged like a tidal wave, cleansing my entire being and providing an unceasing flow of power. With exhilaration, I thrust my fist forward, the sound of air slicing through resonating in the atmosphere, followed by a series of jubilant gestures that left me quite satisfied. At that very moment, within the luminous confines of Qianyuan Mountain's Golden Light Cave, the venerable Tai Junren, who had been quietly cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. A sense of unease enveloped him, prompting him to perform a quick calculation with his fingers, only to discover that his disciple was on the verge of being abducted. In a flurry of urgency, he rose to his feet and summoned a beam of golden light, propelling himself swiftly towards Chaoga. As the reincarnation of Lingzhezi, Neza was destined to be his disciple, fated to shield him from calamities. Moreover, Neza was to become a key figure in the Western Zhou dynasty, a pivotal force in the campaign against the Shan. How could he possibly be allowed to fall into the hands of another? Before long, Tai Jinren arrived at the city of Chaoga, making a beeline for the residence of Lady Yin. Just as he prepared to enter, a towering figure obstructed his path. Chapter 4. The seizing of a disciple by Tai Jinren. Upon encountering an obstruction in his path, Tai Jinren furrowed his brow. Yet he still performed a respectful bow and inquired, "Esteemed fellow, what compels you to impede my journey?" Kong Xian, with an air of tranquility, responded, "And who might you be to appear so suddenly here?" Sensing the formidable aura emanating from Kong Xian, Tai Jinren recognized the gravity of the situation and maintained his composure. "I am Tai Jinren, a disciple of the Yushu sect, here to accept a disciple. The child yet to be born within this courtyard shares a fateful connection with me. I kindly request your cooperation." Upon learning that Tai hailed from the Chan sect, Kong Xian's demeanor softened slightly. However, upon hearing that he intended to claim a disciple, his countenance darkened. In a cold tone, he retorted, "Tai, for the sake of your affiliation with Yushu, I shall not make things difficult for you. But you must depart at once. This child has already pledged allegiance to me as his master. Do not harbor any further thoughts of claiming him." Tai Jinren's ire was ignited upon realizing that his potential disciple had indeed been preemptively claimed. The brazen manner in which Kong Xian spoke, fully aware of Tai's prestigious lineage yet still attempting to usurp his disciple, was intolerable. Fearing that further inaction would diminish his standing and that of the Chan sect, he could no longer restrain himself. With an indignant shout, he declared, "You possess an audacious tongue. Knowing my affiliation with Yushu, you still dare to contend for a disciple? Do not blame me for the ensuing confrontation." With that, Tai Jinren summoned his Yin-Yang dual swords and lunged at Kong Xian while secretly preparing the Nine-Dragon Divine Fire Shield, ready to unleash it at a moment's notice. Although he recognized that Kong Xian's cultivation surpassed his own, he felt emboldened by the treasures he wielded and the sacred techniques he had mastered, and thus he was undeterred. Yet, Kong Xian merely snorted dismissively, not even shifting his stance. Suddenly, a verdant radiance erupted from behind him, causing Tai's swords to vanish before they could even approach. Taken aback, Tai hastily invoked the Nine-Dragon Divine Fire Shield, only to witness it swept away by a white light before it could reach Kong Xian's head. A sense of panic engulfed Tai Jinren. The might of this individual was overwhelming. His treasures had been effortlessly dispelled by the divine light emanating from Kong Xian, indicating that he was surely outmatched. Realizing he had struck an iron wall, he cast aside his wind and fire wheel, intending to retreat and seek reinforcements before daring to confront this formidable foe again, confident that the entirety of the Chan sect could overpower him. Regrettably, just as he stepped onto the wind and fire wheel, a voice called out from behind, "Humph! Tai, you think to flee after casting aside your treasures? Have you forgotten to inquire whether I permit your departure?" In an instant, a crimson light flashed, ensnaring Tai Jinren within the five-color divine glow, rendering him weak and immobile, at the mercy of Kong Xian. "Who are you truly? How do you wield such extraordinary powers?" Tai inquired, his confusion evident. "Humph! It matters not if I divulge this. I am Kong Xian, the guardian marshal of the Great Shang." "Do take note." Tai Jinren muttered softly. "Kong Xian? I have not heard of such a name. Are you perhaps a quasi-saint?" Due to the brevity of their encounter, Kong Xian had not revealed the full extent of his strength, leaving Tai to discern only that he was significantly more powerful without comprehending the true breadth of that superiority. "There is no need for you to overexert yourself in speculation. It will be wiser for you to contemplate your own escape." After uttering these words, Kong Xian seized Tai Jinren and made his way toward the palace, intending to present him to the king for judgment. Within the Shouxian Palace, Emperor Xian was inquiring of the system regarding his current realm and its equivalent strength. As his path was not that of traditional cultivation, He remained uncertain of the true extent of his power. The host's cultivation currently lies between the realms of celestial immortal and profound immortal. How are these realms categorized? Mortal immortal, earth immortal, celestial immortal, profound immortal, golden immortal. Tai E golden immortal, Great Luo golden immortal, quasi-saint, saint, and Hunyuan Taiji golden immortal, heavenly Tao. If I achieve the 9th transformation, will I then surpass the saint realm? The 8th transformation suffices to break through to the saint realm. And what a 9th! Kindly do not reach for aspirations beyond your grasp. Your Majesty, General Kong is outside requesting an audience, claiming he has matters of importance to discuss. At this moment, a palace attendant delivered the message. Emperor Exin, having gathered his somewhat disheartened demeanor, straightened himself and said, "Very well, let General Kong enter." Before long, Kong Xian arrived, dragging an old Taoist with an ethereal bearing into the chamber. Emperor Exin, slightly perplexed, inquired, "General Kong, who is this Taoist?" "Your Majesty, he is Tai E Zhenrun of the Chan sect. I apprehended him as he attempted to enter the residence of Lady Yin to take on disciples, and I have brought him before you for your ruling." Kong Xian replied with a bow. Emperor Xin was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this was indeed Tai E Zhenrun. Surely he does not intend to reclaim his disciple, who was taken from him. After a few moments of internal lament, Emperor Xin addressed the bound Tai E Zhenrun, saying, "This Taoist appears to possess an otherworldly demeanor. He seems unlikely to be a villain. I suspect there must be some misunderstanding here. General Kong, please release him from his bindings." Seeing that his sovereign was treating Tai E Zhenrun with such courtesy, Kong Xian promptly withdrew the magical restraints he had placed upon him. Once Tai E Zhenrun regained the ability to move, he sighed in relief. Having feared Emperor Xin might act irrationally and take his life without a second thought. Subsequently, Tai E Zhenrun adjusted his attire and bowed respectfully to Emperor Xin, saying, "I express my gratitude to your Majesty." Emperor Xin waved his hand dismissively, urging, "Taoist Tai E, please take a seat. I am curious as to why you forcefully entered the residence with intentions to take a yet unborn child as your disciple." After a moment of contemplation, Tai E replied, "Your Majesty, this child is the reincarnation of a spiritual pearl from my Chan sect, inherently linked to our teachings and destined to be my disciple upon his arrival. However, I did not anticipate that his mother would come to Chaoga and establish a master-disciple relationship with this friend, Kong. Hence, I hastened to arrive. Oh, such extraordinary occurrences exist in this world. This is the first I have heard of it. Emperor sin feigen astonim." As the emperor of the mortal realm, he is unfamiliar with the ways of the Tao, naturally finding it curious. However, General Kong, being a practitioner himself, is well aware of the truth. Tai responded. Kong Xian nodded at Emperor Xin, stating, "Your Majesty, he speaks truthfully. There indeed exist cases of reincarnation and recultivation in this world, though I cannot yet ascertain the veracity of his claim regarding the spiritual pearl's reincarnation." Upon hearing this, Tai E Zhenrun expressed his displeasure, saying, "Am I, a dignified golden immortal of the Chan sect, to be doubted by you? If one doubts, the truth shall be revealed upon the child's birth. There is no need for the celestial being to be angered. The matters you speak of indeed blur the lines of veracity. Moreover, events unfold in sequence. The child's mother has already pledged to take General Kong as her mentor, while you present no evidence, making it difficult for others to believe you." Dixin chuckled. Observing the grim expression on Tai E Zhenrun's face, he continued, "Why not remain in Chaoga for the time being, awaiting the child's arrival? If indeed there is a connection between you and the child, it will not be too late to discuss the matter of apprenticeship." Upon hearing this, Tai E Zhenrun fell into a contemplative silence. He was well aware that the fate of the Yinshang dynasty was nearing its end, and thus he was reluctant to entangle himself with them. Yet, the apprentice was in another's grasp, and reclaiming him proved to be a dilemma. Chapter 5, Master 1. Go recruit some disciples. When Emperor Xin observed his silence, he instinctively understood his concerns. After all, The primordial supreme being had long instructed them to seek out disciples destined for calamity, to assist in the overthrow of the Shang dynasty, and to confront the impending tribulations of the divine. Naturally, the notion of remaining in Chaoga was unappealing to him, yet he could not disregard his disciples, which placed him in a dilemma. Seeing his continued silence, Kong Xian urged, "You, Taoist, are rather indecisive. You arrive uninvited to recruit disciples without presenting any evidence. My lord has shown you leniency, allowing you to stay in Chaoga until the birth of your child. Yet you refuse. Do you truly believe we are easy to deal with?" Upon hearing this, Tai Yizhenren's expression grew more pained. He could not reveal that the Shang dynasty was on the brink of collapse and that he wished to avoid entanglement in their fate, especially since he would ultimately assist Shiqi against them. He believed if he dared to utter such words, Kong Xian would certainly obliterate his Taoist abilities. After some contemplation, he resolved that it would be prudent to extricate himself first and later return to the Chan sect to summon reinforcements. Convinced that Kong Xian would not dare to challenge the Chan sect, he bowed respectfully and said, "Your Majesty's generous invitation is indeed flattering, but regrettably, I am bound by other commitments. Allow me to conclude my affairs, and then I shall return for a visit." "Very well, as you wish, Taoist. Please do as you see fit." Emperor Xan did not press him further and permitted his departure. Although he knew this matter would not be easily resolved, he remained unconcerned, believing that as long as the sages did not intervene, anyone from the Chan sect would be manageable. Once Tai Yi exited the Grand Hall, he recalled that his magical artifacts still resided with Kong Xian. He contemplated requesting their return, but felt embarrassed. Ultimately, he sighed, stamped his foot, and ascended on a cloud, contemplating how he would return with reinforcements from Yushu Palace to reclaim his treasures. After Tai Yi had departed, Kong Xian addressed Emperor Xan, "Your Majesty, are we simply allowing him to leave? Upon his return, he will undoubtedly seek assistance from the Chan sect and may bring trouble upon us." Emperor Xian chuckled. "It matters not. If he can summon reinforcements, so too can I seek help from Master Wen. Your Majesty, there is no need to trouble Master Wen. As long as the sages do not act, I can handle any number of visitors from the Chan sect." Kong Xian replied with pride, "Ha! I have every confidence in your abilities. However, it would be unwise to reveal your full prowess too soon. I have my arrangements in place, so there is no need for you to worry." Emperor Xian assured him with a smile. Seeing this, Kong Xian refrained from further discourse and instead inquired, "Your Majesty, what shall we do with his magical artifacts? Of course, we shall keep them for our own use. Are we to return them? But I have no need for these artifacts." Kong Xian insisted, believing that his five-color divine light sufficed, and that these treasures could not compare to his own powers. "Huh! Your lack of need does not imply that your disciple will feel the same. Once your disciple is born, as a master, you must present a gift to welcome them. I believe Tai Yi's artifacts would be quite suitable." Emperor Xian remarked with a knowing smile. Kong Xian paused, then realized the truth in the emperor's words. He mused that while his five-color divine light could not be imparted to a disciple, providing them with some artifact for support was indeed appropriate. He nodded, returning the magical artifacts to the five-color divine light before taking his leave. Xin summoned his close attendants and inquired about the whereabouts of Master Wen. Upon learning that he was at the official office, Xin proceeded there directly. Upon arrival, he found Master Wen perusing the North Sea military reports. Master Wen, upon discovering Xin's presence, hastily came out to greet him. "Old Minister pays homage to the king. May I inquire about the king's purpose for this visit?" Master Wen bowed respectfully. "There is no need for such formalities, Master. I have heard of your tireless dedication to military affairs and came specifically to see you, hoping you will take care of your health." Xin said sincerely, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. However, I am in reasonably good health, and the duties at hand are manageable. Moreover, military matters are urgent and must not be neglected." Master Wen replied sternly, seeing the gravity in Master Wen's response. Xin quickly offered further reassurances before stating his intent. "Master, as a practitioner of the Tao, have you heard of the Celestial Master Tai?" Master Wen, taken aback, asked, "From where does the king know of this person?" "He is one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chanjiao and has deep ties to my own sect. By lineage, I ought to refer to him as Uncle Master. Indeed, this connection is intriguing. DXIN then succinctly recounted the events of the day, continuing, I fear that Master Tai, having suffered a slight, may not rest until he stirs trouble upon his return. Master One, however, seemed unconcerned. Your Majesty need not worry. It is merely a misunderstanding. If necessary, I shall personally visit to resolve it. Master, the situation is not as simple as you perceive. Master Tai seeks to reclaim his disciple, whom Kong Xian has recently accepted, claiming that the child is the reincarnation of the Ling Zhu and rightfully belongs to his Yushu sect. I have already arranged for the child to be recognized as Kong Xian's disciple. Who would concede in this matter? Then why not return the disciple to him? That is out of the question. Not only did I arrange for the child to be recognized as Kong Xian's disciple, but Kong Xian would never agree to it either. Furthermore, as a sovereign, how could I be intimidated by a mere Taoist? Dixin stated purposefully. That is indeed a point. If Kong Xian could capture Master Tai, he must be at least a grand Luo golden immortal. Why would he yield his disciple? Master Wen replied with a hint of resignation. Master, I know you're a practitioner of the Tao. Are there no powerful individuals in your sect? Perhaps you could invite some to come to Chaoga and oversee matters. Rest assured, I shall be generous with rewards. DXIN revealed his intentions. Your Majesty, that may prove challenging. We practitioners of the Tao seek only the great path, wandering freely through the heavens and earth. We are not accustomed to the constraints of mortal affairs. Master Wen expressed his dilemma. Master, your words are misguided. The pursuit of the great path does not solely reside in the wilderness. Just as you serve in this court, do you not? DXIN attempted to persuade him. Sigh, Your Majesty, my inability to succeed in the celestial path is precisely why my master sent me down the mountain to assist in the governance of Shangtang's realm. Master Wen sighed deeply. Oh, is that so? Regardless, none of that is of great importance. I would still trouble you to make a trip back. It would be beneficial for the Shang to recruit more talented individuals. DXIN chuckled. Since your Majesty has given orders, this old minister shall return to the sect. Should any be inclined to serve in the mortal realm, I shall certainly bring them forth. However, if none are willing, I hope your Majesty will not hold it against me. When Zhong said to Emperor Exine, rest assured, regardless of whether anyone comes, I shall not blame the Grand Master. Go without worry. Emperor Exine replied with a smile. In that case, I shall take my leave for now. Very well, Grand Master. Do remember to seek out those skilled compatriots. Otherwise, I fear they may falter against the disciples of the Chan sect. Emperor Exine called out once more. Chapter 6. When Zhong invites Zhao Gongming. Upon hearing these words, when Zhong's expression darkened considerably, he pondered to himself, the king has chosen this path. Believing those fellow disciples to be mere weeds by the roadside, it is already a stroke of fortune to have some brethren come to assist. Why complicate matters further? Moreover, whether seeking help from these peers is right or wrong remains uncertain. If a conflict arises with the disciples of the Chan sect, I wonder if Master and the head of the sect will hold me accountable. With these thoughts weighing heavily on his mind, Wen Zhong mounted his dark Qilin and set off directly towards the Biyo Palace. However, midway through his journey, an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart. He mused, the king is but a mortal. He knows not the troubles that arise from disputes between sections. It would be wiser to enlist a senior uncle of higher standing to mediate, thus preserving the harmony between the two teachings. Contemplating this, he concluded that Zhao Gongming from Amei would be the most suitable intermediary. Their friendship was strong, and Zhao Gongming not only shared the same rank as the 12 Golden Immortals, but had also attained enlightenment before them. Most importantly, Zhao Gongming's cultivation was at least that of a great Luo Golden Immortal, rendering him formidable enough to handle any potential conflict with the Chan sect's disciples. With these considerations in mind, when Zhong urged his Qilin onward towards Amei, intending to seek Zhao Gongming's assistance. Before long, the Qilin bore him to the foot of Amei Mountain. Upon arrival, when Zhong dismounted and hastened to Zhao Gongming's abode in the Raofa Cave. Inside the cave, Zhao Gongming, with his dark complexion and bushy beard, was engaged in his cultivation. Upon noticing Wen Zhong's visit, he welcomed him with delight and ushered him inside. Once seated, Zhao Gongming smiled and addressed Wen Zhong. When Taishu, why do you abandon the luxuries of the mortal realm to wander here on a May mountain? Uncle, Yuyist. When Zhong replied, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. It has been many years since I last saw you. With the recent lull in state affairs, I seized the opportunity to visit. How have you been lately? Although Wen Zhong was of a younger generation than Zhao Gongming, their temperaments and dispositions resonated well. During Wen Zhong's time of cultivation under the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, he had grown quite close to Zhao Gongming, their bond resembling that of friends rather than a mere master and disciple. Ha! You remain as serious as ever. What could possibly trouble me? Here, on a May mountain, I am at peace and revel in my freedom. Save for the lack of company for drinking and conversation, all is well. Zhao Gongming exclaimed joyously. Ah, how enviable your carefree existence is. Unlike me, who must grapple with the mundane struggles of the mortal world, uncertain of when I might attain enlightenment like you. Dear uncle. Wen Zhong sighed. Ha! What difficulty lies therein? If you would relinquish your position as Taishu, you could come to a May mountain to cultivate alongside me. Just imagine, each day spent drinking and contemplating the Tao with your uncle. What a delightful life that would be. Zhao Gongming laughed heartily. Alas, I recall when I was on the mountain, my master told me that my path lay in a mortal realm, thus sending me down to assist Shang Tang. Decades have passed, yet I still have not discovered my own path, and my cultivation remains stagnant. Wen Zhong reflected with a sense of melancholy. Bah, my senior sister, the Golden Spirit, also speaks of the Tao residing in the mortal realm. I firmly believe that you should dedicate yourself to cultivation on the mountain. I cannot fathom how you could have made no progress in 100 years. Surely, 1,000 years would yield some advancement. Zhao Gongming remarked bluntly. Uncle, please tread carefully. Should my master learn of your disparaging remarks behind her back, it would be inevitable that she seeks a contest with you. Wen Zhong hastily interjected. Am I afraid of her? I merely refrain from holding a grudge out of respect for her status as my senior sister. Zhao Gongming's voice dwindled. The Celestial Mother of Gold Spirit is a direct disciple of the Heavenly Lord, the senior sister of the, possessing unfathomable Taoist powers and already on the brink of sainthood. Her temper is notoriously fiery. During her years of cultivation beside the sect leader, Zhao Gongming certainly endured his fair share of her training, or rather, contests. This has instilled in him a certain trepidation towards the Celestial Mother of Gold Spirit. Enough. Uncle Master, cease your bravado. Wen Zhong could not help but jest. You've been down the mountain too long. You've become rather irreverent. Zhao Gongming retorted with a cold snort. Ha, Uncle Master, it was merely a jest. I have come to discuss a matter with you. I knew it. You wouldn't visit me here in a May mountain without a reason. Don't let your sweet words deceive, claiming to come see your Uncle Master, yet you haven't even brought a bottle of wine. It's evident you have no intention of visiting. Zhao Gongming feigned anger. Alas, Uncle Master, I admit my oversight. Once we conclude our serious discussion, I shall treat you to a hearty drink down the mountain. Wen Zhong quickly apologized, seeking to placate him. Now, that is more like it. Speak then. What troublesome matter requires your Uncle Master as assistance? Zhao Gongming inquired with satisfaction. It is as follows. Wen Zhong recounted the events, subsequently inviting Zhao Gongming to take up residence in Chaoga. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Gongming replied, Nephew, while I have no objection to descending the mountain to resolve misunderstandings, I fear I cannot serve as an official in Chaoga like you. Uncle Master, may I ask why? You have been cultivating alone on a May mountain for many years. Perhaps this descent will yield new insights. Wen Zhong urged. You are quite clever. However, your ancestral master has decreed that the calamity of the deification is imminent, and our master wishes us disciples to remain within our abodes and avoid trouble. If I were to descend the mountain to serve as an official, would I not be defying my master's command? Zhao Gongming shook his head in refusal. In that case, Uncle Master, why not accompany me to Chaoga to meet the king first? We can discuss the official matter later. Upon hearing Zhao Gongming invoke the Heavenly Lord, Wen Zhong felt it unwise to press further and agreed to let him accompany him back to Chaoga. Very well. That poses no issue. I shall prepare to accompany you. Furthermore, upon our arrival in Chaoga City, You must ensure an ample supply of wine. Zhao Gongming readily agreed. Fear not, Uncle Master. Once we reach Chaoga City, the wine will flow abundantly. I guarantee you will indulge to your heart's content. Wen Zhong replied with a smile. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hasten down the mountain. Your words have awakened my thirst for wine. Zhao Gongming immediately summoned the black tiger, mounting it to hasten. When Taisher found himself both amused and exasperated, promptly mounting the Ink Qilin to follow Zhao Gongming down a main mountain, heading straight for Chaoga City. Meanwhile, after suffering a setback in Chaoga City, Tai Yizhenren ascended to Yushu Palace. He initially intended to seek an audience with his master, to inquire why this calamity had taken an unexpected turn, and to request assistance in discerning the origins of Kong Xian, who had managed to seize his magical treasures. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Jade Void Palace, he encountered the South Pole Immortal, who, with a warm smile, intercepted him and said, Junior Brother Tai, your intentions have already been conveyed to our master. He wishes for me to inform you that the fluctuations of destiny are inevitable, and such changes are to be expected. There is no need for you to dwell on them, nor should you concern yourself with Kong Xian. In due time, others will take care of him. Noticing the gravity of the situation, Tai swiftly inquired, Brother, what of my disciple who has been taken from me? And my treasured artifacts, all gone? How shall I confront the impending calamity? Chapter 7. The National Master Zhao Gongming, do not be alarmed, my junior brother. Our master is well aware of the situation. I shall send word to Guang Chengzi, Qi Jingzi, and Yu Ding, so that they may descend the mountain with you to retrieve your disciple and the treasured artifact, consoled the southern extreme celestial elder. Brother Nanji, it is likely that Kong Xian has already ascended to the status of a quasi-saint. His divine radiance can whisk away both individuals and treasures. We must remain vigilant. Admonished Tai Yizhenren, his concern evident. Rest assured, my junior brother, the master has bestowed upon us the apricot yellow banner. He cannot take it away, laughed the southern extreme celestial elder. Upon hearing this, Tai Yizhenren finally felt a sense of relief and joyfully urged, Then, brother, hasten to send the message. Once the other brothers arrive, we shall descend together to confront Kong Xian. Fear not, I shall send the message at once. Meanwhile, on Mount Shumi, Zhuanti and Jane were deliberating the impending calamity. In the west, due to the ancient conflict between Taoist Patriarch Hongjun and Demon Patriarch Luo, who, the earth veins have been disrupted, resulting in the fragmentation of the western paradises and a depletion of spiritual essence. The two had vowed great aspirations upon attaining sainthood, incurring substantial debts to the heavenly Tao. In an effort to repay these debts, they sought to propagate their teachings in the East to acquire merit and resources. However, the East was dominated by the teachings of the Chan and Jie sects, particularly Jie's sect, which boasted a multitude of disciples, rendering them formidable opponents. The arrival of the Fengshan calamity sparked a glimmer of hope in them, especially since the Taoist patriarch had hinted that by aligning with the heavenly trends, they could amass boundless merit. Thus, they eagerly anticipated the calamity's onset. Yet the situation had taken an unexpected turn. The calamity, which was supposed to be ignited by the current human sovereign, DXAN, had suddenly stalled. As they calculated, the calamity was to descend when DXAN offered incense in the palace of Nuwa. Yet there was no sign of it. To their dismay, it appeared that DXAN had not even made the offering. Moreover, many who were supposed to facilitate the calamity also exhibited unforeseen changes, further delaying its arrival. They had considered finding a substitute to trigger the calamity, but the Taoist patriarch had decreed that only the current human sovereign, DXAN, could initiate it. No other could. The fate of the human race was intertwined with DXAN, who represented the central figure in the celestial order. Thus, the commencement of the calamity must revolve around the fluctuations of the human race's fortune. Logically, DXAN should have been affected by the calamity's ominous influence, losing part of his clarity and unwittingly acting in accordance with the greater trends. However, for reasons unknown, DXAN seemed unaffected, and those around him also appeared to remain unchanged, preventing the calamity from manifesting. Consequently, the two decided to realign the situation. They resolved to seek out Nuwa. urging her to take action against the Xin. Upon arriving at the palace of Nuwa and explaining their intentions, they found that she was reluctant to agree. After all, without a provocation, she would not intervene, as DXIN was the human sovereign, protected by the fortune of the human race. To scheme against him without cause would invite a backlash of fate, a consequence even a saint would wish to avoid. Thus, the two were compelled to seek a secondary course of action, borrowing the 3 female spirits from the Xinyuan tomb, planning to find an opportune moment to bewilder DXIN. In this narrative, Wenzhong escorts Zhao Gongming to the city of Chaoga, where they proceed directly to the palace to seek an audience with Emperor Xin. Upon receiving the message from a close attendant, Emperor Xin joyfully emerges to greet them. However, upon seeing Wenzhong accompanied by a dark-faced Taoist adorned with a prominent beard and an iron crown, he experiences a moment of uncertainty. When Wenzhong respectfully introduces this Taoist as his master's uncle, Zhao Gongming, Emperor Xin's heart is instantly filled with delight. He eagerly approaches and expresses his gratitude. "I am deeply thankful for your assistance, esteemed Gongming. I have arranged a sumptuous banquet in the main hall to welcome you. I implore you not to decline." "Ah, how gracious! How gracious!" Zhao Gongming responds, sensing the warmth of Emperor Xin's hospitality. The 3 take their seats in the grand hall and begin to exchange cups. During the banquet, upon discovering Zhao Gongming's fondness for fine wines, Emperor Xin commands that all his cherished vintages be brought forth for Zhao Gongming to savor, much to the latter's pleasure, which in turn enhances his impression of the emperor. As they indulge in wine, the atmosphere grows more intimate, with Emperor Xin fervently proposing to Zhao Gongming, "Esteemed sir, our Dashang is in dire need of talented individuals. Since you and the Grand Master share the same lineage, might you consider assuming the role of National Master in our court?" Zhao Gongming, taken aback by Emperor Xin's suggestion to enter government service, promptly waves his hand in refusal, saying, "Ah, I appreciate the king's kind intentions, but I am unlike Wenzhong, who excels in military strategy and governance. My sole pursuits are cultivation and the enjoyment of wine. This would not be appropriate." Yet, Emperor Xin insists, "Esteemed sir, you need not worry. I would never allow the trifles of court affairs to disturb your serene practice. You would merely hold the title of National Master without the burden of mundane responsibilities. That still does not seem fitting." Zhao Gongming continues to decline. "Is there anything else that displeases you? Just name it, and I shall ensure your satisfaction." "Emperor sin that's..." "Alas, it is not that," Zhao Gongming replies. "It is my master's decree that we remain secluded in our sanctuaries to avoid drawing trouble and becoming entangled in calamities. My descent from the mountain already contravenes my master's orders. How could I dare accept the position of National Master?" As the senior disciple of the sect, Zhao Gongming is acutely aware of the unfolding events, such as the impending downfall of the Yin Shang and the rise of the Zhou dynasty, which is intertwined with the calamity of the canonization. He is reluctant to become embroiled in such tribulations. "Ah, esteemed sir, your descent from a mountain signifies a fateful connection with our Dashang. It seems destined that you must traverse this earthly realm. I implore you to reconsider." Emperor Xin attempts to persuade. Hearing Emperor Xin's words, Zhao Gongming is nearly amused. Although the emperor possesses the title of king, he lacks the wisdom of cultivation and is unaware of the great cosmic forces at play, let alone the intricate web of cause and effect. "Your Majesty jests. As a practitioner, I possess a clearer understanding of the intricacies of fate and causation than you do," Zhao Gongming begins, intending to refuse once more. However, before he can finish, a sudden epiphany dawns upon him, causing his countenance to shift into one of unease. He inexplicably senses a connection to Dashang, even fearing that he may be swept into the impending calamity. This recollection leads him to recall his master's warning. Those who descend the mountain are destined to be named on the list of deities. Could it be that he is fated to ascend the divine roster? No. It is inconceivable that one who has just attained the threshold of the saintly realm could be bound by the decree of the divine ranking. If fate indeed dictates a calamity, it would be better to fight with all one's might. The teachings of thee are fundamentally about seizing that slender thread of hope. He would never resign himself to destiny. At this moment, he composed his thoughts and spoke. Since the great king has extended a sincere invitation, I am willing to serve as the national master of the great Shang. However, I must confess that I am not one to endure constraints. I cherish my freedom to come and go as I please. I hope the great king will be accommodating. Upon hearing that Zhao Gongming was willing to stay, DXN expressed his delight. That is most certainly the case. I shall absolutely respect the national master's choice and will not interfere. Meanwhile, Wen Zhong, witnessing his sovereign successfully persuade his master to remain in Chaoga, found the situation both amusing and perplexing. Nevertheless, he was also pleased that Zhao Gongming would assume the role of national master, for he knew well the profound capabilities of his uncle. With him stationed in Chaoga, the teachings of the would undoubtedly face significant challenges. Thus, he raised his cup and said, "Let us celebrate my uncle's ascension as national master. May we support one another in our official duties henceforth." Chapter 8. Visitors from the Jade Void Palace observing the delighted expression on Wen Zhong's face. Zhao Gongming could only manage a wry smile, exclaiming, "Alas, I have truly been brought to ruin by you." Over the years, Wen Zhong had devoted himself to the Yin and Shang dynasties, seldom returning to the Mountain Gate, and thus remained oblivious to the matters surrounding the investiture of the gods. Furthermore, as merely a disciple of the profound immortal realm, there were certain matters beyond his comprehension. His descent from the mountain this time was merely intended to mediate a conflict, yet he unexpectedly found himself entangled in a cosmic calamity. How absurd! Master Uncle, what brings you to such a conclusion? I am unaware of any missteps on my part. I humbly request your guidance. Wen Zhong, hearing his master's words, hastily inquired. Noticing the bewildered expression on Wen Zhong's face, Zhao Gongming waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It is nothing. I merely spoke in passing. Do not take it to heart. Gulme, let us drink." As the conversation unfolded, a soldier abruptly entered to report that outside the palace, a Taoist from the Tai sect, accompanied by several fellow practitioners, requested an audience with the king. Upon hearing that the true man of Tai had come to seek assistance, Emperor Xian promptly ordered them to be welcomed into the palace. Before long, the true man of Tai and his disciples entered the grand hall, where Emperor Xian greeted them with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "True man of Tai, I did not expect our reunion to occur so swiftly. Please, esteemed Taoists, take your seats. I have arranged a banquet in your honor, and I hope you will not decline." The visitors exchanged glances at the true man of Tai, pondering how he could appear so cordial after recently losing his disciple and treasures. It seemed less a quest for vengeance and more a convivial visit. As Emperor Xian displayed his courtesy, they were reluctant to breach etiquette, especially considering he was the reigning king. Thus, they each bowed in respect. But before they could settle, Zhao Gongming and Wen Zhong rose once more to pay their respects, mindful that the two sects had yet to sever ties completely and thus should uphold decorum. Leading the group, Guang Chengzi expressed his surprise, stating, "I did not expect Brother Gongming to be here. My apologies." "Haha, no need for such formalities, brother. I am here at the invitation of my nephew Wen Zhong, having come to Chaoga City. Please, dear brothers, do not stand on ceremony. Let us sit and converse." Zhao Gongming graciously replied. Once everyone was seated, Emperor Xian began, "Today my humble abode is graced with such illustrious immortals. Should there be any inadequacies in my hospitality, I hope you will forgive me." Guang Chengzi responded, "Your Majesty, you are too kind. It is we who have intruded upon your Majesty. We hope you will not hold it against us." "Haha, not at all. I am delighted to have you here. How could I possibly take offense? Gulme, allow me to toast to all of you." With that, Emperor Xian raised his bronze cup and downed the wine in one gulp. The others followed suit, sharing in the toast. After the pleasantries, Guang Chengzi took the initiative to speak. "Your Majesty, we have come uninvited today to discuss a pressing matter. My junior brother from the Tai sect recently encountered a misunderstanding with General Kong Xian while seeking to accept disciples. We have come to resolve this misunderstanding." Rather than adopting an accusatory tone, Guang Chengzi framed it as a mere misunderstanding, seeking to mediate the conflict. Sensing their peaceful intentions, Emperor Xian felt a wave of relief. He too wished to avoid a major conflict at this juncture, as his own strength was insufficient, and it was prudent to avert escalation whenever possible. Thus, he summoned Kong Xian, preparing for an engaging verbal duel. Before long, Kong Xian, clad in armor, entered the room. Bowing respectfully, he announced, "I, Kong Xian, pay my respects to the great king. What orders do you have for your servant?" "Ha, General Kong, there is no need for excessive formalities. Please, have a seat so we may converse further." Emperor Xian chuckled, gesturing towards a nearby chair. After expressing his gratitude, Kong Xian sat down, fully aware of the reason for his summons, especially given the presence of the Taoist masters in the room, particularly Tai Yi Zhenren, whose gaze was fixed intently upon him. "General Kong, the purpose of your summoning today pertains to the conflict that arose a few days ago regarding the discipleship of Tai Yi Taoist. These individuals are his fellow disciples, and this esteemed figure is our newly appointed national master of the Shang dynasty, Taoist Zhao Gongming." Emperor Xian swiftly acquainted the room with the dynamics of allies and adversaries. Upon hearing this, Kong Xian stood and exchanged formalities with Zhao Gongming, both sensing the extraordinary qualities in one another. After their polite greetings, Kong Xian turned to acknowledge Tai Yi and the others. Meanwhile, Tai Yi and his companions were still reeling from the news of Zhao Gongming's appointment as the national master of the Shang dynasty. Among them, Qi Jingzi could not restrain himself and urged, "Brother Zhao, have you forgotten the teachings of our master? The calamity is approaching. Why descend from the mountains to serve as a grand master of the Yin Shang? Are you not afraid of attracting trouble?" "Ha! I, Zhao Gongming, fear no trouble. If my fate is destined to encounter this calamity, remaining on the mountain would be of no use. If it is not, then it matters not where I cultivate," Zhao Gongming replied. Yet, in his heart, he mused that were it not for his foresight about the impending calamity, he would have returned to the mountains long ago, and it was not for others to remind him. Hearing this, Qi Jingzi found himself at a loss for words and could only shake his head in resignation. He was unaware of how Master Tong Tian had advised his disciples. Nevertheless, their own master had cautioned them that the destiny of the Yin Shang was drawing to a close, while the Zhou clan of the West was destined to rise. They were instructed to take on disciples and wait for the opportune moment to send them down the mountain to assist Zhou in overthrowing Shang, in accordance with the heavenly mandate. It was indeed absurd that Zhao Gongming, from the Jiejiao sect, dared to associate himself with the Yin Shang for reasons unknown, and surely his name would appear on the list of deities. Observing Zhao Gongming's obstinacy, the other members of the Chan sect ceased their attempts to persuade him. After all, he was not one of their disciples, and it was not their place to intervene. Moreover, with one more person from Jiejiao ascending, they would have one less from their own sect. Better to refrain from persuasion altogether. Thus, Guang Qingzi turned to Kong Xian and said, "Dao friend Kong, it is indeed true that the reincarnation of Ling Zhuzi has occurred. We hope you will facilitate this matter." Kong Xian replied, "But how can this be substantiated? Surely you do not expect me to relinquish my disciple solely based on your words. That would be rather dismissive of my capabilities, wouldn't it?" In response, Tai Yi Zhenren interjected, "When Ling Zhuzi was reincarnated, I bestowed upon him the Qianquan circle and the Hunyuan silk as companion treasures. Once he is born, the truth will be evident. Then let us discuss this matter further once the child is born. For now is not the time," Kong Xian replied. Seeing that Kong Xian remained unmoved, Guang Qingzi grew anxious. They, being the esteemed and orthodox Chan sect, had already lowered themselves to engage in conversation with him, granting him significant respect. It was disheartening that Kong Xian still refused to relent, truly believing them to be pushovers. Calm down. Everyone, please compose yourselves." Attempting to mediate the escalating tension, Zhao Gongming remarked, "Esteemed brothers, I implore you to remain calm. This is hardly a grave matter, so why must we let it disrupt our harmony?" Qi Jingzi responded, "It is not out of anger that we stand firm. Rather, the Lingzhu indeed belongs to a member of our Chan teaching, and wishes to take refuge under the tutelage of my esteemed junior, Tai. Now, as our friend Kong refuses to yield, we too shall not be easily bullied." Chapter 9. The dispute over Neza's allegiance. The Taoist master chuckled lightly, remarking that this matter had some connection to him. Having observed that the child had not been born for 3 years, he suspected he was no ordinary being and thus commanded General Kong to take him as a disciple, never anticipating the ensuing misunderstandings. Emperor Xian hastily concurred. Upon hearing that this situation involved Emperor Xian, Guang Chengzi furrowed his brow, realizing that it entangled the current human sovereign. He was acutely aware that the calamity of canonization was unfolding amidst the rise of the Zhou and the fall of the Shang, and that Emperor Xian was destined to be at the vortex of this calamity. He wished to dissociate himself from any involvement with him. Then, I beseech your majesty to kindly return my disciple from Yushu. We would be immensely grateful. The real man of Yuding bowed in respect. Alas, the immortal is unaware. Throughout the realm, there is no land that is not the king's, nor any shore that is not the king's ministers. Since the reincarnation of the spirit pearl has taken place within my Yin Shang, he is naturally a subject of mine. How can we speak of returning him? Emperor Xian retorted. At this point, Guang Chengzi and his companions were momentarily at a loss for words. Before the spirit pearl's reincarnation, he could be regarded as a disciple of the Chan teaching. Yet now that he had been born into the Yin Shang, he was indeed considered a subject of Emperor Xian, who held the authority over him. As the situation fell into a stalemate, Zhao Gongming rose and proposed. Why not do this? Since both sides possess valid arguments, let us wait for the child to be born and allow him to choose his master himself. Zhao Gongming's suggestion reignited discussions among the Chan teaching members. As Neza's prospective master, Tai Jinren was unwilling, having already designated the child as his disciple and even preemptively bestowed upon him a treasure for subduing the cave. It seemed unreasonable to now contend for him against others. With a hint of displeasure, he communicated, "Brothers, why waste words with them? We can simply take the child, and, should they dare to obstruct us, we shall teach them a lesson, lest they underestimate our Chan teaching." Alas, junior brother, do not act impulsively. Kong Xian is a quasi-saint, and with Zhao Gongming and Wen Zhong as his allies, striking recklessly may not yield favorable results. Moreover, with the calamity on the horizon, it is better to seek a peaceful resolution, the real man of Yuding urgently advised. What we have to fear, we brothers are not easily trifled with, and besides, we possess the apricot yellow flag bestowed by our master. What harm is there in contesting with them? Tai Jinren retorted with a cold snort. Enough. Let there be no more discord. This matter ultimately concerns Tai's discipleship. Tai, how do you wish to resolve this? Shall we wait until the child is born? Guang Chengzi directly inquired. No, brother. I would not want my disciple entangled with the Yin Shang. Furthermore, the child is destined to be a vanguard against the Shang. How could he be born in Chaoga City? What if they employ some trickery to mislead him? Would that not render our efforts futile? Tai Jinren shook his head. Very well, if that is the case, let us resolve this matter today. Brother Zhao, the reincarnation of the spirit pearl is inherently a member of our Chan teaching. How can we allow others to interfere? If General Kong disagrees, it seems we may have to engage in a confrontation, Guang Chengzi responded. Then come. I am not afraid of you. Alas, everyone do not act rashly. Pray, allow me to express a thought. Given that none of us are inclined to concede, why not engage in a contest? I shall arrange a grand stage tomorrow, where each side shall present 3 representatives for a trial of skill, with the understanding that the victor may take disciples, while the vanquished shall harbor no grievances. What say you? Emperor Xian promptly responded, Your Majesty, this is an excellent proposal. If we cannot reach an agreement, let us settle it on the stage. Those whose strength is inferior shall naturally have no grounds for complaint. Zhao Gongming concurred. Guang Chengzi and his companions exchanged glances and voiced their agreement as well. Very well. In that case, my fellow disciples have no objections, but we hope that after the event, Your Majesty will honor your word. Rest assured, esteemed immortals, my word is as solid as gold. I would never go back on it. Emperor Xian smiled. Then we thank Your Majesty. Subsequently, Guang Chengzi and his companions took their leave, expressing their intent to return for the contest the following day. Seeing this, Emperor Xian refrained from further comment. merely courteously bidding them farewell. Once they departed, Wen Zhong furrowed his brow and remarked, "Your Majesty, the visitors from the Yushu sect today were all direct disciples, each possessing cultivation above the golden immortal level. I, alas, am not their equal, and I fear victory in tomorrow's contest may be elusive. Ah, nephew, why speak such despondent words? While their cultivation is commendable, they are still far from our GS sect's prowess. Not to boast, but against those few, I alone could leave them searching for their teeth." Zhao Gongming interjected. "Indeed, there is no need for concern when Taisher. Although the members of the Chan sect possess formidable powers, both our national master and General Kong are equally impressive. Moreover, you need not take the stage. Simply accompany me below to witness the spectacle." Emperor Xian chuckled. "However, Your Majesty, if I do not participate, we will lack a fourth contender to face them. In Chaoga City, none other can match their strength." Wen Zhong inquired with a frown. I almost forgot to mention, I recently recruited a highly skilled warrior who is currently training my close guards. Bring General Yuan forthwith to this hall." Emperor Xian laughed. Upon hearing this, Kong Xian showed little reaction, while Wen Zhong pondered the generals named Yuan and Chaoga. Shortly, Yuan Hong entered the grand hall, bowing as he greeted. "I pay my respects to Your Majesty." General Yuan, please rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty," Yuan Hong replied as he stood. "General Yuan, I summoned you for a matter of great importance. Please instruct me, and I shall exert my utmost effort." Emperor Xian then conveyed the details of the contest plan for the next day. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hong readily agreed, for he had been yearning for an opportunity to prove himself. Is it merely a contest of skills? I fear not. Wen Zhong, having never encountered Yuan Hong, felt a tinge of unease. He inquired, "Might I ask where this General Yuan cultivates? What abilities does he possess? It is not that I wish to be unreasonable, but the disciples of the Chan sect are formidable adversaries. Do not overestimate yourself and risk your life." When Taisher, you jest. Though the Chan sect members are not to be trifled with, I, Yuan Hong, am no soft target either. If your concerns linger, I shall demonstrate a fraction of my abilities, so you may be at ease." Yuan Hong replied with a smile. He then addressed Wen Taisher, "Feel free to attack me. Should I evade, it shall be a testament to my inferiority. I willingly forfeit my chance to compete tomorrow." Hearing this, Master Wen was momentarily taken aback, pondering the extraordinary capabilities of Yuan Hong. How could he withstand such an assault without flinching? Could it be that he truly possessed such formidable prowess? With a grave expression, he inquired, "General Yuan, is there truth to your words?" "Yes, Yu. I shall show no mercy. Come forth, master." "Should I furrow my brow, it would signify my surrender," Yuan Hong proclaimed with pride. Upon hearing this, Wen Zhong seized his words and brandished his dual whips, launching an attack. Chapter 10. The Duel with the Chan Sect as Master Wen brandished his twin whips. Yuan Hong remained standing, utterly unmoved. Even as the whips struck his chest and the crown of his head, igniting sparks, Yuan Hong's form remained steadfast. Though Master Wen did not exert his full strength, he still delivered a forceful blow, yet Yuan Hong sustained no harm whatsoever. After a few more attempts to strike, Master Wen withdrew his whips, astonished. "General Yuan, you are indeed extraordinary. My dual whips have failed to inflict even the slightest injury upon you. I have underestimated your abilities. Your cultivation surpasses mine by a considerable margin." Zhao Gongming, ever the perceptive one, interjected, "Could it be that you have mastered the 8-9 mysterious art? Have you ascended to the realm of the great Luo, golden immortal?" "Uncle Master, what exactly is the 8-9 mysterious art?" Wen Zhong inquired, perplexed. The 8-9 mysterious art encompasses numerous divine powers and spells. Upon mastery, one can attain 72 transformations, capable of morphing into all things in existence. It cultivates an indestructible body. As long as the primordial spirit endures, the physical form shall not perish. This is an immensely challenging art to master, demanding exceptional talent and insight. Only those of extraordinary natural gifts can succeed in its cultivation, Zhao Gongming elucidated. I am surprised that the National Master possesses such knowledge of this technique. Indeed, it was only through a fortunate turn of events years ago that I acquired this art. Yuan Hong replied with a smile. Huh. This technique exists in both our Chan sect and the Chan sect, but its high demands have prevented anyone from mastering it. However, I have heard that among the disciples of the Yuding sect, someone is currently practicing this art. I wonder how they are faring. Zhao Gongming chuckled. Oh, so there are still individuals practicing this technique? Should I encounter them in the future, I shall certainly seek their counsel. Yuan Hong remarked. Indeed, you will surely cross paths with them. DXIN responded with a hint of significance. Since General Yuan's prowess is so formidable, I am at ease. Tomorrow, I shall entrust the challenge to you. Wen Zhong, having witnessed Yuan Hong's abilities, felt reassured. Very well, it is settled then. Tomorrow, Generals Kong and Yuan, along with the National Master, shall take to the field and surely defeat those Yushu sect disciples. DXIN clapped his hands in agreement. Yes, Your Majesty. Meanwhile, the members of the Chan sect were engaged in their own deliberations. Guang Chengzi proposed, who shall represent us in the combat tomorrow? Qi Jingzi suggested, Senior brother. How about you? I and our junior disciple Yin Zhongzi join forces. You, being at the perfected sage realm, can contend with Kong Xian, while both Yin Zhongzi and I, being great Luo golden immortals, should have no trouble facing Zhao Gongming and Wen Zhong. Unbeknownst to them, Zhao Gongming had not revealed his true level of cultivation, leading the Chan sect members to mistakenly believe he was merely at the great Luo golden immortal stage, unaware that he had recently entered the perfected sage realm. After a moment of contemplation, Guang Chengzi found the proposal agreeable and nodded. Very well, let it be decided. Tomorrow, the three of us shall take to the battlefield and reclaim the disciple of our esteemed junior brother Tai. Thank you, esteemed brothers. Tai Yizhenren expressed his gratitude with a bow. There is no need for such formalities, junior brother. We are all disciples of the Yushu sect, bound by years of camaraderie. How could we remain aloof? Guang Chengzi reassured him with a smile. Rest assured, we shall secure victory tomorrow. As for Kong Xian, he possesses the apricot yellow banner bestowed by his master to counter any threats. And as for Zhao Gongming and Wen Zhong Humph, I am eager to witness the prowess of those from particularly that of Wen Zhong, who, despite being merely a third-generation disciple and a humble Xianxian, cannot possibly be our match. Qi Jingzi interjected. Brothers, we must not be complacent. Should he possess formidable treasures, we must not fall into his trap. Advised Yu Ding Zhenren from the side. Ha! Brother Yu Ding, you overthink. If they possess treasures, do we not have our own? Retorted Qi Jingzi nonchalantly. The treasures we wield are bestowed upon us by our master and are by no means inferior. Rest assured. With these words, Yu Ding Zhenren chose not to press the matter further. The group found a place to reside and sat in meditation, awaiting the battle set for the following day. At dawn on the next day, Guang Chengzi and his companions arrived at the palace, eager to end their stay in Chaoga and swiftly defeat their adversaries. Once they reclaimed the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl, they intended to return to their abode for quiet cultivation. The guards ushered the group into a vast square, where a high platform had already been erected. Zhao Gongming had even inscribed formations, wary of shattering the palace. After seating the group, DXIN led Wen Zhong and the others to the square. After the customary exchange of greetings, both sides took their respective positions, waiting for DXIN to declare the commencement of the contest. Despite the lavish spread of exquisite food and drink before them, none had the appetite to indulge. For this battle not only determined the ownership of the reincarnated Spirit Pearl, but also their own honor. DXIN addressed both parties. As all are present, let us commence the first match. Each side may send forth a representative. Qi Jingzi stepped forward, bowing respectfully. I shall go first. Which esteemed friend shall come forth to offer guidance? Zhao Gongming glanced at DXIN, received a subtle nod, and stood to respond. Brother, I shall engage you in this exchange. With this, Zhao Gongming ascended the platform. After exchanging formalities, the two commenced their duel. Qi Jingzi unleashed his treasured weapon, the water and fire blade, striking fiercely at Zhao Gongming, who countered with his divine whip. The two exchanged blows, testing each other's strength without yielding. Observing this, Zhao Gongming ceased holding back, unleashing his full power, and the aura of a quasi-saint radiated from him. Qi Jingzi was taken aback, realizing that Zhao Gongming had already attained the quasi-saint realm. Under the pressure of Zhao Gongming's formidable presence, Qi Jingzi faltered, exposing a vulnerability that Zhao Gongming swiftly exploited with a whip strike against him. Fortunately, adorned in his treasured 8 trigrams purple robe, a flicker of spiritual light enveloped Qi Jingzi, mitigating much of the damage. Noting the protective garment, Zhao Gongming did not relent. He summoned his 24C calming pearls to assault Qi Jingzi, who retaliated by activating his yin-yang mirror to dazzle Zhao Gongming. However, Zhao Gongming, being a quasi-saint, possessed a mastery of magical power far superior. With a deft sidestep, he evaded the yin-yang mirror, yet Qi Jingzi could not escape the onslaught of the shimmering sea calming pearls, which struck him forcefully, propelling him backward. Had it not been for the protection of the 8 trigrams robe, he would have sustained serious injury. Even his yin-yang mirror slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Zhao Gongming, pointing his whip at Qi Jingzi, declared, "My apologies, brother, but this round is mine." Upon hearing this, Qi Jingzi rose and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, choosing not to argue further. He recognized the disparity in their realms, thus gracefully conceding defeat. Moreover, Zhao Gongming had not exerted his full strength, showing him a measure of consideration. Otherwise, he would have found himself not merely stumbling, but facing far greater consequences. With a wry smile, he addressed Zhao Gongming, acknowledging, "In this match, I admit my defeat. Had I known that Brother Zhao had already ascended to the quasi-saint realm, I would have conceded outright, sparing us both the trouble of this contest." Zhao Gongming, retracting the Dinghai pearl, bowed to Qi Jingzi and replied with a smile, "Dear brother, you jest. I too have only recently achieved this breakthrough, and I merely benefited from the advantage of a higher realm. I hold your skills in great esteem." Zhao Gongming offered a few flattering remarks, thus granting Qi Jingzi the honor he deserved. Chapter 11. The Duel of Kong Xian and Guang Chengzi. Qi Jingzi bowed respectfully and softly remarked, "Brother Miao, you flatter me. I concede defeat, for my skills are indeed inferior." Upon returning to his side, Qi Jingzi sighed, "I have disappointed you all. I did not anticipate that Zhao Gongming had reached the quasi-saint realm and possessed such formidable abilities. Despite my utmost efforts, I could not prevail against him. I am truly ashamed." The others quickly offered words of consolation, having witnessed the duel themselves. Zhao Gongming's profound mastery of the Dao was evident, and apart from Guang Chengzi, they felt they were no match for him. Seeing his junior brother defeated, Guang Chengzi stood and declared, "Let me take this round. Who among you will challenge me?" Kong Xian immediately rose in response. "Allow me to be your opponent in this contest." The two ascended the platform, exchanging no further words as they engaged in combat. Guang Chengzi unleashed the Turning Heaven Seal, a formidable artifact forged from the shattered remnants of Mount Buzhou. Its weight immense. Merely a single strike could lead to death for any celestial being. Yet, Kong Xian remained unperturbed. A resplendent, 5-colored divine light radiated from behind him, and as the Turning Heaven Seal descended, a dark beam swept forth, effortlessly engulfing the seal without resistance, severing its connection to Guang Chengzi's spirit. Startled, Guang Chengzi thought to himself, "Indeed, my junior brother Tai, he spoke the truth. Kong Xian's divine light is truly formidable. My Turning Heaven Seal, which has never failed me before, has now been rendered ineffective before I could even approach him." He dared not underestimate his opponent, exclaiming, "Friend Kong, your divine light is indeed impressive. It has even managed to sweep away my Turning Heaven Seal. I am in awe." Kong Xian, surprised, retorted, "Are you implying that you are conceding?" "Ha! I am not conceding to you. I merely cannot help but praise your remarkable abilities." Guang Chengzi laughed heartily. "Though your divine light is fearsome, I am not intimidated." With that, he summoned the apricot yellow flag bestowed by their master. This flag, one of the innate 5 directions flags, possessed extraordinary defensive capabilities. As Guang Chengzi activated it, a multitude of golden lotuses blossomed forth, encasing him in a protective barrier. Kang Xian attempted to brush past with his divine light, managing only to scatter a few golden lotuses, while Guang Qingzi remained unharmed. Seeing his artifact prove its worth, Guang Qingzi laughed triumphantly and initiated an assault. He formed hand seals, conjuring a fire dragon that surged through the air towards Kang Xian. This fire dragon, composed of true fire, radiated intense heat, distorting the ground beneath it. Without pause, Guang Qingzi summoned the Bell of Misfortune, which began to chime. The sound waves it emitted targeted Kang Xian's very soul. Although Kang Xian had not breached the apricot yellow flag, he regarded these attacks with disdain. With a flicker of his divine light, he dissipated the fire dragon and withstood the onslaught of sound waves. Feeling the need to exert more power, he unleashed his full strength, the five-color divine light behind him glowing brilliantly as the hues of blue, yellow, and red intertwined, launching a relentless barrage towards Guang Qingzi. The latter felt an overwhelming pressure and, disregarding other methods, poured his energy into the apricot yellow flag to withstand Kang Xian's five-color divine light. The two individuals found themselves locked in a stalemate. Guang Qingzi inwardly lamented the tenacity of Kang Xian. Had it not been for his junior brother Tai Yi's prior warnings regarding Kang Xian's abilities and the borrowed Xing Huang banner from his master, he might have already succumbed to defeat. Meanwhile, Kang Xian sighed lightly, acknowledging that the Xing Huang banner was indeed a treasure of primordial origin, boasting remarkable defensive capabilities. Since he had perfected his five-color divine light, he had yet to encounter a magical artifact that he could not dispel. The banner, adorned with golden lotuses, replenished itself each time he attempted to erase a portion, making the endeavor to eliminate this artifact a formidable challenge. Although Kang Xian had the upper hand in their confrontation, Guang Qingzi, protected by the banner, found it difficult to be vanquished. Observing this, Emperor Xian interjected, "Gentlemen, how about we declare this match a draw? It seems neither of you can achieve a decisive victory in the short term. Thus, a draw would be prudent." Naturally, Kang Xian was reluctant to accept a draw. He mused that had it not been for Guang Qingzi's astonishingly resilient banner, he would have already enveloped him in the five-color divine light. However, given the king's decree and his inability to breach the banner in the immediate term, he begrudgingly acquiesced. Guang Qingzi, aware of his own limitations against Kang Xian, recognized that without the banner, he would have certainly faced defeat. Therefore, a draw was the most favorable outcome. The two parties subsequently withdrew their magical energies, accepting the result of the draw. As Guang Qingzi descended, Tai Yi Zhenren and the others hastily approached him, inquiring, "Brother, we have one loss and one draw after 3 matches. If we lose this third match, it will still result in a draw. What shall we do?" "Fear not, my junior. If it comes to a draw, we can simply arrange another contest. We can return to the Chan sect to seek assistance from our fellow brothers. I refuse to believe that we cannot surpass their few individuals." Guang Qingzi replied, "But what if we lose the third match?" "Worry not, that will not happen. Yun Zhongzi is already a great Luo Golden Immortal, while Wen Zhong is merely a Xian Immortal. The disparity is clear, and you need not require further explanation," Guang Qingzi asserted. Yun Zhongzi added, reassuringly, "Tai Yi, rest assured, I shall exert my utmost effort to secure victory in this contest." Tai Yi Zhenren nodded in gratitude, saying, "I appreciate your assistance." Once their conversation concluded, Yun Zhongzi ascended the high platform and addressed Wen Zhong. "Wen Taisher, I humbly request your guidance in this match." Wen Zhong rose and waved his hand, replying, "Uncle Yun, you are mistaken. Your opponent in this match is not me, but rather your fellow, disciple Yuan Hong." "Yuan Hong? Who might he be, and why has he not yet revealed himself?" At that moment, Yuan Hong, who had been posing as a guard, stepped forward and clasped his fists, stating, "Taoist Yun Zhong, I am Yuan Hong. By the king's decree, I shall take the stage for this final match, and I kindly ask for your mercy." Yun Zhongzi felt a stirring within. He sensed that Yuan Hong was undoubtedly formidable, likely superior to Wen Zhong. Otherwise, Wen Zhong would not have allowed him to step forward. Nevertheless, he harbored no excessive concern, for he was, after all, a great Luo Golden Immortal and a disciple of a sage. Not just anyone could easily defeat him. After exchanging greetings, the two individuals clasped hands. Yuan Hong wielded a weapon, the water and fire staff, and struck fiercely towards Yin Zhongzi. To his astonishment, Yin Zhongzi conjured a golden staff to meet the attack. Their staffs collided with a thunderous sound, sending shockwaves that reverberated through the surroundings, causing nearby trees to sway wildly. As they realized their weapons were evenly matched, a competitive spirit ignited within them. Yuan Hong's water and fire staff was both powerful and agile, embodying the forces of water and fire, while Yin Zhongzi's golden staff danced through the air with the vigor of a tempest, infused with the powers of wind and thunder. For a time, neither could gain the upper hand, seeing that Yuan Hong's staff techniques were formidable and victory elusive. Yin Zhongzi retrieved a replica of the Tian fan seal from his robe. Having a penchant for crafting magical artifacts, he had replicated several renowned treasures. Although this imitation of the Tian fan seal lacked the potency of the original, it still possessed some functionality. He casually summoned it, directing the seal toward the top of Yuan Hong's head. Surprisingly, Yuan Hong appeared oblivious, continuing to swing his staff without a hint of concern for the seal above him. Chapter 12. Yuan Hong's display of might. Yin Zhongzi felt a surge of delight within, thinking to himself how audacious Yuan Hong was to underestimate the replicated Fan Tianyin. Little did he know that this counterfeit artifact was forged from an entire mountain, and although it could not rival the formidable Mount Buzhou, its weight was indeed astonishing. Even a golden immortal would suffer grievous injuries if struck by it. However, the events that unfolded next left him utterly astounded. The Fan Tianyin crashed down upon Yuan Hong's head, producing merely a few sparks, and to his surprise, Yuan Hong emerged unscathed, even smiling at him before swinging his club once more, catching him off guard. Below, Master Yu Ding could not help but exclaim, "The 8-9 mysteries. Yuan Hong has cultivated the 8-9 mysteries." Hearing this, Guang Chengzi and the others were taken aback and hurriedly inquired, "Yu Ding, how can you be so certain that he practices the 8-9 mysteries? The cultivation of this technique demands extraordinary talent. Could you have misjudged? I am certain. I stake my reputation on it. Yuan Hong indeed practices the 8-9 mysteries. To be frank with you all, my disciple Yang Jian possesses remarkable innate talent and has been diligently cultivating this very technique, nearing mastery," Master Yu Ding asserted firmly. Then from where has Yuan Hong acquired this knowledge? Could it be that he is also a disciple of the Jie Jiao? That would seem plausible, for Jie Jiao has a penchant for indiscriminately accepting all manner of demons and spirits as disciples. Tai scoffed. "Alas, Brother Yin Zhongzi, I fear victory may be elusive. Yuan Hong has already achieved an indestructible body, impervious to blades, fire, and water. Not to mention he has yet to unleash the 72 transformations," Master Yu Ding lamented. Even though he had not succeeded in mastering the 8-9 mysteries himself, he was well aware of its formidable prowess through his disciple Yang Jian's experience. Unreservedly, he remarked that without any unique means, Yin Zhongzi would indeed struggle to subdue Yuan Hong. Yin Zhongzi, clearly recognizing the technique, furrowed his brow. The 8-9 mysteries differed from ordinary Taoist arts, focusing on the physical form. Once mastered, the body became as resilient as adamantine. Should the primordial spirit endure, the physical form could swiftly recover, proving to be an exceedingly troublesome adversary. Seeing his replica Fan Tianyin ineffective, Yin Zhongzi cast forth a replicated Kuan Xian rope, aiming to ensnare Yuan Hong. The rope shot from his hand, coiling towards Yuan Hong like a dragon. Yuan Hong attempted to swat it away with his club, yet the rope seemed to possess a sentience of its own, wrapping around the club and subsequently binding itself around Yuan Hong. Upon witnessing this, Yin Zhongzi's face brightened with hope, believing he had successfully ensnared Yuan Hong. Yet, to his astonishment, Yuan Hong broke free with a mere flick, and when he found himself unable to escape, he grinned widely and transformed into a bee, buzzing out of the bindings. Standing atop the high platform, Yuan Hong addressed Yin Zhongzi, "Taoist Yin Zhongzi, if this is the extent of your abilities, I fear you cannot contend with me. Do you possess any more formidable techniques?" Pray reveal them. Yun Zhongzi, feeling somewhat helpless, had not anticipated Yuan Hong to be so tenacious. However, given that this contest was crucial for the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl, he had no choice but to press on. He threw forth another treasure and swiftly formed hand seals to chant incantations, summoning all his power. The artifact descended upon Yuan Hong like a dome, revealing 9 fire dragons composed of the 3 flavored true fire, coiling around him, while Yun Zhongzi conjured lightning, preparing to strike with a dual assault. Surrounded by several fire dragons, Yuan Hong remained utterly unperturbed. Transforming into a streak of white light, he escaped their grasp and raised his water and fire staff, channeling the powers of water and fire to strike at the dragons. Just as he dispersed 2 of the fire dragons, Yun Zhongzi completed his incantation. Surrounding him, the elements of wind and thunder crackled with energy as bolts of lightning, resembling sharp swords, surged forth towards Yuan Hong with remarkable speed, landing upon him in an instant. Meanwhile, the remaining fire dragons seized the opportunity to unleash torrents of white flames. Yuan Hong was instantly engulfed, the blaze and lightning flashing upon the platform, obscuring the scene. Even Emperor Xin felt a twinge of anxiety for Yuan Hong. Though aware of his indomitable physique, the might of Yun Zhongzi's assault was indeed formidable. After a prolonged moment, the lightning dissipated, revealing Yuan Hong, whose armor lay in tatters. Yet he stood resolute upon the high platform, seemingly unscathed. However, deep within, he acknowledged the truth. His body had undergone several repairs, and the lightning had indeed inflicted considerable damage. Observing this, Yun Zhongzi sighed, bowing respectfully, and declared this time, "It is Yuan Daoist friend who prevails. I, a humble practitioner, am outmatched." Below, the members of Guang Chengzi's group understood that Yun Zhongzi had exhausted his efforts and refrained from further comments, while Tai Yi wore a grim expression, lamenting the loss of his reincarnated disciple. On the high platform, Emperor Xin, with a smile, proclaimed, as the contest of magic concludes, "I hereby announce the results. We have achieved 2 victories and 1 stalemate. Thus we emerge triumphant. Do the esteemed immortals concur?" Guang Chengzi glanced at Tai Yi Zhenren sighed, and responded, "Indeed, this time it is your victory. We are outclassed. We shall take our leave." Without awaiting a reply from Emperor Xin and the others, he ascended on a cloud. Tai Yi Zhenren, wishing to speak, ultimately held his tongue and also vanished into the ether. Emperor Xin addressed the assembly. This time, "We have achieved a resounding victory. I shall host a celebration in your honor." He then summoned his attendants to prepare a feast. Meanwhile, the defeated Guang Chengzi and his companions returned to Yusu Palace, where Tai Yi Zhenren anxiously exclaimed, "Elder brother, shall we let this matter rest? Perhaps we should seek the aid of our master." "Junior brother, how can you approach our master with such a tale? To confess that we were bested by others due to our lack of skill would be a disgrace." Guang Chengzi rebuked, But my disciple has lost to them. What becomes of my karmic tribulation? What of our merits in the campaign against Shang?" Tai Yi Zhenren expressed his own growing distress. "Do not panic. I will consult with Brother Nanji. If necessary, you can simply take on another disciple." Guang Chengzi reassured, "The calamity is imminent. Where shall I find a suitable disciple now? Furthermore, our master has already foretold that this reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl is to be the vanguard against Shang. With everything now in disarray, what shall we do?" Tai Yi Zhenren lamented. As they pondered their predicament, the White Crane boy approached and said, "Esteemed uncles, the Lord is already aware of your concerns and requests your presence." Upon hearing the news, several individuals immediately rose and hastened to the Jade Void Palace to seek an audience with the primordial heavenly sovereign. Upon their arrival, they found their esteemed master seated above, and they promptly bowed in respect, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to our master." The primordial heavenly sovereign nodded slightly and remarked, "I'm already aware of the reincarnation of Ling Zhuzi. Recently, there have been fluctuations in the calamity cycle. The heavenly secrets are in disarray. This Yin Shou, for reasons unknown, remains unaffected by the calamity's essence, thus preventing the impending tribulation from manifesting. This has disrupted our prior arrangements. Master, what shall we do about this situation?" One inquired. Fear not, the grand design is irreversible. It merely requires a reorganization of our plans. The primordial heavenly sovereign replied nonchalantly. Master, will my discipleship? Tai irrespectfully questioned. I have consistently urged you to diligently cultivate, yet you chose to ignore my counsel. Now, you find yourselves outmatched, unable to protect even your own disciples, and you still expect me to intervene on your behalf? The primordial heavenly sovereign responded with displeasure. Master, I beseech your forgiveness. It is entirely my fault. Tai lowered his head in acknowledgement of his error. Chapter 13. The Fire Cloud Cave and the three sovereigns observing Tai Jinren kneeling on the ground in repentance. Yuanshi sighed and said, Rise. The celestial mechanisms have shifted, disrupting many plans. The reincarnation of the Lingzhu is not an insurmountable loss. There is still time. You may take on another disciple. Thank you, Master. Tai Jinren hastily expressed his gratitude. Very well, all of you return to your caves and diligently cultivate. Though this calamity has altered its course, it will inevitably arrive. I shall consult with other sages to restore this divine calamity to its rightful path. Obediently following your command, Master. The others responded, bowing deeply. Now disperse. Do not entangle yourselves in causality. In the city of Chaoga, Emperor Xian watched as his experience points transformed into 3,000 out of 3,200, brimming with excitement. The daily rewards from the system, coupled with the alterations to the character's narrative and the appointment of Zhao Gongming as the national teacher, had enabled him to reach the threshold of a third transformation in his cultivation. Upon clicking to upgrade, his body underwent a remarkable transformation. A vigorous vitality surged throughout him, fortifying his internal organs, while his muscles became resilient as if forged through relentless trials. This overwhelming energy continued to refine his entire being, infusing him with vitality from within. With a casual punch directed towards the sky, he effortlessly dispersed a cloud above, then turned his gaze toward the bronze cauldron nearby. With a motion akin to grasping a feather, he lifted it effortlessly. In this palace, there was nothing capable of testing the extent of his newfound strength. Emperor Xian nodded in satisfaction, contemplating that he finally possessed some means of self-preservation, with the fortune of the human race shielding him and his formidable physical prowess. He found himself unafraid of ordinary deities. Upon arriving at the Shoshin Palace, Yuan Hong stepped forward and saluted, saying, Your Majesty, I wish to return to Meishan for a brief visit. There is a millennium-old Zhu fruit nearing maturity, and I wish to harvest it as an offering to Your Majesty. Consuming this Zhu fruit will grant you an extension of life by at least 100 years. Emperor Xian, taken aback by the proposition, replied, General Yuan, is this not too precious? There is no need for Your Majesty to decline. I consumed the Zhu fruit a millennium ago, and as I am now a great Luo golden immortal, it holds no further benefit for me. Thus, it shall be dedicated to Your Majesty. Yuan Hong waved his hand dismissively. Very well. I appreciate your efforts, General Yuan. I will not forget your contributions. Emperor Xian expressed his gratitude, and Yuan Hong, delighted, transformed into a beam of white light and departed. On Mount Shumi, Zhuanti addressed Jin, saying, Brother, we can no longer wait idly. Emperor Xian remains unaffected by the calamity's influence, and the divine tribulation has yet to descend. We must devise a means to realign this divine calamity. Do not be hasty. My younger brother, this calamity is unavoidable for him. It seems we have underestimated the fortune of humanity, which has allowed Yin to evade the calamity's influence. However, it is merely a delay of a few years. Jane responded, This will not do, brother. I am unwilling to wait any longer. Who knows what further disturbances may arise? The Tao ancestor has promised us that this calamity will lead to the flourishing of our Western lands, allowing us to share in the fortune of humanity and the merits of the heavenly Tao. I do not wish for this endeavor to end in vain. Zhuanti expressed with concern. Jane, upon hearing this, ceased to refute. He too was anxious. After all, the two of them owed a substantial debt to the heavenly Tao. The West was barren, and having finally awaited an opportunity, he naturally wished for no unforeseen mishaps. Thus, he proposed, Why not release those 3 spirits from the Xianyuan tombs and allow them to enter the palace to bewitch Emperor Xun? Once he is ensnared by their charms and commits acts that alienate him from the people, the momentum of fate will inevitably weaken and dissipate. Emperor Xun will be unable to withstand the influence of calamity, and the grand tribulation of the deification can commence. Very well, let us send them to Endabi by his side. I have calculated that Su Hu's daughter, Su Daji, is destined to bring chaos to the Shang dynasty. Let that fox infiltrate the palace in her corporeal form. Agreed. Meanwhile, in the 8th Scenery Palace, the primordial Taoist addressed Laozi, who was seated on a mat, saying, "Elder brother, our master has entrusted us with the matter of deification. Yet Insho has exceeded our calculations, causing the grand tribulation to be delayed. Moreover, he has disrupted our original plans, which is why I sought to consult you again." "There is no need to consult me anew. You may discuss matters with Tong Tian," Laozi replied. "But elder brother, you know my teachings diverge from his. I fear that discussions may lead to disputes," said the primordial Taoist. "Then let Tong Tian come to the 8th Scenery Palace, and you may deliberate together," Laozi responded. Simultaneously, in the Heavenly Court's Lingxiao Treasure Palace, Hao Qian furrowed his brow. Previously, he had approached Hongjun Taoist ancestor, lamenting the need for more personnel in the Heavenly Court to facilitate his control over it, to eliminate the malevolent influences of heaven and earth, and to supplement the pantheon of deities. The ancestor had initiated the grand tribulation of deification. However, the day of the tribulation had arrived, yet it had not yet manifested, causing him great concern. He feared that the saints were deliberately delaying it out of reluctance to part with their disciples. He thought, if news did not arrive in a few days, he would seek out Hongjun again at the Zixiao Palace. In order to secure substantial benefits during this tribulation, he had even relegated his own daughter, Princess Longji, to the lower realm on Phoenix Mountain. He could not bear to witness the delay of the grand tribulation. In Huiyun Cave, Fushi gazed at the divination symbols on the ground and mused, "Strange, the grand tribulation has yet to descend, and even the fortunes of the Shang dynasty have begun to shift. What could this mean? Are they plotting something against us? Those celestial beings only know how to scheme against humanity. Were it not for our weakness, we would not be in such a predicament." A resolute voice responded. It was Emperor Huang Xianyuan. "Our human race has only recently begun to rise, with insufficient foundations. How can we possibly compare to those celestial beings who have cultivated for tens of thousands of years?" A gentle voice followed, belonging to Shinnong. What of those celestial beings? Given some time, our human race can certainly contend with them. Alas, we are still not powerful enough. We have failed to protect humanity, resulting in a situation where even the human king cannot cultivate. It is utterly absurd. Huang Xianyuan retorted with indignation. Since the time of Shun, they have severed the cultivation of the human king. When the succeeding kings cannot cultivate, they lose control over the fortunes of humanity and cannot utilize those fortunes to enhance themselves. Furthermore, the frequent changes of the human king have led to unstable fortunes, causing each generation to be inferior to the last. This time, the calamity of the deities is said to be a means of replenishing the divine ranks in the heavenly court. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingers within me, particularly as they seek to wage war against the Shang and elevate the Zhou, using internal strife among the human race to further their divine agenda. This thought fills me with trepidation. Fushi then spoke. "Your divination through the 8 trigrams approaches the essence of the Tao and is unparalleled in its predictive prowess. Why not cast a divination to ascertain the fortunes and misfortunes?" Xianyuan replied, "I have already attempted such a calculation, but alas, the heavenly secrets are shrouded by the miasma of calamity, and the presence of those above the saints obscures the celestial truths, making it exceedingly difficult to ascertain with precision." Fushi sighed. "This indicates a deliberate concealment on their part. They are aware of your exceptional abilities in divination and fear discovery, prompting such caution. Yet, I cannot fathom what schemes they harbor against our human race. Their vigilance is indeed alarming." Xianyuan exclaimed. "The conspiracy must be of considerable magnitude. Otherwise, they would not be so circumspect, knowing full well that we are trapped within the Fire Cloud Cave. Chapter 14. The Nine-Tailed Fox. Su Daji, our human race, has already been ensnared by them far too often, yet they remain unrelenting in their pursuit. I propose we confront them. After all, our situation could scarcely worsen. I refuse to believe they can annihilate the human race entirely. Xian Yuan, do not act rashly. While they cannot extinguish us, we must not allow our people to perish needlessly. Shen Nong interjected. The disparity in strength between our races is far too great. Better to fight than to be schemed into oblivion. Fushi sighed. If our strength were greater and we had even a 30% chance of victory, I would support you wholeheartedly. Alas, we lack even a mere 10%. We are merely without a saint. If our race possessed its own saint, we would not be so cautious, nor would we confine ourselves within this fire cloud cave. The Yellow Emperor retorted, still agitated. In the past, when the Ta Ching saint established the human sect, we believed we would gain a solid foundation to alter our fate. Yet who could have foreseen? I have always said, relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself. We have fought for our existence through generations of our ancestors' blood, not through their charity. They merely cling to the human race, siphoning our vitality. If it were not for their obstructions and schemes, perhaps our race would have already birthed its own saint. Enough. Xian Yuan. Ceaseless lamentations will not alter the established facts. All we can do is strive to protect the fortunes of our people. Shen Nong urged. Indeed, I can only hope that future generations will break this cage for our race. In Jizhou, the fox spirit Su Daji, who had absorbed her original hostess soul, admired her beauty in a bronze mirror. With a mischievous smile, she twirled a strand of hair and mused, hee. No wonder I was compelled to seize this body. Its allure is undeniable. This exquisite visage even stirs my own heart. I refuse to believe that there exists a man who can resist my charm. Of course, no one could withstand your allure. Sister, you are truly beautiful. Even I envy this form you possess. A voice chimed in. Fear not. Once I enter the palace and ensnare Emperor X, I shall procure a body that satisfies you. Then, we sisters shall indulge in earthly riches and live as carefree deities. How delightful! She laughed. Indeed, I wish to join you, sister. Let us all enjoy this wealth and become carefree immortals. Another voice, smooth as jade, echoed. These three were none other than the nine-tailed fox spirit, the nine-headed rooster spirit, and the jade pipa spirit from Xuanyuan's grave. They were commanded by Zhuanti to bewitch Emperor Xian, with the promise that if they succeeded, they would be granted divinity during the future canonization. Excellent. All three of us shall share in this. But first, we must devise a way for me to infiltrate the palace. Sister, that should be simple. Let us head to Chaoga City. Once we arrive, a mere encounter with Emperor Xian will surely enchant him. The rooster spirit, Hu Shimei, suggested. Indeed, sister. The city of Chaoga is conveniently situated near our cave. Let us return to Chaoga and devise a plan, urged the Pipa spirit. Very well, Su Daji acquiesced. Let us first proceed to Chaoga, and should we encounter Emperor Xian, I am confident in my ability to subdue him. After the three demons conferred, they conjured a gust of demonic wind and set off for Chaoga. Upon arriving at the outskirts of the city, they descended from the sky and beheld the vibrant and bustling scene within. The Pipa spirit proposed, Sisters, this city is abuzz with life. Shall we not indulge in some merriment while we are here? Indeed, sister, it has been long since we last ventured into the mortal realm. Let's explore. Who knows? We might even chance upon Emperor Xian. The Ji chicken spirit chimed in. Initially, Su Daji contemplated declining their suggestion, for they were not here for leisure, but on a mission. Should the sage detect their lack of diligence, they would surely face dire consequences. However, seeing the pleading expressions of her companions, she reluctantly nodded in agreement. Overjoyed by their elder sister's consent, the two spirits erupted in jubilant cheers. They performed an illusion spell, transforming themselves into two charming maidens, and eagerly pulled Su Daji into the city of Chaoga. Meanwhile, Emperor Xian was engaged in conversation with Zhao Gongming, sporting a cheerful demeanor. National Master, I have heard that your sect is the foremost among the celestial teachings. Is this truth or mere rumor? Zhao Gongming, with a proud stroke of his beard, boasted, "Indeed, your majesty, our is the greatest sect under heaven, with numerous immortals among our ranks, renowned for attracting a multitude of celestial beings. Oh, it appears that you possesses formidable strength," Emperor Xian remarked. "Naturally," Zhao Gongming replied with pride. "Given your prowess, I presume you possess a considerable wealth of heavenly materials and treasures?" Emperor Xian inquired, leaning in with curiosity. "Indeed, we have our fair share. But wait, your majesty, why do you seek this knowledge? Pray tell, you aren't contemplating." Zhao Gongming's expression shifted as he regarded Emperor Xian with suspicion. National Master, what manner of gaze is that? I am affluent beyond measure. What treasures could I lack? I am merely curious. No matter how wealthy you are, your majesty, it pales in comparison to the collections of us immortals. Zhao Gongming countered with a shake of his head. "In that case, might you present some of your rare treasures for my enlightenment?" Emperor Xian implored, his eagerness evident. Zhao Gongming glanced at the impatient Emperor Xian, then turned away, stating, "Your majesty, aside from a few artifacts, I possess little else of value. Perhaps you should seek out Wenzhong, as the favored disciple of my sect's esteemed elder sister. He surely has a wealth of treasures." Understanding the emperor's intentions were not pure, Zhao Gongming was unwilling to fall into his trap and promptly redirected him to Wenzhong, his own disciple. In truth, Emperor Xian sought to acquire a few medicinal pills or heavenly materials from Zhao Gongming to enhance his own strength. However, discerning the darker motives behind the emperor's inquiries, Zhao Gongming resolutely refused. National Master, why are you so miserly? I merely wish to broaden my horizons. There is no need to drag Master Wen into this matter. My lord, spare us your deceit. I can discern your ill intentions with a mere flick of my fingers." Zhao Gongming cast a sidelong glance at Xian. "Do not slander me. Do not presume that I am unaware. I am shielded by the fortune of the human race. Even if you were to count your fingers, you would uncover nothing of significance." Chapter 15. Yin Jiao and Yin Hong after a brief exchange. Zhao Gongming ultimately succumbed to Xian's brazen demeanor. Reluctantly, he bestowed upon Xian several elixirs before hastily departing, fearing that further discourse might jeopardize the scant resources he had. Zhao Gongming assumed that Xian sought the elixirs to enhance his vitality and prolong his life. Hence, he provided mostly tonics aimed at fortifying the body and replenishing qi and blood. However, this fortuitously aligned with Xian's desires. Upon receiving the elixirs, Xian retreated to his private chambers, casually popping a golden-hued pill into his mouth. To his pleasant surprise, the flavor was rather agreeable. Once ingested, a system notification revealed that he had accrued over 30 experience points, eliciting a sense of joy within him. He had not anticipated that these elixirs would also yield experience. Seizing the moment, Xian consumed the remaining pills, reassured by the presence of the system that no adverse effects would ensue. Moreover, the transformation of elixirs into experience points spared him the arduous task of refining them. Observing the progress bar, now reading 20,000, he nodded in satisfaction. Although the cultivation method required 20,000 qi and blood points for its full transformation, he was confident in his ability to gather them swiftly. At worst, he could adopt a bolder approach in requesting more elixirs and, in due time, issue a decree for the various lords to present rare treasures during tributes. Days passed swiftly, and on this particular day, Empress Jiang arrived with her two children, Yin Jiao and Yin Hong, to pay their respects to Xian. The Empress, with her exquisite features and dignified demeanor, radiated elegance and nobility in every movement. Xian could not help but reflect on the privilege of being a scion of a great lord, having benefited from a superior education since childhood. Under the Empress's guidance, Yin Jiao and Yin Hong exhibited commendable decorum. Contemplating his two adopted sons, Xian pondered whether to arrange for a mentor for them in advance, thereby preventing them from being drawn into the teachings of others, ultimately shielding them from potential calamities. Noticing DXIN's unwavering gaze upon her children, Empress Jiang approached and inquired, "Your Majesty, have my sons committed any faux pas? Why do you gaze so intently at Jiao and Hong?" "Not all," DXIN replied, roused from his reverie. "I was merely reflecting that my sons are of an age where they should seek a tutor. I am considering whom they should apprentice under." Upon hearing this, a smile graced Empress Jiang's face. "Indeed, it is time to find them a mentor, lest they remain by my side in playful mischief. Might I inquire if you have any suitable candidates in mind?" "Alas, I have yet to determine the right individual. Do share if you have any worthy suggestions." He responded with a chuckle. "Truth be told, I have no specific candidates. I merely wish to offer counsel to your Majesty. Ultimately, the decision of whom my sons will study under rests with you." Empress Jiang replied with a smile. "Pray, do enlighten me about your thoughts," DXIN urged. "I believe that the venerable Prime Minister Shang Rong and the Grand Tutor Wen Zhong possess vast knowledge and are loyal ministers. I would feel assured with them guiding the Crown Prince and Hong," Empress Jiang articulated. After listening, DXIN nodded. If this were merely a secular dynasty and not the world of Fengshen, these two individuals would indeed be suitable mentors for the Crown Prince. Unfortunately, given the presence of immortals and deities here, mere human knowledge is of little use. Moreover, they will soon face the tribulations of Fengshen, and it is imperative to learn some mystical arts and divine powers. The two individuals proposed by the Queen are certainly commendable choices, particularly Master Wen, from whom I have previously studied military strategy. However, both are advanced in age and may lack the vigor to instruct the Crown Prince. It would be prudent to consider another candidate. DXIN casually dismissed the notion. "Then I am a loss as to whom might be suitable to teach my son," the Queen remarked. "I do have a candidate in mind, though I am uncertain if you would agree to take on the task," DXIN replied. "Oh, my king, is there truly anyone among the court who would decline to instruct the Crown Prince?" asked Empress Jiang, somewhat perplexed. "Naturally. This individual is none other than Zhao Gongming, the esteemed uncle invited by Master Wen. He is currently the national teacher of our Shang dynasty, possessing not only formidable martial skills, but also a profound understanding of the mystical arts. If my son could become his disciple, it would surely lead to great accomplishments in the future." Zixin et dolet Zhao Gongming et weiter. Empress Jiang, not particularly attuned to court affairs and unfamiliar with Zhao Gongming, felt reassured upon learning that he was Master Wen's uncle. She knew Master Wen well, a venerable minister trusted across 3 dynasties, capable of stabilizing the realm with his intellect and martial prowess. Thus, she had faith that DXIN would not lead their son astray. In response to DXIN, she said, "Since the national teacher possesses such remarkable abilities, it would indeed be a fortunate event for Jiao to become his disciple. Perhaps I should accompany you to meet the national teacher and request him to instruct our son?" "Huh, that will not be necessary, my queen. I shall handle matters with the national teacher on my own and persuade him to take our son under his wing," DXIN replied, wishing to keep Empress Jiang out of this affair. After their conversation, Empress Jiang departed with the 2 children, reminding DXIN to seek the national teacher soon regarding the education of the Crown Prince. Days later, DXIN approached Zhao Gongming, bearing a potent liquor he had procured. With a smile, he greeted Zhao Gongming, "National teacher, look what delightful treasure I have brought you." "Humph, what could you possibly have? If you refrain from trying to peddle me those elixirs, I would consider myself fortunate," Zhao Gongming retorted, somewhat irked. "Ah, national teacher, you unjustly accuse me. I approach you with nothing but sincere intentions. The moment I acquired something exceptional, you were the first person who came to mind. I had no idea you held such a prejudice against me." Dixin exaggeratedly lamented. Zhao Gongming rolled his eyes in exasperation. Before their relationship grew more familiar, DXIN had behaved quite normally. He never anticipated that familiarity would lead to such shamelessness. "Come, let me see what marvelous item has prompted you to rush before me," Zhao Gongming said. DXIN chuckled softly before presenting the liquor, his expression one of mystery. "National teacher, allow me to open your eyes to what true fine wine is." Zhao Gongming, with a face full of bewilderment, accepted the offering. The moment he uncorked the bottle, a rich aroma of wine wafted forth, and he immediately turned to DXIN with delight. DXIN, maintaining an air of composure, nodded slightly, encouraging him to indulge. Eagerly, Zhao Gongming took a sip, and his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he exclaimed, "What a splendid wine! Truly exceptional! How do you find it? Quite remarkable, isn't it?" "Indeed, indeed. Your Majesty has shown great thoughtfulness, knowing well my taste," he remarked, taking another hearty gulp of the exquisite liquid. "Now, my esteemed sorcerer, may I impose upon you a request?" Dixin Lindin, inquiring. "I anticipated that this fine wine would come with a favor to ask. Speak freely. For the sake of this exquisite vintage, I shall consider any reasonable request." "Huh, it is not a matter of great consequence. I have a son whom I wish to place under your tutelage to become your disciple. What say you to this?" Chapter 16. Yin Jiao pays his respect to Zhao Gongming upon hearing this. Zhao Gongming cast a glance at DXIN, his eyes gleaming with intensity. He spoke in a grave tone, "Your Majesty, have you truly contemplated this decision? I am a practitioner of the Tao. I cannot instruct him in the art of governance or the intricacies of state affairs. The only wisdom I can impart pertains to the Tao. Furthermore, once he becomes my disciple, he will be bound by the rules of the... I am fully aware of these stipulations, yet I still hope you will accept him." DXIN replied, "Why must the crown prince be placed under your tutelage? My nephew, Wen Zhong, will be the most suitable mentor for the crown prince. National teacher, I shall no longer speak in riddles. Though I am a mortal king, I have recently become aware of the impending calamity of the investiture of the gods and the rumors circulating among the three teachings regarding the rise of Zhou and the fall of Shang." DXIN stated calmly, "How do you know of such matters? Did Wen Zhong inform you?" "No, he has been in Chaoga City, and he likely remains ignorant." Zhao Gongming exclaimed in astonishment. "National teacher, I possess knowledge that surpasses your expectations." Dixin retorted, "What is your true intent?" "My intent is simple. I do not wish to witness the 6th century foundation of my dynasty crumble under my reign." DXIN confessed, "Do you wish to entrust the crown prince to my care, preserving a remnant of the Yinshang legacy?" Zhao Gongming inquired. "Certainly not. I hope you will impart to him the arts and divine powers of the Tao, enabling him to contribute to my great Shang. As the crown prince, he cannot escape his destiny." Dixin asserted, "Since you are already aware of these matters, allow me to speak candidly. The rise of Zhou and the fall of Shang is a decree of heaven, an inevitable trend. It is nearly impossible to alter." Zhao Gongming advised, National teacher, if you are aware that my Shang is destined for demise, why then do you acquiesce to my request to serve as the national teacher?" DXIN laughed heartily. "It is merely a whim of mine, having calculated that I am fated to encounter this calamity. Otherwise, I would have long returned to my serene seclusion on a May mountain." Zhao Gongming replied with resignation, "Your master is a sage. Why do you not seek his assistance? With his intervention, it seems you could extricate yourself from this predicament." DXIN inquired curiously. "Coincidentally, I relish the challenge of defying fate. Our embodies that slender thread of hope, the escape from the path of the Tao. Moreover, I have a premonition that should I survive this trial, great prospects await." Zhao Gongming responded with a smile. "Oh, it appears we share a similar conviction. I have always believed in the adage that human determination can triumph over destiny." DXIN said to Zhao Gongming, "Human determination triumphs over destiny? Excellent. I shall refrain from further inquiries. Have the crown prince visit me tomorrow to pay his respects. As for the offerings, do bring several jars of this delightful wine. I greatly enjoy its flavor." Zhao Gongming laughed heartily as he departed with the wine jar in hand. "Rest assured, national teacher, there will be an abundance of this wine." DXIN called after him, watching Zhao Gongming's retreating figure. He then wiped his brow, which bore no sweat, and murmured to himself, "Had you asked one more question, I would have truly been at a loss for words." The following day, Emperor Xin orchestrated a grand ceremony for the apprenticeship, inviting both civil and military officials to witness the occasion. Yin Jiao was to become a disciple under Zhao Gongming, while regarding Yin Hong, Emperor Xin deemed it prudent not to place all his eggs in one basket. Furthermore, if both brothers were to apprentice under Zhao Gongming, there would not be enough magical treasures to share. After Yin Jiao completed his bow of respect, Tong Tian, who was far away in the Bio Palace, was taken aback, subsequently offering a wry smile and remarking, "This situation is becoming increasingly entangled." Meanwhile, in the Yushu Palace, Guang Chengzi wore a troubled expression, lamenting, "Alas, my disciple has also been intercepted. Must I, like my fellow disciple Tai, seek out another suitable candidate?" Emperor Xen, addressing the newly initiated Yin Jiao, advised Jiao, "Your master is among the most formidable beings in this realm, outmatching even the immortals. You must cherish this opportunity, heed your master's words, and diligently pursue your cultivation without negligence. I shall strictly adhere to Father's instructions and devote myself to my training." Yin Jiao replied with a resounding voice, "Well then, that is commendable." Emperor Xian nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Huang Feihu and his troops had just arrived at Beihai, confronting the rebellious lords led by Yuan Fudong. Within the war tent, they were deliberating on strategies to quell the insurrection when a scout reported that the rebels within the city outnumbered them and were well armed. This revelation instilled a sense of caution among them. Yet before they could finalize their strategy, another soldier arrived, announcing that Yuan Fudong was outside, demanding to meet their commander. Huang Feihu led his companions out of the tent, mounted his colorful divine ox, and called out to the front lines, "Yuan Fudong, what business do you, the traitor, have with me? Are you seeking to surrender? Ha! What ist? I, Yuan Fudong, would never capitulate to you. Huang Feihu, should you choose to surrender to me, I might consider sparing your life. Otherwise, I shall ensure your demise." Yuan Fudong responded with a hearty laugh. "Humph, you audacious traitor, even as death approaches, you dare to utter such bravado. When I capture you and bring you to Chaoga to face justice, we shall see if you can maintain this arrogance." Huang Feihu retorted defiantly. "Then let us dispense with idle chatter. Let actions speak. Who among you dares to subdue Huang Feihu? I shall reward him with a bounty of 10,000 pieces of gold and promotion by 3 ranks. Yuan Fudong commanded his subordinates. A soldier named Zhao Heng volunteered, galloping forth with a long spear, proclaiming, "I, Zhao Heng, shall capture the traitor Huang Feihu and present him to the commander." "Excellent. I shall await your good news." Yuan Fudong replied joyfully. The soldier charged to the forefront and shouted, "Huang Feihu, I am Zhao Heng. Dare you step forth for a duel?" As he concluded his challenge, a chorus of cheers erupted from the soldiers rallying behind their general. Huang Feihu, with a stern countenance, began to ride forth to engage, but was intercepted by Chong Heihu. "Commander, do not trouble yourself with this insignificant challenger. Allow me to capture him and bring him before you." Chong Heihu insisted. "Very well, I entrust this task to you." "Duke of Chao," Huang Feihu said with delight. With a swift motion, Chong Heihu spurred his steed and charged forward, wielding an axe as he bellowed, "I am Chong Heihu of Chaozhou. You, traitor, shall feel the weight of my axe." With a furious roar, Zhao Heng charged forth on horseback, the clash of their weapons resonating with a sharp twang. The ensuing combat commenced with fervor. Though Zhao Heng possessed commendable martial skills, he could not rival the prowess of Chong Heihu. After several exchanges, he found himself struck in the chest by Chong Heihu's axe, toppling from his mount and subsequently bound by the surrounding soldiers. Chong Heihu laughed heartily and declared, "Yuan Fudong, you treacherous scoundrel, it would be wise for you to surrender at once, lest you meet the same fate." Infuriated, Yuan Fudong spat a few curses before addressing his subordinates. "Who will capture this arrogant wretch for me? There shall be generous rewards." No sooner had he spoken than a peculiar-looking individual approached, riding a massive wolf. The figure proclaimed, "Rest assured, my lord, I shall seize that insolent brat for you at once." "Very well, we shall see what you are capable of. Do not disappoint me," Yuan Fudong replied. Chapter 17. The Battle of the North Sea. The man urged his giant wolf forward to the front lines, addressing Chong Heihu, "Youngster, if you wish to be sensible, dismount and surrender promptly. Otherwise, I assure you, I will show no mercy." "Bah, who dares to be so arrogant? If you have the ability, come and face me in battle," Chong Heihu bellowed defiantly. The man, filled with rage, retorted, "Very well. Since you seek death, I shall grant your wish." With that, he drove his giant wolf forward, wielding a long knife to strike at Chong Heihu, who, undeterred, brandished two short axes and summoned the fiery-eyed beast to fiercely defend himself. The two clashed for several rounds, neither gaining the upper hand. Realizing victory was slipping away, the man resorted to incantations, invoking dark sorcery. A whirlwind of black wind materialized, spiraling toward Chong Heihu. Startled, he recognized the use of magic and urged the fiery-eyed beast to retreat. Alas, it was too late. The dark wind enveloped him, swiftly lifting him away to the enemy camp. Watching from the sidelines, Huang Feihu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the man would resort to such underhanded tactics to capture Chong Heihu. Dazed from the dark wind's grip, Chong Heihu landed only to be bound by a throng of soldiers. The rider atop the giant wolf laughed triumphantly. "How do you like the might of your fire wolf? Huh? Who else dares to contest?" The commanders beside Huang Feihu wore grim expressions. At that moment, another figure stepped forward, bowing. "Marshal Huang, I am Zheng Luan. I wish to capture this rogue." Seeing his grain officer volunteering for battle, Su Hu quickly admonished, "Zheng Luan, do not act foolishly. You are merely a grain officer. Your duty is to escort provisions. How dare you seek glory before the martial king? Withdraw at once. Please, my lord, do not be angry. I'm not being reckless. I am confident in capturing this man. Should I fail, I willingly accept military punishment." Zheng Luan asserted, eager to prove himself. Huang Feihu halted Su Hu, who was poised to scold Zheng Luan further, and asked with concern, "General Zheng, do you truly believe you can manage? That man possesses sorcery. Can you handle him? Rest assured, Marshal, his trivial magic does not intimidate me. I shall capture him at once and await your orders." With that, Zheng Luan seized two demon-suppressing staves, mounted the fiery-eyed beast, and charged into battle. The fire wolf, seeing another challenger, scoffed, "What? Huang Feihu dares not come forth, sending you to your demise?" Zheng Luan retorted coldly, "To deal with lowly thieves like you, our marshal need not intervene. Witness how I capture you." Without further ado, he swung his demon-suppressing staff towards the man. Unfazed, the fire wolf charged forward, and after several exchanges, the fire wolf attempted to cast a spell. However, Zheng Luan was quicker this time. With a grunt, two beams of white light erupted from his nostrils, swiftly shooting forth. The beam struck the fire wolf, who collapsed, and the giant wolf followed suit, falling to the ground. Soldiers surged forth behind Zheng Luan, swiftly binding the fire wolf and escorting it back to the main camp. Zheng Luan then reported back to Huang Feihu. Witnessing his remarkable prowess, exclaimed joyfully, "General Zheng, your skills are indeed exceptional. You shall be recognized for this achievement. Upon our return to Chaogu, I shall commend you to the king." Zheng Luan, with a beaming smile, expressed his gratitude before retreating into the ranks. Observing such a capable individual among his subordinates, Su Hu resolved to cultivate this talent upon returning. The two sides had engaged in several rounds of probing exchanges, resulting in mutual losses. After negotiations, they agreed to exchange captured generals, and Chong Heihu was returned. However, after the exchange, Yuan Fudong launched a surprise attack. Fortunately, Huang Feihu had anticipated such a move and maintained his composure. Thus, the battle resumed. Yet, Yuan Fudong dared to initiate the ambush because he had made prior arrangements. Amidst the clash, untransformed minor demons emerged from various directions to attack. Despite Huang Feihu's valiant resistance, he suffered significant losses and had to retreat to the camp. Although these sudden assaults from the demons could not overpower the generals, they proved formidable against the soldiers, causing Huang Feihu considerable distress and placing the pacification efforts in a stalemate. Contemplating whether to seek aid from Chaogu, he ultimately dismissed the notion, fearing it would reflect his inadequacy. Reluctantly, he gathered all the generals to deliberate on how to confront Yuan Fudong. Meanwhile, Daji had learned that in a few days, it would be the time for the feudal lords to pay tribute. Seizing this opportunity, she contemplated presenting herself as a tribute to Emperor Xian, hoping to infiltrate the palace. Upon sharing her idea with the other two demons, she received unanimous support. The three demons swiftly devised a plan to first visit Jizhou, enchant the residents of her original estate, and then, under the pretense of being Su Hu, the Marquis of Jizhou, present Su Daji to Emperor Exin. After finalizing their scheme, they transformed into a whirlwind of demonic energy and set off for Jizhou. In the Yushu Palace, Jane and Junti were visiting Yuanshi Tianzun to discuss the calamity of the Fengshen. Growing increasingly restless, they noted the delay in the onset of the calamity and pondered when the West would flourish again. Previously, Yuanshi Tianzun had invited Tongtian Jiaozhu to discuss the matter at the Baiying Palace, aiming to strategize a way for Emperor Exin to trigger the calamity to ensure its smooth progression. However, Tongtian had declined, believing that every situation should retain a glimmer of hope. If Emperor Exin could seize that hope and alter the fate of the Yin dynasty, preventing its replacement by the Zhou, it would be in accordance with heaven's will, and the sages should not forcibly intervene. Conversely, Yuanshi Tianzun contended that if heaven intended for the Yin dynasty to perish and be supplanted by the Zhou, then the survival of the Yin and its evasion of replacement would constitute a violation of the divine mandate. Therefore, measures must be taken to ensure the downfall of the Yin dynasty and its replacement by the Zhou, aligning with the will of heaven. After a lengthy debate, neither could convince the other, and eventually they departed in dissatisfaction, mediated only by Laozi. During this visit, Jane and Junti both expressed their support for Yuanshi Tianzun's approach, believing his perspective to be correct and offering their assistance to realign events. Thus, after discussing further details in secrecy from Tongtian Jiaozhu, they began their respective plans. Junti even sought out the three demons once more, urging them to be close to Emperor Exin and ensnare his heart and mind to disrupt the stability of the Yin dynasty and accelerate the disintegration of human fortunes. The three demons, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, nodded in agreement and shared their plans. Upon hearing this, Kunti expressed her satisfaction with a nod, even aiding Daji in concealing her demonic aura, making it more challenging for others to detect. Meanwhile, on the side of the North Sea, where Huang Feihu and his companions were once engaged in a fierce battle, they unexpectedly received assistance in recent days. Among the newcomers were Jin Jia and Mu Jia, the sons of Li Jing, as well as a diminutive figure known as Tu Xing Sunday. They all claimed to be on a mission from their master, descending from the mountain to assist in quelling the rebellion in the North Sea. Chapter 18. The Millennium Vermilion Fruit. This revelation filled Huang Feihu and his companions with uncontainable joy, for they discovered that not only were these individuals remarkably skilled in martial arts, but they also possessed formidable magical artifacts. The monstrous beings summoned by Yuan Fudong were no match for them. At this rate, it would not be long before they quelled the rebellion and returned triumphantly to the capital. Unbeknownst to them, however, many of the monsters at Yuan Fudong's side had silently departed. If this were not the case, their progress would not be so smooth. These creatures, prompted by external instructions, had come to Yuan Fudong's aid, coaxing him into rebellion. Originally intended to stall Wen Zhong, the plan faltered as it was not Wen Zhong who arrived to suppress the insurrection, but rather Huang Feihu and his allies. Consequently, the monsters received orders to discreetly abandon Yuan Fudong, ceasing their efforts against the forces of the Shang dynasty. This significantly weakened Yuan Fudong, who had initially felt emboldened by the prowess of these powerful demons. Now, faced with the encroaching army, their sudden silence was a devastating blow. Thus, within Yuan Fudong's main tent, the most frequently heard sound was his furious reprimands. Due to his dwindling strength, he had retreated into the city, raising a banner of truce and refusing to engage, resulting in a deadlock. Meanwhile, upon realizing that the elixirs provided by Zhao Gongming could be transformed into experience points, DXIN began to scour the royal treasury. Ginseng, Lingji, and Hisho were all exchanged for experience points. However, these medicinal herbs, harvested by mortal hands, were of relatively recent vintage and paled in comparison to the legendary herbs that were thousands of years old. Nevertheless, the cumulative total exceeded 10,000, and his cultivation was nearing a breakthrough into the fourth transformation. Just as he contemplated whether to request more elixirs from Zhao Gongming, Yuan Hong returned from Meishan. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Yuan Hong bowed and announced, "My king, I have successfully gathered the Millennium Vermilion fruits." He then produced 2 deep red fruits from his robe, offering them to Di Xian. Upon inspection, the fruits resembled 2 rubies, radiating a brilliant crimson glow and exuding an enticing fragrance, clearly extraordinary in nature. Di Xian expressed his delight to Yuan Hong, saying, "General Yuan, you have worked hard. These Millennium Vermilion fruits are indeed remarkable. Merely inhaling their aroma revitalizes me." Yuan Hong explained, "My king, these fruits grow at the spiritual veins of Meishan, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon for 1,000 years before yielding just 2 fruits, rich with spiritual power and medicinal efficacy. These fruits are truly not of this world, incomparable to mere earthly herbs. Your kindness, Minister Yuan, is greatly appreciated, and I shall not be modest. If you have any requests, please do not hesitate to voice them." Di Xian replied with a smile, "I harvested these fruits for the sake of repaying the favor you have shown me, my king, and I have no demands to make." Yuan Hong responded. Upon hearing this, Di Xian gazed deeply at Yuan Hong before exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent. I shall gladly accept them." Yuan Hong bowed again and took his leave. After his departure, Di Xian consumed one of the vermilion fruits, and the system notification sounded. Consumed 1 Millennium Vermilion fruit, gained 3,000 experience points. Current experience points, 17820200000. With a gleam of excitement in his eyes, Di Xian realized that this Millennium's Zhuguo had bestowed upon him the highest experience points since the inception of the system. Should he consume another, his cultivation could transcend to the 4th transformation. His experience points derived primarily from 2 sources: the alteration of character narratives, which granted varying degrees of experience, and the daily assistance provided by the system before the onset of calamity, which incrementally increased. Today, for instance, he received 150 points, a number that would rise further tomorrow. The 3rd source stemmed from his consumption of elixirs and rare treasures, with the quality of these items dictating the experience awarded. Di Xian deemed the latter 2 sources relatively standard, yet he found the experience gained from altering character narratives rather meager. Pondering whether it was due to the simplicity of the changes he had enacted, not lingering on this matter any longer, Di Xian promptly converted another Zhuguo into experience points, thus elevating his total to 820 out of 20,000. Shortly thereafter, a system notification emerged, indicating that his experience was at capacity and inquiring whether he wished to upgrade his cultivation technique. Without hesitation, he affirmed his choice. As his technique advanced to the 4th transformation, he felt his body undergoing a profound metamorphosis, with meridians being unblocked and torrents of power surging forth. His vitality surged, as if it were alive, capable of manifesting into offensive or defensive measures. He perceived his body as indomitable, imbued with boundless strength, and for a fleeting moment, he entertained the illusion that he could shatter the very fabric of reality with a single punch. Glancing at his experience points, which now stood at 820 out of 100,000, Di Xian was struck by a wave of concern. It appeared he had much further to strive. Otherwise, when calamity struck, his inadequate strength would render his prior efforts futile. As the day of tribute approached, many distant lords set forth early to avoid tardiness. This year, Di Xian had issued a decree requesting that the lords contribute rare treasures, making these coveted items exceedingly sought after. However, he had not mandated a specific quantity, merely expressing that his capital city, Chaoga, was in dire need of such treasures, encouraging the lords to offer more herbs and fewer jewels. This request posed no significant burden to the lords, as most could readily procure a few valuable herbs from their domains. Yet some lords, believing that Di Xian had a particular fondness for these rare materials, engaged in high-priced acquisitions, inadvertently inflating the price of rare herbs across the realm. Soon, the day of tribute arrived. Di Xian hosted a grand banquet in the palace to honor the arriving lords. However, Only the 4 major lords were permitted an audience with him in the inner hall, while the smaller lords were received by Shang Rong and other ministers in the outer hall. After adhering to the customary exchanges, Xin commanded the commencement of the banquet, inviting the lords to revel in the festivities. Xin, while indulging in wine, took the opportunity to observe the western beau, Ji Chong. After all, he was to be a future adversary, and Xin was curious to discern what set Ji Chong apart from the other lords. However, he was met with disappointment, for at that moment, Ji Chong behaved much like the other lords, displaying no unusual conduct and treating him with utmost respect, showing no sign of dissent. Furthermore, although Ji Chong did not possess the most formidable strength among the 4 great lords, his prestige was undeniably significant. Chapter 19. The birth of Neza among the 4 great lords. The Eastern Marquis, Jiang Huanshu, is the father of the queen, and due to their familial ties, he shares a relatively close relationship with Emperor Xin. The Southern Marquis, Yi Chongyu, is known for his steadfastness and loyalty, while the Northern Marquis Chonghutu is a staunch ally, having walked the same path as the emperor until ultimately betrayed by his own brother, Chonghehu, which led to his execution. Thus, during the banquet, Emperor Xin lavished praise and sought to win over both Jiang Huanshu and Chonghutu, leaving the two somewhat astonished. Jiang Huanshu, with his daughter as queen and having given birth to the crown prince, could comprehend the emperor's favorable disposition toward him. Conversely, Chonghutu sensed an unusual admiration from the monarch, which filled him with unexpected delight, believing it stemmed from the tribute he had presented. It should be noted that he had contributed the most during this tribute, including 2 rare millennium-old ginseng plants, acquired at great expense to demonstrate his loyalty, and it appeared his efforts were bearing fruit. As for the Southern Marquis, Yi Chongyu, Emperor Xin also offered him some encouraging words, ensuring no discontent arose. However, his demeanor toward the Western Marquis Ji Chong was far less amiable. While he did not resort to threats of execution, he posed numerous intricate questions regarding governance, leaving Ji Chong drenched in cold sweat. The day after the banquet, the various lords began to return to their domains, with Ji Chong departing rather early. Sensing the emperor's unwelcoming attitude towards him and fearing for his safety, he hurried back to Shichi overnight. A few days later, a guard from the residence of Lady Yin reported that she was in excruciating pain, and the physician suggested she might be in labor. Since Emperor Xin had previously instructed that any developments be reported immediately, he was promptly informed of Neza's impending birth. Soon after, another eunuch arrived to announce that Lady Yin had given birth to a strange creature, leaving the physician in a state of shock. Inside the residence of Lady Yin, a cacophony of panic ensued, with several frightened maidservants rushing out, their faces pale. Standing outside, Kong Xian furrowed his brow, fearing something had gone awry, just as a peculiar entity bounced out from within. A terrified maidservant called out, "This is the monster. This is what the lady bore." Kong Xian paused, lowering his hand, and focused his consciousness on the creature. He beheld a beautifully carved child trapped within the fleshy sphere, attempting to emerge yet unable to escape. Realizing that this child was a reincarnation of the spiritual pearl, he surmised that the essence of the pearl had infused this child, leaving only an empty shell, manifested as this bizarre form. With a mere thought, he parted the sphere, allowing a small child to leap forth. Adorned with a golden bracelet on his right hand and a red ribbon around his waist, radiating a brilliant golden light, Kong Xian approached to examine the child. Upon emerging, immediately demanded to be set down. Seeing the child speak so soon after birth, and noting his adorable appearance, Kong Xian nodded with satisfaction and gently placed him into the embrace of one of the maidservants. Kong Xian addressed the maid, saying, "This child is no monster. Cease your unfounded speculations. Quickly, take him inside to Lady Yin and inform her that this child is a prodigy, not a demon." The maid, initially apprehensive as she received the child, found her fears dissipating upon gazing at the adorable infant who looked up at her with an endearing expression, causing her to smile involuntarily. She carefully carried Neza into the room and called out to the anxious Lady Yin, "Madam, your offspring is not a creature of ill repute, but a young master. Look how delightful he is." As she handed the child to Lady Yin, The latter accepted Neza with haste, noticing that aside from being slightly larger, he bore no difference from other children. Her worries began to fade, especially upon hearing the maid relay Kong Xian's words, which further alleviated her concerns. Once cradled in his mother's arms, Neza became immediately docile. Having spent 3 years and 6 months within Lady Yin, he was intimately familiar with her essence, recognizing her as his mother, which prompted him to behave sweetly, bringing joy to Lady Yin's heart. Meanwhile, in the Shouxian Palace, Emperor Xian learned of Neza's safe arrival and visited the household the following day. Lady Yin presented Neza to him and performed her respects. Observing the lively Neza, Emperor Xian nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming, "Indeed, he is extraordinary by nature, a fine child. Pray, has he been named yet?" Lady Yin replied, "Your Majesty, my husband has not yet returned from battle. Thus, I have not named him." She believed that the name should be bestowed by Li Jing. As the head of the family, if the lady does not mind, may I bestow a name upon him? Emperor Xian inquired with a smile. The name Neza was originally designated by the Tai Jinren. Yet since Emperor Xian had won him back, their bond as master and disciple had dissolved. And thus it was fitting for him to name the child himself to avoid any discomfort with an alternate name. Upon hearing the king's intention to name the child, Lady Yin joyfully knelt in gratitude and promptly consented. Emperor Xian feigned contemplation before stating, "I have heard that your 2 sons are named Jinjia and Mujia. Thus, let this child be called Neza." Lady Yin repeated the name twice, finding it pleasing to the ear, and then bowed again, calling to the mischievous Neza, "Come here. My child, you now have a name, Neza. Do you remember? Quickly, thank His Majesty for bestowing this name." Neza stuck out his tongue at Emperor Xian, but ignored him, instead laughingly telling Lady Yin, "Mother, I remember my name. I shall be called Neza from now on." "Ha!" Observing her son's lack of decorum, Lady Yin gently admonished, "My child, you must not be impolite. How can you be so disrespectful? Hurry and apologize to the king." "I will not. He made you kneel, so I shan't thank him," Neza exclaimed, attempting to flee, wishing to spare his mother any embarrassment. However, unexpectedly, his body flew uncontrollably toward Kong Xian, who caught him firmly and admonished, "Neza, you must not be disrespectful. Apologize to the king at once." Upon his birth, Neza encountered Kong Xian, who had previously aided him in emerging from the flesh orb. Thus, he refrained from retaliating immediately and exclaimed, "Who are you? Release me at once, or I shall not hold back." Meanwhile, Emperor Xian chuckled from the side, saying, "Neza, in light of your filial piety, I shall not hold this against you. If you can prevail over him, no reparations are necessary. However, should you be defeated, not only must you offer apologies, but you shall also take him as your master. What say you? Do you dare?" Neza responded boldly, "What do I have to fear? Just have him release me, and I shall engage in a contest with him." Chapter 20. Su Daji enters the palace. Lady Yin, apprehensive that Emperor Xian and General Kong Xian might be displeased, swiftly admonished, "Czar, you must not be disrespectful. That man is General Kong, your master, and he was designated as such even before your birth." Having escaped from Kong Xian's grasp, Neza retorted, "Unless he can defeat me, I shall not acknowledge him as my master. Otherwise, I refuse to accept it." Lady Yin, incensed, exclaimed, "Czar, there is no need for you to be upset, for he has only just been born and lacks understanding of such matters. Even if he possesses innate talents, he must be gradually taught. Let him compete, lest he remain unmanageable in the future." Emperor Xian interjected with a smile, "This is indeed so, Your Majesty." After some contemplation, Lady Yin agreed with Emperor Xian. Despite her son's extraordinary birth, able to speak, sit, and walk upon arrival, he was still merely an infant, untrained in the ways of the world. Thus, she nodded her consent. General Kong Xian had no objections either. As a paragon of virtue, he was not one to be belittled by his own apprentice. Moreover, he recognized Neza's rebellious spirit, and if he did not earn Neza's respect, governing him in the future would likely prove challenging. The onlookers cleared a space for the two to engage in their contest. With hands clasped behind his back, Kong Xian declared, "Since you harbor doubts, strike at me. If you manage to touch me even once today, I shall concede defeat." Neza, incensed by Kong Xian's apparent disdain, retorted, "How dare you underestimate me? Very well, I shall see what prowess you possess to speak such bold words." Without waiting for a response, Neza removed the Qinquan circle from his right hand and hurled it towards Kong Xian. To his surprise, Kong Xian did not move. The circle halted a meter before him, as if an invisible force thwarted its advance. Feeling indignant, Neza exerted more strength, yet the Qinquan circle remained immovable. In an instant, he grasped the vast disparity in their abilities. With a swift roll, he retreated several steps, widening the distance between them, and grasped his Hunyuan silk. Neza commanded the Hunyuan silk to ensnare Kong Xian while channeling his magical energy into the Qinquan circle, then smashed it towards Kong Xian. The silk surged forth like a mighty dragon, aiming to bind him. However, as it approached, it was repelled by Kong Xian's divine radiance, tumbling from the air and landing in Kong Xian's hands. In that moment, as the Hunyuan silk was captured, the gleaming Qinquan circle surged towards Kong Xian. This time, infused with Neza's magical energy, it bore greater force. Neza brimmed with confidence, believing he could shatter even a mountain with the Qinquan circle. Yet the subsequent turn of events left him wide-eyed in astonishment. The circle, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, was halted in mid-air by a single finger extended from Kong Xian, before it fell helplessly to the ground. As Neza gazed at the fallen Qinquan circle, he was momentarily dazed, unable to fathom the vast chasm between their powers. Kong Xian, with a chuckle, tossed the Hunyuan silk back to him and said, "Come now. Showcase any further abilities you possess." Neza gritted his teeth, clutching the Chaos Silk and the Universe Ring, and unleashed his full magical power as he charged towards Kong Xian. He was acutely aware that he was no match for Kong Xian, yet the thought of not even being able to land a single blow was utterly intolerable. Before he could gather his wits, an even more disheartening scene unfolded. His most powerful strike aimed at Kong Xian was effortlessly neutralized, not even grazing the hem of his garment. As a beam of white light swept over him, he felt his entire body weaken, his magical powers bound. It was then that Kong Xian, seeing Neza devoid of further means, employed the five-color divine light to subdue him. With a single hand lifting Neza, Kong Xian chuckled, "So, have you been humbled? Do I qualify as your master?" Neza, resembling a frostbitten eggplant, hurriedly replied, "Master, I bow to you." Yet suspended in the air, his flailing limbs, while paying homage, appeared comical. Observing Neza's capitulation, Kong Xian set him down, allowing him to perform the respectful bow of apprenticeship. Subsequently, he retrieved the wind-fire wheel and the fire spear from the divine light, bestowing them upon Neza as a token of their meeting. Elated by the acquisition of new magical artifacts, Neza felt an immediate affinity towards Kong Xian, his resistance dissipating. Meanwhile, Emperor Xian and Lady Yin, witnessing Neza being accepted as Kong Xian's disciple, expressed their delight. Emperor Xian remarked to Kong Xian, "He is quite the troublemaker. You must teach him well. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall guide him diligently." At the same time, the nine-tailed fox Daji, seizing the opportunity presented by the tribute, infiltrated the imperial palace. Alongside other beautiful maidens sent by various feudal lords, she was arranged in a secluded chamber, awaiting Emperor Xian's favor and summons. Daji twirled a strand of her hair around her finger, her eyes reflecting a mysterious intent as she observed the other beauties. She licked her lips and murmured, "With so many lovely maidens waiting for Emperor Xian's attention, I wonder when my turn will come. Should I discreetly eliminate a few to lessen the competition?" However, she quickly dismissed the thought, recognizing her mission's importance. Instead, she devised a plan to enchant several influential figures within the palace, persuading them to present her before Emperor Xian. Once in his presence, she was confident that her beauty would captivate him. Her urgency stemmed from a recent message from Zhuan Ti, urging her to integrate herself into Emperor Xian's circle to facilitate her scheme. If she failed to approach him, her value would diminish significantly, with dire consequences. Thus, Daji was resolute in her efforts to get close to Emperor Xian, aspiring not only for immortality, but also for her very survival. Meanwhile, upon Ji Chang's return to Shichi, his reputation soared, seemingly buoyed by unseen forces propelling him to greater heights. His casual commands were flawlessly executed, often yielding unexpected rewards. Shichi has begun to experience favorable weather and auspicious omens, all attributed to the virtuous nature of Ji Chang, which has garnered the favor of the heavens upon Shichi. As these sentiments spread, the citizens of Shichi gradually came to believe that their peace and prosperity were solely due to the benevolence of the Duke of West. Alongside these narratives, rumors about Emperor Xan circulated, suggesting that he had commanded the lords of the realm to offer him elixirs for immortality. Many subjects in the various states were compelled to venture into the mountains in search of medicinal herbs, with countless lives lost in the process. As these tales proliferated, reports emerged of inexplicable droughts in certain regions, with whispers claiming that the current emperor's lack of virtue had angered the heavens, resulting in divine retribution in the form of drought. Chapter 21. Jiangxia descends the mountain. When these rumors reached the city of Chaoga, Emperor Xan realized that someone was deliberately instigating trouble, likely due to his inability to allow the calamity to unfold. Protected by his system, he remained unaffected by the ominous energies, obstructing the anticipated calamity that had been eagerly awaited by various factions. It seemed they intended to use such tactics to undermine his reputation, thereby diminishing the fortune of the human race that he embodied. Although he did not pay much heed to this matter, when Zhong and others were indignant, witnessing their sovereign being slandered, they promptly dispatched envoys to investigate the origin of the rumors and issued orders to the various lords to rigorously trace their source. At present, Emperor Xan had not committed any acts that would evoke widespread resentment, and the lords remained loyal. Consequently, they began to scrutinize their own territories in search of those who spread the rumors. Moreover, Prime Minister Shang Rong particularly summoned the lords from various regions to clarify these rumors within their domains. Thus, a minor tempest dissipated without a trace. Emperor Xan had previously inquired of his system, since he was not affected by the ominous energies, preventing the calamity from commencing. Why did they not consider an alternative approach or employ another individual to trigger the calamity directly? The system explained that various factions were scheming for the fortune and merits of humanity, and to ensnare humanity or the path of humanity, they could not bypass him. The king of humans, he was the most fitting catalyst. For instance, forcibly initiating the calamity would incite a rebellion in Shichi, setting aside the disparity in strength. Any celestial beings intervening to assist Shichi would be futile. Their interference would only provoke a backlash from the path of humanity, ultimately resulting in a greater loss. Furthermore, with humanity's fortune residing within the Shang dynasty, Shichi would undoubtedly fail. They could only diminish Emperor Xan's support and the loyalty of the lords to erode the fortune he held. Moreover, those compelled to rebel against the Shang dynasty and align themselves with Shichi would bring with them a portion of fortune, leading to a transfer of energies. Once the collective fortune of humanity in Shichi surpassed that of the Shang, the onset of the campaign against the Shang would begin. Through the subjugation of the Shang, Emperor Xan's fortune would gradually be stripped away until his self-immolation and the downfall of the Shang, at which point all remaining fortune would revert to the new king, Jifa. However, GFA would later declare himself the Son of Heaven, renouncing the fate of the King of Humans and transforming the path of humanity into a subordinate of the heavenly path, forsaking equality. Moreover, to confuse Emperor Xan, inducing him to become foolish and tyrannical, thereby undermining his own stronghold, was indeed the most expedient method to commence the calamity. There was no need for intricate plots or schemes to sow discord between Emperor Xan and his loyal ministers and lords, nor to laboriously persuade them to rebel against the Shang. If Emperor Xan himself fell into folly, what once seemed troublesome would become trivial, significantly shortening the time until the deification. Unlike previous calamities that persisted for thousands of years before settling, the calamity of deification concluded in just a few decades. The fortune of humanity, which was initially impervious to external manipulation, could only be altered by humanity itself. Yet, following the calamity of deification, the fortune of humanity would no longer be under human control, as most of it would be divided among various realms. The fate of the human race has now become beyond its own control, with the path of humanity relegated from its former parallel status alongside the heavenly way to being subjugated by it. On Kunlun Mountain, Jiang Ziya, who was still tending to the peach garden and fetching water, was informed today by the White Crane Boy that the Celestial Master had summoned him for an important matter, urging him to hasten to the Jade Void Palace. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ziya, not daring to delay, tidied his attire and promptly made his way to the Jade Void Palace. He bowed before the Supreme Primordial Celestial Master, saying, "Disciple Jiangshan greets you, Master. May I inquire what instructions you have for me?" The Supreme Primordial Celestial Master smiled slightly and addressed the kneeling Jiang Ziya. "Ziya, how many years have you devoted to your practice on this mountain?" Jiang Ziya cautiously replied, "To answer my master, I have been cultivating here for 40 years. Ziya, though you have spent 40 years in your practice, it is a pity that you are fated to remain distant from the path of immortality. It is best for you to descend the mountain at once," the Celestial Master declared. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ziya realized he was being cast out and immediately knelt in supplication. "Master, I beseech you, please do not expel me from the school. I vow to strive diligently in my cultivation henceforth." "Ziya, I do not wish to cast you out. It is merely that your innate talents are limited, rendering it difficult for you to succeed in the immortal path. However, you are destined for earthly wealth and honor, which is why I urge you to descend," the Supreme Primordial Celestial Master explained. "But Master," Jiang Ziya implored, "even if my aspirations for the immortal path are unattainable, I would rather not descend to the mortal realm. I earnestly hope for your compassion to allow me to continue my cultivation here on the mountain," he beseeched, bowing his head in reverence. "This is the decree of fate, one that you cannot defy. Furthermore, the auspicious signs below indicate that the reign of the Shang will soon come to an end and the Zhou will rise. You are destined to assist a wise sovereign and become a minister worthy of deification. How could you remain on the mountain? It is best for you to descend and fulfill your mission." The Supreme Primordial Celestial Master shook his head and asserted. Seeing that Jiang Ziya was still inclined to speak further, the Antarctic Immortal promptly interjected, "Ziya, do not plead with the Master any longer. This is a matter of destiny, one from which you cannot escape. Moreover, descending to fulfill your divine mission is an opportunity. Once you accomplish your task, there is no reason you cannot return to the mountain. The Master has not expelled you, merely guiding you to gain experience." The words of the Antarctic Immortal lifted Jiang Ziya's spirits considerably. Upon reflection, he realized that the Master had not said he was being expelled, but rather was encouraging him to descend and complete his mission. Once he fulfilled that, he could surely return to the mountain. Understanding this, he ceased his insistence to remain and instead bowed, saying, "Master, as I embark on this journey down the mountain, how should I proceed? I humbly seek your guidance. Simply descend the mountain. There is no need for concern about the rest. What is meant to come will indeed arrive. You need not force anything," the Supreme Primordial Celestial Master replied. Thus, after bidding farewell to his master and packing his belongings, Jiang Ziya turned to the Antarctic Immortal, who had come to see him off, and said, "Senior brother, I am grateful for your company on this journey. We part ways here, but once I have fulfilled the tasks entrusted by our master, I shall return. Take care, junior brother. Should you encounter any difficulties, you may always return to the mountain for assistance. We will not forsake you," the Antarctic Immortal advised with a smile. Jiang Ziya felt a surge of gratitude and quickly bowed in response. "I will remember your words. Thank you for your concern, senior brother." "Very well. Then go forth. And take care." After bidding farewell to the Antarctic Immortal, Jiang Ziya performed a technique of earth escape and arrived at the foot of the mountain. However, he soon found himself plagued by a sense of melancholy. Before ascending the mountain to cultivate his Tao, he had lost all his family, leaving him utterly alone. Now, having descended, he was uncertain of his next destination. After pondering for a considerable time, he recalled a sworn brother named Song Yiren, who resided in Chaoga City. Their bond had always been strong, and with nowhere else to go, he resolved to visit his old comrade in Chaoga City. Chapter 22. Jiang Ziya and DXAN Jiang Ziya. Having traversed the earth through the art of earth evasion, arrived at Songjia village, situated several dozen miles from Chaoga City. It was here that he revealed his form, recalling that his sworn brother resided in this very village, a man of considerable wealth. As he surveyed the somewhat familiar surroundings, Jiang Zia sighed softly and approached the gatekeeper, saying, "Good sir, I am an old acquaintance of your master, Jiang Zia. I will be grateful if you could kindly relay my presence." The gatekeeper, observing Jiang Zia's ethereal demeanor, discerned no deceit within him and replied, "Please wait a moment. Esteemed guest, I shall inform my master at once." "Thank you, kind sir," Jiang Zia responded. Meanwhile, within the village, Song Yiren was diligently calculating accounts in the storeroom when the gatekeeper arrived to inform him of Jiang Zia's visit. Initially taken aback, Song Yiren quickly regained his composure and asked, "Did he truly claim to be Jiang Zia?" "Indeed, my lord. He stated he is Jiang Zia, your old friend, and appears to be a practitioner of the Tao," the gatekeeper confirmed. "Then it must be him. My brother Zia has returned from his cultivation. Come, let us hurry," Song Yiren urged. At the entrance, Jiang Zia stood under a willow tree, awaiting his friend. Soon, two figures emerged from the gate, the gatekeeper in front, and behind him, an elderly gentleman clad in splendid attire. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Zia recognized the elder to bear a striking resemblance to Song Yiren from his memories. Just as he was about to greet him, the elder, following the gatekeeper's gesture, spotted Jiang Zia and approached him with evident joy. "Zia, is that truly you?" "My dear brother Zia," Song Yiren exclaimed. "Brother Song, it is I. I am Zia," Jiang Zia replied, equally exhilarated. "It is indeed you, my brother. You vanished for over 40 years without a word. I had feared for your well-being," Song Yiren lamented, grasping Jiang Zia's sleeve. "I am at fault. I should have sent word to you over these years. When I was taken in by my master, I vowed to diligently pursue the path of immortality, dedicating myself to relentless cultivation without a moment's respite. I remained secluded for a full 40 years. Jiang Zia reflected. "You have endured much, my brother. Gulme, let us enter and catch up in the comfort of home," Song Yiren insisted, leading Jiang Zia into the house. As they engaged in light-hearted conversation, they arrived in the living room, where they took their respective seats. Song Yiren inquired, "My dear brother, after such a long absence, I have missed you dearly. Now that you have descended from the mountains, have you achieved success in your cultivation?" Feeling a touch of embarrassment, Jiang Zia replied, "To be honest, brother, when I ascended the mountains, I secretly vowed to attain immortality. Alas, my talents are limited, and I have found myself at odds with the path of immortality, which is why I have returned. Do not fret. The important thing is that you are back. Since your cultivation did not yield results, you must stay here with me. We are sworn brothers. There is no need for reluctance." Song Yiren comforted him. Feeling moved, Jiang Zia responded, "Very well. I shall heed your arrangements." "Excellent. That is the spirit," Song Yiren exclaimed joyfully. "Brother, this place is not lacking in sustenance for you, so why must you choose the path of a monk?" Song Yiren cheerfully remarked. He then summoned his servants to prepare a splendid feast, and the two brothers began to reminisce about their lives over the past 40 years. The atmosphere was warm and convivial, filled with laughter and engaging conversation. As Jiang Zia settled comfortably at his elder brother's abode, he appeared somewhat aimless. Concerned for his brother's solitude, Song Yiren, after a few rounds of wine, suggested that he arrange a marriage for Jiang Zia, so he might establish a family and have someone to care for him. Jiang Zia, thinking it a jest, nodded in agreement. To his astonishment, the following day, Song Yiren approached him with a beaming face, exclaiming, "Beloved brother, a momentous occasion lies ahead. Today, I sought the hand of Miss Ma on your behalf, and her family has graciously consented to the union. Though she is of mature age, she remains an untouched flower." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zia was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that his well-meaning brother had truly secured a marriage for him. He found himself caught in a mixture of laughter and sorrow as he attempted to decline, but was swiftly dismissed by Song Yiren, who had already finalized the arrangements. Days later, Jiang Zia wed his elder bride, embarking on a life among mortals. Unfortunately, none of his endeavors met with success. Fortunately, His brother treated him well, eventually providing him with a shop in Chaoga, where he could practice fortune-telling. At last, he had found a means of livelihood. Jiang Zia, possessing genuine skills, soon garnered a reputation in Chaoga. Countless individuals sought him for divination, including several local officials. His name even reached the ears of Emperor Xen. Intrigued by the news of Jiang Zia's fortune-telling, Emperor Xian contemplated how entertaining it would be to recruit him. Disguising himself, Emperor Xen, accompanied by Yuan Hong, exited the palace and arrived at Jiang Zia's shop, where a long queue of patrons awaited their turn for divination. Yuan Hong, glancing at Jiang Zia, noted his modest level of cultivation and dismissed any concern. At long last, it was Emperor Xian's turn. Just as he was about to request a reading from Jiang Zia, he observed the latter's expression shifting dramatically. Jiang Zia promptly bowed to Emperor Xian, saying, "I did not realize your majesty had arrived. I apologize for my failure to offer a proper welcome. Please forgive my oversight." Emperor Xian was not surprised. His royal aura, marked by a unique golden energy of a human race, was unmistakable. If Jiang Zia failed to recognize him, it would indeed reflect poorly on his abilities. "Please rise," commanded Emperor Xian, feigning astonishment. "This gentleman is truly gifted. Before I even requested a reading, you discern my identity. What remarkable talent you possess." Yuan Hong, observing his sovereign's exaggerated display, could not help but roll his eyes. He thought to himself, given the king's distinctive identity, anyone with a modicum of facial recognition or aura observation skills would see the unique golden energy surrounding him. Does he truly believe others are blind to it? In response to Emperor Xian's praise, Jiang Zia humbly replied, insisting he did not deserve such accolades. Instead, he clarified that he recognized the emperor as the king of humans due to his unique fate and auspicious energy, rather than through any calculations. Furthermore, the royal fate was of great importance and complexity, one he neither possessed the capacity nor the audacity to interpret. Upon hearing Jiang Zia's candid explanation, Emperor Xian ceased his playful teasing and, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "It is truly a pity that a man of your remarkable talents remains concealed amidst the chaos of this bustling city. Why not accompany me back to the palace? My Bureau of Astronomy is in dire need of someone of your exceptional capabilities." Jiang Zia, upon hearing these words, felt a flicker of interest. Since descending the mountain, he had achieved nothing, leaving him in a state of profound frustration. Although his fortune-telling and geomancy could yield some silver, he could not reconcile himself with the thought of his skills going to waste. Now presented with an opportunity, personally invited by the reigning monarch to serve in the court, he realized he must seize this chance without hesitation. Chapter 23. The recruitment of Jiang Zia. As for what the master had mentioned regarding the rise of the Western Zhou, and the prospect of being enfeoffed as a king and minister to oversee the canonization, Jiang Zia could not yet discern any signs of this destiny. It was not that he doubted his master. On the contrary, he was fully aware of his master's profound abilities. He simply believed that the time had not yet come. After all, when he descended the mountain, he had inquired of his master, who encouraged him to act freely, asserting that heaven had its own arrangements. Reflecting on this, he felt that serving in the Yin and Shang courts might be a divine trial, and thus he resolved not to dwell on it any longer. He knelt on the ground, expressing, "This humble man is grateful for your majesty's regard and is willing to return to the palace and serve you." Upon hearing Jiang Zia's agreement, Emperor Xian could not help but smile, saying, "Excellent. Then you shall accompany me back to the palace. Today, having gained such a talented minister, my heart is greatly comforted." The fortune-tellers waiting along the streets, having heard Jiang Zia proclaim Emperor Xian as the king, had knelt in reverence and remained so. Now, seeing the emperor about to depart, they immediately bowed their heads in salute, respectfully bidding him farewell. Emperor Xian boarded a nearby carriage, with Yuan Hong at the front guiding the reins, while Jiang Zia, not daring to sit alongside the emperor, walked beside the carriage. However, Emperor Xian insisted he join him on the opposite side of the carriage, and together they returned to the palace. In the spirit of performing the role to its fullest, Emperor Xian hosted a welcoming banquet for Jiang Ziya in the palace. The Grand Preceptor Wenzhong, hearing of Jiang Ziya's affiliation with the Yushu sect, came to pay his respects, for there was indeed a connection between their two teachings. After conversing with Jiang Ziya, Wenzhong discovered that although Jiang's cultivation was not particularly high, he possessed a remarkable understanding of military strategy and tactics. This piqued Wenzhong's interest even further, for among the disciples of both the Jiejiao and the Chanjiao, few pursued the study of military arts or strategies, as they were primarily focused on cultivating their paths to immortality. Wenzhong had studied military strategy out of necessity, as his master had indicated that achieving immortality was arduous and that the path lay in a mortal realm, aiming to assist King Tang of Shang. To his surprise, he found someone with a similar fate within the Yushu Palace, which filled him with a sense of kinship and joy. Jiang Ziya, well aware of Wenzhong's esteemed reputation as a veteran of 3 dynasties, sought to engage in conversation, and through their dialogue, they nearly became confidants. Their addresses shifted, with one referring to the other as Uncle Master and the other as Nephew Disciple. Though Wenzhong had entered the fold earlier, his master was the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, making him a 3rd-generation disciple, while Jiang Ziya was directly apprenticed to the primordial Heavenly Sovereign, a 2nd-generation disciple. Thus, in title, he was obliged to refer to Jiang Ziya as Uncle Master. Uncle Master Jiang, with your remarkable abilities, it would be a slight to place you in the Celestial Monitoring Office. How about I petition the king tomorrow to assign you a more fitting position? That is unnecessary. I have just arrived and accomplished nothing yet. To be bestowed a position by the king at this stage would be somewhat presumptuous. It is better to wait until I have made some contributions, Jiang Ziya declined. Indeed, I may have been remiss in my considerations. However, with your talents, it is only a matter of time before you achieve merit. Wenzhong replied with a smile. Then I thank you for your kind words. Jiang Ziya felt an immense joy at the banquet, not only due to his elevation to a position of authority in the court of Chaoga, but, more importantly, because he felt valued and respected. Reflecting on my days atop Kunlun Mountain, I often engaged in menial tasks such as watering trees, fetching water, kindling fires, and refining elixirs. Although my master imparted his profound teachings to me, I found myself lacking in comparison to my fellow disciples, not to mention the illustrious 12 golden immortals. I once inquired of my senior brother, Nanji, about the differences in our teachings. He kindly explained that my innate talents were limited, and these methods were most suited to me. He further advised me to refrain from lofty aspirations and instead to diligently cultivate my practice. Thus, despite being a disciple of the esteemed primordial heavenly master, my cultivation still paled in comparison to some of the 3rd-generation disciples of the Chan school. Consequently, I remained somewhat inconspicuous on Kunlun Mountain, but my steady and honest character allowed me to accept my limitations. I considered it a stroke of luck to have been accepted as a disciple, unlike my other junior brother, Shen Gongbao, who constantly lamented his perceived neglect. After the banquet, Jiang Ziya was escorted back to Songjia village by a horse-drawn cart. His wife, Madame Ma, grew concerned when he had not returned by nightfall and sought the assistance of Song Yiren to find him. After some inquiries, the servants discovered that Jiang Ziya had been summoned to the palace by the king. This news brought both joy and worry to them as they awaited his return in the hall. Upon his arrival, they both breathed a sigh of relief and hurried to assist him into the living room. Jiang Ziya chuckled, saying, "I merely imbibed some wine. I am not intoxicated. What is this fuss about?" His wife, Madame Ma, chuckled awkwardly. "I was merely concerned that you might fall due to inebriation. By the way, dear brother, what was the king's purpose in summoning you to the palace?" Song Yiren, standing nearby, could not contain his curiosity either. "My elder brother," Jiang Ziya replied with a touch of regret, "the king visited my shop for divination, remarked upon my accurate readings, and invited me to serve as an official in the astronomical bureau. He even hosted a banquet for me in the palace, which is why I have returned late, causing you concern. Dear brother, this is truly splendid news. To be invited by the king to serve in the palace is an extraordinary honor. You are on the path to great success," exclaimed Song Yiren joyfully. "Indeed, husband, I never anticipated you possessed such capabilities, enabling you to enter the court as an official. Does this mean I shall also enjoy a life of ease henceforth? Madame Ma expressed her happiness. Were you not always disparaging my lack of accomplishments, claiming I was a failure? What has changed now? Jiang Zia replied with displeasure. Madame Ma, having married Jiang Zia, often found fault with him for his lack of skills and the meager life they led. Had it not been for his supportive elder brother, who provided financial assistance and a shop, they would have long since faced destitution. Now, with the king valuing Jiang Zia and granting him an official position, he felt he had finally turned the tide, leaving little room for kind words from Madame Ma, who had often belittled him. Dear husband, please do not take offense. My concerns were merely born of anxiety for your future. Besides, I only voice my complaints, never intending to leave you. Do not be angry. Madame Ma quickly softened her tone. Sigh. Dear brother, on such a joyous occasion, why entertain grievances? Moreover, as one destined to serve in the court, you must cultivate magnanimity and not squabble with a woman. It was merely a few spiteful remarks made in jest, so let us not dwell on them. Song Yiren advised. For the sake of my elder brother, I shall overlook it today. However, should you indulge in further gossip, I shall sever our ties. Jiang Zia found his elder brother's words to be reasonable and graciously acquiesced. Certainly not. You are now a high-ranking official in the court. I would never dare to engage in such idle chatter. From now on, you shall hold sway in our family, and I shall remain utterly silent. The Ma family member, being adaptable and pragmatic, promptly corrected his demeanor. Chapter 24. Neza and Daji. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zia nodded in satisfaction. He remarked that dismissing the Ma family was merely a ploy to intimidate them. His character was not so petty. Although the Ma family was somewhat loquacious and their words often unkind, they had not committed any grave errors or wronged him in any significant way. Thus he saw no necessity to hold a grudge against them. All right, dear brother, you have exerted yourself today with countless social engagements. It is time for you to rest. Any matters can wait until tomorrow, advised Song Yiren. With that, Jiang Zia and the Ma family retired to their quarters. The following morning, after freshening up, Jiang Zia was soon visited by Song Yiren. Dear brother, considering your current standing, it is unbefitting for you to walk to Chaoga for your duties, as it would invite ridicule. I have arranged for a carriage for you. From now on, you shall travel by it to Chaoga, he said. Brother, I cannot accept this. I have already received too much from you. Jiang Zia replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Let us dispense with such formalities. We are sworn brothers, and I regard you as my own. Now that you have entered officialdom, I cannot allow anyone to mock you. Please accept it. My family does not lack for this carriage. Song Yiren insisted with a smile. Well then, I shall graciously accept it. Thank you, brother. Jiang Zia conceded, unable to resist Song Yiren's generosity. Since his return from the mountain, this elder brother had treated him with unparalleled kindness, even surpassing that of blood relatives. He secretly vowed that once he achieved success, he would surely repay this kindness. In the city of Chaoga, Emperor Xian was busily selecting the spiritual herbs offered by various lords, placing them in the Longevity Immortal Palace. He began a frenzied transformation, converting these herbs into experience points. Observing the steadily rising figures, Emperor Xian could not help but exclaim how splendid it was to be a sovereign. With a mere command, he summoned the entire nation's resources to seek out spiritual herbs. For the past few days, he had done nothing but accumulate experience. At this rate, he would soon surpass the 5th transformation, and a delightful thought filled his mind. Meanwhile, on another front, Kong Xian was diligently instructing Neza. As a formidable being at the quasi-saint level, he had no difficulty in teaching Neza. He discerned that, as a reincarnation of the spiritual pearl, Neza still harbored immense energy within him. Although some had already transformed into cultivation, a significant portion remained dormant within his body. To unleash this energy and convert it into cultivation, Kong Xian devised various methods to compel Neza to tap into his latent potential, resulting in Neza's daily torment. Whenever he considered slacking off, he found himself subjected to a barrage of the 5-color divine light by Kong Xian. Known for his cold demeanor and sparse words, Kong Xian preferred action over idle chatter, which left Neza in a state of despair, unable to win in combat or escape. He attempted to reason with his master in an effort to curry favor, but Kang Xian was impervious to such tactics. Any words of dissent were met with a thorough beating until Neza acknowledged his faults. Fortunately, aside from his strictness, Kang Xian provided ample resources, including techniques and treasures, allowing Neza's prowess to advance remarkably, now reaching the realm of Xianxian. On this rare occasion, Kang Xian, in a moment of benevolence, granted Neza a day of leisure, liberating him from his usual training to frolic at will. Joyously, Neza bowed in gratitude to Kang Xian and dashed out with exuberance. He wandered aimlessly through the bustling streets of Chaoga City, seizing any toys and snacks that caught his fancy, tossing a piece of silver to the startled vendors before departing with a flourish. His master had always instructed him that one must pay for what one takes, and he was not one to disregard such wisdom. Possessing little understanding of money, Neza was only aware that the Qian Kun bag gifted by his master brimmed with silver, an amount he could scarcely exhaust. Even if he did, he knew his master would effortlessly conjure more. With a sugary hawthorn skewer in one hand and an osmanthus cake in the other, a rattle drum adorning his waist, he reveled in the moment. Spotting a crowd cheering for a street performer, he eagerly joined in the applause, and while others tossed coins, he generously threw 2 pieces of silver, leaving the onlookers in astonishment. The performer, overwhelmed with gratitude, repeatedly bowed, causing Neza to feel slightly bashful, prompting him to slip away to other amusements. Before long, his extravagant display caught the attention of a few ruffians. Noticing a child unaccompanied by adults, and so lavish with his coins, they contemplated a nefarious scheme to relieve Neza of his silver. Had they attempted to feign misfortune, Neza might have fallen for their ruse, but instead, these thugs chose to intimidate him directly, demanding his money. One brutish thug approached, scowling, "Hey kid, you just bumped into me and dirted my clothes. Pay up, or I'll teach you a lesson." Swallowing the last bite of his hawthorn skewer, Neza nonchalantly discarded the stick and looked up at the man. "You? Hit me? Cool me. I'm quite curious about how you intend to do that." The thug, taken aback by the audacity of such a small child, felt his pride sting. Clenching his fist, he prepared to strike, but before his fist could make contact, Neza deftly intercepted it with his tiny hand. Before the thug could comprehend the turn of events, he felt an overwhelming force as Neza executed a shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Unconscious, the thug's companions stood in disbelief, mouths agape, staring at Neza and their fallen leader, momentarily stunned. Annoyed by their hesitation, Neza called out, "Hey, you lot of useless brutes, why not come at me together? It would save me the trouble." Upon hearing this, the ruffians snapped back to reality, terror-stricken, and fled in haste, abandoning their leader. Watching them scurry away, Neza clicked his tongue in bemusement before continuing his exploration. Growing weary of the mundane, he soon lost interest and soared effortlessly into the palace. Due to Kang Xian's frequent visits to the palace, Neza became quite familiar with the surroundings as well. The guards, aware of his identity, did not impede his movements, allowing him to wander leisurely within the palace. Initially, he sought to find Yin Jiao for some amusement. However, Yin Jiao had recently returned to a main mountain with his master, Zhao Gongming, to engage in cultivation, leaving the palace vacant. As he aimlessly strolled past a side hall, he inadvertently caught sight of a woman whose tail was swaying behind her, igniting his curiosity and prompting him to enter the hall. At that moment, Su Daji found herself in a state of agitation, having been unable to approach Emperor Xian for quite some time, though she had successfully bewitched a few of the attendants. Their positions were not particularly high. They complied with her directives, inquiring when the promised beauties would be delivered to Emperor Xian. Yet, the emperor was wholly absorbed in gaining experience and paid no heed to their inquiries, dismissing them with a wave of his hand without even glancing at the list. Chapter 25. The beaten Daji was filled with a seething resentment, her teeth grinding in frustration. She had assured Zhuan Ti that she would be by Xian's side by the end of the month, yet as the days dwindled, she found herself still confined to this remote palace, having not even caught a glimpse of him. In her vexation, she decided to enchant the beauties within this secluded hall, rendering them her obedient servants, attending to her every whim. Had she not feared unnecessary complications, she would have consumed them long ago. As her agitation over meeting DXine grew, her mood soured, and in a moment of distraction, her tale inadvertently revealed itself. In this isolated place, with scarcely anyone around and the inhabitants of the hall under her control, she did not retract it immediately. However, she did not anticipate the curious gaze of Neza, who happened to wander by. Daji heard a youthful voice behind her exclaim, "Hey, why do you have a tail growing out from behind? It looks so amusing. Can you teach me how to do that?" Turning swiftly, she found a small child clad in a red belly band, gazing at her with wide-eyed curiosity. She glanced around, relieved to see no one else present, and exhaled softly. Licking her lips, she offered a sinister smile. "Oh, where did this little rascal come from? What is your name? Do you not know it is quite rude to enter someone else's courtyard without a greeting? I am Neza. I'm not just any little child. The king has said this palace is my home, and I can go wherever I please." Neza puffed out his chest defiantly. "You appear quite delectable." "Oh no, I mean adorable. So, does this mean you hold a high status?" Daji's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Ugh, why are you so chatty? First tell me, how did that tail come to be? Can people really grow tails? Oh, you must be a monster." Neza inquired impatiently. "Do you wish to know? Cool me. Gaze into my eyes, and I shall reveal it to you." Daji's voice suddenly took on an enticing tone, her eyes glowing with an alluring green light. Neza blinked up at her, his big eyes fixed intently on hers. After a moment, he remarked, "Andy, I can see the eye gunk in your eyes. Why aren't you speaking?" Daji was taken aback, then felt a surge of indignation. "Who are you calling, Annie? Have you lost your sight? I am still quite young. I do not have eye gunk. Wait, how come you were not mesmerized by my enchantment?" Daji suddenly seemed to come to a realization. Her curiosity piqued. "Huh, you are indeed a monster. My master has said that only monsters can bewitch people. But with your feeble skills, you think you can bewilder me? How laughable." Neza's interest was suddenly ignited. "Oomph, you insolent little brat. Since you are seeking trouble, I shall grant your wish." Daji exclaimed in fury. With that, her arm sprouted a profusion of fur, transforming into a vicious claw, which she swung at Neza. He chuckled, removed his Chinquan circle, and charged forward. When Daji's claw met Neza's weapon, a muffled thud echoed, and Daji felt a tremendous force emanating from the impact, causing her to stagger back several steps. Her face displayed an expression of disbelief. Such a young child possessed remarkable prowess. She promptly resolved to hold nothing back, for failing to subdue this child would spell trouble for her. Suddenly, the nails on Daji's other hand elongated and sharpened, glimmering with an eerie light. With a furious roar, she lunged forward, engaging in a fierce struggle with Neza. Yet, she was no match for him. Neza summoned the binding ribbon, which coiled around Daji like a dragon. She swung her claws in an attempt to tear it apart, but the binding ribbon was beyond her strength. Her claws merely grazed it, losing all force as if scraping against leather. The binding ribbon ensnared Daji, and Neza wielded the universe ring, striking her in the chest and sending her flying. She crashed to the ground, spitting blood, her breath immediately growing weak. Neza scoffed dismissively and seized one end of the binding ribbon, pulling Daji up from the ground, ready to hand her over to his master. Realizing she was outmatched, Daji hastily pleaded, "Neza, wait. Please let me go. I apologize. I shouldn't have engaged you. Just release me. I've already been injured by you." "Huh, I shall not release you. I want my master to see that I, Neza, can capture a demon too," he exclaimed, giving a forceful tug that caused Daji to stumble. "Neza, let us negotiate. If you release me, I shall serve you as a subordinate. How about that?" Daji, seeing Neza's youth, attempted to deceive him and seized the opportunity to escape. "Huh, you're so weak that it would be utterly embarrassing for me to have you as my subordinate." "Absolutely not." Neza flatly refused. "Then, what must I do for you to let me go? Spare me your pleas, Auntie. I will not release you. You're the first demon I have captured, and I want everyone to see." Neza remained resolute. "You little brat. You scoundrel. You are the real Auntie. Your whole family is Annie. Let me go." Daji, incensed, began to hurl insults. Ignoring her curses, Neza dragged her to Kong Xian. Upon seeing Neza enter with a woman bound, Kong Xian frowned slightly, sensing something amiss as he turned to gaze at Su Daji. Neza, eager to present his prize, exclaimed, Master, Master, look what I have captured, a demon. Gong Xian, exasperated, replié. Where did you find this vixen? Why had you brought her into the palace? Detecting a trace of demonic energy, he scanned the woman, realizing she was indeed a fox spirit. However, her aura was obscured, and one could easily overlook it if not scrutinized closely. Master, I captured her from that rear pavilion. If it weren't for her wagging her tail, I wouldn't have even known she was a demon. Neza recounted the events. Upon hearing that she was brought from the palace, Kong Xian's expression darkened. He addressed Su Daji. Which demon sent you here, and what is your purpose in infiltrating the palace? Speak quickly. As Kong Xian spoke, he unleashed his formidable aura. Su Daji, sensing the oppressive presence of a quasi-saint, was instantly paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground. She hastily pleaded for mercy, exclaiming, Please, spare my life. Great Immortal, grant me mercy. No one sent me here. I merely entered the palace out of curiosity. Naturally, Su Daji dared not speak the truth. The quasi-saint before her was a figure she could not afford to offend, and neither could she provoke the revered saint of the Quani. Fortunately, her true intentions for entering the palace remained a secret. If she steadfastly maintained her claim of mere curiosity, perhaps she could escape unscathed. Chipter Tensi Dai. Your fox fur is rather exquisite, he scoffed, still daring to be obstinate. The aura of malevolence surrounding you is unmistakably masked. You have gone to great lengths to infiltrate this palace. What is your true intention? Speak at once, Kong Xian declared with a cold sneer. I truly do not understand what is happening. Su Daji vehemently denied. Seeing her obstinacy, Kong Xian grew weary of her prevarication and swiftly enveloped her in the five-color divine light, taking her and Neza to seek an audience with Emperor Xian. In the Longevity Palace, upon witnessing Kong Xian approach with Neza, Emperor Xian inquired with curiosity, My dear minister, what brings you to seek me? Your Majesty, just moments ago, Neza discovered a millennium-old fox spirit lurking in the rear palace. I captured her, but she concealed her demonic essence, masquerading as a tribute maiden. I fear she harbors ill intentions. I humbly request your commands on how to deal with her. Kong Xian replied with a bow. Oh, such an occurrence? Where's this fox spirit? I wish to see her, Emperor Xian said, his interest piqued. Upon hearing this, Kong Xian released Su Daji from the divine light. She tumbled to the ground, gazing up at Emperor Xian, her eyes suddenly sparkling with delight. She had not anticipated encountering Emperor Xian under such circumstances. Then, she adopted a pitiable demeanor, her voice quivering, Your Majesty, I am wronged. I did not intend to intrude upon this palace. Please spare me. She proceeded to sway her body enticingly, attempting to captivate Emperor Xian with her beauty. Emperor Xian regarded Su Daji with keen interest, silently marveling at her extraordinary beauty, realizing why the original host had been so bewitched. While he mused within himself, Su Daji, noticing his rapt attention, felt a surge of pride. She thought to herself, Who would have thought that being captured would lead me to meet Emperor Xian directly, ensnaring him in my allure? Indeed, this form of mine is irresistible to any man. Yet, before she could revel in her triumph, Emperor Xian turned to Kong Xian and said, Was it not stated that she is a fox spirit? Why not compel her to reveal her true form? I have yet to behold what these creatures truly look like. Su Daji was taken aback, pondering, Is he unsatisfied with my human form and wishes to see my true self? What peculiar taste! Kong Xian, acknowledging the request with a nod, refrained from further dialogue and summoned his powers to unveil Su Daji's original form. Emperor Xian beheld a grand fox emerge from her, and he felt a twinge of astonishment, as it was his first encounter with such a creature. Neza, standing nearby, expressed his curiosity. Wow, what a magnificent fox! Is this truly what a demon looks like? Its fur could make several outfits. He then turned to Emperor Xian, saying, Your Majesty, I captured it, so that splendid fur belongs to me. I wish to craft a fur coat for my mother and master. Emperor Xian paused momentarily, then responded with a smile, Very well. You exhibit commendable filial piety. Since you captured it, it is only fitting that you decide its fate. Neza, elated, replied, Thank you, your majesty. I shall also present you with a fur coat. Oh, haha, I shall eagerly await that splendid coat. At this moment, the nine-tailed fox realized that Emperor Xian had not been deceived at all. They were even discussing the possibility of shedding their own fox skin. A chill ran down her spine, and she hurriedly pleaded, Your Majesty, spare my life. I beg you, do not kill me. Then provide me with a reason not to end your existence. You know the words you ought to utter. Otherwise, your most valuable possession is this very skin. Emperor Xian remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the nine-tailed fox fell into a profound dilemma. After a lengthy contemplation, she timidly spoke, Your Majesty, it is not that I am unwilling to divulge. It is simply that my benefactor possesses immeasurable powers, and I fear his retribution. Her voice dwindled to a whisper. Emperor Xian interjected with a scoff. So you fear his vengeance, but are untroubled by the prospect of me flaying your skin? No, that is not my intent. I simply do not know how to articulate it. The nine-tailed fox exclaimed in a flurry. Just express your thoughts candidly. The calamity is upon us. The celestial secrets are in disarray, and not everything can be foreseen. Moreover, matters concerning me are exceedingly intricate. Emperor Xian retorted coldly. Seeing Emperor Xian's impatience, she clenched her teeth and said, It is those two from the west. They promised that if I could ensnare your majesty, they would allow us to ascend to the heavens as deities once the calamity concludes. The nine-tailed fox recounted the events honestly and then lowered her head in silence, awaiting Emperor Xian's judgment. Kong Xian, who was nearby, scoffed. I never imagined that even those exalted sages would not refrain from intervening. Is it not to be expected? Currently, our human race lacks the protection of sages. Everyone desires a share of the spoils. Moreover, those who should be capable of cultivation have become as ordinary as mortals. Who would not be tempted? Emperor Xian replied, Your Majesty, what should we do now? If others plot against us, I could still intervene, but with the sages involved, we are powerless to resist. Kong Xian inquired, It matters not. Those who wish to scheme against our race are not limited to just those two. As the great calamity approaches, they would not dare to take the field themselves, for they cannot withstand the backlash of the human race's fate. Emperor Xian spoke in a low tone. Noticing Kong Xian's continued worry, he encouraged, Do not fret excessively. I have my own plans. In fact, a few days prior, Emperor Xian had openly discussed matters with Kong Xian and the others. They had learned from Zhao Gongming about the news of the Fengshen calamity and the rumors of the Western Zhou rising to replace the Shang dynasty. At that time, Kong Xian and Yuan Hong intended to venture to Shiqi to eliminate the house of the Western Prince, but they were halted by Emperor Xian. He informed Yuan Hong and the others that even if they succeeded in slaying the Western Prince, the sages would inevitably resurrect them. And even if they could not be revived, others such as the Southern and Eastern Princes would emerge. Moreover, should they take action, the consequences would be dire. Without the protection of sages, they would likely be eliminated in advance by those very sages to ensure the smooth progression of the calamity. Therefore, their current objective was to preserve their strength and prolong the situation until they could ascend to sainthood and overturn the table. Just 2 days prior, Emperor Xian had broken through to the fifth transformation under the watchful eyes of Kong Xian, Zhao Gongming, and the others. They then realized that their sovereign was not merely an ordinary mortal devoid of understanding, but rather a practitioner of the body-refining path, capable of overpowering 10 with sheer strength. His prowess far exceeded that of the Tai golden immortal realm, which left them utterly astonished, rendering them hesitant to underestimate Emperor Xian any longer. They were all aware that the sovereigns of this realm were traditionally unable to cultivate, yet Emperor Xian not only managed to cultivate, but ascended beyond the golden immortal realm, shattering the conventional wisdom. Consequently, they speculated whether the influence of the calamity had afforded Emperor Xian, this sovereign, an unprecedented opportunity to rise. Among them, Zhao Gongming was the most astonished, for he had been privy to the most insider information and thus comprehended the profound implications behind this revelation. It signified that the calamity had encountered an unforeseen variable, and the predetermined fate could very well be subject to change. Chapter 27. The Dragon Clan of the East Sea. Thus, after a conversation with Emperor Xian, he brought Yin Zhao back to Mount Amei, intending to transport all the treasures from Amei to Chaoga, embarking on a grand gamble. Emperor Xian expressed his need for medicinal herbs and elixirs to enhance his cultivation, urging them to procure as much as possible. Consequently, even Yuan Hong ventured to various renowned mountains and rivers to assist Emperor Xian in gathering herbs. Upon breaking through to the fifth transformation, Emperor Xian discovered newfound abilities within himself. He could now breach spatial barriers and traverse distances in an instant, achieving a degree of teleportation. Moreover, his physical strength had significantly increased, allowing for rapid recovery from injuries. During his fifth transformation, he also began to grasp certain laws of force, leading to a remarkable surge in his combat prowess. He felt invincible beneath the Great Luo, confident that he could easily contend with weaker Great Luo Golden Immortals. Turning to the kneeling Daji, he declared, "Since you have divulged everything, I shall not press you further. You may inform your backers that you have successfully ingratiated yourself with me. However, any messages you wish to convey from now on must be sanctioned by me. Do you understand?" "Understand. Understand," Daji replied fervently, nodding her head in agreement. Satisfied with her response, Emperor Xian decided that retaining a once-defiant Daji was preferable to eliminating her and risking an unknown infiltrator. After entrusting Daji to the care of Kong Xian, he resumed his quest for experience points, knowing that he required 500,000 more to break through to the sixth transformation. Meanwhile, Neza, disappointed that the king had spared the fox spirit, lamented his lost opportunity to craft a coat for his mother from its hide. Disheartened, he departed on his wind-fire wheel. As he sped along, he passed over the East Sea and, unable to contain his curiosity, having never seen the ocean since his birth, he landed on a beach to play. At the shoreline, Neza frolicked in the water and caught crabs, quickly casting aside his earlier disappointments. However, feeling unfulfilled after a short while, he leapt into the sea, wildly swinging his cosmic silk. The chaotic motions of the cosmic silk disrupted the water's flow, which soon reverberated to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Inside the palace, the East Sea Dragon King, Ao Guang, was dozing when he suddenly sensed disturbances within his crystal palace. Irritated, he furrowed his brow and ordered the nearby shrimp and crab soldiers, "Go and investigate what is happening on the surface. Why does this fluctuation in the water affect my crystal palace?" "Yes, your majesty." A crab spirit promptly led 2 shrimp soldiers to the surface. Just as they departed, the third prince of the East Sea, Ao Bing, entered the grand hall and bowed to Ao Guang, inquiring, "Father, why is the crystal palace shaking today? Has something occurred?" "I have already dispatched someone to investigate. We shall await their report." "Do not fret," Ao Guang reassured him. Ao Bing nodded in understanding and refrained from further questioning, instead addressing Ao Guang, "Father, are we truly to accept the Heavenly Court's dominion in the future?" "Indeed, I have discussed this with your 3 uncles. If we refuse the Heavenly Court's overtures, we may face significant troubles ahead. Father, I have heard that the Heavenly Court is not particularly formidable. How could they dare to trouble us?" Albing expressed his discontent. "Alas, in the past, the Heavenly Court would not have sought trouble, but they have changed drastically. The Tao Ancestor has commanded the 3 Teachings Immortals to enter the Heavenly Court to assist Hao Ian in governing the realm. If we do not submit to their authority, we may face repercussions in the future." "Humph. Yet there are many powers on this vast land that refuse to be governed. Why do they target our Dragon Clan first?" Albing retorted angrily. "Who can blame us? Our Dragon Clan is renowned for its wealth across the seas. It is well known that our clan possesses great riches. And who would not covet that? Now that our clan has fallen, many seek to claim a share of our former glory. Were it not for the consideration of the Ancestor Dragon and their hidden schemes, our clan would have already faced calamity." Ao Guang sighed bitterly. "Father, why have the Ancestor Dragon and our forebears willingly suppressed the CEI? If they were present, how could the Heavenly Court dare to humiliate us?" Albing inquired passionately. "Alas, this is a long tale. In the past, our dragon clan, alongside the Chelan and Phoenix, was led astray by Luahu's temptations, shattering the land and damaging the spiritual veins, incurring immeasurable sins. Even more terrifying was the slaughter and devastation caused by our three clans, which led to the heavenly Tao imposing punishment, binding our kin with karmic debts that require merit to cleanse. In desperation, the ancestor dragon and our forebears chose to eternally suppress the sea, to exchange for a slim chance of survival for our clan. The remaining dragons scattered across the seas, bringing rain and clouds to the land, amassing merit to continue purging our clan's sins. Thus, it is not that they do not emerge, but rather that they cannot. Albing explained to Albing, "Father, what are the other two clans?" Albing asked, The other two clans are not faring much better. The Yuan Feng sacrificed themselves to eternally suppress the South Ming volcano, allowing the Phoenix clan to barely survive, while the Chelan have similarly subdued the Earth's veins to ensure their continuity. However, the strength of our three clans has since waned significantly. Albing lamented, "Father, must our dragon clan truly remain subjugated, with no alternatives?" Albing questioned, his spirit unyielding. "Alas, do not dwell on such thoughts. The most crucial matter for our dragon clan now is the preservation of our strength, ensuring our lineage continues. As for bowing to the heavenly court, it is a necessity we must accept." Albing replied, "But the heavenly court hardly regards us, granting you and my three uncles positions of mere insignificance. Is this not a slight against us?" Albing protested, "My son, you do not yet comprehend. Though our dragon clan has declined, we were once the sovereign of aquatic beings. How could the heavenly court trust us with significant positions, especially since we have not offered our resources? This outcome was to be expected. Alas, truly vexing. Report, Your Majesty, the third prince. The guards who went out to investigate have been slain by a human child by the seaside." A shrimp soldier entered to report. "What? These inept guards were killed by a mere child? This is a disgrace to the East Sea." Albing exclaimed furiously. "That child was capable of stirring the waters, affecting our dragon palace. They are no ordinary person. I shall go and confront them," Albing declared, preparing to rise. "Father, wait. Such trivial matters do not necessitate your personal intervention. Perhaps it would be best to allow my son to take on the task instead." Albing bowed respectfully and said, "Very well. You may go and investigate." Albing advised, "Remember to exercise caution. Rest assured, Father, I shall return shortly." With that, Albing led a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, rising to the water's surface. Meanwhile, on the beach, Neza was gleefully using the universal silk to bind crabs and large prawns. He mused to himself, "Indeed, this seaside is quite delightful, with such sizable crabs and prawns. I wonder if Mother and Master will enjoy seafood." Chapter 28. Neza and Albing before he could secure his bindings. The sea churned once more, and a youth adorned with dragon horns emerged, leading a cadre of aquatic creatures upon the waves. The foremost among them bellowed, "Who dares to disturb the tranquility of my dragon palace and slay my eastern sea soldiers?" Neza halted his task, placing his hands on his hips, and retorted, "I am Neza, not some petty thief. Are your soldiers merely these crabs and shrimps? Quite large, I must say. You, how dare you speak so brazenly? Disregarding my eastern sea? I'll be sated. Nonsense. I merely speak the truth. Besides, your crabs and shrimps were the ones who attacked me first. I merely defended myself, and they turned into seafood. Surely, we cannot let that go to waste." Neza replied with an earnest expression. You insolent wretch. I am indeed insolent." Neza replied playfully. You dare to mimic my words? It seems a lesson is in order for your audacity," Albing declared, brandishing his weapon and charging forth. Neza, laughing, responded, "Come forth then, I fear you not." With that, he seized his fire-tipped spear and met Albing head-on. Their weapons clashed with a resounding boom, and after exchanging blows for several rounds, Albing found himself at a disadvantage. He feigned a thrust, then leapt out of the fray. "Well done. Indeed, you possess some skill. No wonder you are so audacious," Albing exclaimed loudly. "That is merely your prowess. What? Are you already contemplating surrender?" Neza boasted. Oomph. Do not get ahead of yourself. Watch how I capture you. Ao Bing shouted angrily. Without waiting for Neza's reply, he leapt into the air, transforming into a colossal dragon, descending upon Neza with his sharp claws poised to strike. Seeing Ao Bing's transformation into a dragon startled Neza momentarily. He mused, so you are a dragon spirit. Alas, you lack fur and scales, thus cannot provide me with a tire. With that, he brandished his universe ring to fend off Ao Bing's talents. Upon realizing his assault had been thwarted, Ao Bing grasped the universe ring, lifting Neza into the air before casting him down, intending to exploit his aerial advantage. Yet, Neza swiftly summoned his wind and fire wheels, stabilizing his descent, and wielded the heavenly silk. Addressing Ao Bing, he declared, "You dragon spirit, I shall now engage seriously." Before Ao Bing could respond, Neza unleashed the heavenly silk, which coiled around Ao Bing like a great serpent. Ao Bing attempted to shred the silken strands with his claws. But alas, the heavenly silk was a magical artifact. Despite his efforts, he could not inflict the slightest damage. Seeing this, Neza laughed. "You vile creature, do you truly believe you can destroy my heavenly silk? Such a fanciful notion." Then, standing upon his wind and fire wheels, he hurled the universe ring at Ao Bing. The ring struck Ao Bing squarely on the forehead, and he immediately felt darkness cloud his vision, plummeting from the sky. Seizing the moment, the heavenly silk ensnared him, sealing his magical powers. Thus, Ao Bing fell onto the sandy shore. Witnessing their prince bound, the other shrimp and crab soldiers rushed forth to assist. Among them, one astute shrimp swiftly dove beneath the waves to inform the Dragon King of the predicament. Although this group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals was not small in number, their feeble magical abilities rendered them ineffective. After much exertion, they failed to loosen the Muntian Ling, which only tightened further, causing Ao Bing to writhe in pain upon the sandy shore. Observing their prince in such distress, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals dared not continue tugging at the Muntian Ling. Instead, they charged towards Neza, intending to subdue him. Neza, upon seeing them rush forward, disdainfully curled his lip and casually threw the chink in circle, toppling a large number of them. After dispatching the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, Neza approached Ao Bing, grinning as he taunted, "You, the dragon of the demon kind, are truly weak. With such meager skills, how dare you boast?" Ao Bing, despite the pain, retorted, "Bah, you are the real demon dragon. I am of the true dragon lineage, the son of the Dragon King of the East Sea. Do not insult me with your mixed breed nonsense. Yet, your so-called true strength seems rather lacking. Enough of this idle chatter. I shall skin you and turn your hide into armor for my master." With that, Neza prepared to act. Startled, Ao Bing exclaimed, "Wait, how can you be so ruthless? Ready to skin someone over a mere disagreement? If my father finds out, he will not spare you." Neza replied, "Ruthless? Do not wrongfully accuse me. My mother says I am kind. Besides, it was you who provoked me first. Is it not normal for me to claim your skin?" Neza squatted before Ao Bing, his demeanor infuriating the dragon. Gritting his teeth, Ao Bing declared, "If you kill me, my father, the Dragon King of the East Sea, will not let this go. The dragon clans of the Four Seas will surely march against your cities." Neza, with a spark of cleverness, questioned, "Oh, but I haven't told you where I reside. How will you attack?" This caught Ao Bing off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless before he retorted angrily, "I care not where you dwell. My father will surely rally the forces of the Four Seas to breach your territories and capture you for revenge. You boast, and I do not believe you." Neza shot back, "What? I boast? Well then let us see." Rising to his feet, Neza brandished his fiery spear, advancing towards Ao Bing. Alarmed by his seriousness, Ao Bing quickly shouted, "Stop! What must I do for you to spare me?" Only then did Neza lower his spear slightly, snorting in disdain. "Since your status is so high, let your father bring something of value to trade. Otherwise, I shall have to turn you into armor." "Very well. Take me to the depths of the sea to find my father," Ao Bing replied, his voice tinged with humiliation. "Huh, do you take me for a fool? If I were to venture into your territory, what if I fell into a trap? Better for your father to come to Chao Gu and negotiate with me, Neza asserted, lifting Ao Bing into the air. At that moment, the Dragon King of the East Sea, Ao Guang, arrived at the surface, and upon seeing his son being held aloft, he shouted, "Release my son. We can discuss matters amicably." Neza, seeing the arrival of Ao Bing's reinforcements, had no desire to delay. He called out to Ao Guang, "If you wish to redeem your son, bring a suit of precious armor to Chaogu in exchange. I shall take my leave." After speaking, Ao Guang disregarded the shouts and swiftly departed on his fiery chariot. Although Ao Guang was inclined to give chase, he ultimately could not catch up. Frustrated, he stamped his foot and turned back to the Dragon Palace in the EC. Upon returning to the palace, Ao Guang immediately dispatched messages to summon the other 3 Dragon Kings. After succinctly relaying the circumstances, he donned a set of precious armor, and together they set off towards the city of Chaoga. Meanwhile, in Chaoga, Neza brought Ao Bing to the palace, unceremoniously tossing him before Kong Xian. With a sense of pride, he declared, "Master, I have captured a dragon. Initially, I intended to use its scales to forge you a suit of battle armor, but it suggested a trade for its freedom, so I brought it back with me." Chapter 29. The Visit of the Dragon Kings. Upon hearing Neza's words, Kong Xian adjusted his helmet and replied with a hint of exasperation, "My dear disciple, I appreciate your good intentions, but if you could refrain from carelessly bringing back trouble and causing disturbances, I would be even more pleased. Master, I haven't caused any trouble. They provoked me first. I was merely playing by the seaside when that crab spirit led troops to capture me and take me back to the Dragon Palace. It was only out of necessity that I retaliated." Neza protested, his face a picture of grievance. "You lie. It was clearly you who stirred chaos in the sea with your magical artifact, disrupting the peace of my Dragon Palace. It was because of this that my father sent someone to investigate, only to find himself slain by your hand." Ao Bing shouted from the ground, "Be silent, you little mudfish. You have no right to speak." Neza retorted angrily. Kong Xian furrowed his brow and inquired of Ao Bing, "Is your father Ao Guang?" Yes, Senior. I am Ao Bing, the 3rd Prince of the EC. I humbly ask for your mercy." Ao Bing quickly pleaded. Is the backbone of your dragon lineage so weak? Do you beg for mercy at the sight of others?" Kong Xian scoffed. "Who says our dragon lineage is weak? If you do not wish to release me, so be it, but there is no need for such deliberate insults." Ao Bing, feeling slightly irked, responded, "You, a mere junior, are not worthy of my derision. Enough. Neza, release him." Kong Xian said, a hint of disinterest in his tone. "Master, but he hasn't yet given me the promised treasure armor. If I let him go now, wouldn't I be at a great loss?" Neza expressed his discontent. "I have no desire to wear treasures from your dragon lineage." Kong Xian retorted coldly. "Oh, Master, if you do not fancy their treasures, how about I have them exchange for something else?" Neza suggested, blinking his large eyes. "I do not fancy anything from your dragon kind. Enough. Do not press me further, or I might be compelled to take action," Kong Xian declared, turning to leave. Neza understood that his master was serious. If he dared to continue, he would surely face his master's wrath. Thus, he retracted his neck and fell silent. Once Kong Xian departed, Neza turned to Ao Bing and remarked, "It seems your dragon lineage possesses no worthy treasures. Otherwise, why will my master overlook them? Hey, surely your dragon trinkets aren't mere scraps?" Ao Bing, insensed, replied, "Agai mi piaga. Our dragon lineage lacks treasures? You should inquire who in the 3 realms is unaware of the multitude of our dragon treasures. Then why doesn't my master value them?" Neza countered, "How would I know? Go ask your master." Ao Bing retorted, You seem a bit arrogant," Neza remarked. Where's the arrogance in that?" Kong Xian sought out DXN and recounted the events, informing him that Neza had captured the son of the EC Dragon King, cautioning that the dragon lineage would not let the matter rest. After all, the birth rate of pure-blood dragons had remained low since the calamity of dragons and phoenixes. The dragon lineage could not afford to neglect Ao Bing. DXIN nodded in acknowledgement, signaling his understanding, but offered no further commentary. Before long, the four great dragon kings arrived outside Chaoga City. In order to avoid drawing attention, they all transformed into human forms and entered the city. Four individuals arrived at the gates of the palace, where A.O. Guang addressed the guard, stating, "I am A.O. Guang of the EC, here to seek a person named Neza. I kindly ask you to relay this message." Upon hearing the name Neza, the soldier promptly replied, "Please wait a moment. I shall inform him at once." With that, the soldier turned and ventured inside to find Neza. For yesterday, the king had issued a decree that any visitors from the EC or those seeking Neza must be reported without delay. The West Sea Dragon King spoke to A.O. Guang, saying, "Brother, why waste words with them? We four brothers should simply surround the city of Chaogu and compel them to surrender A.O. Bing. I doubt they would dare to resist." The South Sea Dragon King added, "Indeed, brother, our dragon clan has not fallen so low as to be humiliated by these mortals. Why must we be so courteous?" A.O. Guang sighed and replied, "This Chaogu city is the capital of the human race, the dwelling place of the human king. We cannot act so recklessly. Furthermore, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are still present. It would be wise for us not to seek unnecessary trouble." Upon hearing A.O. Guang's words, the others fell silent. After a brief interval, the soldier returned, saying, "Please follow me. My lord has been awaiting you." A.O. Guang and his companions followed the soldier to a grand hall. Upon entering, they noticed several individuals seated within, all of whom turned their gazes towards the newcomers. The imposing figure in the main seat rose and spoke. "I presume you are the 4 Dragon Kings? I am DX. It is a long journey you have undertaken, and I invite you to take your seats and discuss matters." Upon realizing he was addressing the current human king, A.O. Guang quickly returned the courtesy, saying, "I, A.O. Guang of the EC, along with my 3 brothers, pay our respects to the king." The Dragon King gestured for them to sit. Once they were seated, DXIN continued, "I'm already aware of your intentions. This matter is merely a misunderstanding, a jest among the younger generation. I hope you will not take offense." He then turned to a nearby attendant, commanding, "Quickly fetch young Master A.O. Bing." "Yes, my lord." The king continued, "Allow me to introduce you. This is the Grand Minister Wenzhong of the Shang Dynasty, and this is the Grand Marshal of the Shang, Kong Xian, along with his disciple, Neza." DXIN pointed out the individuals. A.O. Guang and his companions promptly rose to pay their respects. Upon encountering Kong Xian, A.O. Guang displayed a hint of confusion but refrained from questioning. When his gaze fell upon Neza, he could not help but steal a few more glances, realizing that this was the very person who had abducted A.O. Bing to Chaogu. Just as they prepared to engage in conversation, A.O. Bing was brought in. Upon seeing his father and uncles, he exclaimed with excitement, "Father, uncles, you have finally come to rescue me." A.O. Guang signaled for him to be quiet and turned to the Xian to express his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for returning my son. I'm immensely grateful. The Dragon King is too kind. This was merely a playful misunderstanding among the youth. How could I be so unreasonable as to accept your gratitude?" DXIN replied with a smile. A.O. Guang, hearing this, presented a suit of armor he had prepared in advance, stating, "This is but a token of my appreciation. I hope the king will not find it unworthy." Alas, what is the meaning of this, Dragon King? Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, why would I accept a gift without cause? Please take it back. DXIN waved his hand dismissively. A.O. Guang continued, "Your Majesty, I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to convey my sentiments, and I hope you will not refuse." The emperor, unable to resist his insistence, summoned attendants to remove the armor. He then addressed A.O. Guang, "Since I have accepted your gift, allow me to extend my hospitality in return. Do not decline, lest I feel remiss in accepting such a present." A.O. Guang exchanged glances with the other 3 before nodding in agreement, responding, "We would be most grateful, Your Majesty." "Ha! Fear not. I am delighted to oblige. There is no trouble at all. Attendants, prepare a feast without delay." The emperor exclaimed joyfully. Chapter 30. The 3 immortals of Sanxian Island. After the attendants meticulously arranged the tables and chairs, several maidens entered one after another. bearing an array of delectable dishes and fine wines. Emperor Xan gestured for everyone to take their seats, and then he raised his bronze cup, inviting Ao Guang and the others to join him in a toast. As the wine flowed freely, Ao Guang, feeling a touch of curiosity, inquired, "Your Majesty, I have heard that the rulers of past dynasties seldom practiced cultivation and were rarely acquainted with the affairs of the cultivation world. How is it that you know the names of my four brothers?" Although I do not engage in cultivation myself, Emperor Xian replied with a smile, "I am surrounded by many who do. My curiosity about the cultivation realm has led me to learn quite a bit about it." "I see." Ao Guang responded with a respectful gesture. At that moment, Emperor Xian turned to Ao Guang and said, "I have heard that your dragon clan is responsible for controlling the clouds and rain across the world. Is this true?" Ao Guang nodded, saying, "I cannot claim that the entire world is under our command when it comes to bringing forth clouds and rain, but indeed, in most regions, it is our kin who govern the downpours. Then, I have a humble request, and I hope the Dragon King can grant it," Emperor Xian stated earnestly. Ao Guang was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and replied, "Please, Your Majesty, speak freely. As long as your request is reasonable, I shall do my utmost to fulfill it." Hearing this, Emperor Xian nodded and continued, "The Dragon King may not be aware, but recently, various lords have reported that their lands are suffering from drought, with no rain for an extended period, causing crops to wither and the people to struggle. I hope the Dragon King can assist by sending some rain to alleviate the drought." Upon hearing this, the Dragon King breathed a sigh of relief. Summoning rain was merely a matter of employing his clan's expertise. It was hardly a daunting task. "Rest assured, Your Majesty," Ao Guang replied. "It is simply a matter of conjuring a few downpours. I will send someone to those parched lands to bring forth rain." "That is splendid. On behalf of the people of this realm, I extend my gratitude to the Dragon King," Emperor Xian exclaimed joyfully. "Your Majesty is too kind." The two raised their cups in a toast, celebrating for a while longer before Ao Guang, accompanied by Ao Bing and his three brothers, took their leave. Meanwhile, Zhuan Ti received news from the Nine-Tailed Fox, and upon learning that she had ingratiated herself with Emperor Xian, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother, the Nine-Tailed Fox has successfully infiltrated Emperor Xian's circle. It won't be long before the Yin and Shang dynasty descends into chaos, and the lords will surely harbor rebellious thoughts." "Excellent. It seems that the flourishing of our western domain is not far off," Zhuan Ti remarked. Moreover, the Nine-Tailed Fox, aside from informing us of her proximity to Emperor Xian, has requested some elixirs for cultivation. Do you think we should grant her this request? I did not expect her to be a diligent cultivator. Very well, let us bestow upon her some elixirs as a reward for her efforts, so she can perform her duties effectively in the future. Yin replied. Agreed. I shall grant her some cultivation elixirs. Sunti nodded in affirmation. By the way, my dear brother, to hasten the arrival of the calamity, relying solely on the Nine-Tailed Fox may not suffice. You should instruct our disciples to descend the mountains as well. I have heard that some disciples from the Chan sect have already ventured down. Jin reminded. Yes, brother. I shall give them the necessary instructions. On the enchanting Sanxian Island, Zhao Gongming was accompanied by Yin Jiao on a visit. With a radiant expression, Zhao Gongming greeted the three sisters, saying like, "Dear sisters, it has been quite a while. Today, I have come to pay you a visit. Brother, it has been ages since you last came to Sanxian Island to play with me." "Oh, who is that following you?" Xiong Xiao stepped forward and inquired. "He, I have come to see you all. This is Yin Jiao, my newly accepted disciple." Zhao Gongming introduced Jiao Er. "These three are my sworn sisters and also your fellow disciples. You should quickly greet your esteemed aunts." Yin Jiao stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Yin Jiao pays respects to the three esteemed aunts." Yin Xiao merely nodded in acknowledgement, while Bai Xiao, filled with excitement, quickly responded, "Ah, dear nephew, please rise. Do not stand on ceremony. Here, have a celestial fruit that I just picked." Yes. Nephew, please indulge. If it's not enough, I still have more." Xiong Xiao eagerly chimed in. Having received royal education, Yin Jiao expressed his gratitude to the two aunts and glanced back towards his master, his eyes inquiring. Zhao Gongming waved his hand, saying enough. Yeah. There is no need for formality. We are all family here. Feel free to enjoy the fruits. The spiritual energy in these fruits will greatly benefit your cultivation. Indeed, nephew, you need not worry about my brother's opinion. Just eat freely. I am in charge on this island. Qiong Xiao remarked, casting a furtive glance at Yin Xiao. Yin Jiao returned a courtesy and then took a fruit to taste. As the succulent flesh entered his mouth, a wave of spiritual energy surged within him, causing his eyes to sparkle, and he hastened to consume more. Take your time, dear nephew. There are plenty of fruits on this island. Once you finish, I will pick more for you. There's no need to rush. Bixiao chuckled. Thank you, second aunt. And I too. I will go and gather some of the fruits you are enjoying. Oh, and thanks to you, little aunt. Hee. That is more like it. All right, you two. Cease your antics and do not lose your decorum in front of others. Yun Xiao admonished, unable to bear the frivolity any longer. Oh, dear sister, this is brother's disciple, not an outsider. There is no need for such formality. The youngest Qiong Xiao complained. Exactly. Sister, we are merely jesting with our own nephew. Do not take it so seriously. ISNT that right, brother? Bai Xiao addressed Zhao Gongming. All right, you two, do not provoke your elder sister, sire. Take Jiaoer and entertain him. I have matters to discuss with your elder sister. Zhao Gongming interjected, exasperated yet amused. With a cheer, the two sisters did not wait for Yun Xiao to respond and promptly pulled Yin Jiao away to play. Zhao Gongming shook his head, knowing well that his eldest sister was the most composed and principled, while the second and third sisters were lively and mischievous. In the past, he often helped them evade reprimands while studying under their master, a role he was quite familiar with. However, this time, his visit was not solely to provide an escape for them. He indeed had matters of his own to discuss. Noticing her brother's intent, Yun Xiao refrained from further comment and led Zhao Gongming to a stone table, where they sat down. She then softly inquired, Brother, what matters do you wish to discuss? Please, do not hesitate to speak. Zhao Gongming sighed and said, Dear sister, do you still remember what our master spoke of regarding the calamity of the divine ceiling? Yin Xiao replied, Of course, I remember, but what does that have to do with the present situation? It is indeed relevant. I suspect that I have now become a part of this calamity. Zhao Gongming lamented. Elder brother, have you not been cultivating on Mount Amei? How could you possibly be involved in this calamity? Furthermore, the calamity has yet to commence. How could you possess such foreknowledge? Yin Xiao furrowed her brow. The reason is that I am currently the national advisor of the Yinshang dynasty, and that disciple, just now, is the present prince of Yinshang. Would you not consider me to be involved in the calamity? Zhao Gongming chuckled. Chapter 31. Zhao Gongming upon hearing this. Yin Xiao's face flickered with a hint of anger as she raised her voice. Elder brother, you are well aware that the fate of the Yinshang is drawing to a close. So why do you choose to act as the national teacher and take in the crown prince? Are you intentionally courting calamity? Alas, my dear sister, do not be vexed. I do not desire this outcome either. However, you must understand that certain matters are inescapable. One cannot simply evade them, Zhao Gongming replied. What do you mean? Yin Xiao inquired, perplexed. Initially, I was invited by Wen Zhong to descend the mountain for assistance. Upon entering the city of Chaoga and encountering the current King Di Xan, a sudden intuition overcame me. I sensed that I was destined to be entangled with the Yinshang and to inevitably be swept into this calamity, Zhao Gongming elucidated. Elder brother, could it be that your intuition is mistaken? You cannot hastily draw conclusions based on a fleeting feeling. Sister, you should be well aware that at our level of cultivation, such intuitions are often the most accurate. I do not wish to deceive myself, Zhao Gongming interjected, raising his hand to silence Yin Xiao. Elder brother, my master has stated that as long as we remain within our cave and do not venture out, we will safely pass through this calamity. If not, perhaps you should return to Amei Mountain and enter seclusion. You might just weather this storm. Yin Xiao urged anxiously. Such thoughts are futile, dear sister. I'm already embroiled in this matter, and you know me well. I am not one to shy away from challenges. If the calamity is to come, let it come. I fear it not. Zhao Gongming chuckled. Elder brother, do not be so headstrong. This calamity is not to be trifled with. If that is the case, I shall accompany you to seek out our master. Surely he will have a solution. Yin Xiao exclaimed in frustration. Alas, sister, I assure you, I am not being reckless. I am sincere. I have a premonition that if I can survive this calamity, my future cultivation will be smooth sailing. Though the risks are great, so too are the potential rewards. Let's not trouble our master. Zhao Gongming clarified. Do not try to deceive me with such reasoning. At our current level, with the accumulation of time and our master's teachings, we can steadily advance without risking our lives. Yin Xiao retorted coldly. Very well. If you had advised me before I descended the mountain, I would have heeded your counsel. But now, I have forged strong bonds with them. They regard me as a friend, including DXIN, and I refuse to be a coward. Elder brother, I recognize your loyalty, yet you must not treat your own life as trivial due to these sentiments. Yin Xiao pleaded anxiously. Sister, you need not fret excessively. Have you forgotten our sect's teachings? We, of the Jiejiao, seek to find that thread of variability within predetermined fate, grasping at a glimmer of hope. Zhao Gongming smiled. You make it sound simple, but how can that thread of variability be so easily seized? You know well that altering fate is no trivial matter. Yin Xiao retorted sharply. Her elder brother seemed to have lost his senses. Their master had often remarked that while Jiejiao advocates intercepting the fleeing essence to change fixed destinies, this endeavor is inherently challenging, and few succeed. No, dear sister, you are mistaken. This time, I may truly alter fate. Zhao Gongming stated mysteriously. What do you mean, elder brother? Please clarify. Yin Xiao furrowed her brow. Sister, you must have heard that after the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the kings of successive dynasties could no longer cultivate, and even their knowledge of the cultivation world was scant. Yet, the current human king, DXN, is different. Not only can he cultivate, but he has also reached a level beyond the golden immortal realm. Zhao Gongming exclaimed excitedly. Impossible. Brother, are you trying to deceive me? How could a human king possibly cultivate, and to have achieved a level beyond the golden immortal? Yin Xiao blurted out. When have I ever deceived you? If I had not witnessed it with my own eyes, I too would find it hard to believe. Zhao Gongming replied helplessly. However, I have heard that the Taoist ancestor fears that the human king's cultivation would lead only to personal transcendence, with no regard for governing the mortal realm. Moreover, should the human king cultivate, he would inevitably attract substantial karmic burdens, rendering him intolerable to heaven and earth. Thus, the rule was established that the human king must not cultivate. Yin Xiao furrowed her brows as she recounted the reasons she had heard, still somewhat skeptical. But the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were also cultivators, and they did not fail to govern the mortal realm, nor were they rejected by heaven and earth. Zhao Gongming murmured softly, Brother, do not speak nonsense. The circumstances then cannot be compared to those now. The human race is now the principal entity of heaven and earth, under the protection of the 3 teachings and the celestial court. The human king naturally does not need personal cultivation to command respect. Yin Xiao explained. Enough, sister. Regardless of the reasons that prevent the human king from cultivating, I am indifferent. What I know is that the fate of Yin Shang is now destined for change, and the calamity of the Fengshen will undoubtedly also shift. Thus, I wish to seize this opportunity. Zhao Gongming interrupted Yin Xiao. Seeing her elder brother resolutely deciding to support the Yin Shang and prepare to engage in the calamity, Yin Xiao was at a loss for how to persuade him. With a sigh, she addressed Zhao Gongming, Brother, are you truly determined to wade into these murky waters? Sister, there is no need to dissuade me. I have made my decision. I might evade this time, but what about next time? Or the time after that? I cannot keep hiding forever. Ultimately, I must face it, Zhao Gongming declared. Is this even comparable? Do not confuse the issues here. Yin Xiao retorted in dissatisfaction. In my view, it is indeed the same. Since brother has made up his mind, I will no longer persuade you. But, brother, is there anything you wish to convey during your visit to Sanxian Island? Yin Xiao asked with a cold expression. Naturally, there are matters to discuss. Zhao Gongming replied with an awkward smile. Then speak. What is it? Sister, it is as follows. My primary purpose for coming this time is to seek some elixirs and spiritual herbs. The more, the better, as they will serve a great purpose. Secondly, I wish to clarify my affairs with you. Should this endeavor ultimately fail, my cave abode and all my possessions shall be left to you. Brother, why speak such disheartening words? Did you not just say you are confident in reversing fate? Yin Shao exclaimed angrily. I spoke of if. Sigh. I will prepare all the celestial herbs and spiritual medicines on Sanxian Island for you shortly. Take good care of yourself. Should you encounter difficulties, come find us on Sanxian Island, Yin Shao said helplessly, offering her advice to Zhao Gongming. I had a feeling that you all were most concerned about me. Dear brother. Soon, Yin Shao prepared all the celestial herbs and spiritual medicines gathered on the Three Immortals Island, placing them into the universe bag and handing it over to Zhao Gongming. After bestowing these upon him, she took out the magical artifact, the Golden Serpent Scissors, and presented it to him. Brother, please take this Golden Serpent Scissors for your protection. No, my brother, I possess plenty of magical artifacts myself. As the calamity approaches, it will be wiser for you to keep the Golden Serpent Scissors for your defense. Zhao Gongming firmly declined. Since my two sisters and I shall remain here on the Three Immortals Island, who would dare to cause trouble? Moreover, I still possess the primordial Golden Dipper. You need not worry about us. Please accept it, Yin Shao urged. Chapter 32. The ambition of Ji Chong. Please, you should keep this. Zhao Gongming hesitated. Oh dear, brother. Have you also become indecisive? Even if you have no use for it, you can keep it for your disciples' self-defense. This is our heartfelt intention. Do not refuse it, Yin Shao said, somewhat irritated. All right, I shall accept it. Zhao Gongming, no longer wavering, hastily received the golden cicada scissors. In Chaoga City, Wen Zhong was reporting to DXIN about the recent droughts in various regions. After DXIN had entertained the Dragon Kings from the Four Seas, he had requested A.O. Guang to assist in bringing rain to the drought-stricken areas. True to his word, A.O. Guang informed the clans of various regions, and rain was brought to those parched lands, alleviating the drought to some extent. The lords of various territories also reported that their domains experienced rainfall, which relieved DXIN's concerns. In Shiqi, Ji Chong was receiving visitors from the Chan sect. As a master of the Fuxi 8 trigrams who had evolved them into 64 hexagrams, Ji Chong possessed a certain understanding of matters within the cultivation world. Upon learning that the visitors hailed from the Yushu Palace of the Chan sect, he immediately prepared a grand banquet to honor them, and among the guests was Guang Chengzi, one of the 12 Golden Immortals. During their exchange, Guang Chengzi's eloquence further convinced Ji Chong, for the methods of the Immortals were not to be taken lightly. Once Ji Chong was sufficiently persuaded, Guang Chengzi slowly revealed his purpose for visiting. With a serious expression, he addressed Ji Chong, Lord of Shibua. I have come today to convey an important message. My master has calculated that the fate of the Yin and Shang is nearing its end, while your Shiqi is destined to rise and take its place. Startled, Ji Chong glanced around to ensure no one was nearby, then sighed with relief and replied, Immortal, please refrain from such reckless words. I am but a minister of the Yin and Shang, deeply favored by the great king. How could I ever raise arms in rebellion and usurp the Yin and Shang? Lord of Shibua, you need not be anxious, though you serve the Yin and Shang. It is ordained by heaven that Shiqi will take its place and become the sovereign of the world. Are you truly not tempted by this? Guang Chengzi laughed heartily. My Shiqi has been loyal for generations. We would never become treasonous rebels. Immortal, please do not jest. Furthermore, our Shang dynasty is strong and mighty, with valiant generals aplenty. Not to mention the presence of esteemed officials like Wen Taishu and Shang Rong in Chaoga City, as well as capable lords from the other three regions. How could Shiqi dare to defy the established order? Ji Chong insisted. You worry too much. Although the Yin and Shang may appear strong on the surface, it is merely a fire fueling oil. DXIN is a tyrant, and will not be long before he is abandoned by all, and the 800 lords of the realm will join you in challenging him. Guang Chengzi said with a smile, Why must you deceive me, immortal? Though the king has not achieved great feats during his reign, he is far from a tyrant. How could he be abandoned by all, leading to a collective uprising against him? Ji Chong inquired skeptically. Ah, this is the decree of heaven. It is fated that the Yin and Shang's time is running out. How could DXIN defy such a destiny? If you doubt my words, simply wait and observe for a while. You shall see whether what I have said is true. Guang Qingzi declared confidently. At that moment, Ji Chang found himself at a loss for words, his heart filled with conflicting emotions. On one hand, as a minister of the Yinshang dynasty, he was reluctant to defy authority and become a figure despised by the world. Yet on the other hand, he felt the stirrings of ambition to supplant the Yinshang, for who would not covet the position of the supreme ruler of the realm? Observing Yi Chang's momentary bewilderment, Guang Qingzi understood that the news he had delivered was rather overwhelming. He recognized that Ji Chang needed time to process this information. So he chose not to provoke him further and instead took his leave. Once Guang Qingzi departed, the dazed Ji Chang sat alone in the hall, lost in contemplation. He could hardly fathom that one day he might replace the Yinshang and ascend to the position of the realm's sovereign. Doubts crept into his mind, questioning Guang Qingzi's intentions. Perhaps he harbored ill will, deliberately inciting Ji Chang to rebel against the Shang and leading him into a trap, plunging him into despair. However, recalling the extraordinary abilities Guang Qingzi had demonstrated, which only a celestial being could possess, especially when he had taken to the skies before him, left Ji Chang profoundly shaken. The thought of Guang Qingzi's proclamation that the fate of the Yinshang was nearing its end and that the Western Zhou would rise in its stead stirred a tumult of emotions within him. A blend of trepidation regarding betrayal and exhilaration at the prospect of becoming the realm's sovereign. As he grappled with these conflicting feelings, he could not resist the urge to cast some coins for divination, which revealed that the Western Zhou would indeed flourish in the near future. Just as he contemplated further divination regarding the Yinshang, his son, GFA, entered the room. GFA inquired, "Father, I just overheard the servants mention that you appeared somewhat unsettled after sending off that immortal. What troubles you in this hall alone?" Upon hearing his son's words, Ji Chang hastily concealed the divination coins and replied, "It is nothing of concern, my son. I am merely astonished by the celestial techniques demonstrated by that immortal. Do not worry." Ji Chang chose not to disclose the gravity of the situation to GFA, fearing that such monumental news could inadvertently escape his son's lips and invite trouble. He preferred to bide his time and see whether Guang Qingzi's assertions bore any truth. Relieved by his father's assurance, GFA smiled and remarked, "That's a relief. I thought you had encountered some trouble and was ready to share your burdens." After offering a few comforting words, Ji Chang allowed his son to depart. As GFA left, Ji Chang's gaze faltered, reflecting a tumultuous inner struggle. He pondered the possibility of usurping the Yinshang, envisioning a future where his descendants would rise above the masses and become the sovereigns of humanity. Once GFA returned to his own quarters, he found another immortal present there. The immortal spoke. "It seems your father remains somewhat hesitant, not entirely convinced of our intentions. This is only natural. Although we have demonstrated some celestial abilities and garnered a measure of trust from him, it is insufficient to incite rebellion, especially since we are not yet a match for DXIN. It is only reasonable for him to harbor doubts." GFA maintained a composed demeanor as he replied, "You speak the truth. Indeed, we have been overly eager. However, the time for action has not yet arrived, and we shall not compel you to rebel at this moment." The immortal responded with a smile. "Master Tai, do you truly believe that DXIN will face universal betrayal? Will the 800 feudal lords assist us in overthrowing the Yinshang at Shiqi? I can't shake the feeling that it seems somewhat unreal." GFA remarked with a sigh, "Rest assured, you shall witness it soon. This is destined by heaven and cannot be defied, just as you are fated to become the king of men," replied Tai Yizhenren earnestly. "And what my elder brother? By rights, he should be the legitimate heir, the first successor of our father. If opposed to inquire, I shall take your elder brother as my disciple and impart upon him the celestial arts. However, he has his own destiny, and he will not contest the position of heir with you," Tai Yizhenren explained. "Oh, then my elder brother's fate is rather fortunate indeed," Ji Fa remarked, maintaining a calm demeanor. Chapter 33. The Melancholy of Jiangxia within the city of Chaoga. The enchanting nine-tailed fox, Daji, presented a newly acquired elixir to Emperor Xian with a beguiling smile. "My lord," she cooed, "this is the cultivation elixir I procured at your behest." Emperor Xian accepted the vial, pouring its contents onto the table, revealing 9 golden pills that released a fragrant aroma. Satisfied, he nodded and praised her. "You have executed this task admirably. I shall reward you shortly. By the way, did they instruct you to relay any additional messages?" Daji promptly responded. "The messenger conveyed that I must swiftly entice you to dispatch Wen Taishu and Kong Xian to quell the rebellion in the North Sea." "Huh, they are indeed calculating well," he mused. "It seems their patience has waned with the delay of this calamity. Yet I too am near my goal. I merely require a little more time." Emperor Xian spoke to himself. "Now, this is your reward for your efforts. You have conducted yourself well, and I shall not be remiss in compensating you. You may leave for now." He retrieved a pill from his robe and tossed it to Daji. Overjoyed, she caught it and gracefully withdrew. Once she had exited, Emperor Xian clenched his fists, feeling the surge of power within him, before relaxing his grip. Zhao Gongming had brought him a plethora of celestial herbs from 3 Immortals Island, and Yuan Hong had also delivered rare spiritual grasses from afar, enabling him to finally break through to the 6th transformation. In terms of cultivation, he now stood as a Deluo Golden Immortal. However, as he primarily focused on his physical form and concealed his prowess, it remained imperceptible to the ordinary observer. Contemplating his newfound strength, he thought it prudent to send Wen Zhong and the others to swiftly quell the insurrection in the North Sea. He was eager to see what schemes would unfold once they departed. Jiangxia had been enjoying a period of tranquility. He had been appointed as a high minister by Emperor Xian, earning respect wherever he went, which brought him great satisfaction. Despite spending several days in the court, he discerned no signs indicating the imminent downfall of the Shang dynasty. The ministers here were diligent and committed to the welfare of the people. Recently, when drought afflicted various regions, he had contemplated personally seeking rain, but refrained upon remembering Wen Taishu's presence. As expected, not long after, Wen Zhong informed him that they had summoned the Dragon Kings of the 4 seas to bring rain to the parched areas, resulting in significant improvement that made Jiangxia question whether his master had miscalculated the timing of the Shang dynasty's decline. After completing his official duties, Jiangxia returned to his residence. Indeed, Emperor Xian had bestowed upon him a house. Noticing his daily toils through the city and countryside and his reliance on others for lodging, the emperor had generously granted him a dwelling, along with several servants to attend to his needs. This gesture deeply moved Jiangxia. Since his appointment in Chaoga, he had shed his previous hardships. Even the Ma family no longer dared to speak to him harshly, conducting themselves with utmost deference, fearful of inciting his displeasure. As he alighted from the carriage, a steward approached to report, "My lord, a guest has arrived at the residence, claiming to be your senior brother, and is currently in the hall awaiting your presence." Jiangxia paused momentarily, then with a joyful countenance replied, "Ah, I see. Please, you may leave." He strode into the living room and was pleasantly surprised to find Guang Chengzi visiting. Jiangxia, filled with joy, stepped forward to pay his respects, saying, "Brother Guang Chengzi, it has been a long time since we last met. I hope you have been well." "Indeed, it has been quite a while, Xia," Guang Chengzi replied with a smile as he rose to greet him. "Come, please take a seat. I apologize for my lack of hospitality, not knowing you were coming." "Not at all, not at all. It was merely a brief wait, nothing to fret over." Guang Chengzi waved his hand dismissively. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Jiangxia finally inquired, "Brother, may I ask what brings you to Chaoga to seek me?" "Ah, Xia, do you still remember the instructions our master gave you when you descended the mountain?" Guang Chengzi asked with a smile. "Of course I remember. Master said I was fated to be apart from the celestial path, urging me to descend and enjoy the riches of the mortal realm, and when the time was ripe, to assist a wise sovereign in establishing the Zhou and overthrowing the Shang, thereby aiding in the conferral of divinity." Jiangxia replied thoughtfully, "Precisely. It is commendable that you recall this. I have come to inform you that the time has now arrived. You must hasten to Shiqi and await the wise sovereign. Guang Qingzi affirmed with a nod. Brother, the sovereign you speak of, is it the Western Marquis Ji Chong? Jiang Zia asked. Indeed. You must be aware that the rise of Zhou and the fall of Shang is decreed by destiny, and Ji Chong is the sovereign you are to await. Guang Qingzi revealed without reservation. Brother, I acknowledge that the Western Marquis Ji Chong is renowned for his wisdom. It is quite daunting to assist him in overthrowing the Shang. Jiang Zia expressed his concerns. Why do you say such things, Zia? Guang Qingzi asked, furrowing his brow. Brother, the Shang army boasts over 1 million soldiers, alongside 800 feudal lords awaiting orders. After merely 40 years of cultivation on the mountain, how could I possibly possess the prowess to withstand such a formidable force? Jiang Zia replied, somewhat irritated. Do not be alarmed, Zia. I am fully aware of the situation. I must tell you that our school has been traveling far and wide, persuading the various feudal lords. When you raise your banner, they shall come to your aid. Guang Qingzi assured him with a smile. Brother, you wouldn't deceive me, would you? The current king has not committed any wrongdoing. So how could all 800 feudal lords rebel to assist me against the Shang? Jiang Zia expressed his disbelief. Were it not for the fact that this man was his elder brother, he could hardly restrain himself from uttering harsh words. The 800 feudal lords, particularly the Eastern Marquis Jiang Huanchu, would never turn against the Shang, as his daughter is the current queen and his grandson is the crown prince. Surely, he must have lost his senses to consider such a rebellion. Seeing Jiang Zia's skepticism, Guang Qingzi felt compelled to elaborate. Brother, not only is our school tirelessly working, but even those from the Western sect are diligently engaged in this matter. It will not be long before the Shang are embroiled in internal strife and external threats, causing those feudal lords to turn against them. At that point, it will be your opportunity to assist Shiqi in rising against the Shang. Jiang Zia countered, but what if the endeavor fails? Rest assured, this undertaking is destined for success. With the combined efforts of our 2 celestial schools, how could mere mortals withstand us? Guang Qingzi replied, somewhat dismissively. He believed that Jiang Zia was overly timid and narrow-minded. He failed to consider that both sects were under the tutelage of sages, and the methods of those celestial beings were beyond the capacity of mere mortals to resist. Furthermore, the Western sect was particularly adept at manipulating the hearts of others, making it exceedingly easy to compel obedience. Jiang Zia, somewhat taken aback, remarked, Senior brother, does this not mean that we are exacerbating the situation and intervening in the affairs of the mortal realm? Junior brother Zia, do not speak foolishly. You have practiced for only a few decades. How could you comprehend the greater trends? Our actions are in accordance with the heavenly principles, not an interference with the grand design. Guang Qingzi responded with evident irritation. Chapter 34. A change in the Northern Sea, however. Senior brother, this is clearly. Jiang Zia began to protest. Silence. It appears you have become blinded by the riches of this world, nearly forgetting the teachings of our Chan sect. Heaven has ordained the rise of Zhou and the fall of Shang. We must comply with this divine will and expedite its fulfillment, rather than act against it. Guang Qingzi reprimanded sternly. Jiang Zia's face flushed with embarrassment at the rebuke, rendering him speechless. He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, if indeed DXIN was incompetent, leading to governmental decay and the rebellion of vassals that would doom the Shang. He would have no objections. However, it was evident that the 2 sects were deliberately intervening and scheming behind the scenes, which unsettled him deeply. Noticing Jiang Zia's lingering defiance, Guang Qingzi invoked the name of Yuan Shi Tianzun. Junior brother, do not mislead yourself. Our master has entrusted you with this significant responsibility. Do you wish to jeopardize his grand designs? I dare not, Jiang Zia replied, bowing his head in submission. Very well. Simply follow the master's instructions. Do not overthink anything else. Should you encounter difficulties, we shall assist you in overcoming them. Guang Qingzi stated coldly. Yes, I understand. Jiang Zia could only acquiesce. Having cultivated for 40 years atop the mountain, he held profound respect for Yuan Shi Tianzun. Thus, despite his dissatisfaction with Guang Qingzi's methods, he remained obedient. Remember, You must depart for Shichi promptly, lest you delay this grand endeavor of bestowing the gods. Guang Qingzi, satisfied with Jiang Ziya's compliance, nodded approvingly. After offering a few more words of caution, he took to the clouds and departed. Once Guang Qingzi was gone, Jiang Ziya sat in the hall, sighing deeply. He found himself in a predicament. On one hand, there was his esteemed sect, and on the other, the benevolent DXN who had shown him kindness. The choice to oppose one over the other weighed heavily on his heart. After a moment of inner turmoil, he sighed once more and began to pen his resignation. Meanwhile, various vassals across the regions coincidentally encountered powerful Taoists, whose extraordinary abilities allowed them to summon winds and rain and ride the clouds. Many vassals quickly placed their trust in these figures, becoming their followers. Once these Taoists had demonstrated their powers and gained the vassals' confidence, they seized the opportunity to foretell that the fate of the Shang dynasty was waning and that it would soon be replaced by Shichi, urging the vassals to prepare accordingly. Indeed, this prompted some vassals to harbor rebellious thoughts. Although some vassals remained skeptical and loyal to the Shang, driving the Taoists away, overall, the latter achieved their objectives. The next day, DXIN received Jiang Ziya's resignation. In his missive, Jiang Ziya stated that due to his advanced age and frailty, he felt unfit for his position and humbly requested DXIN's consent for his resignation. Upon reading this, DXIN discerned Jiang Ziya's intent to seek out Ji Chang and Shichi. To buy time, DXIN refrained from granting his request and summoned Jiang Ziya to the side hall for further inquiry, thereby keeping him preoccupied. Meanwhile, the insurgents in the North Sea experienced a sudden surge in strength, forcing Huang Feihu and his companions into a series of retreats. In desperation, Huang Feihu hastily rode to report to Emperor Xin, seeking reinforcements. In his memorial, he conveyed the alarming news that numerous formidable demons had appeared under Yuan Fudong's command, overwhelming their forces, and thus he requested the emperor to dispatch powerful individuals for assistance. After careful contemplation, Emperor Xin summoned Jiang Ziya and addressed him. Ziya, we have received reports from the North Sea indicating the emergence of numerous malevolent creatures. I am aware of your knowledge of the Tao, and I wish for you to lead the troops to quell this rebellion. What say you? Jiang Ziya hesitated, replying, Your Majesty, although I have studied the Tao, my skills are rather meager. I am not afraid of ordinary demons, but if we are to confront those great fiends, I fear my strength may prove insufficient. Fear not, the emperor reassured him. I shall also summon other capable individuals from various regions to accompany you to the North Sea. You need not worry. Ziya, you are well aware of the ferocity of these demons. Thus, lend your support to the soldiers on the front lines. With this, Emperor Xin began to apply moral pressure. Jiang Ziya felt a wave of unease wash over him. His senior brother, Guang Qingzi, had urged him to head to Shichi immediately, yet here he was, unable to resign from his position, only to be dispatched to the North Sea to suppress a rebellion. He silently sighed, reflecting that had he known this would transpire, he might as well have relinquished his post and avoided such complications. However, he felt a sense of obligation to Emperor Xin and could not bear to leave without a word, which had led him to this dilemma. Observing Jiang Ziya's conflicted expression, Emperor Xin feigned concern, inquiring, Ziya, do you not wish to share my burdens? Not at all. It is merely that I have some personal matters to attend to, and I fear I may not have sufficient time. Jiang Ziya replied with a troubled countenance. What could possibly be more important than the affairs of the state? As a minister of the Yin Shang, how can you not prioritize national matters? Your servant, Jiang Ziya, accepts the command. Unable to withstand the emperor's moral persuasion, Jiang Ziya reluctantly acquiesced. Upon leaving the palace, Jiang Ziya wore a grim expression, unsure of how to proceed, and returned home in a state of turmoil. In the Shoshin Palace, Emperor Xin transformed the last of his spiritual herbs into experience points. Reflecting on the system prompt which indicated that breaking through to the 7 transformation required an astonishing 10 million experience points. After inquiring with the system, he learned that this breakthrough would elevate him to the status of a sage rather than a quasi-sage, as he would not need to eliminate 3 corpses. And his cultivation method differed, allowing him to bypass the quasi-sage stage entirely, resulting in a dramatic increase in required experience. With a heavy sigh, Emperor Xian summoned Wenzhong, Zhao Gongming, and others, stating, "I have gathered you here today to discuss an urgent matter. Recently, the North Sea has seen a rise in powerful demons aiding the rebels, and it is likely that Huang Feihu and his forces will face defeat. My king, they are merely a group of minor demons. Allow me to venture to the North Sea. I shall surely eliminate them," exclaimed Yuan Hong with enthusiasm. "Indeed, my king, they are just a few fiends. What is there to fear?" Wenzhong inquired with a frown. "It is not the demons themselves that concern me, but rather the possibility that there may be someone orchestrating events behind the scenes. Should you act rashly, I fear you may fall into a trap," Emperor Xian cautioned. "Since that is the case, Your Majesty, allow me to undertake the journey. In the event that there's indeed a trap, I possess the confidence to extricate myself," Kong Xian stated, arms crossed. "Haha, there is no need for concern. I have already devised a strategy. I shall have Jiang Zia lead the 4 generals of the Mo family to provide support at the North Sea, while you, Kong Xian, will assist discreetly from the shadows. As long as their lives are not in jeopardy, there is no need for you to reveal yourself," Emperor Xian informed them. "What if they reach a stalemate? Pay it no mind. As long as they do not retreat in defeat, we can endure the situation. What we lack is merely time." Empo sin gesta dites mi sin. Chapter 35, Arrival at the Fire Cloud Cave. Indeed, I have summoned you all here today to share a premonition of mine. I am on the verge of breaking through to the Sage Realm. Xian's words struck like thunder, causing an uproar. Impossible. This cannot be. How could our king possibly be nearing the Sage Realm? The others, upon hearing Xian, instinctively expressed disbelief. They had devoted countless years to their cultivation to attain their current levels, while Xian, though his exact start of cultivation was unknown, had only been practicing for a few decades. That he could reach the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal was already a feat beyond their wildest dreams. Yet now, they were confronted with the astonishing claim that their sovereign intended to ascend to the Sage Realm. Such a notion was ludicrous. The Sage Realm, a pinnacle sought after by countless practitioners, was not something to be attained with such ease. Many formidable beings within the primordial realm remained trapped at the quasi-sage level, unable to advance to sage. How could their king possibly declare that he was ready to transcend to sage? It was preposterous. Even the typically composed Kong Xian was the first to rise, exclaiming, "How can this be possible? Surely, you must have misinterpreted your sensations. If you were to break through, it would be to the quasi-sage realm, not sage." Indeed, the king must have mixed up the two, thinking that breaking through to quasi-sage equates to sage. "Huh," Zhao Gongming chuckled awkwardly. "Rest assured, I am not mistaken. I am aware that after achieving the great Luo Golden Immortal status, one must eliminate the 3 corpses to ascend to quasi-sage. However, my cultivation method differs from yours. I do not require the slaying of the 3 corpses to become a sage directly. Is such a cultivation technique truly possible? I have never heard of it before. Even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors did not possess such methods." Zhao Gongming's smile faded. Kong Xian gazed at Xian with a complex expression, saying, "If you can indeed become a sage directly, how many would be left astonished throughout the primordial realm? Since the cataclysm of the witch and demon tribulation, after the Lady of Earth transformed into the cycle of reincarnation and achieved sage through the merits of the heavenly Tao, no one has reached the sage realm since. Haha, do not be overly excited. I have yet to attain the sage status. To achieve this, I still require a plethora of celestial materials, earthly treasures, and elixirs. Therefore, I implore you all to assist me once more in seeking the Lingji Immortal Herb to aid my breakthrough. I shall repay you handsomely in the future," Xian stated earnestly. Kong Xian sighed in resignation, saying if one could truly ascend to the sage realm merely through celestial herbs and elixirs, how many sages would already exist in this world? I cannot fathom the nature of your cultivation method. It is indeed peculiar. The others nodded in agreement. At this moment, When Zhong stood and proclaimed, "Regardless, if our king can indeed break through to Sage, it is a momentous occasion. I shall return to Jinao Island to seek counsel from my master and gather the necessary spiritual herbs for you. I will also return to borrow some elixirs and herbs from my fellow disciples. If necessary, I shall approach my master for assistance." Zhao Gongming added, "Then I express my gratitude to both of you." Dixin replied earnestly, "My king, I have some acquaintances as well. I shall seek them out for assistance." Yuan Hong declared, gritting his teeth, "If what our king claims is true, then he shall be a future sage. Such a formidable ally must not be overlooked any longer." After a moment of silence, Kong Xian stepped forward to bow and said, "My lord, I possess a method to assist you in gathering a substantial quantity of spiritual herbs. But I have one request that I hope you'll grant. Speak freely. As long as it is within my power, I shall not refuse," replied the king. "In truth, I am the son of the Phoenix. Following the calamity of the dragon and Phoenix, my mother, in her desperation to ensure the survival of our race, suppressed the undying volcano with her own being. Consequently, some of my kin and subordinates, deprived of protection, have been forced to hide to avoid becoming others' mounts or sustenance. I implore you, once you attain sanctity, to accept them," Kong Xian pleaded, kneeling on one knee. Emperor Xian had no objections. Why would he reject an opportunity for additional strength, especially when Kong Xian had shown unwavering loyalty? Though their relationship was that of sovereign and subject, they were also friends. He nodded in agreement, but stipulated that he would not accept those burdened with sins who thrived on the blood of others. Kong Xian eagerly agreed and appeared visibly relieved. He clasped his hands and said, "Thank you, my lord. I shall contact them immediately to assist in collecting the spiritual herbs." "Excellent. I shall await your return for 7 days. After 7 days, the 4 generals of the Demon Clan will also arrive at Chaoga City, and I will need the assistance of Master One and General Kong to make a trip to the North Sea," Emperor Xian remarked. After the 4 acknowledged his words, they utilized their powers and departed. Seated on his throne, Emperor Xian pondered for a while, feeling the need for considerable experience points. He feared that the number of individuals Kong Xian could gather would fall short. Thus, he contemplated other avenues to exploit. Suddenly, he recalled that his own human race also had some heritage. Within the Firecloud Cave resided the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Since he too was now on the path of cultivation, it would be prudent to pay them a visit, as it might yield additional benefits. Emperor Xian utilized blood and flesh to create a doppelganger to remain at Chaoga, then stepped out and departed from the city. In no time, he arrived at the entrance of the Firecloud Cave. As he appeared at the cave's mouth, a young attendant emerged to block his path and inquired, "Who are you?" "This is the dwelling place of the 3 sovereigns. No one may enter recklessly." Emperor Xian smiled and replied, "I would appreciate it if you could inform them that the younger generation, Emperor Xian, has come to pay his respects to the 3 holy sovereigns." Are you the current human king, Emperor Xian? How did you find this place?" The attendant asked, astonished. "This matter is rather lengthy. I would prefer that you report it first," Emperor Xian smiled. The attendant, upon hearing this, ceased further inquiries and turned to enter the Firecloud Cave. Shortly thereafter, he emerged once more, stating, "The 3 holy sovereigns request your presence. You may enter now." With that, he led the way, and Emperor Xian followed him into the Firecloud Cave. Though unremarkable from the outside, the interior revealed a wondrous realm. After traversing a distance, the path opened up into what seemed like a small world. Further along, they reached a courtyard where 3 figures stood awaiting them. The young attendant approached and bowed, saying, "I have brought the person you requested, my lords. Thank you for your efforts. You may withdraw now," a kindly elder with a white beard said. Emperor Xin, realizing that these 3 were indeed the current sovereigns, hastily stepped forward to bow and declared, "The younger generation, Emperor Xian, pays his respects to the 3 holy sovereigns." There is no need for such formalities. "Please, come in and converse with us," another refined gentleman invited. After Emperor Xian proclaimed his title, he followed 3 individuals into a chamber. Once they were seated, the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan inquired first, "Emperor Xian, Your arrival at the Fire Cloud Cave signifies that you possess a certain level of cultivation. How did you embark on this path of cultivation? Emperor Xen respectfully bowed and replied, "In response to your majesty, I am uncertain of the circumstances. Since my birth, a unique method of cultivation has innately operated within me. Furthermore, I have discovered that consuming spiritual herbs and elixirs significantly accelerates my progress in cultivation." Of course, Emperor Xen could not disclose the existence of a system. He could only defer, claiming ignorance of the matter. Chapter 36. A conversation with the three sovereigns upon hearing Xen's words. The Yellow Emperor and his companions were taken aback. After exchanging glances, the Yellow Emperor addressed Xen, asking, "Could it be that a powerful being has secretly imparted their techniques to you? Or are you simply innately gifted?" Dixin feigned ignorance, responding, "I'm not entirely certain about this." Noticing his own uncertainty, the three sovereigns, despite their lingering doubts, chose to suppress their inquiries. Fushi gazed at Xen and remarked, "Are you aware that since the era of the five emperors, our human sovereigns have been unable to cultivate? This is a decree from the heavens, a restriction placed upon our kind. Now that you have broken this rule, you must exercise caution. I fear you may fall victim to machinations." Dixin respectfully acknowledged, "Thank you for the reminder. I shall be vigilant." Shen-Nong stroked his beard and added, "In truth, each generation of human sovereigns has possessed their own unique methods of cultivation. We harness the fortune of humanity in our training. The stronger the fortune, the swifter the progress." The Yellow Emperor interjected, "Since you have embarked on the path of cultivation, we shall share these methods with you. Upon your return, you may begin your practice at once to ensure you possess the strength to safeguard yourself." After a brief pause, he continued, "However, I cannot ascertain whether it is wise to impart this knowledge to you. Should it draw the ire of the heavens, remember to seek refuge in the Fire Cloud Cave. Regardless of the circumstances, we can guarantee your survival." Xen expressed his gratitude. "I am deeply thankful for the protection offered by the esteemed sovereigns." Having concluded the discussion on Xen's cultivation, Shen-Nong redirected the conversation, inquiring with curiosity, "Did you come to the Fire Cloud Cave for a specific purpose?" Xen, adopting a serious demeanor, replied, "I shall not conceal from the three sovereigns that I have come with a request. As you may know, the fate of the Yin and Shang is nearing its end, and we are on the brink of calamity. In pursuit of a glimmer of hope, I seek to procure some spiritual herbs to enhance my strength in order to confront the current predicament." "Oh, you are aware of this matter?" The Yellow Emperor responded with a hint of relief. "Indeed, now that you are capable of cultivation, it is not surprising that you would be privy to such information. Since the human sovereigns can no longer cultivate and the practice of abdication has ceased, the cycle of dynastic change is inevitable. Yet, with each transition, it is the common people who suffer the most. Alas, as you are now a sovereign, I shall prepare a supply of spiritual herbs for you. But I hope that in future disputes, you will cause minimal distress to the populace." Xen pledged, "I shall heed the sovereign's counsel." The Yellow Emperor then added, "Xen, are you aware that even if your strength were to grow tremendously, it would not alter the prevailing situation? Given the existence of calamity, those who interfere in the conflict are not merely mortals." Xen then smiled and replied, "No, Your Majesty, you are mistaken. If my power were to reach a sufficient magnitude, I could indeed change the fates decreed by heaven." The three sovereigns were momentarily taken aback by his assertion, and the Yellow Emperor, with a wry smile, shook his head, saying, "You still do not comprehend. Although you have embarked on the path of cultivation, what significance does your strength hold? Even if you were to attain the status of a celestial being, how would that matter? This calamity cannot be swayed even by those of quasi-saint status. Your understanding is far too simplistic." The three holy emperors believed that Xen had just embarked on his cultivation journey, lacking a sufficient understanding of his own strength and yet to broaden his horizons. They assumed that without reaching the realm of the sages, he was merely an insignificant ant in the face of this calamity, and thus felt compelled to issue a warning. However, Xen's expression remained unchanged. He no longer concealed his power, releasing an imposing aura, and then proclaimed, "What if I were to ascend to the Sage Realm?" Upon sensing his formidable presence, the faces of the three holy emperors shifted dramatically. Yet, after exchanging glances, they gradually regained their composure. Xin Yuan sighed and remarked, "Your ability to reach the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm in a mere few decades is indeed a testament to your extraordinary talent. We acknowledge that your strength is formidable, yet remains insufficient. As for your claim of ascending to the Sage Realm," he shook his head and continued, "that is simply impossible. You may have advanced in your cultivation at an accelerated pace and possess confidence in breaking through to the Sage Realm. But I must earnestly inform you that crossing into the Sage Realm is not a trivial endeavor." Seemingly concerned that DXIN might not grasp this, Shenong elucidated, "Your attainment of such a level is indeed beyond our expectations. However, the Sage Realm is not easily breached. Not to mention the multitude of great Luo Golden Immortals in this primordial chaos. Countless beings remain trapped at the quasi-saint level. Breaking into the Sage Realm is an entirely different matter from your previous breakthroughs." Fushi added, "All three of us were once at the quasi-saint level and aspired to ascend to the Sage Realm to serve as a pillar for our humanity, yet we all faltered. With our contributions to enlightening humanity, we now find ourselves lingering between the quasi-saint and Sage Realms." After listening to the explanations from the three holy emperors, DXIN smiled and replied, "I am well aware of the challenges posed by the Sage Realm. Yet I shall not conceal from the three holy emperors that my method of cultivation is distinct. My practice does not include the quasi-saint level. Beyond the great Luo lies the Sage Realm. Thus, I am merely a step away from the Sage Realm." The three holy emperors were taken aback by his words. But Xianyuan quickly countered, "Even without the quasi-saint level, the Sage Realm remains an insurmountable chasm, not something you can cross overnight." DXIN asserted earnestly, "No, I am different. I have already touched the boundaries of the Sage Realm. With sufficient spiritual herbs and elixirs, I can break through to the Sage Realm." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three holy emperors grew serious. Fushi fixed his gaze upon him and asked, "If you were provided with ample spiritual herbs and elixirs, could you truly breach the Sage Realm? You must understand that none of these sages ascended through the use of elixirs or herbs. I have mentioned that my cultivation approach diverges from theirs. Their standards for becoming sages cannot serve as a benchmark for my ascension to the Sage Realm." DXIN replied with equal seriousness. The three holy emperors, hearing his declaration, fell into contemplation. After a prolonged silence, Fushi spoke, "This matter is of great significance. We three shall deliberate further before making a decision." "Please proceed," DXIN responded. Upon concluding their dialogue, the three holy emperors began to confer telepathically. DXIN observed the shifting expressions on their faces, indicating a fervent discussion. After a considerable time, they reached a consensus. Fushi, wearing a solemn expression, spoke, "Insho, you understand the weight of this matter for our humanity. I hope you can honestly convey. Can you truly break through to the Sage Realm?" Emperor Xian solemnly declared, "As long as I am provided with an ample supply of elixirs and spiritual herbs, I shall be able to transcend to the realm of saints." Fushi gazed intently at Emperor Xian for a considerable moment before slowly nodding in agreement. "Very well. We place our trust in you. Remain here for a day while we procure the spiritual herbs and elixirs you require." The other two sacred emperors regarded him with equal seriousness, offering no words but merely nodding in affirmation, before the trio turned and retreated inward to gather the necessary herbs and elixirs. In his heart, Emperor Xian reflected, "How fortunate it is to have the unwavering support of my ancestors. With just these few words, they unconditionally believe in my potential to ascend to the realm of saints." Chapter 37. Gathering spiritual herbs after spending a day in the Fire Cloud Cave, the three holy emperors finally emerged. Fushi presented a bag of the universe to DXIN, saying, "This contains the spiritual herbs and elixirs we have gathered. Take it for now. Should it prove insufficient, send us word, and we shall devise further assistance." DXIN, filled with gratitude, bowed deeply, and accepted the bag, replying, "I am profoundly grateful to the esteemed holy emperors for your generous support. I shall not disappoint the expectations of my illustrious predecessors." Shenong interjected, "There is no need for you to bear excessive pressure. While it will be splendid for you to break through to the Saint Realm, should you falter, do not blame yourself. Your innate talent is extraordinary, and you may always try again." Xian Yuan added, "Within that bag lies the cultivation methods of our ancestors. Although you already possess your own practice, it may be beneficial for you to explore these teachings. They could aid in your breakthrough." Sensing their goodwill, DXIN refrained from further words, nodding appreciatively before taking his leave. As he departed, Fushi turned to the others, expressing, "I wonder if he can alter the fate of our human race. If he indeed succeeds in transcending to the Saint Realm, our strategies will need to be revised. I have faith in his potential. Our humanity thrives on the legacy of torch-bearing. There will always be descendants more exceptional than ourselves." Xian Yuan concurred. On Golden Turtle Island, Wen Zhong arrived at the dwelling of his master, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother. After being announced by a disciple, he stepped inside. Disciple Wen Zhong pays his respects to the revered master. He stated with reverence, "Rise, how can you find time to visit me amidst your earthly duties?" Inquired a strikingly beautiful celestial being, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother. Upon hearing his master's tone, Wen Zhong realized he was being reproached. He hastily replied, "Master, forgive me. It was my oversight not to return sooner to pay my respects. I have not held it against you, so why offer apologies?" She retorted. Wen Zhong wiped his brow, which bore no sweat, and sheepishly smiled, "You are right, master. It is indeed my fault. Enough. Speak quickly. I have matters to discuss with your grandmaster shortly." The Golden Spirit Holy Mother said with a touch of impatience, "Yes, I have returned seeking some spiritual herbs and elixirs. I hope for your consent." Wen Zhong quickly stated, "Oh, you have indeed made progress, knowing to ask for elixirs for your cultivation. Yet, you have been away from the mountain for decades, and your practice has languished. Very well, go to my herb garden and gather what you need. You may also collect the elixirs yourself." The Golden Spirit Holy Mother instructed. "Thank you, Master." Wen Zhong, with calamity approaching and you in the Yinshang, why not remain on the island for seclusion? I will petition your Grandmaster for a 9 transformations golden elixir on your behalf, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother suggested, unwilling to see her beloved disciple fall short. "Master, you once stated that my path to immortality would be arduous, which is why you sent me to assist Shangtang. How can I abandon my post now, when the Yinshang is in turmoil? Furthermore, while the golden elixir may facilitate a breakthrough to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, further progress thereafter becomes exceedingly difficult." Wen Zhong respectfully declined. Stubborn fool. Yet, that path is still preferable to remaining trapped in the Xian Immortal Realm. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother scoffed. Wen Zhong was well aware of his master's heartfelt concerns. His master, fearing that he might be listed among the fallen in this great calamity and recognizing the difficulties he faced in advancing his cultivation, had devised a plan to seek the 9 transformation golden pill from their ancestral master, hoping it would enable him to transcend to the realm of the Luo Golden Immortal. Despite his feigned disdain for the 9 transformation golden pill, should this elixir be presented in the vast wilderness, countless individuals would vie for it with fervor, for it held the potential to elevate one to the Luo Golden Immortal status, a threshold many cultivators would strive to reach, often to no avail, even unto death. Although the wilderness boasted of Luo beings in abundance, they remained a rare phenomenon compared to the multitude of cultivators. And those who ascended beyond the Luo Golden Immortal were invariably individuals of substantial background. For the average practitioner, the ultimate aspiration was merely to attain the realm of the Luo Golden Immortal. Seeing her disciple's resolve solidified, she ceased her persuasion, leaving behind several protective treasures before departing to seek out Tong Tian, thus leaving Wen Zhong to gather elixirs on his own. After his master's departure, Wen Zhong approached the medicinal garden to harvest, contemplating the many spiritual herbs necessary for his sovereign's advancement to the Saint Realm. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to gather more, while the young attendant beside him looked on with a pained expression. Unable to contain himself, the attendant cautioned, "Uncle Master, perhaps you are collecting an excess of spiritual herbs?" Wen Zhong's expression shifted slightly at the remark, yet, as he held the esteemed title of Grand Tutor in a mortal realm, he exuded an air of authority. With a stern countenance, he retorted, "Mind your tongue. Must I report the quantity of herbs I require to you? This is merely preparation for my swift advancement to the golden immortal realm." The attendant, cowed by his words, dared not speak further, silently observing as Wen Zhong collected enough spiritual herbs to facilitate 5 breakthroughs to the golden immortal stage. Pondering to himself if Wen Zhong's aptitude was truly so lacking as to necessitate several times the amount required by others. Meanwhile, Zhao Gongming had arrived at the Bio Palace. With a higher seniority than Wen Zhong and a broader network of senior brothers, he first visited several esteemed peers, requesting spiritual herbs. Due to his generous nature and emphasis on camaraderie, these brothers promptly acquiesced without hesitation. Having successfully acquired resources from them, he then turned his attention to the direct disciples, seeking out the turtle spirit Saint Mother. "Sister, it has been too long. How have you been?" Zhao Gongming greeted her warmly. "Ah, it is junior brother Gongming. What brings you to my cave dwelling, away from your cultivation, Atame Mountain?" The turtle spirit Saint Mother replied with a smile. "Indeed, I have come seeking some spiritual herbs for my cultivation. Might I be so bold as to request some from you?" Zhao Gongming inquired with a grin. "Of course, there is no issue at all. It is merely a matter of spiritual herbs. You may freely gather whatever you need from my medicinal garden," the turtle spirit Saint Mother declared generously. Gratefully, Zhao Gongming followed her to her cave to collect the herbs. After bidding farewell to her, he employed the same approach to visit the Wudong Saint Mother and the Duo Bao Daoist, both of whom readily permitted him to gather some spiritual herbs. Notably, the Duo Bao Daoist, known for his affluence within the, not only provided him with the herbs, but also gifted him some elixirs. Initially, Zhao Gongming considered seeking out the Golden Spirit Saint Mother for additional herbs. However, recalling that Wen Zhong was likely to have already approached her, he decided against it. Moreover, Wen Zhong did not solely seek his esteemed master. He also had a few acquaintances within the Jie sect. After harvesting spiritual herbs from his master's medicinal garden, he ventured to borrow various spiritual grasses and elixirs from his close friends. Simultaneously, Kong Xian re-established contact with some of his former clansmen and loyal subordinates. He refrained from disclosing the purpose of the spiritual herbs, merely stating they were for his personal cultivation. His clansmen, without suspicion, generously provided him with a substantial quantity of spiritual herbs. Kong Xian further assured them that soon they would no longer need to live in hiding, as he had found them a formidable protector. Chapter 38. The Northern Sea reinforcements. Upon hearing the news, the clansmen exhibited a mixture of emotions. Some rejoiced at the prospect of having support, while others were apprehensive about the potential sacrifices their young master might have to make. When their clan, the Phoenix Tribe, had disintegrated, Kong Xian was yet inexperienced, lacking the power to command respect among the formidable factions. By the time he ascended to the quasi-saint level and mastered the 5-color divine light, the remnants of the Phoenix Tribe had already scattered, its former might long diminished. Moreover, the landscape of the Hong Huang had shifted, with the most formidable powers now anchored by saints. As a quasi-saint, his standing was somewhat inadequate. Thus, he refrained from attempting to reorganize the remnants of the Phoenix forces. In response to inquiries from the clan members, Kong Xian remained silent, merely advising them not to cause trouble and to await his summons in tranquility. He then returned to Chaoga with the spiritual herbs. As Zhao Gongming and others gradually returned to Chaoga, they promptly presented their respective findings to DXIN. After expressing his gratitude for the herbs he had gathered, DXIN began secluding himself to strive for the saintly realm. Jiang Zia, having been compelled by DXIN to quell the rebellion in the Northern Sea, had not managed to journey to Shiqi during the past few days. On the day DXIN summoned him, a nationwide announcement was issued, stating that he and Wen Zhong would lead a contingent of capable individuals to support the Northern Sea. Now, all the feudal lords and common folk of the Yinshang were aware that he and Wen Zhong were the king's designated reinforcements. Should he abandon his post, and flee to Shiqi, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Consequently, he had no choice but to remain in Chaoga, awaiting the army's departure to the Northern Sea. In light of this, Guan Chengzi specifically came to Chaoga to admonish him, accusing him of evading his responsibilities in Shiqi by assisting the Yinshang in quelling the rebellion. This left Jiang Ziya feeling deeply aggrieved, and after much explanation, Guan Chengzi eventually believed that he was left with no alternative and granted him a grace period. Days later, Wen Zhong, along with Jiang Ziya and the 4 generals of the Mo family, accompanied by various extraordinary individuals drawn by the bounty, set forth on the path to the Northern Sea, while Kang Xian discreetly followed, unnoticed by anyone. At the Northern Sea, Huang Feihu and a group of commanders sat dejectedly within their tent. Su Hu and Chong Heihu were still nursing their wounds. Unable to contain himself, Li Jing inquired, "Lord Wuqing, when will the reinforcements sent by the king arrive? If they do not come soon, we shall truly be unable to hold out any longer." Huang Feihu sighed in response. "They should be arriving shortly. After all, it takes time for the king to dispatch troops. Let's wait a little longer. Alas, if the reinforcements do not arrive in a few more days, we will be at our limit." Su Hu echoed, his expression mirroring the group's collective dismay. They had initially grasped the intricacies of Yuan Fudong's operations through prior encounters and were on the verge of subduing the rebellion when an unexpected horde of monstrous beings had emerged to assist Yuan Fudong, turning the tide against them. While they were steeped in frustration, a soldier approached the military tent with news that the reinforcements had arrived within 30 miles and requested preparations for their welcome. Instantly invigorated, the commanders eagerly questioned the sentry and learned that it was the esteemed Wen Taisher leading the troops. Their spirits lifted, they hastily dispatched individuals to prepare for the reception, with Huang Feihu himself leading a contingent of elite guards to greet them. After welcoming Master Wen and his companions into the grand tent, the assembly wasted no time in sharing the detailed circumstances. Upon hearing their account, Master Wen stroked his beard and smiled, saying, "Fear not, for I am already aware of the situation. I have come to offer my assistance, bringing with me several extraordinary talents. Tomorrow, they shall surely astonish you." With this, Huang Feihu and the others felt a sense of relief and expressed their gratitude with respectful gestures. The news of Wen Zhong's arrival with reinforcements could not escape the notice of Yuan Fudong and his allies. However, they remained undaunted, as they had their own contingencies in place. Before dawn the following day, Huang Feihu ordered the removal of the truce banners. They rallied their troops and, alongside Master Wen, approached the city gates to challenge their adversaries. Yuan Fudong, unperturbed, assembled his forces and emerged from the city. "Huang Feihu, how dare you come to challenge us again? Have you forgotten the shame of your previous defeat, when you fled in disarray?" Yuan Fudong taunted as he stepped forward. "Silence, you traitor, daring to conspire with vile creatures. Your demise is well-deserved. Now that my reinforcements have arrived, we shall eradicate you rebels." Huang Feihu retorted angrily. "Such bravado, yet I shall not waste words on a defeated general like you. Bring forth Master Wen to speak." Yuan Fudong sneered coldly. "How dare you?" Huang Feihu seethed, ready to retort, but was halted by a wave of Master Wen's hand. Wen Zhong, riding his dark Qilin, advanced and declared, "Yuan Fudong, I am Wen Zhong. What is it that you wish to convey? Do you seek to surrender?" You are Master Wen? You appear little more than an old relic. How dare you take to the battlefield? You would be wise to surrender now, and I might spare your life." Yuan Fudong mocked. "Foolish brigand, you are unaware of your own insignificance. Once I have flattened your encampment and captured you, we shall see if your bravado remains." Wen Zhong retorted with a cold smile. "Bah, do you truly believe you can capture me, old rascal? Will you face me in single combat?" Yuan Fudong challenged. "I doubt you, traitor, will have the courage to emerge." Wen Zhong replied defiantly. Thus, the two ceased their verbal sparring and spurred their steeds into battle. After exchanging only a few blows, Yuan Fudong internally lamented. He had underestimated Wen Zhong, thinking that due to his age, he could easily subdue him. To his surprise, Wen Zhong proved to be even more formidable than Huang Feihu, and Yuan Fudong found himself struggling against the force of his strikes. As the duel continued, when Zhong suddenly hurled a golden whip, which spun gracefully through the air and struck Yuan Fudong squarely on the back, sending him tumbling from his mount. Just as when Zhong was about to seize him, a sudden gust of malevolent wind swept through, whisking Yuan Fudong away and leaving Wen Zhong grasping at nothing. Furious, Wen Zhong exclaimed, "Who dares to interfere in the imperial campaign against rebellion?" As the wind subsided, a peculiar figure emerged, chuckling, "Ha ha, we have indeed intervened. What will you do about it? You audacious fiend! How dare you meddle in the affairs of the Shang dynasty? You shall learn the consequences of your folly." Mo Liqing thundered as he stepped forth from the shadows. Without waiting for a response from the other, he brandished his Qingyun sword and thrust it towards the demon. The creature, undeterred, swung its treasured blade to meet the attack. However, it was unaware that the sword wielded by Mo Liqing was inscribed with powerful runes, capable of summoning a tempestuous black wind, filled with countless spears. Thus, as the blades clashed, Mo Liqing invoked the dark gust, which engulfed the demon within. A piercing scream echoed through the air, and then silence fell, the treasured blade clattering to the ground. When the black wind finally dissipated, the demon revealed its true form, a colossal wolf, battered and bloodied, its limbs reduced to mere fragments, devoid of life. Chapter 39. The four generals of the demon clan, both sides, were taken aback by the unfolding spectacle. One group marveled at the existence of such a creature, while the other was struck by the formidable power of Mo Liqing's sword. With a dismissive scoff, Mo Liqing stepped forward and declared, "Humph! To dare to cause chaos with such meager skills is truly deserving of death." At that moment, several peculiar-looking individuals emerged from Yuan Fudong's side. One burly man bellowed, "You insolent thief! Relying on your magical weapon to slay my brother is no true feat. If you possess any courage, cast aside your precious sword, and let us engage in a fair fight." Mo Liqing, unfazed, merely looked down upon him, retorting, "Humph! A pauper like you. Why not throw your head into the fray as well? I presume you lack even a magical artifact?" The man's face flushed crimson, realizing the absurdity of Mo Liqing's words. If he were not impoverished, why would he toil in this northern sea, serving others? It was precisely due to a deficiency of cultivation techniques and medicinal elixirs that he found himself in such servitude. You go too far." Stung by the truth of Mo Liqing's words, he felt a surge of anger and was about to charge forward. However, a companion pulled him back, reminding him of the perilous situation. The wolf demon that had just perished was of comparable strength to him, and since that creature had been effortlessly dispatched, he recognized he was no match for the magical artifact. Initially hoping to provoke Mo Liqing into discarding his weapon for a fair duel, he realized too late that the man was not easily baited and instead mocked him. At this juncture, Mo Liso stepped forward, addressing the burly man, "You, demon, possess some interesting qualities. Allow me to be your opponent. I carry no divine weapons or magical artifacts, so you may fight without hesitation." Hearing this, the man's face lit up with excitement, and he shouted, "Excellent! I shall engage you." Without heeding the warnings from his companions, he jumped down and strode to the front lines, grinning wickedly. "In light of your willingness to oblige, I shall grant you an opportunity. If you surrender, I will spare your life." Mo Liso merely scoffed, "Spare me your idle chatter. Attack at once. Otherwise, my pet may grow hungry." The burly man paused, puzzled by Mo Liso's words, but soon realized their meaning as Mo Liso ceased his prattle, retrieving a small flowered ferret from his waist pouch. After a couple of gentle strokes, he released it into the air. The man, initially intent on mocking the small creature, found his words caught in his throat as the diminutive being transformed mid-air into a massive form resembling an elephant, complete with wings sprouting from its sides, exuding an air of ferocity. Startled, the burly man hastily brandished a colossal hammer, swinging it towards the approaching floral ferret. Yet, despite its immense size, the creature was astonishingly agile, dodging the hammer before charging at the giant. With a thunderous roar, the man increased in stature, his physique becoming more imposing as dark fur sprouted from his face and arms, resembling a gigantic bear. He bellowed and swung his paw to meet the charge, which had inexplicably morphed into a sharp bear's claw. To his astonishment, the floral ferret did not shy away, but instead barreled directly into him, resulting in a resounding crash as a dark figure was sent flying through the air. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the burly man himself. Before him, the true form revealed itself as a colossal bear, albeit one in a woeful state. The bear's chest had caved in from a brutal collision with the flower marten, and blood oozed from its mouth, leaving it merely gasping for breath. In stark contrast, the flower marten bore no visible wounds. This creature was, after all, a rare breed from the primordial wilderness, its fur as tough as bronze and iron, remarkably resistant to harm, even when struck with full force. It absorbed much of the impact, leaving its skin unscathed. Without waiting for the great bear to respond, the flower marten leaped forward, severing the bear in half with a single bite, and soon consumed the entire beast. Appearing quite satisfied as it shrank back to a smaller size and returned to the hands of its master, Emo Li Shou. With joy, Emo Li Shou caressed the creature and praised it, carefully placing it into his treasure pouch. The atmosphere grew quiet, as the ferocity of the flower marten was evident for all to see. Observing the fear it instilled in the onlookers, Emo Li Shou nodded with satisfaction and chuckled. How about that? I kept my word, refraining from using weapons or magical artifacts. Who among you dares to challenge me now? Both sides inwardly cursed his shamelessness. Though he claimed not to use magical treasures, his actions spoke otherwise. At least those artifacts could leave behind corpses, whereas he had left nothing but fur to be devoured. After flaunting his triumph for a while longer and finding no one willing to engage, he swaggered back to his own ranks. Yuan Fudong, standing atop the city wall, was infuriated, stamping his feet in frustration. The battle had not even commenced, yet they had already lost 2 men, and the morale of his troops had plummeted significantly, rendering them incapable of further combat. With bitterness, he commanded, "Retreat. Raise the ceasefire banner." As Yuan Fudong withdrew to his camp, cheers erupted from Huang Feihu and his comrades, having recently endured relentless pursuit and battle. This moment served as a much-needed release of pent-up frustration. Meanwhile, Jiang Ziya returned with the army, lamenting internally. His elder brother insisted on collaborating with the Western Qi against the Shang. Yet observing the combat capabilities of the Yinshang forces made him question whether the Western Qi could withstand such a confrontation. One could easily raise a banner of rebellion today, only to be captured and brought to Qingyi for execution tomorrow. Upon returning to his residence, Yuan Fudong erupted in fury. Today had been utterly humiliating. Not only had he nearly been captured, but those formidable demons had proven to be utterly powerless against the reinforcements. If this continued, rebellion would be futile. Fleeing for his life seemed the only viable option. Just as he pondered his next move, a voice emerged from behind him. "General Yuan. Why such fury? It is merely a setback." Turning around, Yuan Fudong beheld a shadowy figure standing in the hall, cloaked in black, with only a pair of eyes visible. Upon recognizing this figure, Yuan Fudong's face lit up with joy as he hurried forward, exclaiming, "Immortal, you have finally arrived." You cannot imagine how formidable those reinforcements were today. The great demons you had helped me summon stood no chance against them. I almost fell into their grasp. Do not panic. I am already aware of the situation. The shadow reassured him. In 2 days, capable individuals will come to your aid. Those reinforcements are insignificant. Rest assured. Is it true? Will someone truly come to assist me? Yuan Fudong asked, filled with hope. Indeed, it is true. Simply bide your time and avoid battle for a few days. Excellent. With your words, I am at ease, exclaimed Yuan Fudong with delight. After offering him a few words of reassurance, the shadowy figure departed. Upon reaching a secluded spot, another red figure emerged. The shadow remarked, "Today, only Wen Zhong has come with the 4 generals of the demon family for support. I have yet to see Kong Xian and his companions." The red figure replied, "With those mere little demons, there is no reason for Kong Xian and his allies to intervene. If I were Kong Xian, I would not come either." The shadow paused momentarily before responding. "In that case, I shall add fuel to the fire. I refuse to believe that once Wen Zhong and his forces are defeated, DXIM will not send Kong Xian and his group as well." Chapter 40. The Falling Treasure of Gold Upon the Majestic Wui Mountains. Yuan Hong transformed into a radiant beam of white light, diligently searching for the two Taoists, Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao, as instructed by the king. Prior to entering seclusion, the king had commanded him to locate these individuals and retrieve a treasured artifact known as the Falling Treasure of Gold. After a prolonged search, Yuan Hong finally discovered the two Taoists engaged in a game of chess within a secluded grove. He approached them and inquired, "May I ask if you are the esteemed Taoists Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao?" Upon hearing his words, the two men rose, somewhat puzzled, and replied, "Indeed, we are Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao, but we are unaware of your identity or the purpose of your visit." Yuan Hong's heart leapt with joy. He had finally found the right individuals. He promptly declared, "I am Yuan Hong, the illustrious general of the current dynasty, sent by my lord to request a treasured artifact from you both. I hope you will grant my request." The two Taoists were taken aback by his revelation. Since the onset of their ascetic practices, they had seldom ventured into populated areas, spending their days in the Wui Mountains, engrossed in chess and cultivation, far removed from the outside world. How, then, did the reigning king come to know their names and seek them out for the artifact? Xiao Sheng furrowed his brow and replied, "Might I inquire how your king became aware of our names, and what specific treasure he wishes to acquire?" Yuan Hong chuckled softly before responding, "My lord possesses his own channels of information. I am not privy to them. I seek the falling treasure of gold that you hold in your possession. May I request its use?" Qiao Bao, unable to remain silent, interjected, "The falling treasure of gold is a rare find we discovered together in a cave. When invoked, it can bestow treasures upon its user, making it an extraordinary item, our most cherished possession. How can we possibly lend it to a stranger?" Irritated, he continued, "Your king displays a lack of courtesy, approaching us without prior acquaintance to borrow our artifact. What if he were to refuse its return? Will we not be left duped, deprived of our treasure?" Yuan Hong responded with a smile, "We would never impose upon you without reason. State your conditions, and I shall consider them, or I can offer other items in exchange for your precious artifact." Xiao Sheng, still frowning, retorted, "This artifact is invaluable. We will neither exchange it for anything else nor lend it to you. I suggest you leave at once." Qiao Bao chimed in, "Indeed, we will not lend this treasure. You are merely a mortal emperor. How dare you request our artifact? Truly absurd." Yuan Hong narrowed his eyes and said, "Humph. I approach you with courtesy, and yet you respond with insolence. Do you truly believe I am incapable? I shall claim this artifact today, regardless of who stands in my way." "Bah, you speak so brazenly. Today, you shall not borrow this artifact. What can you do about it?" Gao Bao shouted angrily. "Very well, let us see what transpires," Yuan Hong declared, charging towards them. In response, both Qiao Bao and Xiao Sheng summoned their weapons to strike at Yuan Hong. However, despite their efforts, they had only reached the celestial realm in their cultivation, rendering them no match for Yuan Hong. Their weapons merely clattered against him, leaving no mark, and the recoil from their own strikes sent them staggering backward several paces. The expressions of the two men changed drastically, realizing that the individual before them possessed formidable powers far beyond their own, rendering them powerless. They exchanged glances, a silent understanding prompting them to initiate an Earth escape. However, Yuan Hong, a celestial of the highest order, would not permit their escape beneath his very gaze. With a hearty laugh, he leaped forward, seizing each of their shoulders. A slight exertion of force brought them before him, followed by a binding spell that rendered them immobile. With a cold smirk, Yuan Hong addressed them with such trivial skills. "Yet you dare to act arrogantly. Surrender your treasures, and I shall spare your lives. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Qiao Bao and Xiao Sheng, upon hearing this, dared not utter further words, as mere scattered immortals lacking significant talent or backing. They had toiled to attain their current state and naturally wished to avoid demise. Xiao Sheng responded to Yuan Hong, "Very well. We hope you honor your word. Once we hand over the treasures, you will spare our lives. Rest assured, I have no interest in your lives. I merely seek to acquire that treasure in return to fulfill my duties," Yuan Hong replied coldly. With a clenched jaw, Xiao Sheng retrieved a golden copper coin adorned with wings from his pouch and handed it to Yuan Hong. After examining it with satisfaction, Yuan Hong nodded and then tossed them 2 artifacts and a vial of elixirs. These artifacts and the elixirs are compensation for you two. Given your current cultivation levels, possessing such treasures would only bring calamity upon you. You may very well meet your end at the hands of others. Yuan Hong scoffed. Having spoken, he did not wait for their response, but transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing from sight. In front of the tent of Bei Hai Yuan Fu, several figures abruptly materialized, startling the station's soldiers who quickly aimed their spears, shouting, "Who are you to dare intrude upon the grand tent?" Among them, an old man with a sinister visage stepped forward, sneering, "Ha! A few mere bloodlings dare to provoke me, truly courting death." Upon uttering this, a plume of black smoke emanated from his fingertips, sweeping past the soldiers, followed by their screams as they collapsed to the ground, lifeless. "Black Scorpion, have you no regard for the host's territory, killing their subordinates upon your arrival?" A sultry voice interjected. "Humph! What concern is it of yours, you vile serpent? Do not provoke me." The old man, referred to as Black Scorpion, retorted. "Enough. Both of you, silence. The master has emerged." A voice imbued with authority rang out. Yuan Futong and his companions heard the rebukes and cries from within the tent. They hurriedly exited, fearing an enemy incursion, only to discover the soldiers lying lifeless before their tent. "Who are you to dare slay my guards? Summon help at once." Yuan Futong shouted. "General Yuan, there is no need for alarm. We are not your enemies, but rather have come to assist you. As for the soldiers, it was merely an unfortunate incident." A tall and imposing figure stepped forward. "If you are here to aid me, why did you commence with the slaughter of my men?" Yuan Futong furrowed his brows and inquired. "I have already elucidated that it was merely an accident. We are all here at the behest of the dark-robed master to assist you. This is the token." The robust man retrieved a circular medallion of unknown material from his bosom and tossed it over. Yuan Futong extended his hand to receive it and, upon inspection, recognized it as a token from a certain immortal, thereby alleviating his doubts. He promptly donned a cheerful demeanor and remarked, "Since you are all summoned by the immortals, this must surely be a misunderstanding. I kindly invite you to enter my tent for further discussion." The group followed him into the grand tent and took their seats. Yuan Futong was the first to speak. "May I inquire how you esteemed immortals prefer to be addressed?" The brawny man replied, "I am Lei Meng. He is He Xie, Qing Ji, and Yo Man." Having encountered these immortals before, Yuan Futong swiftly instructed his attendants to prepare a banquet to warmly welcome them. Chapter 41. Ascending to the realm of the great Taoist immortal General Yuan, there's no need for formality. The banquet can be postponed. Let us first discuss the situation of the enemy forces across the way. This will better equip us with strategies for tomorrow's confrontation. Lei Meng gestured dismissively. "Very well. Since the immortal wishes to understand the circumstances first, I shall relay the information to all of you." Yuan Futong promptly acquiesced, eager for his companions to swiftly defeat Wen Zhong and his cohorts. For days, they had hung a banner of truce, and he had been simmering with frustration. Thus, Yuan Futong divulged the situation regarding the Yinshang forces in detail. In the city of Chaoga, Emperor Xian was fervently converting these spiritual herbs and elixirs into experience points. As each herb transformed, his experience points began to accumulate, finally nearing completion. Upon reaching 10 million experience points, a voice from the system echoed in his ears. "Ding! Experience points have reached 10, 000, 00010, 000. Would you like to level up?" Emperor Xian took a deep breath and resolutely clicked yes. The moment he confirmed, an overwhelming aura surged from his body, as waves of power coursed through him, continuously reshaping and reconstructing his form. His consciousness plunged into a state of chaos. Nurtured and transformed, time passed, though its measure was lost on him. When Emperor Xian's awareness returned to his body, he felt an inexhaustible strength surging within him. Clenching his fist, he reveled in the newfound power. At last, he had the strength to overturn the table, no longer a mere pawn. Once Emperor Xian fully ascended to the realm of the great Taoist immortal, it seemed as if the heavenly Tao responded. The daylight above Chaoga abruptly shifted to night. and amid the thunder and lightning, purple lightning coalesced into a pair of colossal eyes, coldly surveying the ground below in search of the source of the aura. This immense pressure caused countless mortals within Chauga to prostrate themselves, trembling uncontrollably, their hearts overwhelmed by fear. The cultivators fared even worse, feeling the oppressive weight of heaven and earth more acutely, as if a calamity loomed above them, ready to strike. In the palace, Zhao Gongming, with a grave expression, summoned the sea-calming pearl. The 24 pearls formed a formation that encircled him, providing protection against the weight of the heavens. What on earth has transpired? Why does the eye of heaven manifest over Chauga? Could it be that the king is about to break through to the sage realm, stirring the heavenly Tao? Zhao Gongming murmured to himself. However, before the eye of heaven could pinpoint the source of the aura, a bird's cry resonated through the sky. Suddenly, a colossal bird resembling a phoenix appeared above Chauga, radiating golden light. Its call shattered the purple giant eye. As the purple eye disintegrated, the sky transitioned from dark to bright, returning to normalcy, and the immense pressure that had weighed upon the people vanished. The giant bird cast a glance at the palace before dissipating into the ether. Zhao Gongming observed the bird's disappearance, murmuring, "The auspicious phoenix of Yinshang has indeed shattered the eye of heaven." Emperor Xin also lifted his gaze towards the vanishing celestial bird, sensing its elation from the sound of its cry. He had initially intended to dispel the eye of heaven himself, but was preempted by the phoenix's intervention. As Zhao Gongming gazed up at the sky in a trance, a sudden voice broke the silence. "Gongming, what captivates your attention so deeply?" Startled, Zhao Gongming realized that despite being a quasi-saint, he had failed to notice someone approach him. He quickly turned to find the enigmatic smile of Emperor Xin. "My lord, you have emerged from your seclusion. Could it be that you have truly transcended to the realm of saints?" Zhao Gongming's voice quivered with astonishment. "Emperor, si not that setating. You could say I have transcended to the saintly realm, yet my path diverges from that of the other saints." Confused, Zhao Gongming inquired further, prompting Emperor Xin to elaborate. "I have not severed my 3 corpses. Instead, I have forged my own path through strength, distinguishing my journey from that of your revered master and others. They rely on the primordial purple energy, entrusting their essence to the heavenly path. As long as the heavenly path endures, so too shall the saints." Emperor Xin continued, "In contrast, I have attained enlightenment through my true essence, relying solely on myself without the need to anchor my spirit to the heavenly path, thus escaping its constraints." "What is the distinction?" Zhao Gongming asked, still grappling with the revelation. "There is indeed a difference. Their essence is anchored to the heavenly path, allowing them to wield the powers of the laws of nature infinitely, albeit under the universe's constraints. I, however, must harness my own strength to manipulate the operation of these laws, liberated from the heavenly path's limitations." Emperor Xin explained with profound insight. Zhao Gongming found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "Enough of this. Such matters need not trouble you now. You have already embarked on the path of severing the 3 corpses. Focus on your cultivation, as your method is comparatively simpler." Upon hearing this, Zhao Gongming felt as if he had swallowed a fly, retorting, "My lord, I must say that your method of cultivation seems the simplest of all, merely refining spiritual herbs to break through. Is there any practice more effortless than yours?" Emperor Xin, taken aback, chuckled, "Ah, you overlook the hardships I have endured behind the scenes." After their jest, Emperor Xin's demeanor lightened as he instructed, "Gongming, journey to the North Sea and collaborate with Kong Xian to capture Yuan Fudong alive. We need not concern ourselves with anything further. It is time to conclude this farce." "Very well. I shall seek out Kong Xian immediately." With that, Zhao Gongming departed without delay, heading toward the North Sea. Meanwhile, Emperor Xin retrieved the jade slips bestowed by the 3 holy emperors, which contained records of how past human kings utilized fate in their cultivation. After a brief glance, he meticulously analyzed the techniques inscribed within. It must be said, this method of cultivation possessed considerable merit. Historically, human kings were tasked with both cultivation and governance. which inadvertently hindered their advancement. Yet, as kings, they could not afford to be weak, lest they lose the allegiance of their subjects. Thus, through diligent research and refinement, they devised this technique, merging human destiny with personal cultivation. In this manner, not only would their cultivation not stagnate, but they would also gain ample time to manage state affairs. Moreover, as humanity thrived, their fate grew stronger, facilitating swifter progress in their cultivation, a harmonious synergy, perfectly tailored for sovereigns. Emperor Xian concealed the jade tablet within his bosom, contemplating the need to refine this technique further, ideally transforming it into a method that would enable others of the human race to cultivate swiftly. In the North Sea, Zhao Gongming sought out Kong Xian and conveyed Emperor Xian's intentions. Upon hearing that Emperor Xian had attained sainthood, Kong Xian was taken aback. Although he had been aware of this news while assisting in the search for spiritual herbs, a lingering doubt had persisted in his mind. After all, the journey to sainthood was fraught with challenges. Many had endeavored tirelessly, yet remained ensnared at the threshold of quasi-sainthood. The likes of Kunpeng from the North Sea and the ancestor of the River of Blood were but a few among countless others. The notion that their sovereign could effortlessly refine elixirs and ascend to sainthood seemed utterly preposterous. Who could one possibly turn to for justification of such an absurdity? Chapter 42. The fierce battle of the North Sea. Even Kong Xian himself was tempted to experiment with consuming a greater quantity of spiritual elixirs to see if it would loosen his realm. However, he wisely restrained himself, avoiding a lapse in judgment. Together with Zhao Gongming, he sought out Wen Zhong to convey the decree from their sovereign. Upon hearing the news, Wen Zhong was filled with joy and immediately summoned his generals, preparing to march forth and eradicate the traitor Yuan Fudong. As he commanded the assembly of forces for an aggressive assault on Yuan Fudong, a soldier arrived with urgent news, reporting that Yuan Fudong had removed the truce banner and was provocatively challenging them to come forth and meet their demise. At this, Wen Zhong laughed heartily, rallying his valiant warriors as he approached the front lines. Wen Zhong, riding atop the Ink Qilin, called out, "Yuan Fudong, you, the defeated general, dare to present yourself in challenge. Truly, you are oblivious to your own peril. Today, I shall capture you alive and bring you before the court of Chaoga for judgment." Wen Zhong, you boast with great bravado. Do you not fear your tongue might be snatched by the winds? Yuan Fudong retorted defiantly, "Let us dispense with idle chatter and demonstrate our prowess." Wen Zhong declared, unwilling to engage in further verbal sparring. He turned and shouted, "Who will assist me in apprehending this rogue?" Mo Lihong boldly proclaimed, "My lord, allow me to engage him. I shall certainly capture this villain alive." "Excellent. Then I shall rely on you, General Mo Lihong." Wen Zhong replied with delight. Mo Lihong offered a respectful bow and, without further ado, brandished his primordial pearl umbrella as he advanced to the battlefield. Observing Mo Lihong's approach, Yuan Fudong quickly turned and called out, "Lei Ming, why do you not send someone forth to combat him?" Nodding, Lei Ming addressed the remaining three. "Who among you will step forth to confront him?" "Ha! Let me take the lead. I have been eagerly awaiting this moment. With such a hefty figure, I am certain he will be quite delectable," the Black Scorpion boasted as he charged ahead. Seeing this, the other three demons said nothing further, allowing the Black Scorpion to take the vanguard. "Huh! That fellow appears quite formidable, though I wonder if he tastes as good as he looks. I hope he does not disappoint me, for if he does, he shall not escape my wrath." The Black Scorpion sneered. Unfazed, Mo Lihong merely scoffed. "Humph! What foul creature are you? Merely your presence is repugnant." Enraged by these words, the Black Scorpion bellowed, and dark smoke began to billow from his form. With a pointed finger, he directed the smoke as it surged towards Mo Lihong like a living entity. Calmly, Mo Lihong unfurled his primordial pearl umbrella, positioning it before him. As he opened the umbrella, the battlefield was suddenly shrouded in darkness. The encroaching black smoke collided with the umbrella's surface and was violently dispersed, leaving the Black Scorpion momentarily astonished. Well, no wonder you are so brazen. You possess a fine treasure. But once I have vanquished you, this artifact shall belong to me. Such ignorance. Mo Li Hong dismissed him with disdain. He lifted the umbrella and spun it several times, causing both armies to feel a disorienting vertigo as the ground trembled, nearly sending the targeted black scorpion tumbling to the earth. He raised his head in anger, eager to voice his thoughts, yet Mo Li Hong provided him no opportunity for speech. Suddenly, a vast expanse of black mist materialized around the black scorpion, accompanied by serpentine flames that writhed and rolled. The black scorpion, too preoccupied to utter a word, was compelled to reveal its true form. A colossal scorpion wielding its pincers, desperately attempting to fend off the fiery serpents. Its tail thrashed wildly in an effort to disperse the flames, but soon it emitted a wretched cry. The black mist was corroding its body. It sought to escape the suffocating shroud, yet the flames barred its exit. In mere moments, the scent of charred flesh wafted from its pincers, causing it to screech in agony. The three demons watching from the rear could no longer bear the sight and attempted to rescue their comrade. However, as they advanced, the remaining three generals of the Mo clan intervened, engaging them in fierce combat. Witnessing the obstruction of his reinforcements, the black scorpion reluctantly withdrew a glowing, needle-like artifact from his bosom, murmuring incantations as he prepared to activate it. Yet, Mo Li Hong merely chuckled coldly, twisting the handle of his umbrella, and effortlessly absorbed the artifact. Stunned, the black scorpion found himself bereft of his most treasured possession, which had not even been unleashed yet. With no other recourse, he braced himself, hoping fervently for his companions to arrive in time to rescue him. The Qing Ji faced off against Mo Li Hai. Lei Meng confronted Mo Li Qing, while Mo Li Shou's floral ferret was entangled in battle with the bull-like Niu Man. The battlefield was ablaze with fire and shrouded in clouds of dust. Yet, within a mere quarter of an hour, as the Mo clan's generals activated their artifacts, the situation for the four demons grew increasingly dire. The Black Scorpion, in particular, was nearing a state of being thoroughly roasted. Any discerning observer could see that their defeat was merely a matter of time. When Zhong, observing with a cold smirk, commanded the surrounding generals, Huang Feihu, Deng Jiogong, Li Jing, Cheng Heihu, heed my orders. Once the four demons are vanquished, lead our forces to encircle them and ensure the capture of Yuan Fudong alive. Yes, we shall obey the military command. Huang Feihu and his companions felt a surge of excitement. After days of suppressing the rebellion without a single achievement, they had narrowly escaped defeat at the hands of the insurgents. Now, not only could they redeem themselves, but they might also earn great merit. Yuan Fudong, witnessing the grim tableau on the battlefield, felt a pang of anxiety. He inwardly cursed the four demons for their unreliability. Just days prior, they had boasted loudly, and now they were on the verge of defeat. He even harbored some resentment towards the dark-robed immortal for choosing such feeble allies. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, several figures emerged on the battlefield. A cloaked figure, shrouded in black robes, stepped forward, dispersing the encroaching black mist and flames surrounding the black scorpion with a mere gesture. Next, he reached out towards Mo Li Hong. The latter felt an overwhelming force incapacitating him, as a colossal golden hand descended upon him, seemingly destined to crush him into the ground. Yet, just as it was about to make contact, the hand vanished into thin air. A voice echoed, "Dear friend, is your garb so unseemly that you cannot bear to reveal yourself?" It was none other than Zhao Gongming and Kong Xian who had arrived in unison. The figure in black robes, rather than being angered, appeared quite exhilarated, exclaiming, "Ah, you two have finally decided to show yourselves." Kong Xian coldly scoffed, "You, who hide in the shadows, have come here precisely for us, haven't you? Bring forth the remaining few. Let's resolve this matter swiftly. Alas, it appears that we have not eluded your keen perception. Yet since you are aware that this is a trap, how can you dare to reveal yourselves?" The figure in the black robe expressed a hint of surprise. "Humph. Were it not for my lord's prior instructions, I would have ensnared you all long ago. Why delay until now?" Kong Xian replied with a disdainful huff. "Truly, you are the son of Yuan Feng, Kong Xian, and your arrogance is commendable." The black-robed man retorted, unperturbed. Enough of idle chatter. Let us see our true capabilities in action. Zhao Gongming interjected. Friend Gongming, if you choose to withdraw now, we shall not impede you. As a distinguished disciple of the Jie sect, surely your master has cautioned you that the fate of the Yin and Shang is waning. Why then, would you choose to act against the tide? The man urged Zhao Gongming. Chapter 43. Luya and Jin Chan. Haha. You need not concern yourself with my affairs. Instead, you should worry about how to leave here today. Zhao Gongming chuckled. Upon hearing this, the figure in black ceased his trivialities and declared in a booming voice. If that is the case, do not blame us for our merciless actions. As soon as he finished speaking, two more silhouettes emerged, encircling the two men. The figure in black then removed his cloak, revealing himself to be Jin Chan from the Western Church. The other figures included Randang, the formidable demon Ji Ming, and Luya, donned in a crimson robe. Jin Chan smiled and said, Friend Kong, my master believes you are destined to join our Western Church. If you consent to join us, we can put an end to today's events. What do you say? Kong Xian remained silent, merely igniting the five-color divine light behind him as a response. Jin Chan shook his head, no longer wishing to engage in further dialogue. He clapped his hands and launched himself into battle against Kong Xian. Meanwhile, Randang bowed to Zhao Gongming and stated, Our two sects share a long-standing friendship. As long as you refrain from intervening today, I can assure you that no one shall harm you. We are here solely for Kong Xian. Invited by the Western Church, Randang had come to assist in suppressing Kong Xian, having previously agreed to distract Zhao Gongming should he choose to intervene. Thus, he urged Zhao Gongming to reconsider. Zhao Gongming shook his head and replied, There is no need for further persuasion, my friend. Since we have come together, we shall leave together. I, Zhao Gongming, am not one to fear for my life, nor do I believe you possess the strength to defeat us. Let's engage. Upon hearing this, Randang ceased further discussion, focusing on merely holding Zhao Gongming at bay. After all, Zhao Gongming's master, the Tongtian Jiaozhu, was also a sage and a brother to the Yuan Shi Tianzun. It was inconceivable that he could eliminate Zhao Gongming. Randang threw his prayer beads, which transformed into a formation, launching an attack toward Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming raised his divine whip, deflecting them one by one, and then summoned the dragon binding rope to ensnare Randang. Considering the relationship between the two sects, Zhao Gongming refrained from immediately using the sea calming pearl. Instead, he sought to bind Randang and prevent him from hindering his assistance to Kong Xian. However, as the deputy master of the Chan sect, Randang was certainly formidable. He summoned the Golden Linglong Pagoda, which collided with the dragon binding rope. The two treasures engaged in a fierce aerial struggle, neither side yielding an advantage. On the other side, Kong Xian was locked in a fierce battle with Jin Chan, Luya, and Ji Ming, yet he was not at a disadvantage. Jin Chan, enveloped in golden light, unleashed waves of golden energy against Kong Xian, all of which were intercepted. Ji Ming, with a dragon's head and a human body, possessed immense strength and mastery over water. In his hand, he condensed a small sphere of dark water, known as the Yuan Heavy Water, exceptionally dense. A single drop could crush mountains. The mass of dark water Ji Ming wielded was composed of dozens of drops, its weight extraordinary, capable of overwhelming even a great Luo Jingxian with a single strike. Meanwhile, Luya conjured clusters of innate fire, relentlessly assaulting Kong Xian. Yet, Kong Xian, with his five-color divine light fully activated behind him, deflected each attack. Both the Yuan Heavy Water and the innate fire were effortlessly brushed away by his radiant light. The three individuals found themselves beleaguered by Kong Xian's five-color divine light, causing them to momentarily cease their efforts and devise a more formidable strategy. Jin Chan produced a golden staff, aiming to strike Kong Xian, while Luya summoned his celestial slaying flying dagger, poised to overpower him in one fell swoop. However, as they relentlessly pressured Kong Xian, he retaliated with fervor, unleashing the full force of his five-color divine light. He swiftly enveloped the weakest among them, Ji Ming, in the azure glow, along with Jin Chan as staff, drawing them both into his radiant aura. Witnessing the precarious situation, Luya transformed into a streak of rainbow light, evading the onslaught. Jin Shan, landing awkwardly from the air, addressed Kong Xian, acknowledging the tenacity of his five-color divine light. He expressed his astonishment that their combined efforts had yielded such unfavorable results. Yet he remained confident in his hidden trump card, eager to see how Kong Xian would respond. He then summoned the celestial lotus banner, borrowed from the Buddha, which unfurled with resplendent golden light. A single relic within emitted a glimmering radiance. Having learned from the Lamp of Enlightenment that the primordial five-color banner could counteract Kong Xian's divine light, he had procured it for this confrontation. The banner shielded both him and Luya, who seized the opportunity to wield his celestial slaying dagger. Luya unscrewed the lid of a crimson gourd, from which a stream of white brilliance erupted, materializing into an entity adorned with eyes and wings. With a slight bow, he implored, "Dear treasure, take flight." The creature shot forth beams of white light, aiming directly at Kong Xian's primordial spirit. Kong Xian, sensing the imminent threat, quickly positioned his five-color divine light as a barrier. While the white light could not penetrate, the dagger swiftly spiraled towards Kong Xian's head. Unfortunately, as the white light failed to bind him, the dagger was also thwarted by the divine light, returning without success. Fuming with rage, Kong Xian unified the five-color divine light and swung it forcefully towards the banner. Indeed, the banner trembled precariously, as if on the brink of collapse. Jin Shan, alarmed, increased his flow of spiritual power just enough to stabilize it. Meanwhile, Randang, witnessing the three combatants struggle against Kong Xian, was taken aback. He understood that he and Luya were evenly matched, yet with Jin Shan and Jiming's assistance, Luya was still being overwhelmed by Kong Xian's formidable prowess. Reluctant to remain entangled with Zhao Gongming, he resolved to aid Jin Shan and Luya. Consequently, he began to augment his own spiritual power and summoned his treasured Qian Kuan ruler. Zhao Gongming, undeterred, countered with 24 sea-controlling pearls, the two artifacts colliding in the air, with the Qian Kuan ruler appearing somewhat outmatched. Noticing this, Randang furrowed his brow, surprised by Zhao Gongming's considerable strength. He then hurled a purple-gold alms bowl towards Zhao Gongming, who deftly maneuvered the sea-controlling pearls to intercept the bowl. In the ensuing clash, Zhao Gongming summoned the golden Jiao scissors, unleashing two dragon-like entities that swooped down, their heads intertwining like scissors, targeting Randang. In a swift reaction, Randang executed an earth escape, evading the attack. However, the purple gold alms bowl was not so fortunate, falling into Zhao Gongming's grasp. Zhao Gongming subsequently directed both the sea-controlling pearls and the golden Jiao scissors towards Randang. Although Randang wielded the Qian Kuan ruler to dodge, he was inadvertently struck by a sea-controlling pearl, sending him crashing to the ground. Zhao Gongming pointed his whip at the fallen Randang and declared, "Brother Randang, you have been defeated. I implore you to depart swiftly and cease this entanglement. Otherwise, my subordinates will show no mercy." Without waiting for response, he turned and approached Kong Xian. Manipulating the Dinghai pearl, he directed it towards the Baos banner, causing Jin Shanzi to feel an overwhelming pressure, nearly causing him to lose grip on the flag several times. Jin Shanzi urged Luya, "Friend, if you possess any further techniques, now is the time to unleash them. I am on the verge of collapse." Luya, with a pained expression, replied, "Even my immortal slaying flying knife has proven ineffective against him. What more can I do?" Chapter 44. The shock of the three sovereigns in an instant. Jin Shan was engulfed in frustration. His gaze shifted towards the departing Randang, and he called out, "Friend Randang, I implore you to stay and assist me. Have you truly forgotten our prior agreement?" Randang paused, a wry smile gracing his lips as he turned back. "I, a humble practitioner, have just fallen short against Zhao. How could I dare to intervene again? It is best for me to take my leave and avoid further humiliation." Without waiting for Jin Shan's response, he swiftly vanished into the earth, fleeing. How he wished to avoid such a disgraceful retreat. As the deputy master of the Chan sect, he was accustomed to respect. Yet today he had been bested by an outer disciple of the GS sect, a significant blow to his pride. If only Jin Chan and his companions could subdue Kong Xian, he might have lent his hand in the struggle. But seeing his companions in peril, how could he hope to turn the tide? It was far more prudent to ensure his own safety. Witnessing Randang's self-imposed retreat, Jin Chan could not help but unleash a barrage of curses. His eyes then fell upon Liu Ye, who appeared ready to flee at any moment, intensifying his ire. Bah! Not a single reliable ally among those we summoned. Recognizing the futility of their situation, Jin Chan ceased his struggle against Kong Xian. He conveyed, telepathically, to Liu Ye, "Friend Liu, the circumstances are dire. We should retreat for now and devise a new plan in the future. What say you?" Liu Ye was all too eager to depart. Having seen Randang's escape, he had already contemplated leaving, but Kong Xian's watchful gaze had made it difficult to find an opportunity. Yet, even had Jin Chan not suggested it, he would have sought to escape. The Western sect had granted him too many benefits for him to risk his life unnecessarily. "Very well," he replied. "I did not anticipate such formidable opponents. Let us retreat for now. After you meet with the two saints, we could devise a strategy to return and deal with them." "That sounds splendid," Jin Chan agreed, nodding. Having reached a consensus, Jin Chan suddenly amplified his magical power. The azure light of the Qinglian Bao's banner flickered, deflecting the attacks from Kong Xian and Zhao Gongming. Seizing the moment, Jin Chan shouted, "Quickly, let us flee." At that instant, 3 pairs of translucent wings emerged behind him. With a single flap of those wings, Jin Chan, along with the Qinglian Bao's banner, vanished from sight. Liu Ye, too, transformed into a radiant arc of light, swiftly departing into the distance as Jin Chan opened his mouth to speak. Kong Xian, retracting the 5-colored divine light, scoffed. "Indeed, he possesses remarkable skills in the art of escape." Zhao Gongming offered his counsel. "Let it be. Those two are no weaklings. It is only natural that we could not detain them. We should focus on assisting Wen Zhong in quelling the rebellion." Kong Xian nodded in agreement. Not dwelling on the matter further, the two soared into the battlefield, and within mere moments, they subdued all the formidable demons that had been resisting, including Yuan Fudong, who wore a despondent expression as Kong Xian grasped him effortlessly. Kong Xian tossed him to Wen Zhong, nodding as he spoke. "All those demons have been captured by us, and the rebellion has been quelled. I'll leave the subsequent matters in your capable hands, Master Wen." Master Wen smiled. "Rest assured, I shall handle it." Thus, Kong Xian and Zhao Gongming returned to the city of Chaogu together. Wen Zhong commanded the 4 generals of the demon clan and Huang Feihu to swiftly quell the disarrayed troops. Aside from a few leaders who met their demise on the battlefield, the remaining rebellious leaders were captured and imprisoned, subsequently escorted by Wen Zhong to Chaogu City. Meanwhile, Jin Chan had arrived atop Mount Shumi, where he respectfully bowed to Jin, expressing his regrets for failing to accomplish the task entrusted by his master and requesting punishment. Jin, opening his eyes beneath the Bodhi tree, reassured Jin Chan, stating that although Kong Xian was indeed extraordinary, he was destined to join their ranks in due time, and there was no need for excessive self-reproach. "Yes, master. However, now that the Northern Sea has been pacified by Wen Zhong and his forces, might this affect your future plans?" Jin Chan inquired with a bow. Jin rose from beneath the Bodhi tree and replied, "I had intended for you to entrap Kong Xian, allowing Huang Feihu and the others to suffer a crushing defeat in the Northern Sea. I planned to incite their resentment towards the Exun, eventually persuading them to rebel against the Shang dynasty. Yet, it seems I have miscalculated." Upon hearing this, Jin Chan felt a profound sense of guilt and bowed his head in silence. Observing his demeanor, Jin waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Nevertheless, it is of little consequence. I have already dispatched others to Chaoga to make preparations." Jin Chan lifted his gaze, a flicker of inquiry in his eyes, to which Jin elaborated. "Although DXIN remains unaffected by the calamity, the nine-tailed fox has infiltrated the palace. With her beguiling influence over DXIN, coupled with your senior brother Mithria's schemes, I believe the impending tribulation will soon manifest. However, I have noticed some unusual occurrences in Chaogu City recently. The auspicious spirit bird of the Shang's fortune appeared there and even shattered the eye of heaven's will. I attempted to divine its significance, but to no avail. You should investigate this matter in Chaoga." "Yes, master. I shall go at once." In Chaoga City, Daji knelt on the ground, trembling with trepidation as she cautiously reported to DXN, "Great King, I have recently received orders from them. They wish for my assistance in introducing someone named Methreya into the palace to see you. They also instructed me to inform you that this individual is an immortal with great powers." Intrigued, Dixin responded, "Maitreya? How intriguing indeed. Agree to their request, and allow Methreya to enter the palace to meet me," he commanded Daji. "Yes, great king." After dismissing her with a wave, DXIN murmured to himself, "It is time for the calamity to commence." Leaving an avatar to oversee affairs, he proceeded to the Fire Cloud Cave. Upon entering, he found the three holy emperors awaiting him. Before he could even bow in greeting, Emperor Xianyuan, with a puzzled expression, inquired DXIN, "Is it that the spiritual medicine is insufficient? Have you come to beg for more?" "No, it is more than enough. I have come specifically to express my gratitude for the assistance of the three holy emperors." Emperor Xianyuan furrowed his brow, preparing to admonish him, as it was only natural for the ancestors of humanity to aid their descendants. He wondered why DXIN would waste time making such a trip. However, just as the words formed on his lips, a flash of spiritual light interrupted his thoughts. The reprimand transformed into disbelief as he asked, You cannot possibly be." DXIN smiled and nodded. "Indeed, I have broken through." Upon concluding his words, he did not wait for the three holy emperors to inquire further. Instead, he relinquished the restraint on his own cultivation, causing the three holy emperors to be momentarily stunned by the extraordinary aura that enveloped him. Soon after, their astonishment transformed into unbridled joy, for it became evident that DXIN had indeed ascended to the realm of the saints. Fushi, suppressing his inner excitement, sought confirmation. "Have you truly achieved this breakthrough solely through those spiritual herbs?" DXIN smiled and nodded in affirmation, subsequently elucidating the distinctions that set him apart from other saints, which further delighted the three sovereigns. Shinong expressed his sentiments, exclaiming, "At long last, our human race possesses its own saint, and we shall no longer be vulnerable to the machinations of other factions." Upon hearing this, both Fushi and Xianyuan nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting their shared sentiments. Chapter 45. The Secrets of Humanity. Witnessing the sentiments of the three holy emperors, DXIN found himself empathizing with their struggles. As leaders of a human race, they had endured considerable setbacks due to their insufficient strength. At times, they were acutely aware of the schemes aimed at their kind, yet felt powerless to intervene, which was profoundly frustrating. After a moment of reflection, the three holy emperors finally turned to DXIN to discuss serious matters. Xianyuan, with a solemn expression, stated, "You are now the sole saint of our human race, and it is time for you to be apprised of certain secrets." Upon hearing this, curiosity flickered across DXIN's face as Xianyuan continued. "Since the creation of our kind by the goddess Nuwa, we have rapidly risen to prominence in the world, aligning with the will of heaven in various aspects. In a mere 10,000 years, we have become the protagonists of this realm. However, once we attained this status, various forces began to conspire against us. Our fortune has been siphoned away, our faith exploited, and we find ourselves trapped in the Fire Cloud Cave, unable to come and go freely. Do you understand why? Is it because our race is both profitable and too weak, lacking a solid foundation?" DXIN responded, "That is but one aspect. The more pressing issue is that our rapid ascent has alarmed all other races, particularly after we developed methods to cultivate fortune. Envy has taken root among them. In approximately a century, our kind will surely produce a being of the great Luo golden immortal realm. How could other factions not feel apprehensive?" At this moment, Shinong interjected, "If that were all, it might be bearable, for this primordial world is overseen by saints, and those below the saint realm are ultimately insignificant." However, after Xianyuan triumphed over the descendants of the Witch clan, led by Qiyu, the fortune of humanity surged unprecedentedly. With this fortune and merit, we were on the verge of ascending to the saint realm. Alas, the heavenly Tao became aware, and with external interference, the merit that should have accrued to us instead fell disproportionately upon me. Consequently, Xuanyuan's hopes of breaking through were dashed, and he, along with me and Fuxi, became nominal saints without commensurate power. We found ourselves in a liminal state, caught between the realms of quasi-saints and saints. Shinnong sighed softly. This sudden influx of merit is something even saints cannot influence. Could it be? DXIN inquired, astonished. Indeed, it was the one who achieved harmony with the Tao, who influenced the heavenly Tao with his consciousness, preventing Xianyuan from ascending to the saint realm. Fuxi elucidated. But why does this concern us? What connection does our race's emergence of saints have with him? DXIN asked, perplexed. How can it not be connected? We later learned that prior to his harmony with the Tao, the heavenly Tao intended to evolve the three realms of heaven, earth, and humanity, allowing them to coexist equally. However, upon achieving harmony, he sought to elevate the heavenly Tao above the other two, aiming to solidify his own strength. Fuxi explained. Our human race is the backbone of the human Tao. The stronger we become, the more prosperous our fortune, and consequently, the human Tao flourishes. Thus, suppressing the human Tao becomes increasingly challenging, which inevitably leads to our race being conspired against. Why not simply eradicate humanity and foster other obedient factions? He has merely achieved harmony with the Tao. He has not replaced the heavenly Tao. Strictly speaking, he is but a part of the heavenly Tao, which encompasses more than just him. Our human race is the most suitable species evolved by the heavenly Tao itself. How could it be extinguished by others? Such an act would surely invoke the wrath of the heavenly Tao. Fuxi remarked with a smile. Thus, the most prudent course of action is to continually weaken our human race and impose restrictions on the growth of humanity. Since we cannot completely eradicate the other two paths, let us become their vassals, thereby avoiding the fear of divine retribution. Shinnong interjected. But does the earthly path's Empress Hoodoo willingly accept this subjugation without resistance? How could that be? The witch clan was nearly annihilated during the war of witches and demons, and the remnants intermarried with our human race, forming the current Jiuli clan. The former leader of Jiuli, Chiyu, was defeated, and the Jiuli clan was incorporated into our human race. She only took a small number of witches with her, residing in the underworld, utterly incapable of resistance. Upon hearing this, Dixin fell silent for a moment, surprised by the revelations. He then inquired, what is the attitude of the other sages? What stance can they take? They are eternal and can create their own realms within the chaos. Whether it is humanity or the heavenly Tao, it matters little to them, as they pursue only transcendence. Xianyuan replied, so, is this celestial calamity also a scheme against our human race? It may not be entirely so. The three of us have been contemplating this matter for some time. The calamity instigated by the Tao ancestor serves not only to weaken humanity, but also to bolster the strength of the heavenly court, which represents the heavenly Tao. Much like our human dynasty and the underworld of the earthly Tao, the stronger the heavenly court becomes, the more powerful the heavenly Tao will be. Moreover, I have heard from Enhua that the positions being conferred in this calamity pertain not only to the deities of the human realm, but also to those of the underworld. In other words, he intends to consolidate all authority of both the human and earthly paths within the heavenly court. Fuxi expressed his concern. Shinnong then furrowed his brow, stating, although the succession of our human dynasties may weaken some of our power and fortune, we still sense that something is amiss, yet we cannot deduce what it is. Dixin, however, understood that the true scheme of the heavenly Tao would manifest in the future of the Western Zhou. When the heavenly Tao reduces the fortunes of humanity to their lowest point through the conquest of Shang, Ji Chang of the Western Zhou will become the rightful ruler, transferring all the fortunes of humanity to himself, and then he will willingly lower his own status, calling himself the Son of Heaven. Thus, humanity would lose all means of resistance. From that point forward, humanity would be suppressed by the heavenly Tao, entirely becoming a vassal. Once humanity was subdued, the celestial beings had little concern for the human realm, no longer fearing the retribution of worldly fortune and vitality. The Son of Heaven became a mere jest, his protective fortune nearly extinguished. Even a vengeful spirit of a wretched dragon from later generations could intrude upon the palace to threaten him, which is utterly absurd. In the present day, not even the vengeful spirit of a common dragon would harm Di Xin. Instead, it would be met with the backlash of humanity's fortune, leaving no trace behind. Upon revealing the possibility that Western Qi might lower its own status, the three sovereigns immediately broke into a cold sweat. They had never considered that the issue lay within, that a future ruler would willingly diminish his own rank. Shen Nong's expression turned grim as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? Who would intentionally lower their own identity?" Fu Shi, with a rather open-minded disposition, proclaimed, "What is there that is impossible? We are ensnared within this fiery cloud cave, unable to encounter the future sovereigns, while those succeeding us are severed from their cultivation. Unaware of these underlying truths, it is only natural for them to be manipulated. Were it not for the fact that Emperor Xin possesses the ability to cultivate, he too would remain oblivious to our existence and these clandestine matters. I have always suspected that their intentions were far from benevolent. They superficially urge us to align with the will of heaven and assist them in fulfilling the grand undertaking of deification. Yet in reality, they are filled with ulterior motives." Xian Yuan coldly snorted in agreement. Chapter 46. The offering of the elixir. Enough of your anger. Since we are aware of their intentions and DXN has ascended to sainthood, we must now devise a strategy, Fu Shi articulated. After deliberating with the three holy sovereigns for a considerable time, DXIN departed from the Fire Cloud Cave and returned to Chaoga City. Within the city, Daji was engaged in conversation with a young man of remarkable demeanor, clad in a moon-white Taoist robe intricately embroidered with celestial bodies, emanating a subtle glow that suggested his extraordinary nature. This young man was none other than Mithriya, who inquired, "Daji, has DXIN consented to meet with me?" "Of course. With my intervention, it is but a certainty. Tomorrow, I shall escort you to meet the king." Daji replied with a light laugh. "Excellent. Should this endeavor succeed, you shall be duly rewarded." "Very well. I shall inform the king and request an audience for you." Daji rose and declared, "Indeed, we must not delay." Daji approached DXIN, kneeling beside him, and recounted the events in their entirety. The following day, Mithriya, under the guidance of the guards, arrived at the side hall. "Esteemed king, I am Mithriya, a humble visitor from beyond." Mithriya bowed respectfully. "Ah, esteemed Immortal, there is no need for such formalities. Pray tell, what brings you to seek an audience with me?" DXIN inquired, "Seated regalia above." "Your Majesty, during my recent retreat on the mountain, I fortuitously discovered a rare and precious spiritual herb. After refining it for 81 days, I have concocted the elixir of longevity, which I present to your Majesty. May you enjoy boundless longevity. Moltreia fabricanted a tale." As he spoke, he produced an exquisite jade box from within his robes, unveiling 3 golden glowing pills that radiated an extraordinary aura. DXN, feigning surprise, had already perceived the ominous aura entwined within the pills upon their emergence. It appeared that Mithriya sought to deceive him into consuming the elixir, thereby exposing himself to its perilous effects. Despite the elixirs being crafted from spiritual herbs, the presence of the ominous aura rendered them suspect. "Ah, you are indeed a thoughtful individual. Yet, what is it that you seek by offering such a precious elixir to me?" "Zisin inquit delibet cudiciti." "Your Majesty, as a humble outsider, I seek nothing in return. My intention is merely to present this elixir to you as an alignment with the will of heaven," Mithriya replied with an air of nonchalance. "Ah, truly a transcendent being. Attendants, present the elixir to me for careful examination." DXIN commanded discreetly. A close attendant stepped forward, taking the jade box from Mithriya before presenting it to DXIN. Upon receiving the box, DXIN opened it and inspected one of the pills, casually remarking, "Mithriya Taoist, while I appreciate your goodwill in offering this elixir, as a king, I cannot consume such a dubious concoction without validation from physician." Upon hearing this, Mithriya felt a surge of anxiety. He could not afford to wait for such a long duration. Should Kong Xian or Zhao Gongming return and Emperor Xin disclose this matter to them, it would undoubtedly lead to unforeseen complications. and there was a possibility that the secret of the elixir might be uncovered. Although this elixir had been meticulously crafted by his own master, one can never be too cautious. Thus, he stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Your Majesty, this elixir has been refined using celestial methods. Mere mortal techniques cannot discern any difference. If your Majesty harbors doubts about me, you may summon someone to test the elixir first. If that person suffers no ill effects, it would not be too late for your Majesty to partake thereafter." Feigning hesitation, Emperor Xian replied, "Do not misunderstand, Taoist. It is not that I do not trust you. The safety of the realm is dependent upon me alone, and I must exercise caution. I understand, your Majesty. Might I suggest that someone be summoned to test the elixir?" Mithria inquired patiently. If word gets out that someone tested the elixir, it would tarnish my reputation. Moreover, I cannot bear the thought of someone encountering misfortune because of this. Let us not proceed with the elixir, then. Upon hearing this, Mithria inwardly cursed Emperor Xian for his overly dramatic demeanor. Just as he was about to advocate further, Emperor Xian waved his hand and said, "Of course, Taoist, I appreciate your generous offering of the elixir. Rest assured, I am fair in matters of reward and punishment. I shall bestow upon you 100 taels of gold." Mithria felt a greater urgency within him, muttering to himself, "Did I traverse the distance from Mount Shumi merely for your paltry 100 taels? That amount is worth less than a mere stone at the foot of Mount Shumi." Though filled with indignation, he approached Emperor Xian and said, "Your Majesty possesses a benevolent heart, which I admire greatly. However, this elixir has been uniquely crafted by me from the rarest treasures of heaven and earth. It would indeed be a pity to abandon it. How about this? As I have offered it, I should be the one to test it. Allow me to partake first, to demonstrate my sincere intentions. This may not be appropriate, Taoist." Emperor Xian's face displayed hesitation, yet he honestly extended the elixir toward Mithria. Observing Emperor Xian's gesture, Mithria's face twitched slightly, internally cursing Emperor Xian for his hypocrisy, yet he accepted the elixir and stated, "Your Majesty, there is nothing improper here. It was my oversight. It is indeed my duty to test the elixir." Without hesitation, Mithria swallowed the elixir presented to him. Though his master had warned him of a trace of calamity within the potion that could affect one's consciousness, Mithria, being a dignified quasi-saint, believed that such a minor trace would not be sufficient to influence him. Upon witnessing Mithria consume the elixir, Emperor Xian's face instantly brightened with delight. "Indeed, Taoist, you are a man of forthrightness. Summon the servants. Prepare a splendid banquet. I wish to entertain the esteemed Mithria and engage in delightful conversation." Mithria, believing that Emperor Xian still harbored doubts and intended to wait until the effects of the elixir wore off before partaking himself, paid no mind to it and joined Emperor Xian at the banquet. The two engaged in lively toasts, reveling in the merriment. However, as Mithria continued to drink, he began to sense something amiss. The calamity within the elixir began to unfurl within him. Initially dismissing it, he thought to suppress it with his magical prowess and later expel it upon returning to Mount Shumi. Since the moment he suppressed the first wisp of calamity aura, the elixir inexplicably began to emanate waves of it in rapid succession. Confounded, he recalled his master had merely mentioned adding a single thread. Suppressing his growing doubts, he endeavored to quell each strand of calamity aura. However, the elixir soon erupted, releasing an ever-increasing torrent of calamity aura, so overwhelming that he dropped the wine vessel in his hand, neglecting it entirely. Hastily, he settled into a meditative posture, channeling all his magical energy to envelop the elixir, yet the calamity aura surged too swiftly and abundantly. Although he managed to suppress most of it, a portion still infiltrated his body. Mithria's eyes began to shimmer with dark strands, and his spiritual essence appeared on the verge of being affected. Panic surged within him. His master had not merely added a thread, but it seemed as if a river's worth had been unleashed. Emperor Xian stifled a chuckle, feigning surprise as he inquired, "What troubles you, Taoist Mithria? Have you perhaps indulged a bit too much?" What compels you to meditate at this moment? Mithridates, however, could scarcely afford to respond. He was fervently engaged in suppressing the calamity aura, realizing that should it give rise to inner demons, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 47. Jiangxia visits Shichi upon encountering Mithridates, who remained silent. Emperor Xan feigned displeasure and exclaimed, Mithridates, I have been calling for you. Why do you not respond? Noticing Mithridates' continued silence, the emperor, pretending to be enraged, declared, You, sir, are exceedingly rude. Not only did you spill your wine at the banquet, but you also deliberately ignore me to insult my dignity. Guards, take this man away. Hearing this, Mithridates inwardly lamented his plight. He was presently exerting all his strength to suppress the calamity energy within him and had no time to speak. Although the calamity energy was formidable, it was manageable under normal circumstances. He could simply utilize his magical powers to keep it at bay. However, he had foolishly ingested a pill imbued with calamity energy to gain Emperor Xian's trust, believing he could easily suppress a mere wisp of it. To his dismay, the energy multiplied significantly, causing him great distress, leaving him unable to articulate a word. Fortunately, at the moment the guard arrived, he managed to consolidate the calamity energy within him and temporarily subdued it. He rose and addressed the emperor, Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. I was lost in contemplation and inadvertently entered a state of enlightenment, thereby shutting off my senses and hearing nothing. Oh, such a phenomenon exists? The emperor responded incredulously. Taoist, could it be that your pill was flawed? Your complexion appears quite unwell. And no, how could that be? Your Majesty has misunderstood. Just as Mithridates attempted to clarify, he suddenly bent over and expelled a plume of black smoke. It turned out that Emperor Xian had covertly interfered, causing the calamity energy he had just managed to suppress to erupt violently and escape from his mouth unexpectedly. Caught off guard, Mithridates suffered an embarrassing defeat, expelling the black mist in front of the emperor. Feigning terror, Emperor Xian exclaimed, You claim the pill is harmless. Yet what is this? Guards, quickly apprehend this wild man. Mithridates, feeling exasperated, shone with radiant golden light and effortlessly repelled the soldiers. He then turned to explain, Your Majesty, it is not as you imagine. This is not poison, but merely some impurities expelled from my body during my moment of enlightenment. Emperor Xian privately noted the audacity of the Western sect. They certainly had thick skin and could fabricate lies with ease, managing to extricate themselves from the situation. He pretended to be astonished by Mithridates' golden aura and replied, It is not that I do not trust you, but your appearance makes it difficult to believe. Perhaps you should accompany those guards for now, and if you are unharmed by tomorrow, I shall take your words to heart. Mithridates felt a surge of anger. As a powerful being on the verge of sanctification, being confined and monitored by mere mortals would surely provoke laughter among others. Yet, recalling his master's instructions and the need to elevate his sect, he begrudgingly complied. Meanwhile, in the North Sea, the rebellion had been quelled. When Zhong stationed a portion of his troops in the area and prepared to escort the captured rebel leader back to Chaoga City to report, with Jiangxia accompanying him. After the battle at the North Sea, Jiangxia's confidence in aligning with Shichi to confront the Shang dynasty dwindled. Having witnessed the fierce struggle between the Shang generals and great demons, he could scarcely fathom how Shichi could contend with such formidable adversaries. Throughout the journey, Jiangxia felt a sense of melancholy, reluctant to seek refuge in Shichi. Yet his senior brother's admonitions echoed in his mind, compounded by the command of his master, which led him to sigh deeply. As night fell and he set up camp, while dining within his tent, a figure appeared before him as a gentle breeze swept through. Jiangxia looked up, hastily rising to pay his respects, saying, Xia greets Master Randang. May I inquire what brings you here? Do not stand on ceremony, Xia. I have been entrusted by your senior brother, Guang Qingzi, to fetch you to Shichi. He is concerned that you may find it difficult to extricate yourself, hence my arrival, replied the renowned Taoist who had recently suffered defeat. Their initial plan had been to subdue Kong Xian, assist Yuan Fudong in vanquishing Wen Zhong and others, and subsequently introduce Jiangxia to Yuan Fudong. allowing him to represent Shichi in forming an alliance. This would enable them to coordinate their efforts when the time came to raise troops. Unfortunately, fate had other designs. Not only did they fail to subdue Kong Xian, but they were also defeated by him, resulting in Yuan Fudong's capture and the collapse of their plans. Ran Deng, being cautious by nature, waited until he confirmed that Kong Xian and Zhao Gongming had truly departed before seeking out Jiang Ziya. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ziya quickly replied, "I am grateful to you and Master Guang Qingzi for your concern. I shall accompany you to Shiqi at once." Understanding that Guang Qingzi's worry prompted Ran Deng to come for him, Jiang Ziya wasted no time in expressing his intent to leave with Ran Deng. Satisfied, Ran Deng nodded and they quietly took to the clouds. Along the way, Jiang Ziya could no longer suppress his curiosity and asked Ran Deng, "Master, considering the formidable strength of the Yin Shang, what can I accomplish alone in Shiqi?" Ran Deng, aware that Jiang Ziya was intimidated by the power of Yin Shang, chuckled. "Do not be daunted by their apparent strength, Ziya. When you rise against the Shang, you will discover that no matter how powerful they seem, they cannot rival the support that will come to your aid." Jiang Ziya pondered this, falling into silence. The two soon arrived at the borders of Shiqi, where Ran Deng gently set Jiang Ziya down, saying, "Ziya, this is the banks of the Wei River at Panchi. Remain here for a time in peace. Ji Chang will come to summon you. Do not seek him out yourself, lest you tarnish the reputation of my Yushu sect. Your command is my utmost priority." Jiang Ziya bowed respectfully. "Very well. I shall return to Kunlun Mountain for now. Should there be any matters, I will come to find you." "Yes, master." In the city of Chaoga, after Emperor Xian had confined Methria to a room, he received Yuan Hong upon his return. Yuan Hong presented the fallen treasure coins he had acquired from Wui Mountain to Emperor Xian, declaring, "Your Majesty, behold, these are the fallen treasure coins." Emperor Xian examined them closely and soon realized that to activate these coins required not only magical prowess, but also a sacrifice of a portion of one's fortune. The more powerful the fallen artifact, the greater the loss of fortune incurred. No wonder that after Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao had employed the fallen treasure coins against Zhao Gongming, one perished instantly while the other met his end in battle. Their fates were closely intertwined with the coins draining their fortune. He decided to put away the treasure, contemplating that when he ascends to divinity in the future, he would bestow it upon Kong Xian, alleviating his reliance on the innate five-colored banner. Moreover, since Kong Xian is intertwined with the fate of the Shang dynasty, he need not fear any adverse effects. "Well, you have worked hard this time, General Yuan. Please take your leave and rest," he said. Yuan Hong then took his leave and returned to his residence. After Yuan Hong departed, Xian sat upon the throne, resolving to seize the opportunity presented by Methria's offering of elixirs to initiate the deification calamity. Furthermore, before the calamity commenced, he intended to visit the underworld for a thorough discussion with Hutu. Taking out the method of cultivation bestowed by the three sovereigns, Xian prepared to amend it, aiming to adapt the cultivation technique so that not only the human sovereign could benefit from it, but also his other subordinates could harness the power of fortune for their own cultivation. Chapter 48. Ji Chang finally encounters Jiang Ziya the following day, after releasing Methria. Emperor Xian consumed the elixir before his eyes. Witnessing this, Methria felt that all the grievances he had endured were worth it. He could hardly contain his excitement to share this good news with his master. At last, Methria had accomplished his task. Meanwhile, upon reaching the banks of the Wei River, Jiang Ziya constructed a thatched hut and spent his days fishing with a bamboo rod, patiently awaiting Ji Chang and his companions to summon him from seclusion. One day, a woodcutter, burdened with a bundle of firewood, passed by and paused to converse with Jiang Ziya. The woodcutter inquired, "Old man, I saw you fishing here a few days ago. Have you had any luck?" Jiang Ziya shook his head and chuckled. "Not at all. I have yet to catch a single fish." The woodcutter responded with disbelief. "How can that be? The waters here are teeming with fish. I often manage to catch a few while resting. How could you not have caught even one after spending all day here?" With a smile, Jiang Ziya replied, "Why would I deceive you? I truly have not caught any fish." The woodcutter, puzzled, asked, "Could it be that your fishing technique is flawed?" He then picked up Jiang Ziya's fishing rod, examined it, and exclaimed, "Ah, no wonder you haven't caught anything. Look at your hook, it's straight. How could you possibly catch a fish with that?" After sharing a laugh, he earnestly advised, "If you wish to catch fish, you must first bend the hook, then attach bait and a float. When a fish bites, the float will move, and you can simply lift the rod." Jiang Zia chuckled. "You are quite the helpful fellow. But may I ask your name?" "I am called Wu Ji, a woodcutter from the surrounding area. Today, I am heading to Shichi City to sell firewood." "And how shall I refer to you, old man?" Wu Ji replied, sitting on a nearby stone with a grin. "My surname is Jiang, my given name is Shang, and I am known as Zia, with the Taoist title of Feixiong." Jiang Zia responded, "Huh, you are indeed amusing. Just a mere fisherman by the stream, and you possess a Taoist title. This is truly hilarious." Wu Ji laughed heartily. Jiang Zia shook his head slightly, stating, "It is futile to explain myself to someone like you. Though I may be a fisherman, I do not fish for fish. Rather, I seek ministers and nobles." "Huh, you are simply delusional. If you cannot even catch a fish, how do you expect to catch nobles? Enough. I must go sell my firewood in the city. I have no time to amuse you." With that, Wu Ji prepared to leave. However, Jiang Zi interjected, "I possess some understanding of physiognomy. Just now, I noticed the darkness in your brow. Should you enter the city, calamity awaits you." "Bah, why do you curse me without cause?" Wu retorted angrily. "I was kind enough to instruct you on fishing. Were it not for your age, I would have surely taught you a lesson today." With that, he turned away, taking his firewood with him, while Jiang Zia shook his head, maintaining his tranquil demeanor. Indeed, Wu Ji soon found misfortune in the city, accidentally causing a man's death. Coincidentally, Ji Chong happened to pass by and witnessed the incident, promptly condemning Wu Ji to death. In a moment of shock, Wu Ji muttered, "Jiang Shang's predictions are indeed accurate," which Ji Chong overheard. Ji Chong meticulously inquired of Wu Ji, urging him to recount in detail the circumstances surrounding Jiang Zia. Upon listening, Ji Chong could not suppress his elation. He instructed Wu Ji to lead him to Jiang Zia, promising to pardon his transgressions if they were successful in locating him. Wu Ji readily acquiesced, guiding Ji Chong to the riverside, where they indeed beheld Jiang Zia still engaged in fishing. Jiang Zia, upon noticing Ji Chong and his entourage, observed as Wu Ji brought Ji Chong to his side, just as a splendid koi happened to seize the bait on his straight hook, leaving Wu Ji utterly astonished. Ji Chong approached and bowed, beseeching Jiang Zia to descend from his seclusion and assist him. After 3 refusals, Jiang Zia finally consented to return with Ji Chong to Shichi. In truth, had it not been for the admonition from Ran Deng to maintain the esteemed reputation of the Yushu Palace, he would have been disinclined to engage in such negotiations. Ultimately, the arrangements had long been established, with both parties fully aware of the underlying truths, leaving one to ponder for whom this display was intended. As they departed, Jiang Zia casually accepted Wu Ji as his disciple. Meanwhile, after dispatching Mithria, Di Exin stepped forth into the realm of Jiuyu, seeking an audience with Ho Tu in hopes of forging an alliance. This vast expanse, known as Jiuyu, primarily serves as the abode of souls. Before Ho Tu manifested the 6 paths of reincarnation, this realm was chaotic and rarely visited, save for a handful of specters and demonic cultivators reliant on the ambient Yin energy. In the age prior to Ho Tu's transformation into the 6 paths, the most formidable power within Jiuyu belonged to the venerable ancestor of the Ming River. He commanded the entire Blood Sea and, inspired by Nua's creation of humanity, birthed the Azura clan. When he observed Nua attaining great merit and sanctity through her creation, he aspired to achieve a similar status. Alas, the heavenly Tao appeared to disfavor the race he had conjured, granting him only a modicum of merit, rendering his aspiration to sanctity unattainable. Emerging from the depths of the Blood Sea, the ancestor of the Ming River possessed unfathomable strength, having cultivated 480 million blood avatars, and was renowned for his assertion that as long as the Blood Sea remained intact, the Ming River would endure. Coupled with the lethal Yuan Tu that bore no karmic repercussions, the 2 innate swords of Abi, and the 12th grade karmic fire Red Lotus, he feared no entity save for the saints. After Ho-Tu attained sanctity and established the underworld, it became the paramount force in the realm of the ethereal. The ancestor of the Ming River, recognizing the situation, courteously approached Ho-Tu, promising to adhere to the underworld's regulations and refrain from causing disturbances in the Blood Sea, leading to a peaceful coexistence between the two factions. DXN merely glanced at the Blood Sea as he passed, not venturing within, and proceeded directly to the Hall of Tranquility, seeking an audience with Ho-Tuesday. However, before he could voice his request, Ho-Tu, sensing his presence, materialized before the Grand Hall. DXIN approached and greeted her, saying, "I, the human sovereign DXN, pay my respects to the Lady of Tranquility." Ho-Tu, perplexed, inquired, "Human sovereign DXIN? How could you possess the capability to arrive here?" DXIN did not respond directly. Instead, he smiled and projected his concealed realm, leaving an expression of disbelief upon Ho-Tu's visage. "Saintly realm, how is this possible? Who are you to possess such sanctity? I have never sensed another attaining saintliness in this primordial expanse." Ho-Tu queried, her face a mask of confusion. "I am the current human sovereign DXIN. I trust you can discern the aura of human fortune that envelopes me. As for why my ascension to sanctity went unnoticed by you, that remains my secret, not conveniently shared," DXIN replied. After calming her mind, Ho-Tu said, "I have been remiss. Please allow me to invite you inside the hall to converse." DXIN followed Ho-Tu into the Grand Hall, and after taking their respective seats, Ho-Tu could not restrain her curiosity any longer. "My friend," she inquired, "I have heard that since the age of the 5 emperors, the human sovereign has been unable to cultivate, and that the Tao ancestor established a rule stating that should the human sovereign commence cultivation, a heavenly tribulation would descend. How did you manage to evade the scrutiny of the celestial order?" Before DXIN could respond, she continued, "Ah, indeed, you possess the protective aura of humanity, which provides some degree of concealment. Yet this cannot be entirely right, given the current frailty of the human realm, suppressed by the heavenly order. It should still be impossible to remain hidden." DXIN then smiled and clarified, "My approach to cultivation differs from yours. I do not cultivate the Tao, but rather achieve sanctity through strength. Nonetheless, we ultimately tread disparate paths that converge at the same destination." Chapter 49, A Dialogue with the Earth Mother. The Earth Mother nodded in realization. "Ah, I see. Your cultivation method bears some resemblance to that of my witch clan. However, we witches are inherently lacking in soul, rendering it arduous for us to transcend to the saint realm." Emperor Xian chuckled, "Yet, the half-witches born from a union of our two races possess intact souls. The present Julie tribe should be regarded as descendants of your witch clan, should it not?" The Earth Mother acknowledged with a nod. "In the aftermath of the war of witches and demons, my clan suffered grievously, and our bloodline strength has diminished with each generation. Coupled with our innate soul deficiency, we cannot cultivate the Tao. Thus we resolved to intermarry with the human race. While those newborns may lack the physical prowess of pure witches, their intact souls allow them to cultivate at a swifter pace. It is precisely with the aid of these half-witches that Shiyu contends with your Xianyuan Huangdi for dominion over the world. Alas, I digress. It is indeed astonishing that you have managed to transcend to the saint realm within merely a few decades. We have all labored for eons, only achieving sainthood through serendipitous circumstances, yet you." The Earth Mother shook her head, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Emperor Xian responded, "Perhaps it is because my people have yet to produce a saint of our own, which has facilitated my swift advancement in cultivation." The Earth Mother did not dispute this, but nodded in agreement. "Perhaps so. Your human race is currently the principal force in the world. It is indeed unreasonable not to have a saint of your own, especially as the human path now requires a saint's guidance." She then inquired, "Did you seek me out today for a particular matter?" With a serious tone, Emperor Xian declared, "I have visited the Fire Cloud Cave and spoken with the 3 saint emperors of my clan. They have divulged some confidential matters to me, including the current intention of the heavenly Tao to subjugate the earthly and human paths. I have come today to propose an alliance to confront the threat posed by the heavenly Tao. Upon hearing this, the Earth Mother did not react with great fervor. After a deep sigh, she replied, "Your approach to seek an alliance was anticipated, yet even if we were to unite, we would be incapable of contending with the heavenly Tao, let alone the other saints, who are all disciples of that entity. Merely the one who has attained harmony with the Tao renders our victory implausible. Nothing is absolute. How can you ascertain success without attempting? Do you truly wish to resign yourselves to becoming mere vassals of the heavenly Tao? Empedo sin asut. I understand your sentiment, yet your cultivation time is too brief, leaving you unaware of many matters. Since the Father God established this vast world, I have existed throughout its history. I am far more acquainted with Hongjun's past and power than you." The Earth Mother countered, shaking her head. Empedo sin juke sopti. One who can emerge victorious among the primordial deities and demons, ultimately achieving harmony with the Tao. I do not doubt his strength. However, do not forget, I have only cultivated for a few decades. I too have the opportunity to reach his level of enlightenment. The Earth Mother was taken aback, then smiled. "I cannot deny that you possess greater potential than we do. But have you considered that we do not have the luxury of time to await your growth? Perhaps after this calamity of the Fengshen, the earthly and human paths will be irrevocably reduced to vassals, stripped of any capacity for resistance. It is imperative that we engage in a struggle during this final calamity of the gods. This is our last opportunity," the Xian urged. However, Hotu responded, "Do you comprehend that among the 12 ancestors of a shaman clan, I am the sole survivor, with my kin dwindling to almost nothing? Should I meet with misfortune, our clan may be erased from existence. Moreover, even if the Tao of Earth becomes a vassal, I still wield significant influence in this underworld, which allows me to safeguard my people. Once the shaman clan roamed freely upon the earth, and now, in our struggle for survival, we find ourselves resigned to this desolate realm. Your brothers and sisters who perished in battle, if they were aware, would they not wish for you to resist this pitiful existence?" DXIN provoked. What do you know? It is precisely because of such circumstances that our clan nearly faced extinction. Were it not for my efforts to preserve the last remnants of my kin, where would the shaman clan be today? Hotu retorted, somewhat angered. But since you all have hidden away in the Nine Nether, the world of the primordial has long forgotten your clan. People only know of the Lady of Equanimity in the underworld, while the shaman clan has ceased to exist in the minds of the populace. DXIN shook his head. Regardless of your arguments, I will not risk my clan for this venture, especially given our slim chances of success. I shall not agree to an alliance. Hope too coldly declared. Very well. If that is the case, consider my visit a mere disturbance. Regardless of your clan's fate, we of the human race shall fight to the bitter end. We will not sit idly by. DXN rose, realizing the alliance was unattainable. "Oh, by the way, my lady, I believe you should inquire of your kin. They may not be as content as you presume," DXN remarked as he prepared to take his leave. "Wait, what do you mean by that?" Hotu inquired. "Nothing much, merely suggesting that you ask your kin whether they are truly willing to remain in this Nine Nether realm." DXIN smiled. Suddenly, Hotu recalled that since arriving in the Nine Nether, her kin had appeared perpetually despondent, rarely experiencing joy. She questioned, "Even if we withstand the invasion of the heavenly Tao, what difference does it make if my people and I still live in this underworld? No. As long as you and I forge an alliance and repel the heavenly Tao, I can oath by the human way, granting your shaman clan the right to return to the surface." DXIN interrupted her. "Are you not concerned that our shaman clan might reignite conflict with your human race upon returning to the surface? Why should we fear? If necessary, we can engage in another battle. Besides, the world of the primordial is vast enough to accommodate two clans. Just like the Juli clan, they coexist with us even now." DXIN replied with a smile. "Very well, DXIN, I represent the shaman clan in forging this alliance with you. From this day forth, we shall progress and retreat together with the human race. I also hope you will honor your promises." Hotu inhaled deeply as she spoke. "Rest assured, I oath by the human way and its fortune. I shall certainly uphold my word," DXIN stated with gravity. Upon hearing this, Hotu finally nodded with satisfaction. Immediately, Emperor Xian suggested to her, relying solely on the strength of our two clans remains insufficient. We must seek external allies. The vast expanse of the 9 netherworlds offers ample opportunity for you to gather supporters, such as the venerable ancestor of the River of Hades, whose formidable prowess is matched by the powerful Azura clan under his command. It would be most advantageous to bring him into our fold. Meanwhile, I intend to return and consult with the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas, urging them to align with us. Lady Hotu expressed no objections. Since we are to engage in war against the heavenly Tao, it is only natural that we should strengthen our forces. Chapter 50. The Great Calamity approaches. After bidding farewell to the Earth deity, Emperor Xian swiftly returned to the city of Chaoga. Meanwhile, Mithria had also made his way back to Mount Shumi, where he excitedly informed Junti that Emperor Xian had consumed the elixir. In just a few days, he would fall under the influence of calamity, thus initiating the grand tribulation of the heavenly mandate. Junti was naturally elated, for he yearned more than anyone for the commencement of the tribulation. While it posed a dire threat to others, it represented a tremendous opportunity for the West. Thus, he spared no effort in hastening its onset. He sought out his elder brother, the Taoist Jin, to share the news. Jin, though equally thrilled, maintained his usual composure. He instructed Junti to inform their followers to prepare for the impending tribulation and to fully support Jiang Ziya in his campaign against the Shang dynasty when the time came. Certainly, brother. I shall dispatch messengers at once. I will also notify the Heavenly Court and Yuanshu. Excellent. Upon his return to Chaoga, Emperor Xian promptly secluded himself to devise a cultivation method suitable for the human race. Most of his generals practiced martial arts, excelling in the battlefield, while a few possessed some degree of Taoist knowledge. Yet, many had reached the limits of martial prowess and were uncertain how to progress, resorting to unorthodox paths instead. Now that he had attained sainthood, he could see through various rules of cultivation with clarity. He aimed to formulate a method that would enable humanity to contend with those who practice the Tao, thereby enriching the foundation of humanity. A few days later, Emperor Xian emerged from the Shoshin Palace and summoned the ministers to issue his decrees. Citing Daji's fondness for admiring the scenery from great heights, he proposed the construction of a grand tower, aptly named the Star-Plucking Tower, symbolizing its height that would allow one to pluck stars at will. Furthermore, he sought to gather alchemists from the outside world to concoct elixirs for longevity. Lastly, he announced his intention to embark on a tour of various regions as soon as when Zhong returned to Chaoga. Upon hearing this, the ministers were taken aback, as if the sky had fallen. They fervently advised Emperor Xian to abandon these notions, with some even declaring his actions as those of a foolish ruler. In response, Emperor Xian erupted in fury, commanding the temporary imprisonment of those who opposed him. Afterward, he exited the morning court in a fit of rage. Once he departed, the ministers erupted into heated discussions surrounding Chancellor Shang Rong and Bai Gan, urging them to persuade Emperor Xian. Unable to resist the collective pleas, the two reluctantly decided to visit Shoshin Palace after court adjourned. However, upon reaching the palace's entrance, they were halted by the palace attendants. One of the attendants stated, "The king has decreed that he shall not see anyone today. You two should return." Bai Gan frowned and insisted, "Please inform him that Bai Gan and Shang Rong have urgent matters to discuss." The attendant hesitated. "Perhaps it would be best if you two did not press me further. The king is in a particularly foul mood today, and I fear." Shang Rong, restraining Bai Gan from continuing, shook his head. "Enough. Let's not trouble him. The king is currently in a rage. Even if we were to meet him, it would likely prove futile. We should wait until his anger has subsided before seeking an audience." As for the imprisoned ministers, Bai Gan had more to say, but he was interrupted by Shang Rong's gesture. Only then did Shang Rong remark, "They are merely imprisoned, not sentenced to death. There is no need to rush. Let us wait until the king's anger subsides, and we shall persuade him to release them." Upon hearing this, Bai Gan ceased his insistence and followed Shang Rong out of the palace. Meanwhile, within the Shoshin Palace, Daji knelt trembling on the ground, while Emperor Xian sat above with a contented demeanor, urging her, Daji, you must understand my position. The matters I plan to undertake are of great significance, and I must impose several restrictions upon your consciousness as a guarantee. Rest assured, as long as you remain obedient, you shall come to no harm. Daji gazed at the 108 restrictions casually placed upon her consciousness by Emperor Exine, each emanating an aura of destruction that sent shivers through her very soul. She managed a forced smile and nodded in agreement, uttering, "Yes, my king, it is only right." "Ah, you do possess understanding. Oh, by the way, convey to those two bald monks that under your persuasion, I have begun to undermine the court's governance and harm the people, as well as waste resources. Moreover, I intend to construct a tall tower and have people refine elixirs in pursuit of longevity. In short, whatever sounds bad, say it. You do not need me to instruct you, do you?" Emperor Exine said, looking at her. "Yes, my king, I comprehend," Daji replied, bowing her head. "Excellent. Take this opportunity to request more resources from them. Elixirs, refining materials, anything will do, and we shall split it 90 to 10. Emperor Exine added. Emperor Exine, of course, did not intend to build any star-picking tower. Instead, he aimed to establish a cultivation sanctuary for humanity. He envisioned inscribing formations upon this tower to create a nexus for spiritual energy, utilizing the laws of space and time to forge a small world for cultivation within. The topmost level would house the cultivation techniques he had devised and a collection of various doctrines for selection and reference. His latest methods of cultivation primarily focused on the paths of martial prowess and physical refinement. Such an approach to cultivation was well suited for military and national groups, as it had a low entry threshold and could rapidly generate combat effectiveness, making it ideal for widespread dissemination. Furthermore, those with innate talent could either pursue the path of martial prowess or continue honing their physical strength, both paths leading directly to the Great Tao without fear of dead ends. As for the request for others to refine elixirs for him, that was merely a fade. He was preparing for the impending war. Relying solely on personal cultivation would be insufficient. He needed the assistance of elixirs to accelerate training, including those for healing and detoxification, essentially establishing a logistical pharmaceutical factory. As for his nationwide tour, that was even simpler. He sought out those with talent and loyal commanders, intending to impart techniques and elixirs to them, ensuring they possessed sufficient strength for self-preservation before the divine sealing. Thus, the following day, during the morning court session, Shang Rong and Bai Gan, accompanied by a throng of ministers, interceded on behalf of the imprisoned officials. Emperor Exine feigned reluctance before ultimately releasing those confined. Meanwhile, after Daji relayed the news, the likes of Junti were exhilarated. In their joy, upon learning of Daji's request for elixirs, they considered her merits worthy of reward and granted her some. Furthermore, when they heard of Daji's intention to present spiritual herbs to Emperor Exine for the purpose of alchemy to win his favor, they generously provided her with additional spiritual herbs. However, Daji subsequently remarked that the lofty edifice constructed by Emperor Exine was still lacking certain celestial materials essential for its completion. Should this inadequacy persist, the emperor might cease to burden the populace with the construction. Upon hearing this, Junti, despite the pain it caused him, reluctantly provided some of the necessary celestial materials for the building. Without waiting for Daji to respond, he cast a spell to send her away. It is a lamentable situation. The Western lands are indeed barren, incapable of withstanding such demands. Were it not for the desire to promote the flourishing of his Western teachings, would he still be expected to part with his resources? Such thoughts are utterly preposterous. Chapter 51. The Dragon Clan's Dilemma. A few days later, a royal guard suddenly reported that Grandmaster One had returned from quelling the rebellion, just 30 miles from Chaoga. Emperor Exine was overjoyed and instructed Shang Rong and Bai Gan to lead the civil and military officials to welcome Wen Zhong and his entourage, while also ordering the army to encamp outside the city, rewarding them with wine and meat. As Wen Zhong and his group approached the city gates, they were met with the delighted faces of Shang Rong and the others. Shang Rong, brimming with joy, said, "Grandmaster One, I extend my heartfelt congratulations on your victorious return. His Majesty has commanded us to come forth to greet you, in order to convey our respect. Grand Master Wen returned the gesture with a bow and smiled, saying, I thank His Majesty and all of you for your tireless efforts in coming out to welcome Wen Zhong. The civil and military officials expressed their modesty, then surrounded Wen Zhong and Huang Feihu, engaging in light-hearted banter as they made their way through the city gates. Emperor Xian had prepared a banquet in the palace to honor the triumphant generals. Just as they departed, two figures ambled towards them from behind, one calling out, Hey, don't leave. Wait for us. These two were Yu Hun and Fei Zhong, who had endured great hardships since accompanying the army on their expedition. Being civil officials with little physical strength and unable to ride horses, they were prohibited from using a carriage, leaving them no choice but to share a mount with the soldiers. By the time they reached Beihai, they were nearly on the verge of collapse. Initially, they managed to keep up with the troop without much danger, but during Huang Feihu's retreat from the demon tribe, they narrowly escaped becoming a meal for the monsters by feigning death. Even so, they were trampled in the chaos, resulting in injury that delayed their arrival. Feeling ignored, Yu Hun exclaimed, What is this? Are we not contributors to the victory? How can we be treated this way? This is utterly unjust. Fei Zhong chimed in, Indeed, this is a blatant disregard for our brotherhood. When we meet the Emperor, we must voice our grievances. Let us hurry inside. With that, the two limped along to catch up. At the banquet, Wen Zhong led the other generals in a formal salute, declaring, We pay our respects to your Majesty. There is no need for excessive formalities. Your efforts in quelling the rebellion at Beihai are commendable. I have specially arranged this banquet to celebrate your achievements. Please take your seats. Emperor Xing, seated at the head of the table, smiled warmly. Thank you, your Majesty, the generals replied, taking their places according to rank, and began to toast one another in celebration. After several rounds of drinks, Emperor Xian rose and led Wen Zhong to a side hall. Grandmaster, your efforts in pacifying Beihai have been arduous. Your Majesty, it is my duty to serve the nation. There is no hardship in that. Wen Zhong shook his head in modesty. Emperor Xing, understanding Wen Zhong's character, refrained from further commentary, recognizing that he was sincere in his humility. He then shared with Wen Zhong the events of the past few days and outlined his future plans, intending to have Wen Zhong oversee state affairs while he played the role of a negligent ruler for a time, during which Wen Zhong would need to cooperate. Wen Zhong readily agreed to this arrangement. Emperor Xian casually presented the martial arts techniques he had devised to Wen Zhong for review. Upon perusing them, Wen Zhong's expression became notably animated as he exclaimed, Indeed, the techniques devised by your Majesty are extraordinary. They align perfectly with the cultivation methods of our human race. Should our army adopt this approach, our combat prowess will be magnified tenfold, if not 100-fold, and we would undoubtedly witness the emergence of a multitude of unparalleled warriors. Your Excellency exaggerates. It is premature to make such claims, Wen Zhong continued. I plan to distribute the first 3 tiers of this technique throughout the army to identify talent. Anyone who can reach the 3rd tier will be granted unconditional access to the remaining techniques, allowing us to cultivate them with particular focus. Emperor Xian smiled and replied, This method is indeed splendid. I fully endorse it. Very well, then it is settled. I shall enlist Kong Xian and Yuan Hong to assist you. Your humble servant obeys. The following day, during the morning court session, Wen Zhong began to present the captured prisoners and their merits, bringing Yuan Fudong before the Grand Hall. After the ministers enumerated Yuan Fudong's transgressions, Emperor Xian commanded his execution as a public spectacle. The remaining captives were conscripted into labor, tasked with contributing to the construction efforts of the Yinshang, for one must not squander free labor. Upon concluding state affairs, Emperor Xian set off for the East Sea, intending to meet with the Dragon King of the East Sea, hoping to enlist their support in the human endeavor. Meanwhile, the Dragon Palace of the East Sea was abuzz with activity. Ao Guang and the other 3 Dragon Kings had gathered. The Dragon King of the South Sea, Ao Ming, vociferously declared, Elder brother, the heavenly court is exceedingly overbearing. They wish to recruit us without extending any sincerity, treating us as mere jesters. Indeed, While our dragonkin may have fallen from grace, we have not yet reached the point of being trifled with. Ao Shun, the Dragon King of the West Sea, echoed. Elder brother, the heavenly court has truly gone too far. Our allegiance has yielded no benefits. And now they demand we relinquish half of our control over the rain, an essential element for our dragon race. Interjected AOG, the Dragon King of the North Sea. Alas, how could I be unaware of this? Yet, our dragon clan can scarcely withstand further tumult, especially with the saints backing the heavenly court. What recourse do we have? Sigid Albois. Suddenly, a voice interjected, startling the four dragon kings, who swiftly turned to locate the source. Scanning their surroundings, they found no one, their apprehension growing as it was evident that the speaker possessed power far exceeding their own. No need to search. I am currently awaiting an audience at your palace gates. Ao Guang and the others were taken aback, their curiosity piqued. At that moment, a shrimp soldier arrived, announcing, Your Majesty, there is someone outside seeking an audience. Ao Guang's countenance shifted, and he promptly instructed, Hasten to bring the visitor in, and remember to show utmost courtesy. No, forget that. I shall personally welcome them. With that, Ao Guang rose and led his three brothers outside to greet Emperor Exine. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Crystal Palace, Ao Guang immediately recognized Emperor Exine and exclaimed, It is you. You are the human king, Emperor Exine. What brings you to my Crystal Palace? Emperor Exine smiled and responded, Naturally, I have come to resolve your dilemmas. Meanwhile, Jiang Zia received news from the city of Chaoga. Upon learning that Emperor Exine intended to squander the people's resources to construct the star-picking tower and demanded the creation of elixirs for immortality, he shook his head in regret, feeling pity for the emperor. At that moment, Ji Chong approached and inquired, Chancellor, it seems the signs of Emperor Exine's incompetence are already apparent. The day for us to rise in rebellion appears to be drawing near. Jiang Zia replied, shaking his head, My lord, do not be complacent. The profound legacy of the Yin and Shang, built over 6 centuries, cannot be easily vanquished. It is prudent for us to act with discretion, amassing our strength and waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Ji Chong nodded, saying, Indeed, I have already instructed them to diligently stockpile provisions and armaments. And I have also directed General Nangong to train a new contingent of troops. Chapter 52. The Dragon Clan in the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea. Ao Guang and his companions sat across from Emperor Exine. Ao Guang gazed intently at Emperor Exine and remarked, I never expected that the so-called king of humanity, who is said to be incapable of cultivation, possesses such remarkable prowess. It seems the rumors are indeed unreliable. Emperor Exine smiled and replied, The rumors are not entirely incorrect. I, as the king of humanity, truly cannot cultivate. However, I am somewhat unique, having fortuitously acquired the means to practice cultivation. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang was momentarily taken aback and chose not to pursue the topic further. Instead, he solemnly inquired, Might I ask, what brings the king of humanity to our dragon palace? As I mentioned earlier while waiting outside, I have come to assist your clan with the challenges you currently face, Emperor Exine stated with a smile. Ao Guang and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to displeasure. Ao Shun, unable to contain his frustration, retorted, Humph, you speak with such arrogance. Do not assume that merely overhearing our discussions gives you the right to utter such grand claims. The Dragon King of the Southern Sea, Ao Ming, added, Indeed, what gives you the audacity to assert you can resolve matters that have eluded our clan? Why, of course, it is my strength that grants me such confidence. Do you believe I rely solely on words? Emperor Exine chuckled softly, emanating the formidable aura of a sage, causing the others to be pressed to the ground. Unable to rise. Sage level? Ao Guang stammered in terror. How is this possible? When did a sage emerge in Hongwang? It's all over. Ao Shun murmured to himself. Ignoring their panic, Emperor Exine smiled as he retracted his oppressive aura and asked, So, can I now assist your clan with your difficulties? Now fully aware of the gravity of the situation, Ao Guang and the others hastily knelt, pleading for forgiveness, particularly Ao Ming and Ao Shun, who trembled in fear, anxious that Emperor Xian might take offense. Rise. I still have some inquiries for you. Emperor Xian waved his hand. Yes. The group quickly stood, not daring to sit again, awaiting Emperor Xian's questions. Ao Guang, what is the situation with the Heavenly Court? Why do they treat your clan with such disdain? Ao Guang immediately bowed and began to explain. It turned out that the Heavenly Court had previously sought to integrate the Dragon Clan. Although the initial terms were not particularly favorable, they were still acceptable. However, during their deliberations, the Heavenly Emperor visited the Purple Cloud Palace and returned with a dramatically altered attitude. What was once an invitation for the four of them to oversee positions managing wind and rain had now been reduced to merely controlling the clouds and rain. Recently, a decree was issued, further diminishing their authority by splitting their responsibilities in half. From now on, the control of cloud and rain would be subject to the directives of the newly established Thunder Department, and the Dragon Clan would merely be required to follow orders. With their ability to accrue merit through rainmaking now undermined, Ao Guang and his companions naturally opposed this arrangement. Ao Guang had sought an audience with the Heavenly Emperor to discuss the matter, but was met with a merciless reprimand, being warned that failure to comply would result in punitive measures against them. Thus, they found themselves convening in the Eastern Sea to deliberate on these pressing issues. Upon listening to Ao Guang's narrative and grievances, Xian quickly grasped the situation. It became apparent that the Heavenly Emperor had received a promise from Hong Jun, and thus no longer valued the previously courted Dragon Clan. Consequently, the terms were incessantly diminished. The Dragon Clan, now in a state of weakness, having learned of the impending divine calamity, dared not resist for fear of repercussions. Xian addressed the assembled, stating, I am now aware of the circumstances and shall refrain from further discourse. Should your Dragon Clan choose to ally with my Yin Shang, the matters of summoning clouds and rain in the wilderness shall remain under your jurisdiction. Furthermore, if you perform well, I can promise to alleviate a portion of your karmic burden, enabling your kin to thrive. Are you truly willing to absolve us of part of our karmic burden? Ao Guang inquired, his eyes wide with trepidation. What? Could I possibly deceive you? Dixin retorted. Aware of Xian's status, Ao Guang hastily bowed his head in contrition, exclaiming, Forgive me, sage. It is not that I lack faith, but the merits required for such cleansing are exceedingly precious. A small dragon cannot afford to hesitate. Xian understood Ao Guang's apprehensions. To eliminate karmic burdens necessitated the use of merits, which were indeed difficult to acquire. Moreover, once cultivators obtain merits, they often choose to enhance their cultivation or forge magical artifacts, rarely willing to squander such resources on cleansing karmic debts. The Dragon Clan, having erred in the past, found themselves burdened with an overwhelming amount of karma. If not for the ancestral dragon leading the charge to quell the endless sea's eye, acquiring a measure of merit to offset their karmic weight, the Dragon Clan would have long since faced annihilation. In recent years, the Dragon Clan members had tirelessly endeavored in the realm of summoning clouds and rain. All merits earned had been devoted to alleviating their karmic debts, barely maintaining their existence. Yet, the birth rate of pure-blood dragons had persistently dwindled, causing considerable distress among the Dragon Kings. Us humans, at least, are the protagonists of the heavenly realm, and we do possess some merits. Moreover, I am not proposing to cleanse you of all your karmic burdens, merely a portion, to allow your kin to flourish. This merit I can indeed provide, Xian proclaimed with a smile. In truth, with Xian's capabilities, acquiring merits in the future would be exceedingly effortless, and merely assisting the Dragon Clan in alleviating part of their karmic burden was not a daunting task, hence his assurance. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang and the others exchanged excited glances, and then Ao Guang, taking the lead, prostrated himself on the ground, expressing his gratitude. From this moment forth, my Dragon Clan is willing to submit to Yin Shang, heed your commands, and shall never betray you. Excellent. My word shall remain unbroken. Xian affirmed with a nod. As of now, the calamity has not fully commenced. You may proceed, as usual. Regarding the Heavenly Court, Handle them casually for the time being. Once the divine calamity fully unfolds, you need not concern yourselves with them. Yes, my lord, they responded. Just as DXIN prepared to depart, A.O. Guang presented a Chinquan bag, sincerity etched upon his face. Your great kindness leaves my dragon clan at a loss for how to repay you. As the calamity approaches, within this Chinquan bag lie some weapons and celestial materials. I hope they may assist you. I beseech you, my lord, do not decline. DXIN cast a glance and beheld the treasures within, a towering heap of armors and weapons, unmistakably of extraordinary quality. Among them lay various celestial materials and spiritual treasures, all of which were indeed valuable resources. Alwan had indeed put thought into this. DXIN accepted the gifts, casting a profound gaze at Alwan, and remarked, Your thoughtfulness is noted. I shall graciously accept this offering. Alwan then, with great joy, escorted DXIN out of the Dragon Palace. After DXIN's departure, the four gathered once more to deliberate on how to confront the Heavenly Court. Unlike before, their expressions bore a noticeable lightness. A few days later, an astonishing piece of news emerged from Chaoga City, as the reigning king unexpectedly called upon his ministers during the morning assembly to discuss the abolition of slavery nationwide, proposing the restoration of the slaves to commoner status. Chapter 53, The First Battle of Fengshan. Most ministers vehemently opposed the idea, with only a few supporting voices. Some elderly officials even invoked the old decrees of the late emperor, weeping in the court, conveying one clear message. The institution of slavery must not be abolished. Emperor Xian, in a fit of rage, rebuked the ministers for their short-sightedness and moral decay, unworthy of their roles as ministers. As the atmosphere grew chaotic and somewhat uncontrollable, thankfully, Wen Zhong and Shang Rong stepped forward to restore order. In a feigned fury, Emperor Xian departed from court, and for the following days, he boycotted the morning assemblies. The ministers, engrossed in debates regarding the abolition of slavery, momentarily lost interest in other matters. Unbeknownst to them, Emperor Xian's personal army in Chaoga had recently received instructions on cultivation techniques, becoming the first batch of practitioners, a method that was soon named Wujing. Zhao Gongming, hailing from the adept in various formations, was appointed by Emperor Xian as a laborer, tasked with inscribing the formation for the star-observing tower. Meanwhile, the Northern Marquis Chong Hohu was designated by Emperor Xian as the chief overseer of the construction of the star-observing tower, collaborating with Zhao Gongming. Additionally, Emperor Xian imparted the Wujing to Chong Hohu, urging him to diligently cultivate, which deeply moved Chong Hohu, who repeatedly assured that he would complete the tower's construction on schedule. When this news reached Shiqi, Ji Chong and others were overjoyed, never anticipating that Emperor Xian would make such foolish moves, attempting to undermine the interests of slave owners, which bolstered their confidence in opposing the Shang dynasty. Recently, Bo Yikao had returned to the Golden Light Cave on Qianyuan Mountain with Tai for cultivation. The true man of Tai had imparted to him a set of spear techniques, along with a weapon known as the Flame Spear, for him to practice on the mountain. However, Bo Yikao was not particularly fond of martial arts. He preferred reading and music, especially playing the guqin. To entice him, the true man of Tai specially crafted a magical guqin named the Liangyi Fengming Qin, showcasing celestial techniques to persuade Bo Yikao to become his disciple. After beginning his training with Tai, GFA's prestige in Shiqi steadily rose. He frequently assisted Ji Chong in managing state affairs, eventually becoming the likely successor to the position of Marquis of Shibua in the eyes of the people. Upon learning that Emperor Xian intended to abolish slavery, he immediately became active in thought, dispatching trusted aides to contact various feudal lords, sowing discord and inciting dissatisfaction towards Emperor Xian. Due to the influence of the Western sect, some lords were inclined to favor Shiqi. The burgeoning strength of Shiqi instilled in GFA a sense of arrogance, further fueled by the claims of immortals like Guang Qingzi, who declared that Shiqi was destined by heaven. Consequently, he began to view the Yin and Shang with disdain. Upon discovering that his neighbor, Northern Marquis Chong Hohu, was away from his territory supervising the construction of the star-observing tower in Chaoga, he concocted a plan. Cheng Ho-hu, a supporter of Emperor Exine, was not closely aligned with Shi Qi, but his brother, Cheng He-hu, had always maintained a good rapport with Ji Chong. Thus, GFA discreetly reached out to Cheng He-hu, revealing his intention to seize the power of Northern Marquis Cheng Ho-hu while he was absent, and expressed his willingness to support Cheng He-hu in inheriting that power. Cheng He-hu had long harbored grievances regarding his elder brother's inheritance of the Marquisate, and the two quickly reached an agreement on their scheme. GFA, in collaboration with some loyal ministers who secretly supported him, incited Ji Chong to launch an assault on Cheng Ho-hu, who resided in Chongqing. However, Ji Chong, being prudent and mindful of his reputation, declined, asserting that he lacked the authority to attack an equal lord. Unyielding, GFA sought the counsel of Jiang Ziya, hoping he would persuade Ji Chong. To his dismay, Jiang Ziya deemed the timing premature, fearing it would provoke the Yin Shang to retaliate, thus also refusing. Ultimately, GFA had no choice but to contact Guang Chengzi, and with his assistance, Jiang Ziya reluctantly acquiesced. Soon enough, Ji Chong was swayed by the collective persuasion and discreetly gathered a formidable army to launch a surprise attack on Cheng Ho-hu's Chongqing. Fortunately, as one of the four great lords, Cheng Ho-hu had long defended the frontier, and his forces were not to be underestimated. His son, Cheng Yingbiao, was a valiant general who successfully thwarted the assault from the Shibo Marquis, although he later ventured out to engage in battle against the Shibo Marquis and his generals. He was ultimately overwhelmed by numbers and had to retreat back to the city, resulting in a tense stalemate between the two factions. Despite this, Cheng Yingbiao remained unperturbed. He dispatched a message to his father, urging him to promptly inform the king and lead reinforcements to his aid, assuring him that he could hold out for a few days. Meanwhile, the Shibo Marquis, growing anxious from the prolonged siege, realized that his unauthorized attack on Cheng Ho-hu was a grave transgression. With the prospect of reinforcements from Chaoga looming, he sought counsel from Jiang Ziya on a strategy to retreat back to Shiqi. At that moment, GFA stepped forward, declaring he had a plan to breach Chongqing. The following evening, Chaozhou Marquis Cheng He-hu arrived with 3,000 elite Flying Tiger troops to support Chongqing. Cheng Yingbiao was overjoyed to see his uncle's arrival and promptly opened the city gates to welcome him. Upon learning that his nephew had sent word to his elder brother, Cheng He-hu felt a twinge of urgency. He calmly assured, "Do not worry, my dear nephew. Tomorrow, I shall personally confront the forces of Shiqi and avenge you." Cheng Yingbiao attempted to persuade him to remain and fortify the city until reinforcements arrived, but Cheng He-hu was resolute, insisting on meeting the commanders of Shiqi to seek retribution for his nephew. Unable to dissuade him, Cheng Yingbiao reluctantly acquiesced. At dawn the next day, Cheng He-hu positioned his nephew atop the city walls while he rode forth on the fiery-eyed beast to confront Ji Chong, seeking retribution. The two sides exchanged fierce blows, yet covertly communicated intelligence. Eventually, Nangguang Shi, the general from Shiqi, feigned vulnerability and retreated, while Cheng He-hu did not pursue. Upon discovering that Cheng He-hu had refrained from opening the city gates at night to let them in due to the impending return of his elder brother, Cheng Ho-hu, with the intent to capture them all, GFA could not help but lament the man's treachery, recognizing his intent to eradicate the threat completely. Indeed, 2 days later, Cheng Ho-hu returned with 1,000 well-equipped guards, while at that moment, Cheng He-hu discreetly instructed his Flying Tiger troops, whispering, "When I signal, you shall charge forth and bind both my elder brother and Cheng Yingbiao." His trusted aide nodded vigorously, aware that Cheng Yingbiao's forces were stationed along the city walls, while Cheng He-hu's 3,000 Flying Tiger troops remained close at hand. Cheng Ho-hu approached and dismounted, intending to inquire about the situation. However, as he neared, his younger brother Cheng He-hu suddenly drew his treasured sword. He hastily questioned, "Brother, why do you draw your sword?" Cheng He-hu replied with a smile, "Naturally, it is to capture my elder brother." Before his words could fully resonate, a throng of the Flying Tiger army surged towards them. Cheng Yingbiao, realizing the peril, rebuked, "You heartless wretch, how dare you assist outsiders against your own brother?" Cheng He-hu remained silent, instead calling out to the Flying Tiger soldiers, "Quickly, Seize them at once. Chapter 54. The rescue of the Chongho tiger and his son Chongho tiger, caught off guard by the treachery of his own younger brother, was unprepared for such a betrayal. Accompanied only by a handful of loyal guards, the 1,000 elite soldiers he had brought were still at a considerable distance. Although he commanded an army of 20,000, they were still en route. Concerned for the safety of his son, he had taken his personal guards ahead, only to find himself ambushed at the city gates by his own brother. A portion of the Flying Tiger army sought to capture the father and son, while another faction attacked the gate guards, forcing the gates open. Chong Heihu released his iron-beaked eagle, sending it aloft as a signal to summon Ji Chong. Upon seeing the eagle ascend, Ji Chong understood it was a call to arms and hurriedly gathered his forces to march forth. Despite their valiant resistance, Chongho Tiger and his son were vastly outnumbered and soon found themselves overwhelmed, ultimately captured and bound. Standing before Chong Heihu, Chongho Tiger seethed, "Chong Heihu, we are blood brothers, with no prior enmity between us. Why do you conspire with outsiders to harm your own kin?" "Why?" Chong Heihu retorted, "It is for the sake of righteousness. Brother, you have aided that tyrannical monarch in constructing the star-catching tower, igniting the people's wrath. You even sought to release slaves to oppose the lords of the realm. If I did not bring you down, how can I face the other lords?" "Bah, you shameless wretch. How hypocritical." Chong Ingbiao interjected angrily. "My dear nephew, you do not comprehend. You are still too young," Chong Heihu remarked, patting Chong Ingbiao's cheek, only to receive a faceful of spit in response. "Ah, you may not understand, but I do. You have long coveted my title as the Marquis of Beibua, have you not? When I inherited that title, you were already discontented, and all these years later, I see your resentment remains." Chongho Tiger scoffed. "Humph. Speaking of this matter makes my blood boil. My martial skills and wisdom surpass yours. You are merely a few years my senior, yet they unfairly bestowed the title of Marquis upon you and relegated me to Chaozhou." Chong Heihu exclaimed in frustration. "Bah, my father was the legitimate eldest son of the family, naturally entitled to inherit the title and estate. It is a matter of divine right. Should this inheritance be passed to you, a mere second son? You are unworthy." Chong Ingbiao mocked. "Silence. What does your inheritance matter? You are now but my prisoners. Just wait. When Ji Chong and his forces arrive, you will serve as my greeting gifts." Chong Heihu laughed. "Ha, laugh all you wish. Your time is running short. I have already petitioned the king for troops to assist me in quelling this rebellion. The army is en route, and when they arrive, it will be your turn to pay the ultimate price." Chongho Tiger declared with a booming laugh. "My dear brother, you are mistaken. You remain unaware, do you? The Yin and Shang dynasty is on the brink of collapse. As you know, I once ascended the mountains to cultivate my skills, and news from the mountains indicates that the Yin and Shang will soon be supplanted by the West Qi." Chong Heihu dismissed with indifference. "West Qi? Humph. No wonder Ji Chong appears to have lost his senses, daring to ignore the royal decree and launch an attack against me. It is evident that you instigated him." Chong Heihu scoffed. "It is not we who incited his rebellion. Rather, it is the allure of power that sways the heart. Who could possibly resist the temptation of becoming the sovereign of a realm?" Chong Heihu laughed maniacally. "You shall not prevail. The king will surely execute you traitors, displaying your severed heads like those of Yuan Futong." Chong Heihu retorted, his eyes blazing with fury. "Heh, that is a matter for the future. Regardless, you shall not witness it." Chong Heihu sneered. As the two conversed, the surrounding soldiers continued to clash fiercely, and those within the city, witnessing their lord's capture and the opening of the city gates, surged forth to assault the Flying Tiger army that guarded the entrance. Meanwhile, Chong Heihu's 1,000 loyal guards fought valiantly to rescue him. With the distant sound of horns and galloping hooves approaching, Chong Heihu's excitement grew. "Hold your ground, everyone. Our reinforcements have arrived. If we can withstand until they join us, I shall reward you handsomely." Before long, Ji Chang's forces rushed in to provide support, repelling Chong Heihu's troops, who began to retreat in disarray, ultimately abandoning the city. In a swift manner, Ji Chong easily captured Chongcheng. Once the dust settled, Ji Chong convened the generals at the lord's estate to discuss rewards for their achievements, with the glory naturally going to Chong Heihu. He commanded the capture of Chong Ho Hu and his son, leading them into the great hall before Ji Chong, saying, "Lord of Shibua, I have brought forth Chong Ho Hu and his son. Feel free to decide their fates." Chong He Hu bowed, though Ji Chong, aware of his assistance in taking the city, harbored disdain for his betrayal of Qin, particularly as his words clearly insinuated the elimination of Chong Ho Hu. The atmosphere fell into an uneasy silence, and GFA, sensing his father's dilemma, quickly interjected, "Lord Chaozhou, please rise. Your leadership in the successful capture of Chongcheng deserves recognition. As for the two of them, let them be taken out and executed as a warning to all." Upon hearing of the impending execution, Chong Yingbiao erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Chong He Hu, you despicable wretch, we shall haunt you even as spirits." Regardless of the struggles of Chong Ho Hu and his son, Chong He Hu did not even glance their way. The two were soon forced to the execution platform, poised to meet their end, when suddenly a violent gust of wind swept through, lifting them into the air and out of harm's way. The soldiers below stared in shock, quickly reporting the incident to Ji Chong. As the news spread that Chong Ho Hu and his son had been whisked away by a tempest, disbelief filled the air, though only Jiang Zia and Chong He Hu bore solemn expressions, recognizing that someone had intervened with magic to rescue them. Chong He Hu seethed inwardly, lamenting that had he known of such interference, he might have been better off executing them beforehand to prevent future retribution. He proclaimed, "Someone has cast a spell to save those two." The crowd finally regained their composure. Ji Chong turned to Jiang Zia, seeking confirmation, only to see Jiang Zia nodding at him, affirming, indeed, it was someone who cast a spell to rescue the father and son. GFA's expression changed, and he said, "Chancellor, are you not well versed in the arts of Taoism? Perhaps you could send someone to retrieve them." Jiang Zia shook his head and replied, "At this point, they have already ascended on their clouds, their whereabouts unknown. How could we possibly dispatch troops to search for them?" Upon hearing this, everyone fell into a thoughtful silence. Initially, had they executed the father and son of Chong Ho Hu, they could have gradually consolidated his power. Yet now, with the two still alive, it would be exceedingly difficult to subdue his subordinates, who might even rebel at any moment. Chapter 55. The Solitary One personally leads the expedition to the West Qi. It was said that on this side, Chong Ho Hu and his son were rescued by an enchantment and taken to a secluded place. As they beheld the figure before them, they were astonished to discover it was Yuan Hong. Chong Ho Hu exclaimed joyfully, "General Yuan, I never anticipated it would be you. Thank you for saving my son and me. No need for gratitude. I am merely following the king's orders to rescue you both. If you must express thanks, direct it to the king." Yuan Hong replied with a smile. It turned out that when Chong Ho Hu was journeying from Chaoga to Chongcheng, Yuan Hong had been secretly instructed by DXIN to protect him, only permitted to intervene when Chong Ho Hu's life was in grave danger. Hence the rescue scene unfolded. Both father and son bowed twice in the direction of Chaoga, expressing their gratitude for the king's immense grace. Yuan Hong escorted them to their troops' encampment, advising them to set up camp and await the king's orders before taking his leave. Upon returning to Chaoga, Yuan Hong reported the situation to DXIN. To his surprise, instead of anger, DXIN exhibited signs of excitement. He waved Yuan Hong off and summoned Wen Zhong. The following morning, during court, DXIN expressed his furious displeasure regarding the insurrection intentions of the West Qi, condemning their unauthorized military actions against Chong Ho Hu and their desire to execute the Northern Marquis, one of the four great lords. He sought counsel from his ministers on how to retaliate against West Qi. Some officials who were on friendly terms with West Qi spoke up in their defense. "Your Majesty, there may be a misunderstanding. The Western Marquis, Ji Chong, has always been loyal. How could he dare to rebel against the Yinshang? He has already taken it upon himself to attack the Northern Marquis, seizing Chongcheng, and nearly executed him and his son. Are you suggesting this is a misunderstanding? Should I behead you too and then call it a misunderstanding?" DXIN retorted coldly. The man hurriedly pleaded for mercy, silencing himself in fear, while others who wished to intercede were also intimidated into silence. Meanwhile, The military officials condemned Ji Chong and volunteered to lead troops to quell the rebellion and bring Ji Chong to Chaoga for questioning. DXIN's expression lightened somewhat at this. He addressed his ministers, saying, "I have not mistreated Ji Chong. I even allowed him to lead a faction of lords. Yet, he repays my kindness with treachery. I shall personally lead the campaign against West Qi to ascertain his true intentions." Upon hearing that DXIN intended to personally lead the expedition, the ministers quickly urged him to reconsider. Shang Rong shouted, "Your Majesty, how can you, with your precious life, venture into such peril? The great ministers and mighty warriors of Shang are plentiful. There is no need for you to personally confront West Qi." Bai Gan echoed, "Your Majesty, what Shang Rong says is reasonable. Your safety is paramount. You cannot recklessly lead the expedition." The other ministers joined in, fervently persuading DXIN to abandon his personal involvement and instead send a general in his stead to address West Qi. DXIN remained silent until the clamor subsided, at which point he spoke resolutely. "I have declared my intention. I will personally lead the expedition against West Qi. There is no need for further persuasion. My mind is made up." Upon hearing DXIN's firm resolution, the ministers erupted in protest once more. However, DXIN, unwilling to entertain further objections, stood up and declared, "Then it is settled. While I am away from Chaoga, all state affairs will be managed by Grand Minister Wen. That is all. Court is dismissed." Upon finishing his words, he turned away without a glance, utterly disregarding the uproar of the crowd below. Observing that Emperor Xin ignored them, the people surged towards Wenzhong, clamoring to urge him to persuade the emperor to abandon his decision to lead personally into battle. As Wenzhong made his way out, he found himself somewhat flustered by the multitude of voices clamoring for his attention. The following day, Emperor Xin issued an edict that reverberated throughout the realm, reprimanding Ji Chong of the West Qi for defying royal orders by unilaterally mobilizing troops against the Northern Marquis and occupying his fief, an act that clearly indicated rebellion. He proclaimed his intention to personally lead an army against West Qi. The issuance of this decree ignited a frenzy across the land. The people of West Qi soon learned of this news, and Ji Chong, in a state of agitation, sought out Jiang Zia, exclaiming anxiously, "Prime Minister, the king intends to personally lead his forces against West Qi. What shall we do?" "Do not panic, my lord. Allow me a moment to devise a strategy." Though Jiang Zia maintained a calm facade, internally he was equally distraught. He had not anticipated that a mere campaign against Chong Hohu would evoke such a vehement reaction from Emperor Xin. Originally, they had contemplated sending emissaries to Chaoga with treasures to appease the emperor, hoping to downplay the situation. However, before they could act, Emperor Xin had already publicly declared his war intentions, leaving them in a precarious position. In contrast, GFA remained unfazed. Upon hearing that Emperor Xin planned to lead an expedition against West Qi, he felt a surge of eagerness to engage in battle. Envisioning that if he could defeat or even capture the emperor, his own reputation would eclipse that of his father. Ji Chong, witnessing Jiang Zia counting and calculating with furrowed brows, grew increasingly anxious as he paced the room, occasionally stomping his feet and sighing in despair. Realizing that mere subterfuge would not suffice, Jiang Zia finally opened his eyes and said, "My lord, do not be alarmed. First, instruct the generals to prepare for a robust defense while I return to my master to seek assistance." Upon hearing this, Ji Chong quickly responded, "Yes, indeed. Prime Minister, hasten back to seek counsel from the immortal." Without further delay, Jiang Zia performed a technique to traverse the earth and made his way directly to the Jade Void Palace. Due to the urgency of the matter, he did not pause until he arrived at the palace. He addressed the White Crane boy at the entrance. "Please inform my master that disciple Jiang has urgent business to discuss." The White Crane boy entered the Jade Void Palace and reported to the seated Yuan Shi Tianzun, "I respectfully inform you, my lord, that Uncle Jiang is outside, seeking an audience due to urgent matters. Bring him into the hall," the deity commanded. "Yes, my lord." Shortly thereafter, the White Crane boy led Jiang Zia inside. Upon seeing Yuan Shi Tianzun, Jiang Zia bowed deeply, Disciple Jiang respectfully greets my master. Zia, there is no need for excessive formalities. I am already aware of your intentions. There is no need for you to be anxious. Consider this the commencement of the campaign against Shang. Yuan Shi Tianzun replied calmly. But master, West Xi is lacking in troops and generals. How can we contend with Emperor Xian? Jiang Zia asked. Do not fret. You are a person of great virtue and fortune. When faced with adversity, aid will surely come your way. Jiang Zia wished to speak further, but was interrupted by Yuan Shi Tianzun, who gestured and produced a scroll, which he extended through the air. Zia, this is the list of deities. Since you are ascending the mountain, I shall entrust it to you. You shall return to Shiqi and construct a platform for the canonization of deities, upon which this list shall be displayed. Jiang Zia accepted the list of deities with gratitude, and the primordial heavenly venerable uttered no further words, gesturing for him to descend the mountain at his own pace. However, just as Jiang Zia stepped out of the Jade Void Palace, the White Crane boy reappeared and said, Master Uncle, my lord has instructed me to convey a message to you. He advises that as you descend the mountain, regardless of who calls upon you, do not respond. Simply continue your descent. Should you glance back, you will surely encounter unforeseen calamities. Jiang Zia bowed respectfully and replied, Zia shall faithfully adhere to the teachings of my master. Chapter 56. Jiang Zia and Shun Gongbao. With a furrowed brow, Jiang Zia descended the mountain, initially seeking counsel to confront the impending invasion of the Yinshang army. To his dismay, his master merely urged him to act boldly in accordance with his duties, assuring him that assistance would come should he encounter difficulties, leaving him quite perplexed. Absorbed in thought, Jiang Zia clutched the Fengshen Bang as he made his way down, and upon reaching Qilin Cliff, a voice suddenly called out from behind. Hey, Jiang Zia, where are you going? Instinctively inclined to respond, Jiang Zia hesitated as he recalled the admonition of the White Crane boy. He suppressed the impulse to reply and feigned ignorance, continuing his descent. However, the calls grew increasingly insistent. Hey, Zia, I'm speaking to you. When Jiang Zia remained silent, the voice took on a tone of indignation. Well, Jiang Shang, have you forgotten me so quickly after coming down the mountain? Have you become so grand as the Prime Minister of Shiqi that you no longer wish to acknowledge me? At this, Jiang Zia could no longer proceed and turned to see a figure gracefully approaching, his fellow disciple, Shun Gongbao, with whom he had trained on the mountain. Jiang Zia bowed respectfully and said, Junior brother, I was unaware that it was you calling me. My master instructed me not to respond or look back while descending, so I hope you do not take offense. Shen Gongbao waved his hand dismissively. Oh, brother, do not mention it. How can I blame you? It has been quite a while since we last met, and I noticed you returning to the mountain gate. I could not help but come up to greet you. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated, but I must apologize for my oversight, Jiang Zia replied, touched by his junior's concern. Over the decades of cultivating on the mountain, Jiang Zia and Shun Gongbao had formed a close bond as they joined the Yushu Palace around the same time, making their connection more intimate than that of other seniors. Jiang Zia, limited in aptitude, struggled to master profound Taoist techniques and thus held a humble position within Yushu Palace. Conversely, Shun Gongbao, despite his decent abilities, faced prejudice due to his background, which led to more frequent exchanges between the two. Observing the item Jiang Zia held, Shun Gongbao inquired, Brother Zia, what is it you carry? Oh, this is the Fengshen Bang that my master just bestowed upon me. He instructed me to return to Shiqi, construct a divine altar, and display this list upon it for future deification, Jiang Zia explained candidly. A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Shun Gongbao's eyes as he asked, Might I inquire about the purpose of your visit to the master? Sighing, Jiang Zia confided, I do not wish to hide this from you, junior brother. Our Shiqi is on the brink of being assailed by the Yinshang, with the king himself leading the charge. I fear Shiqi may not withstand the attack, so I sought my master's guidance. Yet, he merely advised me to confront the enemy as usual, leaving me uncertain about how to report back to Lord Ho. Upon hearing Jiang Zia's lament, Shen Gongbao stepped forward to offer encouragement. Brother, it is not my intention to criticize you. I had previously heard that you were serving in Chaoga, and I was secretly pleased for you. Yet, I am curious as to why you abandoned the Yinshang to take up the position of Prime Minister in Shichi. Upon hearing Shan Gongbao inquire about the matter, Jiang Ziya couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy. He sighed, saying, "How I wish to refrain from wandering to and fro. Yet, my master has commanded it, and I must obey. Furthermore, Shichi is destined by heaven. How could I possibly defy such divine will? Since Shichi is fated by heaven, why should you fret over the impending attack from Yinshang?" Shen Gongbao jested. "Do not jest, me brother. I currently have no heart for banter. I must return to Shichi to discuss strategies and cannot linger in conversation with you. However, should you descend the mountain in the future, you must seek me out in Shichi." Jiang Ziya waved his hand, preparing to depart. "Ah, brother, do not be hasty. What if I offer you a suggestion?" Shen Gongbao said with a smile. "Oh, do you possess a strategy that may assist me in fending off the enemy?" Jiang Ziya looked at Shen Gongbao in curiosity. "I cannot claim to have a brilliant plan, but I can at least alleviate your worries. You are aware of my frequent interactions with the disciples of the. How about I approach Wen Zhong to plead on your behalf, allowing you to return to your post in Yinshang?" A glimmer of cunning flashed in Shen Gongbao's eyes. "Alas, what nonsense are you speaking, brother? My master has commanded me to support Zhou in their campaign against Shang. How could I dare to act thus?" Jiang Ziya shook his head in disapproval. "Then why not entrust me with the Fengshen Bang? I could present it as a gift and plead with DXIN on your behalf, urging him to spare Shichi. What do you think?" Shen Gongbao proposed, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Jiang Ziya was momentarily taken aback, then tightened his grip on the Fengshen Bang, refusing. "You must not jest, brother. This is a treasure bestowed upon me by our master, intended for the sealing of gods. How could I hand it over to you for such a purpose? Brother, you cannot refuse everything. You are so tedious. Let us wager instead. If I win, you shall give me the Fengshen Bang to present to DXIN. If I lose, I will descend the mountain to assist you. How does that sound?" Shen Gongbao feigned annoyance. "Brother, let us refrain from such gambling. I shall take my leave now." Jiang Ziya clearly showed his reluctance, turning to depart. However, Shen Gongbao blocked his path and continued, "Brother, why the rush? Allow me to explain the wager before you decide." Without waiting for Jiang Ziya's refusal, Shen Gongbao declared, "Brother, I will stand right here, permitting you to strike me with any weapon or force. Should I sustain even the slightest injury, it will count as your victory. What say you?" Jiang Ziya was momentarily speechless, as they both had trained together at the Yusu Gate, knowing each other well. Although Shen Gongbao had some skills prior to becoming his disciple, he had not yet reached such a formidable level. He inquired, "Are you truly serious, brother?" "Indeed, I am serious," Shen Gongbao replied proudly. "Enough. This is unwise. What if I inadvertently harm you? That would be a grave sin. I refuse to gamble." Jiang Ziya suddenly shook his head. Shen Gongbao grew anxious, thumping his chest in assurance. "Fear not. Even if you were to injure me, I would hold no grudge. Come on, brother." Jiang Ziya merely shook his head in refusal, unwilling to engage in such a futile endeavor. Yet, Shen Gongbao became increasingly agitated, blocking Jiang Ziya's path and declaring, "Brother, if you do not accept my wager today, I shall not allow you to leave the mountain. Can you truly endure the weight upon a mountain?" Jiang Ziya said with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. "Junior brother, what do you mean by this? I have pressing matters to attend to. Please do not linger here. Allow me to depart swiftly." Yet, regardless of Jiang Ziya's entreaties, Shen Gongbao steadfastly refused to yield, leaving Jiang Ziya with no choice but to agree to a wager. Drawing his treasured sword, Jiang Ziya declared, "Junior brother, I am prepared to strike. Should you have any second thoughts, I shall immediately withdraw and cease this engagement. What is with your incessant chatter? I am ready. Let us commence." Shen Gongbao replied impatiently. Chapter 57. The fury of Shen Gongbao. Seeing his junior disciple's unwavering determination, Jiang Ziya shook his head and ceased his persuasion. With a swift motion, he executed a sword technique and thrust his sword towards Shen Gongbao's arm, contemplating that even if he were to injure him, the arm would be easier to heal. To his astonishment, Shen Gongbao did not evade. He allowed the sword to pierce through his arm without displaying a hint of pain, instead wearing a smile as he gazed back at Jiang Ziya. Taken aback, Jiang Ziya withdrew his sword, only to find it devoid of any blood. Turning to inspect Shen Gongbao's arm, he saw no trace of injury whatsoever. Jiang Ziya sighed. I had no idea when my junior disciple acquired such remarkable skills. Brother, you may strike with confidence now. I can withstand your blows. Shen Gongbao replied with self-satisfaction. Jiang Ziya chose not to engage in further conversation. Channeling his magical energy into the sword, he rose to strike at Shen Gongbao once more, yet it proved futile, as there were no marks upon Shen Gongbao's body, let alone any wounds. Resolute, Jiang Ziya decided to hold nothing back. Though his innate talent was limited and his spiritual cultivation modest, he possessed a few spells. With a series of hand gestures, he unleashed a torrent of blazing flames from his mouth, enveloping Shen Gongbao in an inferno, as if intending to refine him. However, Shen Gongbao's reaction left Jiang Ziya astonished. He laughed amidst the flames. Brother, this fire lacks sufficient heat. Intensify it. Jiang Ziya furrowed his brow in response. He summoned all his magical energy into the flames, causing the fire to surge dramatically, its heat becoming quite formidable. Yet, even with such intensity, Shen Gongbao appeared unfazed, basking in the fire's embrace without a hint of discomfort. Realizing the flames had no effect on Shen Gongbao, Jiang Ziya retracted his magical power, and the flames vanished accordingly. Undeterred, Jiang Ziya adopted a serious demeanor, performing incantations and hand gestures. As he chanted, dark clouds swiftly gathered overhead, transforming the bright sky into gloom. Thunder rumbled ominously, and bolts of lightning brewed within the clouds. He then pointed decisively at Shen Gongbao, and the lightning responded as if commanded, cascading from the heavens and striking down upon Shen Gongbao. In an instant, lightning crackled around him, a dazzling spectacle. Yet after the tempest, Shen Gongbao remained steadfast, unyielding in his stance. At this moment, Jiang Ziya found it increasingly difficult to contain his disbelief. His eyes widened in astonishment as he sought to comprehend the situation. Shen Gongbao, noticing his expression, reveled in his triumph. However, before he could fully gloat, a bolt of azure lightning descended from the sky, striking a nearby boulder. What unfolded next perplexed Jiang Ziya. The previously misdirected lightning had elicited a cry of anguish. Suddenly, Shen Gongbao, who had been standing there unscathed, vanished without a trace, while the boulder bore the charred, smoking figure of Shen Gongbao itself, who had just been so boastful. At that moment, a voice echoed, Shen Gongbao, you wretched creature, how dare you deceive Jiang Ziya with a list of deities? Truly, you are unaware of your own mortality. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ziya was taken aback and swiftly gazed skyward, where he beheld the South Pole, immortal, descending from the heavens. Reproaching Shen Gongbao and preparing to deliver him to the primordial heaven lord for judgment. Compassion stirred within Jiang Ziya, prompting him to step forward and bow in a plea for Shen Gongbao as reprieve. The South Pole immortal cautioned, Ziya, you have fallen into his trap. The fiery blaze and thunderous strikes you witnessed were but illusions conjured by his sorcery. The true fiend lies concealed behind that boulder, unharmed. Shen Gongbao, his magical ruse exposed by the South Pole immortal, felt a flush of embarrassment and anger. He lifted his gaze towards the immortal but refrained from defending himself, slowly bowing his head in contemplation. Jiang Ziya, undeterred, continued his plea. Master brother, I implore you to grant Shen a pardon this once. We were merely engaging in playful antics. How could we dare disturb our esteemed master over such triviality? You are far too naive. Your intercession for this scoundrel may spare him punishment, yet he may not express gratitude. Have you considered this? The South Pole immortal inquired. I have indeed considered it. Master brother, please let Shen off this time. He has not committed a grave offense. Let this matter rest. Jiang Ziya insisted. Very well. In light of your plea, I shall grant this miscreant a reprieve. However, should he dare to transgress again, I shall not be so lenient. The South Pole immortal declared sternly. Scoundrel, do not forget to thank your master brother. Shen Gongbao glanced at Jiang Ziya, uttering a word of thanks before departing slowly, though none noticed the tightly clenched fists he bore. Once Shan Gongbao had taken his leave, Jiang Ziya bid farewell to the South Pole, immortal, and descended the mountain, employing Earth Escape to hasten back to Shiqi, where he would confer with his comrades on strategies. Meanwhile, Shan Gongbao arrived at his lair, activated his formation to shield against prying eyes, and hurled a stone cup from the table in frustration. The force of the throw aggravated his wounds, causing him to gasp in pain. He then grasped a gourd from the stone table, poured out several medicinal pills, swallowed one, and crushed the others to apply to his injuries. Once he had tended to his wounds, he seethed, cursing, "You are the true scoundrel. Your entire family is filled with scoundrels. On what grounds do you look down upon me? Is it because of my humble origins that I must endure such humiliation?" As he vented his fury against the South Pole immortal, he began to tidy up his dwelling. Since becoming a disciple of the Yushu sect, Shan Gongbao had been regarded with disdain by others, subjected to ridicule for his lesser lineage. Thus, he sought companionship with Jiang Ziya, who shared similar shortcomings, and gravitated towards those of the sect, who were likewise looked down upon. At times, he pondered why his master had chosen him to join the sect if he was to be treated with such contempt. He often wished that he had been taken under the wing of the Tongtian Patriarch, where he would not face such discrimination and could mingle freely with his peers. At that time, I was merely a fledgling spirit, having transformed not long ago. When a sage expressed the desire to take me as a disciple, I hardly hesitated to agree wholeheartedly. It is well known that in the primordial realm, there is no soul who does not yearn to be accepted under the tutelage of a sage. Each year, countless individuals journey to Kunlun Mountain and the sanctuaries of the sages to seek their guidance. And to be chosen as a disciple by a sage is akin to receiving the blessings of one's ancestors. After securing the vital possessions within my dwelling, I resolved to descend the mountain. I intended to demonstrate my capabilities to all those who had belittled me, to affirm to my fellow disciples that I, Shan Gongbao, am no less formidable than any among them. Chapter 58. The Seven Kill Star, Zhang Kuei Jiang Ziya, having utilized the art of Earth Escape, returned to Shiqi. Upon learning of his arrival, Ji Chong promptly came forth to greet him, his face etched with urgency. "Chancellor, when you ascend the mountain to meet the immortal, do you possess any sage strategies to bestow upon us?" Jiang Ziya replied ambiguously, "Rest assured, my lord. I have measures to ensure that the Yinshang army shall not breach our defenses." Hearing this, Ji Chong exhaled a sigh of relief, his countenance brightening with joy. "Excellent. Since we have received wise counsel from the immortal, repelling the enemy should pose no difficulty. I appreciate your hard work, Chancellor." A hint of embarrassment flickered across Jiang Ziya's face as he hastily shifted the subject. "My lord, I wonder how the troop arrangements are progressing. Are the weapons and provisions prepared?" "Do not worry, Chancellor. I have already instructed my men to make all necessary arrangements. We await your command to lead our generals in repelling the enemy." Ji Chong replied with a smile. Seeing this, Jiang Ziya refrained from further discussion and turned to follow Ji Chong into the council chamber. The generals of Shiqi had been awaiting Jiang Ziya's return, and upon his entrance alongside Ji Chong, they promptly rose to pay their respects. Seated in the elevated positions, Jiang Ziya, with a serious demeanor, began instructing the generals on their defensive strategies, but refrained from mentioning any specific tactics for repelling the enemy. Although the generals were perplexed, they did not dare to question Jiang Ziya due to their ranks. After arranging all matters and dismissing the assembly, Jiang Ziya allowed himself to relax. Weariness etched upon his features. He reflected, "Since my master has advised me to meet the enemy with composure, I shall abide by his counsel. Even if we suffer defeat later, I shall bear no blame." Meanwhile, in the city of Chaoga, Emperor Xian had personally led his generals towards the Sisui Pass, preparing for a direct assault on Shiqi. When departing from Chaoga, he did not bring a large retinue, but instead issued an edict to summon troops from Qinglong Pass and Xiaoming Pass to reinforce Sisui Pass. As he swiftly approached Mianxi, Emperor Xian commanded that the garrison commander be notified in advance of his intention to rest there. Zhang Kuei, the garrison commander, and his wife, Gao Lanying, upon hearing of Emperor Xian's arrival, hurriedly prepared the courtyard and arranged a banquet to welcome him. Zhang Kuei and Gao Laniying were indeed remarkable talents. In the original narrative, they could be considered among the most damaging generals to the Western Zhou. It is noteworthy that this couple, working in unison, had slain 10 renowned Western Zhou generals, including Huang Feihu, Tu Xingsun, and Deng Chanyu. The 5 mountain deities who were later enshrined were also victims of Zhang Kuei's prowess, and even after being granted a divine title, he was recognized as the 7-kill star, underscoring his formidable nature. As Emperor Xian arrived at the gates of Mianxi, Zhang Kuei had been awaiting his presence with his subordinates for some time. Upon seeing the Emperor's chariot approach, he hastened forward to pay his respects. Minister Zhang Kuei pays homage to the great king. Rise. There is no need for excessive formalities, came Emperor Xian's voice from within the carriage, as he emerged clad in a robe of dark gold. Thank you, your majesty. I have prepared your palace and arranged a feast within the city. Please allow me to escort you inside to rest. Zhang Kuei stated with a bow. Ah, you are most considerate. Lead the way. Emperor Xian replied with a smile. Yes, your majesty. Upon receiving the invitation to the banquet from Emperor Xian, Zhang Kuei immediately responded with palpable excitement, rising promptly to guide the emperor. The group arrived at the city lord's mansion, where Zhang Kuei graciously invited Emperor Xian to take a seat at the head of the banquet hall. As the feast commenced, Zhang Kuei was the first to approach Emperor Xian, offering a toast and taking a seat beside him. They began to converse, during which Emperor Xian inquired about military strategies. Zhang Kuei provided insightful responses, earning the emperor's esteem, who remarked with a smile, Zhang Kuei, it seems rather unjust to confine your talents to such a modest position. I am preparing to march against the rebel forces of Shiqi. Would you be willing to accompany me? Zhang Kuei immediately knelt, replying, Your Majesty, I am indeed eager to march alongside you against the traitors. However, if I leave, who shall defend Mianxi? I humbly seek your guidance. Go in my name as the general of Mianxi to the Sishui Pass. Temporarily entrust the defense of this pass to a trusted deputy. If you distinguish yourself on the battlefield, I shall reward you with promotions and honors. Emperor Xian responded with a smile. Thank you, your majesty. Zhang Kuei expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Go retrieve your weapons and armor. I wish to witness your martial prowess, commanded Emperor Xian. Yes, your majesty, Zhang Kuei replied. He donned his armor and took up his treasure blade, then returned to pay his respects to Emperor Xian. The emperor signaled for Yuan Hong to step forward for a demonstration, eager to assess Zhang Kuei's skills. The 2 men proceeded to an open area, exchanged bows, and engaged in combat. In the original tale, Zhang Kuei was capable of holding his own against 5 attackers led by Huang Feihu, and with the aid of his steed, the unicorn smoke beast, he dispatched them one by one. His martial skills were indeed exceptional, complemented by his mastery of earth evasion techniques, surpassing even that of Tu Xingsun in speed. After exchanging over 20 blows, Emperor Xian called for a halt, summoning Zhang Kuei before him. He instructed a close aide to present a set of precious armor and a magnificent sword, along with a carefully prepared manual of martial arts, as gifts for Zhang Kuei. Furthermore, Emperor Xian added, I have heard that your wife, Gao Laniying, is a woman of remarkable talent, skilled in both divination and martial arts. This gift is intended for her. Please accept it on her behalf. With that, he procured another set of feminine armor and twin blades, which were handed to Zhang Kuei. Overcome with gratitude, Zhang Kuei vowed to vanquish the rebels in honor of the emperor's generosity. The following day, after arranging all governmental affairs, Zhang Kuei mounted his steed, the unicorn smoke beast, alongside his wife, Gao Laniying, and set forth with Emperor Xian's entourage. They soon arrived at the gates of Lintong. There, General Zhang Feng and his subordinates came to pay their respects to Emperor Xian. The emperor summoned Bian Zhilong, the son of Deputy General Bian Jinlong, to join the army. Bian Ji was adept in unconventional arts and possessed the magical banner, the ghostly white bones, which could autonomously attack souls. He had previously captured formidable figures such as Huang Feihu, Lei Zhenzi, and Tu Xingsun with this banner, showcasing its immense power. Emperor Xian also conscripted Deputy General Xiao Yin into the ranks, though not for his prowess, but rather because he was deemed a rogue, intended to serve as cannon fodder. In the ranks of DXIN, there exist two distinct types of individuals: those whom he intends to reinstate, such as Zhang Kuei, and those designated as cannon fodder, like Xiao Yin and Deng Kuan, who have actively defected to the West Qi. DXIN also summoned the father and son, Yu Hualong and his progeny, to Tongguan. This duo is well-versed in martial arts and military tactics, while their fifth son, Yu De, has even become a disciple of thee and possesses the ability to inflict smallpox upon his adversaries through sorcery. However, he is still in the process of mastering his craft and has yet to return. DXIN has only conscripted his 4 elder brothers, retaining Yu Hualong and Tongguan to oversee the fortification. For those he has summoned and holds in high regard, DXIN bestows weapons and martial arts techniques, and even grants a substantial quantity of medicinal elixirs to aid in their cultivation. Chapter 59. The rebel Ji Chong, when the forces of Emperor Xian arrived at the Sisui Pass, General Han Rong, along with the 4 warriors from the Jiaoming Pass and Zhang Guifang from the Qinglong Pass, had long been awaiting the emperor's arrival at the city gates. As Emperor Xian dismounted from his carriage, the generals promptly led their respective aides forward to pay their respects, escorting him into the pre-prepared conference hall. Once inside, they positioned themselves in an orderly manner according to their ranks, ready to receive orders. Emperor Xian cast a slow, discerning gaze over the assembled generals, nodding in satisfaction before addressing them. I have summoned you from various regions because you are the pillars of our Yin Shang dynasty. Now, the Western Qi disregards the royal command, launching an unauthorized assault on the northern Bo Marquis. Their rebellious intent is glaringly evident. If I do not subdue the Western Qi, the feudal lords across the realm will rise in response, leading to chaos, and the common people shall suffer. Therefore, to prevent the collapse of our Yin Shang state, I have personally come to the front lines to oversee the battle. Do not let me down. As soon as Emperor Xian concluded his speech, Zhang Guifang stepped forward to assure him, "Your Majesty, do not worry. I shall request to lead the charge tomorrow and ensure that we flatten the Western Qi. My lord, my 3 brothers and I are also eager to be at the forefront, capturing the old rebel Ji Chong and presenting him to you," exclaimed Mo Liqing. "I too am willing to march against the Western Qi." With the atmosphere charged with enthusiasm, the generals clamored to volunteer for the mission to capture Ji Chong. Emperor Xian smiled and nodded, then said, "There is no need for competition. Opportunities abound. Those who distinguish themselves in this campaign against the Western Qi shall be handsomely rewarded." "Thank you, Your Majesty," the generals chorused in unison. After offering further encouragement to the assembly, Emperor Xian commanded, "All right, the commanders of each pass shall remain, while the rest shall withdraw to prepare for tomorrow's battle. I wish to meet the rebel Ji Chong in person." "Yes, Your Majesty." The generals then dispersed, each returning to their preparations, eager to impress Emperor Xian the following day. Once only a few commanders remained in the hall, Emperor Xian gestured for them to take their seats and report on their respective situations. Zhang Guifang was the first to rise, bowing respectfully. "Your Majesty, upon receiving your decree, I have brought 50,000 elite troops from Qinglong Pass, with provisions sufficient for 3 months. Mo Liqing then stood to report, "Your Majesty, we have also brought 50,000 elite troops from Jiaoming Pass, along with ample supplies." Han Rong followed suit, stating, "Your Majesty, Sisui Pass has an additional 100,000 elite soldiers, all ready to heed your command." "Excellent. I have also brought 10,000 elite troops from Chaoga, giving us a combined force of over 200,000 soldiers, more than enough to sweep away the Western Qi." Emperor Xian nodded in approval. He continued, "However, do not let your guard down in this campaign against the Western Qi. They have other forces backing them. Among the 800 feudal lords, many covertly support the Western Qi, making this battle a protracted struggle that cannot be resolved in a day." Emperor Xian was acutely aware that defeating the Western Qi in one fell swoop was unrealistic. It was not the foe itself that posed the greatest challenge, but the formidable forces that stood behind it. The generals exchanged glances, uncertain of the emperor's cautious demeanor, yet they nodded in agreement. Each secretly resolved to showcase their prowess and ensure that the emperor did not underestimate them. After discussing the military arrangements for the following day, Emperor Xian inquired about the circumstances of several individuals. After offering them words of encouragement and bestowing upon them weapons and techniques, he permitted their departure. On the following dawn, amidst the support of numerous generals, Emperor Xian arrived at the front lines of both armies. Upon noticing Emperor Xian's slight nod, Han Rong rode forth to announce, "Ji Chang, the king is here. Why do you not swiftly emerge to respond?" Hearing Han Rong's call, Ji Chang, accompanied by the crowd from the West Qi, approached the front. After bowing respectfully to Emperor Xian, he spoke, "I pay my respects to the king. Your Majesty, why must you take up arms and press us without granting the old minister a chance to explain?" "Explain? Huh, Yi Cheng, what is there left for you? A traitor's minister, to explain? Not only have you deliberately attacked the Northern Marquis, unlawfully seizing his fief, but you have also secretly conspired with other lords to incite rebellion. Do you truly believe I am oblivious to your deeds?" Empedo sin zebut faisoli. Ji Chang's expression shifted upon being chastised, and he replied, "Your Majesty, the old minister's campaign against the Northern Marquis was a necessity. That Cheng Ho-hu has been extorting the people within his territory, causing widespread discontent. I acted with the welfare of the populace in mind. How commendable of you to consider the people's welfare. Your hypocrisy is truly nauseating. Spare me your idle chatter. Will you come forth to confess your crimes, or shall I send men to capture you?" The Western Marquis turned to Jiang Zia, beside him. After a slight shake of his head, steeled himself and proclaimed, "Emperor Xian, since you refuse to discern right from wrong and insist on attacking West Qi, do not blame us for rebelling against you. Humph. A treacherous minister. What grandiloquent words you speak. Jiang Shang. And you, how is it that you too have allied with this traitor?" Emperor Xian glared at Jiang Zia, standing next to Ji Chang. Jiang Zia, somewhat discomfited, nonetheless responded with a respectful gesture, "Your Majesty, I was earnestly invited by the Marquis to serve as the Chancellor of West Qi. What? Is it that the Yinshang has no Chancellor, thus allowing you to silently take office in West Qi? When you were cast adrift, living by fortune-telling, I did not disdain your humble beginnings and appointed you as a distinguished minister. Is this how you repay my kindness?" Emperor Xian demanded loudly. A flush of embarrassment crossed Jiang Zia's face, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. GFA, observing his father and the Chancellor rendered speechless by Emperor Xian's remarks, thought that if this continued, their morale would be utterly shattered. He stepped forward, his voice firm. "What you offer are merely trifling favors, mere tactics to win hearts. Our Chancellor forsook his official position for the greater good of the world. You insolent youth, dare to speak of the greater good. Get away." Empo Sins Gulp, casting a disdainful glance at him. "Bring forth someone to seize these rebels." Emperor Xian called out, turning away. Sangui, Mobunted on Nasvistet, surged ahead of the others, declaring, "Your Majesty, I shall apprehend them at once." Meanwhile, GFA, incensed by Emperor Xian's contemptuous demeanor, shouted, "Who will bring that foolish monarch to me? I shall offer a substantial reward." From within the West Qi camp, the valiant General Nangong Shi also rode forth, exclaiming, "I shall seize that foolish monarch." Having spoken, he brandished his long sword and advanced towards the approaching Zhang Kuei. The two exchanged little in the way of words, each wielding their great blades against one another. Given that they wielded identical weapons, a fierce competitive spirit ignited within them, compounded by the fact that this was the vanguard, and neither wished to retreat in defeat. After several exchanges, Nangong Shi gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Realizing he was outmatched, he summoned all his strength, forcing Zhang Kuei back with a powerful strike, then swiftly turned to flee. He initially intended to ambush Zhang Kuei upon his pursuit, but to his astonishment, as Zhang Kuei touched the unicorn of his steed, the horse surged forward like a wisp of smoke, arriving behind Nangong Shi in an instant. Before he could react, Zhang Kuei delivered a decisive blow, severing him from his mount. Chapter 60. The reinforcement from Shiqi, upon witnessing Zhang Kuei slay Nangong Shi beneath his steed. The soldiers of the Yinshang side erupted in a chorus of cheers, rallying behind Zhang Kuei. Dismounting, he severed Nangong Shi's head and returned to the front lines. Bowing respectfully to Emperor Xan as he proclaimed, "My lord, I have not disgraced my command. I have brought the head of the traitor Nangong Shi as a tribute. Excellent. General Zhang has indeed lived up to my expectations. This marks your distinguished achievement." Emperor Xian replied with a smile. "Thank you, your majesty." A flicker of joy crossed Zhang Kuei's face, eliciting envy from the other generals. In stark contrast, Ji Chong was stricken with grief. Nangong Shi had been a revered elder of Shiqi, celebrated alongside San Yisheng as the twin pillars of both martial and literary prowess. Ji Chong had harbored great hopes for him, anticipating that he would prove himself capable in the forthcoming campaigns against the Shang. Yet to his dismay, the battle had scarcely begun when he was felled in the fray. With a look of alarm, Ji Chong turned to Jiang Ziya and said, "Chancellor, I did not foresee that General Nangong would fall so swiftly to the enemy. What shall we do now?" Jiang Ziya felt a twinge of panic as well. Nangong Shi was considered one of Shiqi's premier warriors. If he could not withstand Zhang Kuei, how could the other commanders hope to match him? He quietly lamented the situation. "Do not despair, my lord. While the loss of General Nangong weighs heavily on my heart, our foremost priority is to send someone to battle and secure a victory. Otherwise, our troops' morale will plummet, and we are bound to face defeat," Jiang Ziya urged. But General Nangong was the finest combatant among our ranks. If he could not prevail against Zhang Kuei, how can the others hope to contend? Ji Chong replied, anxiety creeping into his voice. Sighing, Jiang Ziya found himself at a loss for words. Just as he pondered who might be sent to reverse their fortunes, a voice rang out from behind. "Do not fret. My junior brother, I have come with reinforcements." Jiang Ziya turned swiftly to see Guang Qingzi, accompanied by several others, standing behind him with smiles. Overjoyed, Jiang Ziya approached eagerly. "Brother, you have come to aid me. The armies of Yinshang are pressing upon us, and our forces in Shiqi are limited. It has caused me great distress. Fear not. The individuals accompanying me are all disciples of the third generation from the Chan sect, each a formidable warrior and well-versed in the arts of Tao. They have come down the mountain specifically to assist you." Guang Qingzi proclaimed, then turned to the group. "Do you not see your Uncle Jiang? You shall remain under his command henceforth." "Yes, we greet Uncle Jiang," the disciples responded, bowing respectfully. "Very well. No need for such formalities, my dear nephews," Jiang Ziya replied, his face lighting up with joy. At that moment, one of the disciples, a towering figure with blue skin and wings sprouting from his back, stepped forward and bowed to Ji Chong, saying, "I am Lei Zhenzi, your son." "Father, how have you been of late?" Startled, Ji Chong gazed at Lei Zhenzi in astonishment. "You are Lei Zhenzi, the first of my 100 adopted sons from Yanshan? What has caused you to transform in such a manner?" With a grin that revealed an unspeakable ferocity, Lei Zhenzi exclaimed, "During my training under Master Yun Zongzi on Zhongnan Mountain, I inadvertently consumed 2 celestial apricots, which resulted in the emergence of these formidable wings of wind and thunder, transforming my appearance into what you see now." Hearing this, Ji Chong stepped forward, grasped his hand gently, and said, "Alas, my son, you have endured much." He then addressed Guang Qingzi and the others, expressing his gratitude. "I sincerely thank you for your assistance. The current situation on the battlefield is quite inconvenient. Once we return to my residence, I shall host a banquet to properly welcome you all." The others hurriedly reciprocated, insisting it was no trouble at all. Guang Qingzi then approached, pointing to each individual as he introduced them to Jiang Ziya and Ji Chong. "This is Wei Hu, disciple of Daoxing Tianzuan. This is Tu Xing's son, disciple of Zhu Lu's son. This is Huang Tianhua, disciple of Qingshu Dao Tianzuan. And this is Yang Jian, esteemed student of Yuding Zhenren." After exchanging greetings, the conversation turned to pressing matters. Jiang Ziya sighed. "The Shang General Zhang Kuei has already bested us in a confrontation. His swordsmanship is ferocious, and with the aid of his exotic steed, he is indeed a formidable opponent. Uncle Master, do not fret. Allow me to face this adversary. I shall capture him alive to honor General Nangu. Lei Zhenzi declared. Very well, I shall entrust this task to you. Jiang Zia replied with delight. The brigand is fierce. My son, exercise utmost caution. Ji Chang cautioned. Rest assured, I shall return post-haste. Lei Zhenzi nodded at them, unfurled his wings, and soared directly toward the battlefield. The soldiers on both sides were taken aback by the sight of a winged figure descending from the heavens. Lei Zhenzi bellowed, I am Lei Zhenzi, adopted son of the Duke of Shibua. Zhang Kuei, step forward and meet your demise. Upon hearing his name called, Zhang Kuei sought permission from Emperor Xian to engage in battle. After receiving a nod and a warning to be cautious, Zhang Kuei saluted and galloped forth. Who dares to challenge me, this winged fiend? Sang Kui scoltet. Infuriated by the insult, Lei Zhenzi refrained from responding and, with a mighty shout, launched an attack. Zhang Kuei met him with his blade, and they exchanged blows fiercely. With his aerial advantage, Lei Zhenzi gradually gained the upper hand, while Zhang Kuei began to struggle. After several more exchanges, Zhang Kuei abruptly dismounted, choosing to confront Lei Zhenzi on foot. Though puzzled by this sudden shift, Lei Zhenzi pressed on, raising his staff to strike. Unexpectedly, his powerful blow struck the ground, creating a deep crater, yet Zhang Kuei had vanished. Confused, he descended to investigate. At that moment, Tu Xing's son, who was observing, shouted, Lei Zhenzi, beware. He is employing earth manipulation techniques, lying in wait underground to ambush you. Upon hearing this, Lei Zhenzi quickly spread his wings and ascended into the air. Realizing his ploy had been uncovered, Zhang Kuei erupted from the earth in a fit of anger. Cursing at Tu Xing's son, Bah, you wretched little creature, how annoying it is for you to prattle during a duel. Upon hearing this, Tu Xing was instantly incensed. He abhorred being referred to as short, and this individual not only insulted his stature, but also derided his appearance. In a fit of rage, he exclaimed, You despicable wretch! Do you think to rely on earth manipulation to launch a sneak attack? I shall not grant you that satisfaction. What, pray tell? Could a diminutive fool like you possibly know of earth manipulation? If you are so unwilling to back down, then let us engage in a contest. Sang Kui retorted. This infuriates me to no end. Just you wait. I shall come forth and strike you down. Enraged, Tu Xing hefted his iron staff and approached the forefront of the battlefield. He then turned to Lei Zhenzi and declared, Lei Zhenzi, take a moment to rest. Allow me to teach this arrogant fool a lesson. Chapter 61. The chaotic battle at Sishuguan, Lei Zhenzi nodded and prepared to withdraw. As he found himself at a loss on how to counter Zhang Kuei, who wielded the earthly techniques. Fortunately, Tu Xing was also well-versed in this art, and thus, they could engage in a fierce duel. Just as he was about to soar back to the Western Qi camp, a voice called out, Hey, you the Birdman, don't leave just yet. Come and fight me. I can fly too. Neza, standing mid-air upon his wind-fire wheels, shouted at him. Previously, Lei Zhenzi had gained the upper hand in his skirmish with Zhang Kuei, thanks to his ability to fly. However, unbeknownst to him, Neza had been watching with growing irritation, particularly intrigued by Lei Zhenzi's wings. After earnestly requesting permission from DXIN to join the fray, he eagerly intercepted Lei Zhenzi. Turning around, Lei Zhenzi was met with the sight of a defiant young boy wielding a fiery spear and standing upon the windfire wheels, staring at him with a challenging expression. Instantly, Lei Zhenzi's demeanor darkened. Where did this little brat come from? How dare you provoke me? Hurry back before you lose your life. He scoffed. You, the Birdman, dare to look down upon me? Take this. Neza, infuriated, lunged with his spear. Lei Zhenzi deflected the thrust with his staff, but upon contact, his expression shifted. He had not anticipated such strength from a mere child. Realizing Neza was no ordinary opponent, he ceased underestimating him and engaged fully in a fierce aerial battle. Meanwhile, on the ground, Tu Xing and Zhang Kuei clashed mightily, occasionally disappearing underground to continue their fight, while above, Neza and Lei Zhenzi were locked in a tumultuous struggle. Guang Qingzi, observing Neza's fierce engagement with Lei Zhenzi, couldn't help but sigh. This Neza was originally intended to be the reincarnation of my disciple Ling Zhuzi, destined to lead the charge against the Shan. I never imagined he would become an adversary. Brother, do not lament. Today, you have brought numerous disciples, each possessing remarkable skills. Why should we concern ourselves with the reincarnation of a mere spirit? Jiang Zia reassured him. Ah, brother, you do not understand. Each disciple carries their own mission. Had it not been for DXIN's madness, summoning all the Shang generals to Sishiguan, I would not have brought them down the mountain to assist you, Guang Chengzi explained. Originally, I intended for you to raise an army in the West Qi and gradually advance into Chaoga, receiving aid from capable individuals at each juncture. However, the situation has changed, and I had no choice but to bring them all down. DXIN's personal presence at Sishiguan, along with many of his capable ministers and generals, served two purposes: to assert his claim over every inch of land and to prevent them from being targeted and defeated one by one. He intended for the divine calamity to begin and end at Sishiguan, contained within the borders of the Shan. The soldiers on both sides, captivated by the thrilling combat of their respective leaders, cheered loudly. As it became apparent that the four warriors were evenly matched, Ji Chong, fearing a prolonged battle could lead to misfortune, persuaded Jiang Zia to sound the retreat early, and both sides eventually withdrew to their camps. In Ji Chang's residence in the western Qi, a grand feast was laid out to honor Guang Chengzi and the others. Ji Chang raised a wine goblet and declared, I extend my deepest gratitude to all for coming to our aid. Had it not been for your timely intervention, we would surely have faced a dire defeat. Your Excellency, you are too kind. The tyrannical and unrighteous nature of the Yinshang dynasty compelled us to lend you our assistance, remarked Guang Chengzi with a jovial toast. The two parties engaged in mutual flattery, and GFA seized the opportunity to foster camaraderie, particularly with Lei Zhenzi, who was, in name, his brother. His adeptness at winning hearts left Lei Zhenzi deeply touched, considering him a true sibling. During the gathering, Guang Chengzi leaned in and whispered to Jiang Zia, that Huang Tianhua is, in fact, the eldest son of Huang Feihu. In his youth, the true lord of Qingshu passed by the Huang residence, and, recognizing his innate talent and wisdom, took him as an apprentice on the mountain. Noting Jiang Zia's puzzlement, he continued, currently, Huang Feihu serves under the Yinshang. Thus, Huang Tianhua could persuade him to join us at West Qi. Jiang Zia nodded in understanding, choosing not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, at the Sishui Pass, a celebration was underway. Although there had been no resounding victory that day, they had nonetheless slain a formidable general from the enemy ranks, marking a promising beginning. Neza sat at the gathering, feeling somewhat disheartened, still miffed about not having swiftly defeated Lei Zhenzi. It was only when DXIN assured him that he would face Lei Zhenzi in battle the following day that a smile returned to his face. On the following day, both sides took their positions for battle once more. Neza, propelled by his fiery wheels, boldly declared his intention to confront Lei Zhenzi, while Tu Xingsun vowed to settle scores with Zhang Kuei. The four warriors clashed once again, reminiscent of the previous day's fierce combat. At this juncture, Zhang Guifang and others could no longer remain seated and eagerly sought permission to fight. DXIN, smiling, granted their request. Zhang Guifang rode forth, proclaiming, I am Zhang Guifang, the commander of Qinglong Pass. Who among you dares to engage me in battle? Wu Ji, Jiang Zia's eager disciple, implored for the chance to fight. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Zia nodded in approval. Wu Ji, filled with excitement, charged forward with his spear against Zhang Guifang. However, being merely a woodcutter by trade and having only recently begun his martial training under Jiang Zia, Wu Ji struggled. Indeed, after only a few exchanges, he began to falter, leading Zhang Guifang to refrain from employing his full prowess. Ultimately, with a swift strike, he unseated Wu Ji, capturing him to return to the enemy's camp. Seeing Wu Ji captured, Jiang Zia felt a surge of anxiety, silently chastising himself for allowing Wu Ji to participate in the battle. His intention had been to provide an opportunity for Wu Ji to shine due to his diligent training, but he had not anticipated such a swift defeat. Witnessing the predicament, Wei Hu seized his demon-subduing staff to rescue Wu Ji, only to be intercepted by Zhang Guifang. The two soon engaged in fierce combat, with Wei Hu wielding his staff like a mere twig, yet striking with the weight of a mountain. Upon contact, Zhang Guifeng's spear trembled under the force radiating from Wei Hu. Internally astonished, Zhang Guifeng knew he could not afford to underestimate his opponent and fought with utmost dedication. While these two were still entangled in battle, Mo Liqing, one of the four generals of the Demon Clan, clashed with Yang Jian. Observing the fray, Huang Tianhua hastened to summon his Jade Qilin, eager to assist, but as he proclaimed his name at the forefront of the battlefield, a general from Yinshang ranks charged forth. The man approached without making a move, his face etched with anxiety as he inquired, "Could you be my son, Huang Tianhua?" Observing the resemblance in the features of Huang Tianhua to those of his other children, he grew increasingly agitated and exclaimed, "I am your father, Huang Feihu. Do you not remember?" Huang Tianhua, taken aback, responded, "When I descended the mountain, my master mentioned that I was the son of the martial king, Huang Feihu. Could it be? Indeed, my dear child, I am your father, Huang Feihu." He affirmed, "You vanished without a trace from our home when you were merely 3 years old. I nearly turned the city of Chaoga upside down in my search for you. Yet I could not find you." As Huang Feihu spoke, tears threatened to spill from his eyes, for this was his legitimate eldest son, who had inexplicably disappeared from their household, causing his father, Huang Gun, to remain estranged from Chaoga to this day. Chapter 62. Huang Tianhua acknowledges his parentage. Huang Tianhua promptly dismounted from his Jade Qilin, kneeling on the ground in reverence, saying, "Son pays his respects to father." Good. My dear child, rise. You have endured much hardship over the years." Huang Feihu hurriedly stepped forward to assist Huang Tianhua, overwhelmed with emotion. "Father, I have not suffered. I have been diligently practicing under my master, the true Lord of Qingshan, at Zhang Cave on Qingfeng Mountain, honing my skills. It was only recently that my master commanded me to descend the mountain and assist in the elimination of the Shang dynasty. Before I departed, he revealed my true lineage to me, instructing me to recognize you upon my return." Huang Tianhua replied, "Alas, my son, how misguided you are. The Huang family has been loyal for generations. How could you aid the rebel forces of Shiqi against the court?" Huang Feihu exclaimed, "Your grandfather, Huang Gun, was the general of Jipaiguan. Your father is a king's loyal servant, and your aunt holds a prestigious position as a consort in the Western Palace. As the legitimate heir of the Huang family, why must you toil for the traitors of Shiqi?" Upon hearing his son's intentions to rebel against Shang, Huang Feihu quickly interjected, "Father, my master has instructed me." Huang Tianhua hesitated, attempting to mention his master's orders, but was interrupted by Huang Feihu. "Do not speak of that master again. He abducted you without a word, leaving no message behind. Do you have any idea how many tears your mother, Lady Jia, has shed over your disappearance? Your grandfather has not entered our home for years, mourning your absence." Huang Feihu said, his face etched with anger. At these words, Huang Tianhua could not help but shed tears, realizing how deeply his family cared for him. He wept, "Father, are my mother and grandfather well?" "They are indeed well, but they have longed for your return." Huang Feihu replied solemnly, "I am unfilial, failing to bring joy to their lives, and causing them such worry." Huang Tianhua sobbed inconsolably. "My son, do not blame yourself. This is not your fault. You were but a child when you went missing. It is we who failed to protect you, leading to our years of separation." Huang Feihu comforted, patting his shoulder. Once Huang Tianhua had wept and somewhat calmed his emotions, Huang Feihu advised, "My son, come with me to meet the king and explain our situation. I shall plead on your behalf, and the king will surely not hold your transgressions against you. Once Shiqi is subdued, you may return with me to Chaoga to reunite with your mother and family." Huang Tianhua, his eyes reddened, replied, "I naturally wish to return with you to see my family, but my master's orders weigh heavily on me, and I find myself in a quandary." Huang Feihu, growing anxious, insisted, "Why must you concern yourself with such trivial commands from your master? It is far more important that you return with me." Huang Feihu harbored deep resentment for Huang Tianhua's master, who had taken a child without consent and now instigated him to rebel against Shang. It must be understood that the Huang family already held a prominent status within the Shang dynasty, and as a noble of a different surname, He was destined to pass on his esteemed position to his eldest son, Huang Tianhua. There was no need for his son to foolishly engage in opposition to Shang. Regardless of the risks involved, even if successful, what could he possibly gain from such endeavors? Would he attain the same high status or be conferred a title of nobility? In his view, Huang Tianhua need not exert himself, worry, or take any risks. He could simply remain at home and await the inheritance of the empire his father had established. Why engage in unnecessary turmoil? The soldiers watching the battle were perplexed by the sight of others fighting fiercely, with magical artifacts soaring through the air, while these two were alternating between laughter and tears, embracing one another, creating a scene that felt distinctly out of place. Guang Qingzi and Jiang Ziya observed this peculiar tableau as well. Jiang Ziya wished to caution his senior brother against allowing Huang Tianhua to be lured back to the Shang camp by Huang Feihu, but before he could speak, Guang Qingzi, stroking his beard, chuckled and remarked, "It appears that Huang Feihu is quite a devoted father. Junior brother, when Tianhua returns, encourage him to persuade Huang Feihu to pledge allegiance to Shiqi soon, so he may earn his merits." Jiang Ziya could only acquiesce with a resigned nod. At that moment, Huang Tianhua, with a troubled expression, implored, "Father, no matter the circumstances, my master raised me and imparted martial skills. I cannot simply depart. Please allow me a few days to achieve merit for Shiqi, thus repaying my master's kindness. Afterward, I shall return with you to see our family." "Alas, my son, how can you be so foolish? You owe nothing to your master. Rather, it is he who is indebted to you," Huang Feihu urged. "There is no need for further persuasion. Father, I have made my decision," Huang Tianhua declared resolutely. "Sigh. In that case, my son, please exercise utmost caution," Huang Feihu cautioned, visibly troubled. "Yes, father." As their conversation unfolded, the battle on the field intensified. Mo Liqing summoned the Qingyun sword, unleashing black winds and fierce flames upon Yang Jian. It proved ineffective. Like Yuan Hong, Yang Jian had mastered the profound 8-9 mysteries, rendering his body as resilient as adamantine, and he suffered no harm. Observing this, Mo Li Hong grasped the Hunyuan pearl umbrella and advanced to aid his elder brother. Thus, Yang Jian single-handedly contended against the two brothers of the Mo family without losing ground. Zhang Guifang found himself somewhat at a disadvantage against Wei Hu. After exchanging blows for several dozen rounds, Zhang Guifang suddenly spoke, "You possess remarkable strength. Might you reveal your name?" Wei Hu, unsuspecting, replied in a deep voice, "I am Wei Hu, disciple of Dao Xing Tianzun." "Excellent. You indeed possess formidable skills. Why not test my other techniques?" Without waiting for Wei Hu's response, he immediately called out, "Wei Hu, why do you not dismount? What are you waiting for?" Upon hearing this, Wei Hu felt dizzy and weak, nearly toppling to the ground. Fortunately, he managed to steady himself with his demon-subduing rod. Shaking his head vigorously, he sensed his spirit being assailed, prompting him to chant incantations to restore some composure. Zhang Guifang's unique secret technique, known as the dismounting invocation by its very name, implies that uttering a person's name attacks their spirit, causing their body to lose control and fall. Since mastering this technique, Zhang Guifang had enjoyed unbroken success on the battlefield. However, he did not anticipate that it would have minimal effect on Wei Hu, who had trained under Dao Xing Tianzun since childhood, making his spirit considerably stronger than that of an ordinary person. Additionally, Wei Hu possessed spells to stabilize his spirit, thus he did not collapse or lose consciousness. Seizing the moment while Wei Hu was momentarily incapacitated, he charged forth on horseback, brandishing his weapon and swiftly gaining the upper hand, forcing Wei Hu into a series of retreats. Meanwhile, Zhang Kuei engaged in a fierce underground duel with Tu Xing's son, their exchanges marked by intensity. However, Tu Xing's son's diminutive stature afforded him greater agility in the subterranean realm, allowing him to outmaneuver Zhang Kuei, who found himself at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, Zhang Kuei's mastery of earth manipulation granted him remarkable speed, enabling him to evade perilous situations just in the nick of time, much to Tu Xing's son's chagrin. In contrast, Neza experienced a more favorable scenario. Under the tutelage of Kong Xian and receiving occasional guidance from Zhao Gongming and Yuan Hong, his martial prowess far surpassed that of Lei Jinzi, who, unable to match his skill, resorted to fluttering in the air with his wings to evade capture. Chapter 63. The arrival of Shun Gongbao Neza, with his youthful spirit, initially found amusement in sending Lei Zhenzi darting about in disarray. He pursued him relentlessly on his windfire wheels. However, after a while, his patience began to wane. Seizing the opportune moment, he summoned the Qinkuan circle and struck Lei Zhenzi squarely on the back, sending him crashing to the ground. Enduring the pain, Lei Zhenzi swiftly rolled to his feet, parrying Neza's thrust with his spear, but as he attempted to take flight, the heavenly silk Neza unleashed and snared his ankles, forcefully dragging him down once more. Caught off balance, Lei Zhenzi tumbled to the earth, and before he could rise, Neza caught up to him, planting a foot on his back, rendering him immobile, with the fiery spear poised at his throat. With a triumphant smirk, Neza proclaimed, "Though your skills are commendable, they pale in comparison to mine." Captured, Lei Zhenzi had no retort. He turned his head aside in silence. Witnessing the dire turn of events, Guang Chengzi and Jiang Ziya prepared to intervene, only to find Lei Zhenzi had already been subjugated by Neza. Jiang Ziya, filled with urgency, urged, "Brother, we cannot afford to lose Lei Zhenzi. Quickly, take action to rescue him." Guang Chengzi, well aware of the gravity of the situation, nodded and summoned the desolate bell. In an instant, he arrived at the heart of the battlefield, lightly striking the bell, which resonated in the ears of all present, rendering them motionless in the midst of their conflict. Seizing this moment, Guang Chengzi intended to rescue Lei Zhenzi, but before he could reach him, a figure blocked his path, none other than Kong Xian. With arms crossed, Kong Xian remarked, "Daoist friend, the outcome of battle has been decided. Why must you intervene with such disparity?" Recognizing that he was no match for Kong Xian, Guang Chengzi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. As the others regained their senses from the bell's toll, Yang Jian and the others noticed their master confronting Kong Xian. They abandoned their opponents, rushing to assist, only to be halted by Guang Chengzi. "You're no match for him. Return to the camp with me first," Guang Chengzi urged. Though Tu Xingsuan attempted to protest, Yang Jian silenced him. Guang Chengzi bowed respectfully, adding, "I hope, dear friend Kong, that you will spare his life for the time being. We are willing to negotiate for his return." Kong Xian shook his head, stating, "The fate of this one is not mine to decide. It rests entirely with my lord." Without further discourse, Guang Chengzi led his companions back to their camp. Upon arrival, Jiang Ziya inquired, "Brother, why did you not bring back Lei Zhenzi?" Guang Chengzi, feeling a twinge of shame, replied, "I intended to retrieve him, but Kong Xian intercepted me, and I was no match for him, thus I could not bring him back." The others fell into a contemplative silence, and just then, Ji Chong, the Western Earl, arrived, clearly anxious. "Chancellor, is there any hope of rescuing my son Lei Zhenzi?" As he scanned the area and found no sign of Lei Zhenzi, noticing Jiang Ziya and the others in quietude, he quickly grasped the situation and, in despair, exclaimed, "Alas! Is it possible that my son remains unrescued?" Jiang Ziya advised, "My lord, do not be troubled. Lei Zhenzi has merely been captured and has not lost his life. We are currently devising a plan for his rescue." While discussions on how to liberate Lei Zhenzi continued in Shiqi, an individual from the Yinshang side sought to pledge allegiance. Empivo Xin, seated at the head of the grand tent, inquired with an unusual expression, "Daoist Shen Gongbao, you wish to serve my Yinshang?" "Indeed, your majesty. I, a humble practitioner of the Tao, am not only versed in its arts, but also possess numerous esteemed connections. Should your majesty choose to employ me, I am willing to assist in capturing the rebellious Shiqi," Shen Gongbao proclaimed, stepping forward to offer his services. "Provided you can substantiate your capabilities, I shall not hesitate to bestow my trust upon you. Rest assured, I honor my word and delight in promoting talent." Shen Gongbao bowed in response, "Very well. I shall demonstrate my prowess to your majesty. Please grant me a day. I shall return shortly." With that, he bowed once more and ascended on a cloud before Emperor Exen. Meanwhile, in Shiqi, Tu Xingsun was engaged in a discussion with Yang Jian regarding who would be best suited to rescue Lei Junzi. Tu Xingsun proposed to utilize his earth-burrowing skills to stealthily infiltrate the Shang camp and retrieve Lei Junzi, while Yang Jian preferred to employ his transformation techniques for the rescue. The crux of their debate lay in the fact that Zhang Kuei within the camp was also adept in such arts, raising concerns about their potential defenses. Yang Jian believed his transformation method would be more prudent, allowing for an easier retreat should complications arise. Ultimately, Jiang Ziya and Guang Chengzi resolved that both should undertake the mission to provide mutual support. The two accepted their orders and prepared for the night's infiltration of the Shang camp. Once the arrangements for Lei Junzi's rescue were finalized, Guang Chengzi addressed Jiang Ziya, saying, "Ziya, there are formidable foes within the Shang camp, and I alone am not their equal. To err on the side of caution, I must return to my sect to enlist additional brothers for assistance. You must promise me to refrain from engaging in battle for the next few days. Rest assured, senior brother, I will have a truce banner displayed, and we shall avoid conflict in the coming days." Jiang Ziya replied, "Excellent. I leave this matter in your capable hands. I shall return shortly." With that, Guang Chengzi employed his evasion techniques and set off for Yushu Palace. As night deepened, Yang Jian transformed into a mosquito, while Tu Xingsun burrowed underground. Together, they stealthily infiltrated the Shang camp, preparing to rescue Lei Junzi. Tu Xingsun stealthily navigated to the rear of the camp, locating the place where Lei Junzi was imprisoned. He found a room where Lei Junzi was bound by chains to an iron pillar, unconscious, surrounded by numerous guards. Heart filled with joy at the sight, Tu Xingsun prepared to approach quietly and rescue Lei Junzi. However, as he neared the house, he discovered that the ground was obstructed by massive stones, hindering his progress. Frustrated, he silently cursed Zhang Kuei, surmising that it was surely his scheme. Reluctantly, he retraced his steps to the agreed-upon location and informed Yang Jian of the situation. Yang Jian accompanied him back to the vicinity of the room where Lei Junzi was held. After assessing the surroundings, he whispered to Tu Xingsun, "I will transform into Zhang Guifang to lead Lei Junzi out. Once we exit the room, you shall use your earth techniques to discreetly carry him away." "Agreed. And what of you?" Tu Xingsun inquired. "I have my own means of escape." After the two had concluded their discussion, Yang Jian transformed into the likeness of Zhang Guifang and strode confidently towards the guards. Addressing the soldiers, he proclaimed, "I come bearing the royal decree, sent to escort him for questioning. Do hasten to release his bonds and accompany us." The soldiers promptly bowed in deference, acknowledging his command. As the two soldiers assisted Lei Junzi out of the chamber, Yang Jian swiftly incapacitated them. He then beckoned to Tu Xingsun to carry Lei Junzi away. Tu Xingsun hoisted Lei Junzi upon his shoulder and, with a swift descent, vanished into the earth. Meanwhile, Yang Jian transformed into a mere fly, closely trailing behind. Just as they departed, Zhang Kuei emerged from the shadows, observing their retreating figures. With a cold smirk, he too followed suit. Chapter 64. Yang Jian battles Yuan Hong. Tu Xingsun stealthily emerged from the merchant encampment, carrying Lei Junzi upon his back. Upon surfacing, he turned to Lei Junzi and remarked, "I must say, it is fortunate that I intervened to rescue you. You owe me your gratitude when you awaken." Barely had he finished speaking when the previously unconscious Lei Junzi opened his eyes. "Indeed, I owe my rescue to you. I shall certainly express my gratitude." He replied, "Ah, Lei Junzi, you're awake. This is wonderful news. Are you injured? Can you walk on your own? You have no idea how exhausting it was to carry you underground." Tu Xingsun, overwhelmed with joy at Lei Junzi's awakening, failed to notice the subtle shift in his tone. With a sudden grin, Lei Junzi did not respond verbally but swiftly seized Tu Xingsun by the nape of his neck, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Tu Xingsun, lost in his own musings, was taken by surprise and found himself suspended mid-air. "Lei Sansi, what are you doing? Put me down at once. This is a betrayal of kindness." Tu Xingsun flailed his short legs, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. He mistakenly believed that his earlier complaints had angered Lei Junzi, prompting this unexpected act. However, The chilling words that followed sent a shiver down his spine. "Oh, you little dwarf, did you not wish for my gratitude? How about I send you to the ranks of the divine instead? Who are you? You are not Lei Zhenzi. Let me down. Young Jian, help! Somebody save me." In a panic, Tu Xing's son called for Yang Jian, realizing too late the gravity of his situation. "Isn't it a bit late to be calling for help?" Lei Zhenzi mocked, a sinister aura emanating from him. Feeling the palpable threat behind him, Tu Xing's son squirmed frantically, but his small stature offered no means of escape. As he sensed impending doom, his voice grew shrill. "Spare me. Please, Divine One, do not harm me. I am willing to surrender. I wish to surrender." Evidently, the figure behind him halted, teasingly inquiring. "You surrender, just like that? Aren't you concerned about your master seeking retribution?" "Huh, how can I think of my master when my life hangs in the balance?" Tu Xing's son chuckled nervously. "Have you truly made your decision? Do you genuinely wish to surrender to us?" The figure pressed again. "I have made my decision. I surrender. Indeed, I surrender." Tu Xing's son replied hastily. "Tu Xing's son, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you dare defy the commands of your master and surrender to the Yin merchants? Are you not afraid of facing the consequences from master's son?" It was Yang Jian, who had arrived just in time to overhear Tu Xing's son's intentions. "Ah, Brother Yang, I am merely bowing to the inevitable. Surely, master will understand my plight." Tu Xing's son insisted, his eyes darting with desperation. "Divine One, why not release me? I can assist you in dealing with Yang Jian." "Very well. I shall set you down." Upon hearing this, the Earthwalker's son felt a surge of excitement within him. If this person dared to release him, allowing him to touch the ground, then his fate would no longer be in anyone's hands. However, before he could finish his thought, the individual abruptly shouted behind him, "Catch him!" With a fierce grip on Earthwalker's son's neck, he hurled him backward. From the shadows, a figure emerged, catching the Earthwalker's son by his back. And then that person chuckled softly, "Earthwalker son, you have fallen into my grasp. Allow me to escort you to find your companions." Earthwalker's son cried out in terror, "Samkui, spare me. I surrender. I truly surrender." Yet before he could complete his plea, a flash of steel sliced through the air, and Zhang Kuei had already beheaded him, his severed head landing on the ground while still wearing an expression of sheer horror. "Earthwalker's son," Yang Jian exclaimed in shock, utterly unprepared for the ruthless decisiveness of these two, who showed no intention of mercy as they executed Earthwalker's son without hesitation. Zhang Kuei discarded the headless body onto the ground, wiped the blood splattered on his face, and declared with a fierce tone, "By the decree of the great king, any Western Qi general captured alive shall be beheaded, leaving no survivors." "You, how can you be so unreasonable?" Yang Jian, filled with rage, brandished his trident and prepared to strike down Zhang Kuei. However, just as he moved, a figure transformed into Lei Zhenzi stood before Zhang Kuei, blocking his path. "Could it be that you are the adept Yuan Hong, proficient in the esoteric arts?" Yang Jian inquired, halting his advance with a grave tone. In an instant, Lei Zhenzi morphed into Yuan Hong, clad in glimmering silver chainmail. Yuan Hong smiled and replied, "Indeed, I am Yuan Hong. I have long heard that your sect has practitioners of this art. I could not resist intervening when I saw you battling in the arena, but my lord forbade it." He then turned to Zhang Kuei and instructed, "Step back for now. Please present that Earthwalker's son's head to the king. I wish to engage him in a proper battle." "Understood, General Yuan." Zhang Kuei bowed respectfully, picked up Earthwalker's son's head, and turned to return to the Shang encampment. Yang Jian, in a fit of fury, shouted, "Put down Earthwalker's son's head." With that, he charged forward, weapon in hand. Yuan Hong brandished his water and fire staff, grinning as he met Yang Jian's advance. The two clashed fiercely, exchanging dozens of blows, neither gaining the upper hand. "Excellent. Truly exhilarating. Let us continue." Yuan Hong shouted excitedly. Yang Jian's expression grew serious. He no longer spoke, engaging fully in the fray. The commotion of their fierce combat soon drew the attention of both sides. Soldiers from both camps ignited torches and rushed out, their eyes widening in astonishment upon witnessing the fierce duel. The two warriors exchanged blows in a display of skill, their weapons clashing with a resounding force, sending debris flying from the ground. Their battle soared from earth to sky and back again, an intense struggle without resolution. As Yuan Hong became more spirited, he even chose to forego blocking Yang Jian's strikes with his weapon, opting instead to withstand them with sheer physical strength. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Yang Jian ceased his defenses, allowing Yuan Hong's fiery staff to strike him without resistance. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Yang Jian delivered a powerful blow to Yuan Hong's head. Despite the resounding clang of metal, Yuan Hong remained unscathed. In response, Yuan Hong retaliated with a strike to Yang Jian's forehead, yet Yang Jian remained unaffected. Seeing that their martial prowess was evenly matched, Yuan Hong transformed into a streak of white light and fled into the distance, provocatively challenging Yang Jian to follow. Undeterred, Yang Jian summoned his cloud and pursued him, the two engaging in a swift chase. As they traversed a dense forest, Yuan Hong dismounted and transformed into a grand tree. Yang Jian descended and scanned the surroundings, but Yuan Hong was nowhere to be found. Realizing it was a test of transformation techniques, Yang Jian smirked, opened the third eye on his forehead, and surveyed the area. Soon enough, he spotted the tree that Yuan Hong had disguised himself as. Chapter 65. The passing of Ji Chong. Yang Jian, feigning indifference, approached a great tree. Suddenly, he struck with force, driving his three-pronged, double-edged knife deep into the trunk. Yuan Hong was pierced and, unable to maintain his transformation, revealed his true form. He gasped, "How did you recognize me?" Upon seeing Yang Jian's third eye open wide, he realized, so it is your peculiar third eye? No wonder. Without hesitation, he transformed into a sparrow and attempted to flee. Yet, Yang Jian produced his golden slingshot, drawing it back taut, and shouted, "Hit!" Yuan Hong fell from the sky, only to morph into a wild rabbit as he hit the ground and dashed into the woods. Yang Jian, however, chose not to pursue. Instead, he sheathed his slingshot and with a flourish of his cloak, unleashed a slender white dog from its folds. This was the howling celestial dog. The dog barked twice and, like an arrow released from a bow, dashed after the rabbit. Upon hearing the barking, Yuan Hong turned back and saw the white dog in hot pursuit, while Yang Jian remained stationary, watching the spectacle unfold. Enraged, Yuan Hong thought to himself, "You audacious Yang Jian, we were engaged in a contest of transformations, yet you dare release a beast to chase me. I shall slay your dog, and then we shall see how you fare." He halted his flight, and as the howling celestial dog drew near, he transformed into a fierce tiger, hoping to intimidate it. To his surprise, the dog showed no fear and lunged directly at him. Infuriated, Yuan Hong raised his massive paw and struck fiercely, thinking that even if the beast survived, it would be gravely injured. The paw impacted the dog, sending it flying. After rolling several times, the howling celestial dog regained its footing and, despite its yelps of pain, charged back with bare teeth. Yuan Hong was taken aback. He had not anticipated the dog's remarkable resilience. Unbeknownst to him, the howling celestial dog was a rare breed from the primordial wilderness, possessing skin as tough as bronze and bones of iron. Observing his beloved dog in distress, Yang Jian ceased to merely watch and soared into the fray, re-engaging Yuan Hong in combat. The howling celestial dog darted between them, seizing opportunities to nip at Yuan Hong. Though Yuan Hong's body was akin to adamant, impervious to the dog's bites, his focus on Yang Jian left him at a disadvantage, and he found himself seething with frustration. He contemplated delivering a harsh blow to the dog, but the clever creature evaded capture with ease. Yuan Hong mused, "My brother Dai Li from Meishan has also become a dog demon. When next I confront Yang Jian, I shall bring him along, who does not possess a dog." As they battled and chased, they soon returned to the front of Si Shui Pass, where daylight had fully arrived. The soldiers, witnessing their return, erupted in cheers and applause. Meanwhile, Jiang Ziya and others awaited anxiously at the front lines. When they saw Yang Jian return safely, they collectively exhaled in relief, their worries finally alleviated. Yang Jian and Yuan Hong fought throughout the night, yet neither emerged victorious. They decided to call a truce and return to their respective camps. However, Yang Jian bore a particularly heavy heart, for not only had they failed to rescue Lei Junzi, but also lost Tu Xing's son in the process. Upon arriving at the front lines and encountering Jiang Ziya and others, he lowered his head, at a loss for words. Jiang Ziya, noticing his unusual demeanor, presumed that Yang Jian felt guilty for not saving Lei Junzi. Therefore, he approached to offer comfort, saying, "Nephew, do not be so despondent. The failure to rescue Lei Junzi is of little consequence. Once your master uncle arrives with reinforcements, we could devise another plan." He then inquired, "By the way, why hasn't Tu Xing's son returned with you?" Jiang Ziya assumed that Tu Xing's son had stayed behind to assist Yang Jian in battling Yuan Hong. Yet, now that the conflict had concluded, Tu Xing's son's absence raised his suspicions. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian could no longer maintain his composure. With a sorrowful expression, he lamented, "Master uncle, Tu Xing's Sunday. He was treacherously slain." Jiang Ziya was stunned by this revelation, his countenance shifting dramatically as he exclaimed, "Yang Jian, what are you saying? Tu Xing's son is dead? How can this be? He possesses earth manipulation skills. Who could so easily capture and kill him?" Wei Hu and the others quickly gathered around, seeking clarification. When they learned that Tu Xing's son had indeed been murdered, a cloud of despair enveloped them, akin to mourning a profound loss. Before they could recover, two wooden poles arose in front of the camp, each bearing a severed head. Those of Lei Junzi and Tu Xing's Sunday. Jiang Ziya's mind was overwhelmed, struggling to accept the grim reality that both of his disciples had been publicly executed. Just as he began to grapple with his grief, a piercing scream penetrated his ears. "Alas, my son Lei Junzi, how could you have fallen victim to such treachery?" Ji Chong, curious about the commotion outside, emerged only to behold the gruesome sight of the heads suspended in the air. Overcome with sorrow, he cried out in anguish. The surrounding crowd rushed to console him. But to their shock, Ji Chong fainted from his grief. Jiang Ziya, casting aside his own sorrow, promptly ordered that Ji Chong be carried back to his residence. Having studied some healing arts on the mountain, he took Ji Chang's pulse. After assessing his condition, he realized that Ji Chong had fainted from overwhelming sorrow. When they discovered that he was not in critical danger, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group, believing that with time, he would recover. Yet, since that fateful day, Ji Chong fell into a deep illness, occasionally claiming that the spirit of Lei Junzi had come to visit him. Jiang Ziya and the others speculated that it was a vengeful spirit at play, prompting them to ask Yang Jian to open his celestial eye for a thorough investigation. But to no avail. It later became clear that Ji Chong had been traumatized by witnessing the decapitated heads. Jiang Ziya sent Yang Jian back to the Jade Void Palace to procure elixirs for Ji Chang's ailment. But unexpectedly, the South Pole Immortal declined their request, citing the inevitability of fate. He instructed Yang Jian to convey to Jiang Ziya that this was Ji Chang's destiny, advising him to abide by the will of heaven and refrain from meddling further, lest unforeseen complications arise. On that day, Ji Chong summoned Jiang Ziya and the others into his chamber, and with a frail voice, he declared, "Chancellor, I sense my time is drawing near. I entrust the future of West Qi to you. After my departure, let my son Ji Fa inherit my position. I implore you to assist him diligently." Jiang Ziya promptly acquiesced, and shortly thereafter, Ji Chong summoned Ji Fa to his side, imparting, "My son, in times to come, you must heed the counsel of the Prime Minister. While I still draw breath, you shall acknowledge the Prime Minister as your adopted father. His word shall be as mine, and you must obey him." Ji Chong wept as he consented, then bowed deeply to Jiang Ziya, calling him Father Prime Minister. Jiang Ziya hurriedly helped him rise, repeatedly assuring Ji Chong of his unwavering support for GFA, at which point Ji Chong finally exhaled his last breath. Chapter 66. The 12 Golden Immortals and the 10 Heavenly Lords, the people of Shichi, were engulfed in sorrow upon witnessing the demise of Ji Chong, their grief overwhelming as they began to weep uncontrollably. Particularly heart-wrenching was GFA, who clutched his father's lifeless body, wailing inconsolably, despite the attempts of ministers and generals to comfort him. Jiang Ziya, too, concealed his face in tears. In merely a few days, Shichi had suffered heavy losses in both men and morale, and now with their leader gone, his heart was heavy with anguish and uncertainty. Once the sorrowful period passed, the assembly began to arrange the final rites for Ji Chang. His coffin was placed in the White Tiger Hall for mourning, and the civil and military officials urged GFA to ascend the throne promptly to pacify both Shichi and the various lords. Jiang Ziya led the officials in a respectful plea for GFA to take the throne. After much reluctance, GFA accepted the title of Duke of Shibua, subsequently declaring Jiang Ziya as his prime minister. The remaining officials were promoted by one rank, and all policies enacted during Ji Chang's reign were to remain unchanged, as the sovereign and his ministers united their efforts to repel the impending attacks from the Yin and Shan. Meanwhile, in the Shan camp, scouts reported the city of Shichi draped in white mourning attire. Upon further investigation, it became clear that the Duke of Shibua, Ji Chang, had passed, and his son GFA had ascended to power. While DXIN was not particularly surprised, his generals were elated, believing that with Ji Chang's death and GFA's ascension, it presented a prime opportunity to exploit the instability and launch an assault on Shichi. They eagerly sought to engage in battle, and DXIN, unwilling to dampen their spirits, consented to their fervor. The four generals of the Mo family, along with others, set forth their troops to unleash their prowess against Shichi. However, Shichi resolutely remained behind its walls, defending rather than attacking, and the generals found themselves unable to achieve any victories even after 3 days. Eager to showcase their abilities, the four generals resolved to combine their powers and unleash a secret technique to obliterate the entire city of Shichi. As night fell, under the watchful eyes of their fellow commanders, each summoned their magical artifacts. Mo Liqing invoked the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind with his Qingyan sword. Mo Lihong wielded a shimmering pearl umbrella. Mo Lihai strummed the 4 strings of his pipa, manipulating the elements, and Mo Liso summoned a flower-spotted ferret. In an instant, dark clouds enveloped Shichi, thunder roared, and the city trembled as if the heavens were collapsing, accompanied by fierce winds and raging flames. A tempest swept through, raising clouds of dust and debris, casting a shadow over the land, a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. The flower-spotted ferret seized the opportunity to grow in size, wreaking havoc within the city, plunging the military and civilians of Shichi into a state of profound panic. Wei Hu rose, wielding the demon-subduing pestle to confront the ferret, while Jiang Ziya ascended the altar to cast protective spells over Shichi. Yang Jian invoked his powers, chanting incantations to stabilize the ground, though their efforts yielded little effect against the impending doom. In this dire moment, a radiant blue light emerged from nowhere, enveloping Shichi like a protective bowl, instantly quelling the tremors and halting the advance of the fierce winds and flames. The four generals of the Mo family, witnessing their imminent victory thwarted by this unexpected barrier, were filled with rage. They channeled all their magical energy into their artifacts, intensifying the calamity, momentarily creating ripples upon the protective light. Yet, despite their efforts, they could not breach it. Within Shichi, a figure appeared, Randang, riding a spotted deer, accompanied by the 12 golden immortals of the Chanjiao. He held a precious bottle from which the blue light emanated, an enchanted defensive artifact bestowed by the primordial supreme deity, the three-light divine water. This water coalesced into a barrier, effectively isolating Shichi from all external threats, proving to be remarkably resilient. Upon encountering the venerable master Randang and his esteemed brothers, Jiang Ziya expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Had it not been for your assistance just now, the city of Shichi would be in dire peril. Jiang Ziya, there is no need for such formalities. We have come at the behest of our revered master to assist you in your campaign against the Shan. Indeed, I'm deeply grateful for your support. Please, allow me to invite you all into my humble abode for some tea. Jiang Ziya extended his invitation graciously. There's no need for that, Ziya. Simply arrange for a thatched pavilion to be erected in this quiet area for us to rest, Master Randang replied. Jiang Ziya complied and dispatched individuals to construct the shelter. At that moment, a figure emerged from behind Tai Zhanrun, approaching Zhang Zia with a sorrowful expression. Minister, is it true that my father has passed away? Upon closer inspection, Zhang Zia recognized him as Bo Yikao, the eldest son of Ho Jichong. He quickly returned the gesture, saying, Indeed, my lord, your father has departed from this world. His remains currently lie in the White Tiger Hall. Please accept my condolences. Tears streamed down Bo Yikao's face as he cried out in anguish, Father, I am an unfilial son. He then turned and sprinted towards the White Tiger Hall to bid farewell to his father and observe the rites of mourning. Meanwhile, outside the city, the four generals of the Mo family exerted all their strength but failed to breach the blue light barrier, ultimately retreating and reclaiming their respective treasures. Montauk Li King, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, I do not know who has thwarted our efforts. Just when we were about to conquer Shiqi, this blue light shield intervened, infuriating me. Alas, brother, we have exerted ourselves to the utmost. If blame is to be assigned, let it be for our inadequacies in overcoming this defense. Mo Li Hong advised from the side, Do not be disheartened. With your exceptional abilities, there will surely be opportunities for merit in the future. Encouraged the assembled generals, including Zhang Guifang. This soothed the brothers, who then returned to their camp to report. At midday, Shun Gongbao descended from the heavens upon a cloud, seeking out DXIN and greeting him, Your Majesty. I am pleased to report that I have successfully gathered reinforcements. With their assistance, breaching Shiqi will be as effortless as turning one's hand. Oh, Shen Daoist, you have found allies so swiftly? DXIN inquired with a smile. Indeed, Your Majesty. I do not mean to boast, but among the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, my reputation serves me well. Shun Gongbao replied, brimming with self-satisfaction. Then please, Daoist, invite them to the Great Hall for a discussion, DXIN suggested. Certainly. Shortly thereafter, Shun Gongbao led the 10 heavenly lords from Jinao Island into the hall. After mutual salutations, Qin Tianjun spoke. To be candid, Your Majesty, our descent from the mountains to assist you, besides Shun Daoist's invitation, is primarily due to our camaraderie with Wenzhong. Our main purpose is to alleviate his concerns. DXIN cast a curious glance at Shun Gongbao, who suddenly appeared uneasy. Yes, Master Wen is also our comrade. Indeed, he stammered. But that is not entirely accurate. Our primary motivation is our regard for Master Wen, Zhao Tianjun, ever forthright, interjected. Understood. Hasten to prepare the formation, will you? Cease your chatter and squander no more time. The interruption by Shun Gongbao cut short Zhao Tianjun's words, urging them to exit in haste. Internally, he could not help but curse. These 10 lords were a group solely engrossed in cultivation, utterly oblivious to the intricacies of human affairs. How he remembered the time he had endeavored to persuade them to descend the mountain, only to be met with their insistence on perfecting the formation, unwilling to leave their lofty heights. Fortunately, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he invoked the name of Wenzhong, their esteemed ally, thus positioning himself on a moral high ground, effectively binding them with a sense of ethical obligation. Yet, upon their initial audience with the king, they nearly exposed all his secrets. Alas, how exceedingly vexing. Chapter 67. The Battle Letter of Shun Gongbao in the past 10 days. Shun Gongbao had summoned 10 distinguished individuals renowned for their obsession with formations within the sect, to facilitate their daily discussions. The 10 chose to relocate their dwelling to a more convenient location. It was later suggested, though the origin of the idea remains uncertain, that they merge their individual formations into a singular, formidable array known as the 10 Absolute Formation. Beneath the walls of West Qi City, Zhu Lusun and Yun Zhongzi glared intensely towards the Shang encampment. Their beloved disciples had scarcely descended from the mountains for a few days before meeting a tragic end, their severed heads displayed as a grim spectacle. This disgrace was an affront to their honor, as if trampled beneath foot. With a cold demeanor, Zhu Lusun declared, Esteemed brothers, I shall venture to that encampment to reclaim my disciple's head, lest it remain there as a source of mockery. Yin Zhongzi chimed in, I shall accompany you. My poor disciple's head is also among those on display. Without awaiting a response from the others, The duo employed a technique of retreat and vanished into the Shang encampment. The guard stationed by the flagpole were startled to witness the sudden appearance of the two Taoists. Having witnessed numerous confrontations among Taoists in recent days, the guards felt a twinge of trepidation. The commanding soldier inquired, "Honorable Taoists, what brings you to this place?" Zhu Lusun, with a stern visage, retorted, "The head hanging from that flagpole belongs to my disciple. I suggest you remove it promptly. Otherwise, I shall not show restraint." The guards, realizing the visitors were from the enemy camp, hastily retreated and called for reinforcements. Enraged by their failure to comply and their attempt to apprehend him, Zhu Lusun unleashed his wrath, sweeping his sleeve to incapacitate several soldiers. Yun Zhongzi extended his hand, summoning the two heads from the flagpole directly into his grasp. After handing the head of Tu Xingxuan to Zhu Lusun, he gazed mournfully at the head of Lei Zhenzi in his possession, lamenting, "Alas, my dear disciple, who could have foreseen that you would face such calamity so soon after your descent from the mountains?" In contrast, Zhu Lusun berated Tu Xingxuan's head, "You wretched being, your lackadaisical approach to cultivation, your penchant for deceit, has led you to this bitter fate." As the two mourned briefly and prepared to depart, they were unexpectedly confronted by Zhang Guifeng and his entourage, who barred their path. Zhang Guifeng addressed them, "You two Taoists, why have you descended from your mountain retreat to intrude upon our military encampment?" Zhu Lusun, still seething from the loss of his disciple, retorted vehemently, "What of it if we intrude upon your encampment? You vile scoundrels have employed despicable tactics to slay my disciple and display his head here. A true affront." Zhang Guifeng, revealing himself as the master of the diminutive one, continued, "Your disciple, in his attempt to save others, was captured and, in desperation, sought refuge with our encampment." "Truly." "Enough." Zhu Lusun interrupted, "Do not dare to insult my disciple. Do you think me an easy target?" With that, he pointed a finger, and a binding rope shot forth like a serpent towards Zhang Guifeng. Unaware of the peril, Zhang Guifeng stepped forward, attempting to deflect the rope with his spear. However, the rope, swift and agile, evaded the thrust of the spear as if imbued with intelligence, swiftly ensnaring him in its grasp. Upon witnessing Zhang Guifeng bound and unable to move, Tu Xingxuan promptly unsheathed his sword, intent on avenging his disciple. However, before he could act, several figures intervened, placing themselves between the two parties. It was Shun Gongbao, accompanied by the 10 heavenly lords, standing resolutely in the center. Shun Gongbao stepped forward and spoke with a sarcastic tone. "Brother, when did you learn to cast aside your status to deal with a mere mortal commander?" "Shun Gongbao, what brings you here to the merchant camp instead of practicing on the mountain?" Zhu Lusun inquired, furrowing his brow. "Haha, that question should rightly be posed by me. I forgot to mention that I am now the Prime Minister of the Yinshang, personally appointed by the Great King. Yes, the same title as Jiang Zia S. and Shi Qi, though mine is decidedly more legitimate." Shun Gongbao declared with pride. "What? You dare defy the Master's orders and descend to assist the Shang?" Zhu Lusun retorted. "Oh, brother, you misspeak. Master never instructed me to descend and support Zhou. Did he?" "Ha!" Shun Gongbao laughed. "You wretched being, have you not heard Master declare that Shi Qi is the rightful path? Do you truly wish to go against the heavens?" "Yul Yusun Admon is hid." "Ha! The mandate of heaven? What is that to me? I, Shun Gongbao, do not believe in such a concept. I only trust that fate lies within one's own grasp." Shun Gongbao cackled. "You have truly lost your way." Yul Yusun exclaimed. "Wretched? Humph. I see you all as the true wretched ones. What, have I not taken Master? Am I not a disciple of the Yushu sect? Why then, do you insult me with terms such as wretched being and beast?" Shun Gongbao shouted in anger. "Humph. This question tormented me for a long time, until I realized that it is not due to any wrongdoing on my part, but rather that my origins have predetermined your disdain for me." Shun Gongbao scoffed. "Junior brother, this matter is not as you perceive." Yun Zhongzi began to counsel. "Enough, brother. Right and wrong are of little consequence now. I do not wish to discuss this further. Today, given our shared bond as fellow disciples, I shall refrain from pursuing this matter." However, Shun Gongbao raised his hand, interrupting Yun Zhongzi. However, what? Do you wish to engage us in combat? Zhu Lushun replied dismissively. I am certainly no match for either of you, but I am not alone here. Besides my fellow Taoists behind me, Generals Kong Xian and Yuan Hong are also watching from the shadows. You do not truly believe you can defeat all of us, do you? Shen Gongbao chuckled. Junior brother, what exactly do you intend? Speak plainly. There is no need for circumlocution. Yun Zhongzi directly inquired. Brothers, rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions and will not allow harm to come to you. I merely wish to convey a message. I, representing the Taoists behind me, hereby challenge you to a duel. Oh, and how do you propose this duel will unfold? Yun Zhongzi asked, frowning. Very simply, tomorrow, we will set up a grand formation on the battlefield. If you possess the capability, then feel free to attempt to breach it. A mere formation is nothing to fear. I accept on their behalf. Zhu Lushun declared without hesitation. Excellent. Brother, your decisiveness is commendable. At dawn tomorrow, we shall await your esteemed presence on the battlefield. Do make certain to attend. Shan Gongbao provocatively taunted. Brother, let us depart. Yu Liu Sun, weary of further engagement with Shan Gongbao, abruptly gestured, causing the ropes binding Zhang Guifang to be retracted in an instant. Subsequently, they employed an earth escape technique, vanishing from sight. Shan Gongbao then turned to the 10 heavenly lords, advising them, tomorrow, I shall take charge of all matters on the battlefield. Your sole duty is to arrange the formation and ensure the enemy's defeat. The 10 heavenly lords exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Zhou camp, Zhu Lushun recounted the earlier events to Ran Deng and his fellow disciples with great fervor, particularly expressing his indignation toward Shan Gongbao's allegiance to the Yin Shan, wishing he could strike him down. Chapter 68. The 10 Absolute Formation. After listening to Zhu Liuxuan's account, Ran Deng furrowed his brow and inquired, So, does this mean you have agreed to compete with them tomorrow? Indeed, master. If I were to refuse them, would that not tarnish the reputation of our Yushi Palace? Zhu Lushun replied. Very well. It is inevitable that we must face them eventually. Let us proceed together to break the formation tomorrow. Ran Deng contemplated for a moment before responding. The following morning, both parties had assembled their ranks. It was then that Shan Gongbao stepped forward, declaring, We have completed the grand formation. Who among you shall step forth to break it? Jiang Zia rode forward, addressing his junior disciple, You too are of Yushu. Why then do you ally with the Yin Shang against your own brothers? Brother, we each serve our masters, Shan Gongbao retorted dismissively. Enough of this idle talk. Just tell me who will attempt to break the formation. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Zia replied, If you insist that we break the formation, ought you not to allow us to observe it first? Otherwise, how shall we know where to begin? That is only reasonable. Shan Gongbao nodded in agreement. However, Jiang Zia's notion of observation did not imply entering the formation itself. Rather, the formation remained sealed, and they were permitted only to approach its front, where they could glean the number of formations and their general types, with the extent of their understanding dependent on their own cultivation levels. But only 2 may observe at a time. Who do you wish to accompany me? Shan Gongbao queried once more. After a brief, whispered exchange, Jiang Zia responded, Then let it be I and Master Ran Deng who venture inside. Very well, follow me. Shan Gongbao led the 2 to the front of the formation, allowing them a careful inspection. He took the opportunity to feign a lecture, saying, Brother, do not accuse your junior of neglect. Allow me to briefly introduce this formation. It is known as the 10 Absolute Formation, composed of 10 smaller formations, each conjured by the 10 heavenly lords. Within this formation lies perilous illusions. A moment's carelessness could cost you your life. He paused, glancing at Jiang Zia, and added, Jiang Zia, heed my advice. Your cultivation is modest. Do not overreach. It would be best to let Master Ran Deng handle this. Ran Deng's face twitched as he suppressed the urge to scold. Jiang Zia, on the other hand, appeared genuinely touched, responding, Indeed, Junior's words ring true. My abilities are limited, and I could hardly hope to breach such a formation. After allowing them to observe, Shan Gongbao led them back out to the front, where he cheerfully asked, What do you think? Will you attempt to break the formation today, or shall you take a few days to devise a strategy? Jiang Zia glanced at Randang before replying. Junior, those formations are fraught with danger and complexity. Let us return in 3 days to attempt the breach. That poses no problem. Brother, it is settled then. I shall await you here in 3 days. Shen Gongbao responded with a smile. After both sides withdrew their forces, the 12 Golden Immortals, along with their respective disciples, gathered to listen to Randang as he elucidated the intricacies of the 10 Absolute Formation. With a grave expression, Randang stated, "When I accompanied Ziya to observe the formation, we discovered that it is indeed extraordinarily perilous. This formation, known as the 10 Absolute Formation, consists of 10 distinct smaller formations, each overseen by a master of the formation, those 10 heavenly lords you encountered earlier. However, we were unable to ascertain any further formidable aspects of these formations." Upon hearing Randang's words, the 12 Golden Immortals found themselves somewhat bewildered, realizing that after much observation, they were left with nothing but the name of the formation, lacking any critical insights, which left them at a loss for action. Aware of their dissatisfaction, Randang continued, "Let me clarify. It is not due to negligence on my part or Ziya's that we failed to investigate thoroughly. Rather, the formation had not been activated, and it was intentionally incomplete, thus obscuring its true nature from us. Humph! That scoundrel, Shen Gongbao, is indeed shameless. He speaks of fairness in asking us to observe the formation, yet in reality, we glean nothing from it. Whether we look or not, it amounts to the same." Ru Lu Sun exclaimed in anger. Others sighed, uncertain of what to say. At that moment, Qi Jingzi proposed, "Brothers, since we could not discern the depths of the formation during our observation, why not send someone to test the formation 3 days hence? Once we have experienced it firsthand, we can devise a strategy accordingly. What say you?" Upon hearing this, Randang inwardly lamented, recognizing that while this approach might reveal the formation's true nature, it would also result in the loss of 10 sacrificial pawns. The crowd engaged in fervent discussion regarding Qi Jingzi's suggestion. Many found it a sound plan, yet a few, as if struck by a sudden realization, changed countenance but remained silent. With narrowed eyes, Randang seemed to have an epiphany and proclaimed, "Since there are no further suggestions, let us proceed as Qi Jingzi has advised." He had realized that although this plan would cost them 10 pawns, it would afford them a justification to eliminate the 10 heavenly lords. These lords, being disciples of the Jiejiao, could not be slain at will, unlike Zhang Kuei and his ilk. Though the two sects, Chan and Jiejiao, had separated, they still held a nominal unity. Moreover, they not only boasted numerous formidable practitioners, but also had the backing of a sage of heaven. Without a compelling rationale, the act of slaying members of the would undoubtedly invite trouble. However, if this 10 heavenly lords were to strike first against their disciples from the Yusu sect, then their subsequent execution of the 10 lords would pose no complications. Having settled on a strategy, preparations commenced as they awaited the impending confrontation 3 days later. The time passed swiftly, and the appointed day arrived for both sides to breach the formation. Early that morning, Shen Gongbao, along with Kong Xian and Zhang Guifang, arrived at the formation's entrance, soon followed by Randang, who rode in on a deer, leading the disciples of the Chan sect. Stepping forward, Shen Gongbao declared, "Jiang Zia, today marks the day we agreed upon to challenge the formation. Are you prepared?" Jiang Zia responded, "Indeed, we are fully prepared. Release the formation, and we shall advance to breach it." "Excellent. Let us dispense with idle talk and commence." He called out to the rear, "Open the formation." As soon as Shen Gongbao's words fell, the dense fog behind him began to dissipate, revealing the entrance to a formation. Upon seeing that the entrance to the formation had opened, Randang addressed the crowd. "Who among you will dare to challenge this first formation for me?" At that moment, a figure below bowed and said, "Master Randang, I am Han Julong, a disciple of the Daoxing Tianzun. Allow me to attempt this first formation." "Excellent. If you can unravel this first formation, the credit will be yours." Randang encouraged. "Indeed, I shall enter the formation and break it at once." Han Julong, brimming with excitement, bowed once more, and stepped into the formation. Once inside, he called out, "Who is presiding over this formation?" "Han Julong of the Yusu sect has come to seek guidance. Is it true that your Chan sect has no experts left? You send this junior to break my formation. It is truly laughable. If you value your life, I advise you to retreat now, and I shall not make things difficult for you." Zhao Jiang of the D Live formation appeared, sneering. Chapter 69. Something feels off. However, Han Julong was ungrateful. He turned to Zhao Jiang and scoffed, "Enough of your nonsense. Go ahead and activate this formation if you dare. Do you truly think I am afraid of you? Very well. I had intended to spare your life out of respect for the ties between our sects, but since you were so obstinately ungrateful, do not blame me for being merciless." Zhao Jiang retorted, his anger transforming into a mocking smile. Without waiting for Han Julong's response, he seized the 5 Directions banner from the platform and began to wave it. As he did, a dense mist arose within the formation, and with a resounding thunderclap, flames erupted from the ground. Han Julong was taken aback and quickly leaped into the air to evade the searing flames below. However, he was unprepared for the intricate network of lightning above, which struck him down without mercy. In an instant, Han Julong was reduced to fine powder, carried away by the wind. The onlookers outside, including Ran Deng, were astonished. They had not anticipated such formidable power from the earthly fire formation, nor that Han Julong would be vanquished so effortlessly. Fortunately, they had discerned the formation's true nature. Ran Deng turned to Zhu Lusun and said, "Now that we understand the essence of this formation, I must trouble you to venture forth and dismantle it." Zhu Lusun bowed respectfully and stepped into the formation. However, as he passed through the entrance, he realized something was amiss. The formation appeared different from what he had observed earlier. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a figure emerged within the formation, stating, "Ah, it is the Taoist Zhu Lusun from the Chan sect. I am Dong Quan from the Jie sect. This formation is known as the Wind Howl Formation. I humbly ask for your guidance." Zhu Yosuan's heart raced at the revelation. How had the formation changed? Before he could react, Dong Quan waved a black banner, summoning a torrent of black winds, within which countless blades surged towards Zhu Lusun. Cursing under his breath, Zhu Lusun hastily dove underground, only to realize that this ground, prepared for the formation, was anything but ordinary. As he attempted to use his earth movement technique, he found himself merely pressed against the ground without any significant change in position. Seeing the black winds approach, he reluctantly extended his fingertip, conjuring a celebratory cloud to temporarily shield himself from the onslaught. He then produced the celestial binding rope, intending to capture Dong Quan and shatter the formation. Alas, the swirling black winds obscured Dong Quan's figure, and as Zhu Yosuan's conjured cloud began to wane under the relentless assault, he cursed vehemently and retreated from the formation. Upon returning to Ran Deng, Zhu Lusun lamented. Upon entering the formation, it was unlike before. The interior was shrouded in black winds, amidst which lay countless blades. Moreover, this wind is no ordinary gust. My celebratory cloud nearly faltered. Ran Deng furrowed his brow and nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, I observe the same. You should take a moment to rest. I shall contemplate alternative strategies. At that moment, Jiang Zia stepped forward and inquired, "Junior brother, what is the purpose of this shifting formation? Is it not illogical for an unbroken formation to transition into another? Why not? This formation is known as the 10 Absolute Formation, not merely a singular one. The 10 formations are intrinsically connected, perpetually cycling. Should I disassemble it merely for your convenience in dismantling it?" Shinta Biao responded, exuding an air of arrogance. It was not that at all. It was merely that Jiang Zia found himself at a loss for words in the face of the reproaches hurled at him. "Enough, Zia. What is there to discuss with such a wretched being?" Zhu Lusun expressed his disdain towards Shan Gongbao. "Humph. I wonder who was fleeing like a rabbit just moments ago, you wretched creature. All right, brother. Let us first see if Master Ran Deng has devised a solution." Jiang Zia, sensing the brewing dispute between the two, hurriedly intervened to dissuade Zhu Lusun. Meanwhile, Ran Deng was in a state of great distress. Having initially believed that employing the previously agreed-upon strategy would yield success with ease, and perhaps even elevate a few disciples of the prominence, little did he expect such unruliness from those involved, leaving him momentarily at a loss. At that juncture, Guang Chengzi stepped forward with a proposal. I observe that the power of the formation is rather limited. Why not allow my disciple Chijingzi and myself to don 8 trigrams, purple robes, and rely on the might of our treasures to forcibly breach the formation? Chijingzi readily concurred. Indeed, our 8 trigrams robes are bestowed by our esteemed master and possess formidable defensive capabilities. I dare say the formation shall not withstand us. Upon hearing this, Randang's eyes lit up, recognizing the wisdom in Guang Chengzi and Chijingzi's suggestion. Utilizing their treasures to directly dismantle the formation would undoubtedly be the most convenient and worry-free approach. Previously, the formation's power had been unclear, and no one dared to take risks. Having now witnessed the might of 2 formations, it was reasonable to expect that the 8 trigrams robes could endure. However, it would be prudent to borrow the apricot yellow flag from the headmaster and the azure lotus treasure flag from the 2 western beings. With these, breaking the 10 absolutes formation would be childish play. It was regrettable that this meant missing the opportunity to elevate those 10 individuals. Contemplating this, Randang declared, in that case, you 2 should quickly retrieve the treasure robes. I shall seek the headmaster to borrow the apricot yellow flag, ensuring our success. Excellent. We shall go at once. Shun Gongbao observed from a distance as they conferred briefly before each took to their cloud and departed, feeling a twinge of confusion about their sudden exit. After a while, Kong Xian approached Shun Gongbao and whispered a few words, to which Shun Gongbao nodded in astonishment. At that moment, Jiang Zia stepped forward, stating, Junior brother, let us conclude today's attempts at breaching the formation here for now. Shall we reconvene tomorrow? Very well. We shall return tomorrow, Shun Gongbao replied with a cheerful smile. Meanwhile, Randang returned to the Jade Void Palace to explain the situation, and naturally, Yuan Shi Tianzun bestowed the apricot yellow flag upon him, instructing him to make a trip to the west to borrow the azure lotus treasure flag. The following day, Guang Chengzi and Chijingzi, adorned in their purple robes of the 8 trigrams, with the apricot yellow flag and the treasure flag in hand, approached the formation with renewed confidence. They announced, this time, we intend to breach both formations at once. Swiftly open the gates. Shun Gongbao feigned surprise. Just yesterday, we had yet to overcome a single formation. How is it that today you wish to conquer 2 at once? What business is it of yours? Hurry and open the gates, unless you are afraid? Chijingzi retorted. Very well. I shall have them open the gates. Shun Gongbao laughed. As the thick fog dissipated, the 2 gates of the formations materialized before everyone. Guang Chengzi and Chijingzi exchanged glances, nodding in agreement before each stepped into one of the gates. As the 2 individuals entered the formation, they promptly summoned their respective innate banners and channeled their vital energy into the protective garments adorning their bodies. However, the ensuing events unfolded quite differently from their expectations. The grand array surrounding them remained eerily tranquil. There were no celestial thunderbolts or earthly infernos, nor any chilling winds or icy mountains. Instead, the master of the array gazed at them with an amused expression. Guang Chengzi found himself within the celestial absolute array of Lord Qin Wantiang. Yet instead of activating the formation, Qin Wantiang retrieved an object from his bosom and placed it upon the table. Guang Chengzi recognized it at once as the revered golden dragon scissors of the Chapter 70. A mutual retreat. Guang Chengzi felt somewhat flustered. He raised his gaze towards Lord Qin Wantian and inquired, What is the meaning of this, my friend? You saw me entering the formation without activating the array. So why do you take out this treasure instead? Qin Wantian chuckled lightly in response. Do not take offense, dear friend. It was merely that my esteemed senior brother mentioned that this treasure, when paired with my formation, would unleash even greater power. Thus, I wish to test it. Guang Chengzi remained silent. He was well aware of the formidable nature of the golden flood dragon scissors, a rare, innate spiritual treasure primarily designed for combat. Aside from the artifacts wielded by a few revered saints, few treasures could rival its lethality. although his own apricot yellow banner was also one of the innate five-colored flags, primarily for defense. He felt uncertain whether it could withstand the might of the golden flood dragon scissors. Stepping forward, he stated, "Friend, we agreed to a contest of breaking formations, yet you resort to employing a treasure to show off your prowess. Is that not somewhat excessive? Is it truly so excessive?" Qin Wantian hesitated before replying. "I see you two are adorned with treasures from head to toe." You taking a deep breath, Guang Chengzi explained, "I am merely utilizing this treasure as a necessity to break the formation, then I too am compelled to enhance the power of the formation and have no choice but to use a treasure." Qin Wantian innocently clarified, You infuriate me. Take this, the universal seal." Guang Chengzi, known for his impetuous nature, could no longer contain his anger upon hearing Qin Wantian's teasing tone. He recklessly raised his hand and unleashed the universal seal upon Qin Wantian. Unperturbed, Qin Wantian summoned the golden flood dragon scissors to meet the attack. The scissors, radiating a golden light, clashed with the dark purple glowing universal seal in midair. In an instant, the golden brilliance surged forth, while Guang Chengzi's universal seal dimmed, repelled backward. Guang Chengzi caught the returning universal seal, only to discover a golden scratch upon it, a testament to the golden flood dragon scissors having inflicted damage. Heartbroken, he stowed the seal away and unfurled the apricot yellow banner to shield himself. Qin Wantian then urged the golden flood dragon scissors towards the apricot yellow banner. Guang Chengzi channeled all his spiritual energy into the banner, and for a moment, the two treasures were locked in a stalemate. As the golden flood dragon scissors gradually closed, the golden lotuses on the apricot yellow banner shattered repeatedly, yet were reborn, producing a series of resonant sounds. After a brief standoff, the radiance of the apricot yellow banner began to wane. Guang Chengzi gasped in surprise, fearing that the banner would suffer damage akin to the universal seal. He immediately concentrated all his spiritual energy, exerting force to push the golden flood dragon scissors back slightly before swiftly retracting the apricot yellow banner. Seeing the banner retracted, Qin Wantian extended a hand to grasp the three-headed standard, which he began to sway. Within his array lay a primordial pure essence bestowed by the heavens. By combining this essence with other methods, he had forged this celestial array. As he swayed the three-headed standard, a thunderous roar erupted from within the formation, causing Guang Chengzi to stagger. Coupled with the assault of the golden flood dragon scissors descending from above, he found himself in a precarious position, forced to evade clumsily. As the thunder grew louder, Guang Chengzi felt his primordial spirit begin to tremble. He realized that the formation was attacking his spirit, and he dared not be careless. However, having already struggled to evade the golden dragon scissors, the interference from the formation made him momentarily contemplate retreat. Yet, before he could employ his escape technique, the golden dragon scissors seized the opportunity, striking him while he was unsteady. This time, he could not avoid it, and the scissors landed a blow upon him. Fortunately, with the protection of the purple robe 8 trigrams, the attack merely tore a gash in the robe without injuring his body, though the brilliance of the 8 trigrams dimmed. Guang Chengzi, feeling a pang of sorrow, nearly shed tears. Little did anyone know the immense effort and resources he would need to restore the robe. No longer daring to delay, he seized the moment to invoke his escape technique and fled from the formation. Upon witnessing his retreat, Qin Wan finally stowed the golden dragon scissors and respectfully handed them to Kong Xian, who had appeared behind him at some point. Meanwhile, Qi Jingzi had breached the Golden Light Mother's Golden Light formation. Upon seeing multiple precious mirrors suspended within the formation, he felt a flicker of delight. Had it been any other formation, Qi Jingzi would have exercised caution, but this Golden Light formation was intrinsically linked to those mirrors. And since his primary treasure was the Yin-Yang mirror, he had some familiarity with mirror-type artifacts, which filled him with anticipation. After bowing in reverence, the Golden Light Mother began to activate the formation. With a clap of her hands, a thunderous sound erupted, awakening the mirrors within the array, which then pivoted to cast beams of golden light toward Qi Jingzi. He quickly summoned his 8 trigrams robe and shielded his head with the precious colored banner. observing as beams of golden light struck the robe and banner, effectively repelled by their defenses, leaving him unharmed. Realizing that the formation could not affect him, Qi Jingzi felt a sense of relief and took out his yin-yang mirror, intending to subdue the golden light mother first. However, she, noticing that her golden light was being obstructed by Qi Jingzi's magical treasures, produced a winged copper coin from her possession and hurled it toward the precious-colored banner. The coin was none other than the falling treasure coin, which flapped its wings and soared above Qi Jingzi, adhering to the banner before swiftly returning to the golden light mother's hand. Qi Jingzi was taken aback to see his precious-colored banner seized in such a manner and hurriedly inquired, "What kind of treasure is that? How could it take away my azure lotus banner?" The golden light mother chuckled, but did not respond directly. Instead, she activated the formation, directing the mirrors to shine upon Qi Jingzi's head. He quickly leapt aside, but the abundance of mirrors and the rapidity of the golden light proved overwhelming. In a moment of desperation, he turned the white side of the yin-yang mirror toward an incoming beam of light, causing a white light to burst forth from the mirror, dispersing that particular golden ray. Before he could revel in his small victory, more golden light surged toward him. Despite the yin-yang mirror's formidable prowess, it could not withstand such a multitude of golden rays. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he lifted the 8 trigrams robe and ducked his head inside. The golden light struck the purple robe 8 trigrams, causing the protective divine radiance of the robe to sway, yet could not harm the person sheltered within. Qi Jingzi let out a long breath, beginning to contemplate a strategy. However, he was unaware of the true nature of the falling treasure money and how it had managed to seize his precious banner, leaving him momentarily at a loss for ideas. At that moment, the golden light began to subside, and the golden light Holy Mother called out from above, "Brother Qi Jingzi, it would be wise for you to concede without further delay. Otherwise, I shall claim both your yin-yang mirror and your bagua garment." In truth, the golden light Holy Mother was merely attempting to intimidate him. While the falling treasure money had the capacity to seize magical artifacts, it required the expenditure of fortune, and it necessitated that the treasures be relinquished. Since Qi Jingzi's precious garments and the yin-yang mirror were still upon him, the falling treasure money could not snatch them from his grasp. Chapter 71. 2 choices, however, Qi Jingzi was oblivious. Believing that the golden light saintess could indeed use the winged copper coin to reclaim the 2 remaining treasures in his possession, this thought left him momentarily flustered. He did not wish to relive the feeling of helplessness he experienced when the Bao's flag was taken from him. He was also unaware of the true nature of the copper coin, which had the extraordinary ability to sever his connection to the flag in an instant and carry it away. Truly miraculous. The Qinglian Bao's flag had been borrowed from 2 saints of the West, and now, if someone were to seize it from him, he would be at a loss as to how to explain the situation to Lantern. Should the Golden Light Saintess take his remaining treasures as well, he would find himself with nowhere to lament. Thus, he hastily called out, "Fellow Taoist, I implore you to cease. I cannot break this formation. I concede." The Golden Light Saintess then halted the array, smiling as she regarded Qi Jingzi. With a sigh, he said, "Golden Light Taoist, I have willingly conceded. Might you return the treasures you have taken?" The Golden Light Saintess immediately shook her head, stating, "Certainly not. We each rely on our own abilities in this contest of magic. Life and death hang by a thread. That I have spared your life is already a courtesy considering our shared origins. Do not be greedy." Qi Jingzi's face flushed with embarrassment, and he replied somewhat awkwardly, "Dear Taoist, it is not my intention to be disagreeable, but those treasures belong to the 2 saints of the West. I merely borrowed them for a time. Now that they have been taken by you, I truly cannot account to the saints." He attempted to leverage the authority of the 2 Western saints to persuade the Golden Light Saintess to return the Bao's flag. However, she merely scoffed and retorted, "What does that have to do with me? I did not borrow them from their hands. Enough of this chatter. You may either withdraw or face me in battle." Qi Jingzi was momentarily at a loss for words, and he could only mumble, "Since you are unwilling to return them, I shall not press the matter. However, should the 2 saints come seeking you in the future, do not blame me for not warning you." You need not concern yourself. If those 2 truly dare to confront me for them, They must first inquire whether my master's sword consents. The Golden Light Saintess retorted coldly. Her master despised the two saints of the West, one of whom was known for coercing others into their sect, while the other was perpetually scheming, both of which were quite irksome, should they dare to disregard their dignity and demand the treasures. Her master would not hesitate to wield his sword and expel them from Jinao Island. Thus she felt no trepidation regarding Qi Jingzi's warning. With no recourse, Qi Jingzi could only depart in dejection. Outside the formation, Lantern and the others observed with furrowed brows. He could hardly believe that Guang Chengzi and Qi Jingzi, both clad in purple robes and wielding the innate flag, had been so easily defeated, especially Qi Jingzi, who had even allowed the Bao's flag to be taken away. A truly disheartening display of inadequacy. Guang Chengzi, having initially escaped using a form of evasion, was the first to reach the group. He approached them, somewhat disheveled, and explained, I never anticipated that Qin Wan would borrow the golden Jiao scissors. My treasures could not withstand the onslaught. Even the Tian Fan seal and the Bagua garment sustained damage, leaving me no choice but to flee the array. Upon hearing the words, the crowd fell into a contemplative silence, unsure of how to respond. Only Tai and Yuding, who were typically on amicable terms with Guang Chengzi, stepped forward to offer him a few words of consolation, alleviating his distress momentarily. Before the assembly could fully recover from Guang Chengzi's failure to breach the formation, Qi Jingzi emerged, bearing a countenance of disappointment. In contrast to Guang Chengzi, Qi Jingzi appeared less disheveled. Yet the onlookers regarded him with even greater sympathy, having witnessed the moment the treasured Bao Siki was taken away. Approaching Randing, Qi Jingzi expressed his shame, stating, My abilities are lacking, and I failed to penetrate the Golden Light formation, resulting in the Golden Light Holy Mother reclaiming the Bao Siki that my teacher had lent me. I am truly remorseful. Randing sighed deeply, feeling utterly drained, yet he offered words of comfort. It is destined to be this way. Do not dwell on it. As for the matter of the Bao Siki, I shall return to report to the master and facilitate negotiations with the two saints of the Western teachings. Yes, master. Just as they concluded their conversation, Shengguo Bao approached with an air of arrogance, lifting his chin as he proclaimed, You have sent several individuals to breach the formation in recent days, yet none have succeeded. My lord has declared that you are not as formidable as you claim. Let the matter of breaking the formation be put to rest. Observing the darkened expressions on Randing and his companions, Shengguo Bao felt an inner thrill and continued, My lord offers you two choices. First, you members of the Yushu sect may withdraw and cease assisting the traitors of Shichi, in which case my lord will overlook past grievances. The second option is to remain in Shichi, but be warned, my army shall launch a full-scale assault tomorrow, and you will be regarded as traitors, facing no mercy on the battlefield. As his words hung in the air, Zhu Lusun retorted with disdain, What is your lord to issue commands to us, the Yushu sect? He is utterly oblivious to the consequences. You are far more audacious than your disciple. Shengguo Bao shot back. Do you truly believe I fear you? Zhu Lusun, incensed by Shengguo Bao's taunt regarding the deceased Tuk Singson, seethed with wrath. Gulme, try to lay a hand on me. Shengguo Bao jeered, extending his neck defiantly. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Zhu Lusun produced the binding immortal rope, ready to deal with Shengguo Bao. Upon seeing this, Shengguo Bao hastily retreated and shouted, General Kong, come quickly. They are about to ambush me. Jiang Zia and the others exchanged peculiar glances towards Shengguo Bao. Though they too felt a simmering anger and wished to teach him a lesson, they refrained from lowering themselves to intervene, especially with Zhu Lusun poised to act. However, Shengguo Bao's earlier proclamation about an ambush was nothing short of absurd. Frankly speaking, apart from Jiang Zia, none present would hesitate to hang Shengguo Bao up and thrash him. He had no right to demand such treatment. After calling out, Shengguo Bao realized no one was coming to his aid, and a wave of panic washed over him. Zhu Lusun, seeing no assistance forthcoming, scoffed and hurled the binding immortal rope toward him. Shen Gongbao was taken aback and hurriedly formed a gesture to escape. However, before the celestial rope could reach him. It was seized by a beam of crimson light, and then Kong Xian appeared before the crowd. Shen Gongbao, the king merely instructed you to deliver a message, not to deliberately stir up trouble. Should there be a next time, I shall not concern myself with your fate. Kong Xian warned, hands clasped behind his back. Only then did Shen Gongbao exhale in relief, chuckling as he hastily assured that there would be no next time. Subsequently, Kong Xian turned to the likes of Ran Deng and others, stating, Shen Gongbao has conveyed the king's words. How you choose to proceed is now up to each of you. Chapter 72. The Phoenix's Cry at Mount Qi? A farce. Upon hearing this, Ran Deng stepped forward and bowed respectfully, saying, Taoist Kong, that Emperor Exin is but an ordinary mortal, and such a decree from him is not unexpected. Yet, as one who cultivates the Tao, you should know that the mandate of heaven belongs to the West Qi. The mandate of heaven? Huh, what mandate? Taoiste Kung Hotorted. Have you not heard the saying, the phoenix cries at Mount Qi, the mandate returns to Zhou? This is an irreversible decree of heaven. Why then, would you assist the Yinshang? Ran Deng countered, attempting to persuade Kong Xian. The phoenix cries at Mount Qi? Huh, what ist? I would like to see which phoenix dares to call here. If mere cries can signify the mandate of heaven, I could have it cry daily in Chaoga City. Kong Xian suddenly laughed. Ran Deng and the others were momentarily taken aback, and then they recalled Kong Xian's identity. He was the son of the primordial phoenix, and all creatures in this world would bow before him. Seeing that they could not sway Kong Xian, Ran Deng ceased his attempts, bowed, and turned to leave, saying, Such arrogance and refusal to heed advice will surely bring calamity upon you in the future. Enough of this. We shall meet again on the battlefield. After Ran Deng departed, Jiang Zia and the others followed suit. Only Julu's son hesitated, thinking of the binding immortal rope still in Kong Xian's possession. He wanted to ask for it back, but feared humiliation, so he could only glare fiercely at Shen Gongbao before storming off. Shen Gongbao disdainfully scoffed at the departing Julu's son, rolling his eyes and ignoring him. In the palace, Emperor Xian summoned Shen Gongbao and instructed, Shen Gongbao, starting tomorrow, we shall fully engage in battle with the West Qi. However, you are aware that they have the support of the Jade Void disciples, so I need you to seek out additional allies. Your Majesty, that is no problem. While I may not excel in combat, I certainly have enough friends. Shen Gongbao boasted, patting his chest. Emperor Xian waved his hand dismissively, interrupting Shen Gongbao's boasting, and said, Enough. This time when you seek allies, I have one request. Ensure they are fierce warriors, and do not recruit those who are reclusive and focused on self-cultivation. Yes, Your Majesty, I shall go find allies at once. After bowing, Shen Gongbao executed a disappearing technique and left. The following day, both sides set up their formations beneath the Sishui Pass, calling forth their troops. Jiang Zia, now bolstered by the presence of the 12 Golden Immortals and his disciples, felt a surge of confidence. He addressed his generals, Who among you shall take the lead in this battle? For a moment, the generals hesitated, none daring to respond. Seeing their silence, Huang Tianhua, riding his jade qilin, stepped forward and declared, Master Uncle, I am willing to take the lead. Jiang Ziya's face lit up with joy, and he quickly cautioned, Excellent. Tianhua, you shall spearhead this first battle. Be sure to exercise caution. Yes, Master Uncle, Huang Tianhua replied, his expression a mix of determination and concern as he approached the front lines, calling out, I am Huang Tianhua of the Jade Void sect. Who among you dares to face me in battle? Meanwhile, Huang Feihu, witnessing his son take the lead, grew anxious and turned to Emperor Exin, saying, Your Majesty, allow me to engage in battle instead. Emperor Xian shook his head and said, There is no need for you to be anxious, King Wu. Since you have already explained the matter of Tianhua to me, I shall not make things difficult for him. Why must you face his father and son in battle? Step back. I have my own arrangements. After pacifying Huang Feihu, Emperor Xian turned to Yuan Hong and commanded, Summon Deng Kuan and Rui Ji, and order them to engage Huang Tianhua. Yes, Your Majesty. Yuan Hong immediately set off to relay the order for the two to prepare for battle. Upon receiving the emperor's decree, Deng Kuan and Rui Ji could not help but feel a sense of dread, yet they dared not defy the command. After mounting their horses and arming themselves, they arrived at the battlefield. After exchanging names with Huang Tianhua, the combatants clashed fiercely. Deng Kuan was the first to charge forward, brandishing a spear aimed at Huang Tianhua, who deftly deflected it with his twin silver hammers, retaliating with a hammer strike aimed at Deng Kuan. Deng Kuan, lacking in martial prowess, stood no chance against Huang Tianhua. With a single blow, he found his hands trembling, and he could not help but call out, "Rui Ji, come to my aid." The two had previously agreed that should one find themselves in peril, the other would come to assist, engaging in a 2-on-1 fight. Upon hearing Deng Kuan's cry for help, Rui Ji wasted no time in galloping forward. However, to their astonishment, Huang Tianhua faced both adversaries with ease, overpowering them. Within 3 exchanges, a hammer struck Deng Kuan in the chest, ending his life, and with a swift motion, he knocked Rui Ji off his horse, leaving him gasping for breath. Jiang Ziya and his companions watched in delight, unable to suppress their cheers for Huang Tianhua. Yet, Huang Tianhua displayed no signs of joy, continuing to wield his hammers defiantly. Meanwhile, Huang Feihu, witnessing his son slay 2 of his own generals, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He silently chastised Huang Tianhua for being too ruthless, fearing that such actions might provoke the wrath of the king, jeopardizing their return to the Yinshan. As he contemplated stepping forward to volunteer his own service, he noticed that Emperor Xian had summoned the brothers Fang Bai and Fang Xiang, along with Xiao Yin, to the fray. The 3 approached the battlefield, each with their own thoughts. Fang Xiang and Fang Bai exchanged glances and simultaneously mounted their horses, wielding halberds to confront Huang Tianhua. Unfazed by the duel challenge, Huang Tianhua raised his hammers, urging his steed forward to meet them. In less than 5 exchanges, the Fang brothers began to falter, realizing that their lives were in jeopardy if the battle continued. Fang Xiang quickly whispered to Huang Tianhua, "General Huang, I beseech you to show mercy. We are actually allies." Huang Tianhua, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow and paused his assault, perplexed. "What do you mean?" Fang Xiang, feigning a thrust with his halberd, replied quietly, "My brother and I have recently pledged allegiance to the Western sect, and we are notable disciples under their command, tasked with infiltrating Chaoga to relay information." Huang Tianhua's frown deepened at this revelation. He had not anticipated encountering 2 spies on the battlefield, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Yet, he soon considered that these 2 were not his disciples from the Yushu sect. Why should he concern himself with the machinations of the Western sect? It would be wiser to eliminate them swiftly, securing his own merits, and expediting his departure from Shichi. Thus, he coldly retorted, "Humph, such nonsense. Do you think I will be swayed by your words? Are you attempting to confuse my mind and seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack?" Without waiting for an explanation from the 2, he swung his hammer and struck. The 2, taken aback by his disbelief, attempted to speak. However, seeing that the 2 were struggling against Huang Tianhua, unable to gain the upper hand, Xiao Yin, relying on his archery skills, stealthily drew his bow and shot an arrow towards Huang Tianhua's chest. Huang Tianhua, deflecting the incoming arrow with his hammer, furiously exclaimed, "Indeed, you are 2 treacherous scoundrels, resorting to such despicable tactics to deceive me. Taste my hammer." The Fang brothers were momentarily stunned, and just as they were about to retaliate with insults, Xiao Yin shouted from behind, "Generals, quickly take action. I shall lend you my support." Chapter 73. The Shifting World. The faces of the 2 brothers, Fang Xiang and Fang Bai, changed dramatically upon hearing the news. They harbored an intense desire to turn back and strike down Xiao Yin with their spears. They never anticipated that Xiao Yin would choose a treacherous method of ambush to assist in battle, leaving them utterly devastated. Fang Xiang, having narrowly evaded a blow, hastily exclaimed, "This is all a misunderstanding. That individual was not arranged by us. Generals, advance and entangle him. I will take him down with an arrow." Xiao Yin's voice echoed again. Fang Xiang and Fang Bai, utterly disheartened, ceased their explanations. With faces ashen, they attempted to retreat. Just as they adjusted their horses' heads, 3 arrows whizzed past their ears in rapid succession. Ha! Such splendid coordination, generals. You anticipated my volley of arrows and dodged in advance. Xiao Yin's laughter rang out from behind. Overwhelmed with fury at Xiao Yin's smugness, the brothers could no longer contain their anger. They vowed not to rest until they had pierced this scoundrel with their spears. Fang Bai, known for his volatile temper, could no longer hold back. He spurred his horse forward, charging at Xiao Yin, who remained oblivious to the impending confrontation. As Huang Tianhua shot down 3 of Fang Bai's arrows, he produced a glinting object from his attire and aimed it towards Fang Bai. "General Fang, beware. There are hidden weapons," he shouted. Startled, Fang Bai turned to look, only to be pierced through the chest by the heart-piercing nail shot by Huang Tianhua, tumbling from his horse. With a glance of unyielding resentment toward Xiao Yin, he seemed to utter curses, but to Xiao Yin, it appeared as though Fang Bai, in his final moments, had been struck down while attempting to warn him of danger. Moved by this act of bravery, Xiao Yin silently vowed to honor Fang Bai's trust and seek vengeance for his fallen comrade. Upon witnessing Fang Bai's demise, Fang Xiang's fury ignited. He swung his halberd towards Huang Tianhua, who skillfully deflected the attack with his hammer, then countered with a strike aimed at Fang Xiang. Caught off guard, Fang Xiang was struck down from his horse. Seeing Fang Xiang also fall, Xiao Yin swiftly nocked an arrow and shot towards Huang Tianhua, loudly advising, "General Fang, retreat. I will hold him off." At that moment, Fang Xiang lay on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, gazing at Xiao Yin, who was shooting arrows from a distance but did not approach. A stream of curses for Xiao Yin's family escaped his lips before he succumbed to silence. With both brothers of the Fang family slain, Xiao Yin felt an urge to retreat, with no one left to shield him from harm. How could he continue to shoot arrows? It was far too perilous. After firing a few more arrows to hinder Huang Tianhua, he turned his horse and fled. Having lingered at the edge of the battlefield, he managed to escape without being pursued by Huang Tianhua. The watching generals of the Yin merchants seethed with anger, and Zhang Kuei stood to plead, "Your Majesty, why send only a band of inept warriors to the field, tarnishing our reputation? Allow me to engage them in combat." "Indeed, my lord, let us proceed." Others eagerly volunteered. "Calm down, everyone. You will all have your chance to take the stage. For today, we shall conclude here." The Xian waved his hand, soothing them momentarily. In stark contrast to the tension felt by the Yin merchants, the atmosphere in Shiqi was one of celebration. Jiang Ziya turned to the returning Huang Tianhua and declared, "Tianhua, you have achieved a remarkable feat. You single-handedly battled 5 of their generals and even decapitated 4 of their leaders on the battlefield, significantly boosting our troops' morale. Such praise from my esteemed master is unwarranted." "They were merely insignificant characters," Huang Tianhua replied modestly. While they may not compare to Zhang Guifang or Zhang Kuei, they're nonetheless formidable generals," Jiang Ziya unabashedly praised. Meanwhile, on Mount Shumi, Zhuanti was expressing his grievances to Jin. "Brother, just moments ago, we received word from Yuanshi Tianzuan that our treasured Baos banner has been inadvertently taken. This banner is a primordial spiritual treasure, and we in the Western sect possess so few." Jane sighed, "Do not fret, my junior brother. That banner was lost due to the negligence of Yuanshi Tianzuan's disciple. It is his responsibility to retrieve it. If he fails, let him offer the Xinghuang banner as compensation." "You do not understand, brother. Yuanshi Tianzuan is exceedingly rude. He lost the banner, but did not even attempt to reclaim it. Instead, he merely sent someone to inform us. Do you expect us to seek it back ourselves?" Zhuanti retorted, still displeased. The banner had been taken by a disciple of Tong Tian, with whom Zhuanti had long-standing disagreements. For him to humbly request the return of the banner was, in his eyes, an absurdity. Jane candidly expressed the reason for Yuanshi Tianzuan's inaction. "But brother, we have never been on good terms with Tong Tian. If he feels humiliated by this loss, do you think he will willingly return to us?" Zhuanti complained. "Fear not. While Yuanshi values his reputation, we do not. If necessary, I shall personally visit and endure a bit of ridicule from Tong Tian as long as we retrieve the banner. Afterward, we can request some compensation from Yuanshi Tianzuan. We shall suffer no loss." Jane replied nonchalantly. "Indeed, Should Tong Tian refuse to return it, we can insist that Yuan Shi Tianzuan provide us with the Xinghuang banner. Zhuan reiterated the notion. Very well, my junior brother. Now that the calamity has commenced, the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect have already descended to assist Shiqi. You should instruct Jin Shanzi to hasten to Shiqi. Jane added, Yes, brother. It remains uncertain what DXIN is contemplating, leading his troops personally against Shiqi, as this deviates from our previous strategy of gradually overwhelming the Yin merchants. Now, with formidable generals gathered, Shiqi's path to swift victory will not be an easy one. Plans often encounter unforeseen complications, but that is of little consequence. Our foremost priority is to aid Shiqi in achieving victory. Jin urged. By the way, since they desire to settle matters through battle, we should no longer conceal our intentions. Let us incite those vassals who have allied with us to rebel in advance. This shall serve as a boost for Shiqi. Agreed. On this day, an urgent report arrived from Chaoga City, stating that nearly 600 of the 800 feudal lords had revolted, all rallying under the banner proclaiming that the destiny of heaven lay with the West. They swore to assist the Zhou in their campaign against the Shang. Upon hearing this, the Grand Tutor remarked that half of the vassals under the Eastern Marquis Jiang Huan of Chu had turned against him, and he was currently engaged in quelling the rebellion. The Northern Marquis Chong Hohu and his son had also gathered half of their loyal vassals and were engaged in battle against the other half, led by the formidable Chong Hehu. As for the Southern Marquis, he had completely defected. It is worth noting that the 600 vassals were not all discontent with the Yin Shang. Many had been misled by the teachings from the West, while others fell victim to treachery orchestrated by their own subordinates, leaving them in ignorance of the true circumstances and compelling them to join the insurrection. Chapter 74. The White Bone Cave and Ma Yuan upon receiving the news. Emperor Xian displayed little reaction. Such developments were entirely anticipated. Although the rebellion of 600 feudal lords appeared to be a formidable uprising, he was confident that he could quell it with a mere gesture. He commanded Wen Taisher to dispatch troops to assist the eastern and northern dukes in suppressing the insurrection, while instructing Deng Jiogong to hold the southern duke at the Sand Mountain Pass until the opportune moment arose for a decisive victory. Naturally, Jiang Zia and GFA were informed of this development, and the morale of the Western Qi was significantly uplifted, with GFA finally sensing a hint of destiny aligning in his favor. On this particular day, Shen Gongbao arrived with 2 Taoist priests who, upon introduction, were revealed to be Ma Yuan and the Qiu Xian. Ma Yuan was an ethereal being from the White Bone Cave of Skull Mountain, and it was not surprising that Shen Gongbao had summoned him. However, the presence of the Qiu Xian, a retainer of Tong Tian, was quite unexpected. Generally, the Qiu Xian remained within the confines of the Biao Palace, and it was unclear what methods Shen Gongbao had employed to bring him forth. Ma Yuan, diminutive in stature and possessing a fearsome visage, adorned with a necklace strung with skulls, had initially come with the intention of indulging in sanguine feasts alongside Shen Gongbao. Thus, he regarded Emperor Xian, a mere mortal sovereign, with disdain. Yet, upon arriving at the temporary palace, the imposing aura deliberately exuded by Kong Xian and Yuan Hong compelled him to abandon his earlier arrogance. He respectfully greeted the emperor and took his place quietly. In contrast, the Qiu Xian, who initially appeared indifferent, adopted a more serious demeanor. His presence here was purely coincidental. He had sought out Ma Yuan out of boredom due to Tongtian's seclusion. The Qiu Xian, an ancient beast of the azure-furred lion, had once reveled in consuming blood, but, under Tongtian's tutelage, had largely refrained from such indulgences, though he occasionally indulged in secret. The camaraderie between Ma Yuan and the Qiu Xian blossomed due to their shared taste for sanguine delicacies, leading to their frequent gatherings. On this occasion, the Qiu Xian had visited Ma Yuan's cave and, enticed by Shen Gongbao's extravagant tales, was drawn to join the excitement. Having attained the rank of the Luo Jingxian, his powers were comparable to Yuan Hong's. Although he was wary of Kong Xian, he did not exhibit the same level of caution as Ma Yuan. After exchanging greetings with Emperor Xian, the emperor commanded a banquet to be prepared for the 2 guests. While he himself departed early, The following day, encouraged by Shen Gongbao's persuasion, Ma Yuan boldly rode forth to challenge the enemy. Following Huang Tianhua's recent display of extraordinary prowess, having slain 4 generals of the Yin Shang, the Western Qi generals were invigorated and eagerly volunteered for battle. Jiang Ziya, witnessing this surge of enthusiasm, smiled with satisfaction and designated Ji Shuqian for the fray. Ji Shuqian, a formidable warrior within Western Qi, was known for his fiery temperament and exceptional spear skills. His technique as fluid as water. Elated at being chosen for the battlefield, Ji Shuqian promptly bowed and galloped to the front lines. Upon seeing the diminutive and grotesque figure of Ma Yuan, he could not resist mocking. What? Are the Yin Shang bereft of great generals? To think they sent such an unsightly and diminutive individual. Upon hearing this, Ma Yuan was filled with wrath, baring his teeth in a sinister grin. Very well. You dare to insult me so brazenly. I shall surely tear your heart out and chew it to bits. Ji Shuqian scoffed in response. Anyone can spout grandiose words. Let's see your true mettle against my subordinates. Without waiting for Ma Yuan's retort, he charged forward with his spear. Indeed, Ji Shuqian was no slouch in martial prowess. Considered a formidable warrior, after exchanging several blows with Ma Yuan, he seemed to hold a slight advantage. However, Ma Yuan, being a practitioner of the Tao, was not particularly skilled in combat. Witnessing Ji Shuqian gain the upper hand and hurling further insults at him, he quickly recited an incantation. Suddenly, a colossal skeletal hand emerged from behind him, reaching out towards Ji Shuqian. Startled by the giant hand, Ji Shuqian quickly regained his composure and thrust his spear at it. Unexpectedly, the massive hand seized his spear, yanking Ji Shuqian off his mount and into the air. Panic surged within Ji Shuqian as he desired to abandon his weapon and flee, but the giant hand, despite its size, was remarkably agile. Before he could even drop his spear to the ground, it was grasped tightly within the skeletal fingers. Ma Yuan cackled wickedly. Ah, weren't you just brimming with bravado? I shall now feast upon your heart and liver, and we shall see how audacious you remain. With that proclamation, amidst Ji Shuqian's agonizing screams, the giant hand tore him asunder. Ma Yuan then savored the heart, chewing it with a look of delight, his blood-soaked visage resembling that of a demon, instilling terror in the onlookers. Seeing Ji Shuqian's gruesome fate, Jiang Ziya ground his teeth in fury. Who will subdue this nefarious villain for me? I shall behead him to honor General Ji's spirit in the afterlife. The ordinary commanders below remained silent, disheartened by Ma Yuan's brutality and daring not to confront him. Just then, Wei Hu stepped forward, declaring, Master Uncle, allow me to subdue this wicked one. Very well. My nephew, exercise utmost caution. Wei Hu, wielding the demon-subduing pestle, advanced swiftly to the front line, saying little, and swung the pestle down with force. Ma Yuan, noticing the newcomer, initially intended to intimidate him, yet was taken aback when Wei Hu struck without giving him a chance to speak. He snorted coldly, extending the giant hand towards the pestle, attempting to seize Wei Hu as he did Ji Shuqian. However, he misjudged his opponent this time. The weight of the pestle was immense, combined with Wei Hu's considerable strength. Upon contact, the pestle sent Ma Yuan's colossal hand flying, injuring 2 of his fingers in the process. Rising with a face twisted in embarrassment and rage, Ma Yuan exclaimed, What a formidable weapon to injure my hand! Once I capture you, I shall devour your heart and liver as well. Wei Hu retorted coldly, You wretched beast! To consume hearts and livers in broad daylight, like a malevolent spirit, is truly deserving of punishment. With those words, he did not wish to linger further, raising the pestle once more to strike. Ma Yuan met him with his sword, and after several exchanges, he gradually began to tire. In desperation, he again summoned the giant hand to grasp Wei Hu, only to be met with a powerful strike from the pestle that shattered the wrist of the giant hand. A sudden shock coursed through Ma Yuan's heart as he realized he was no match for his opponent and attempted to withdraw. However, Wei Hu was not one to let him escape so easily, pursuing him relentlessly with his staff. Just as Ma Yuan seemed destined to meet his demise at Wei Hu's hands, a golden figure unexpectedly descended into the arena, extending a hand to block Wei Hu. It was none other than Jin Chan, who had come to lend assistance. Jin Chan respectfully addressed Wei Hu, saying, "Friend Wei, I implore you to spare his life. This man shares a connection with our Western teachings. Might I take him back for his enlightenment?" Wei Hu furrowed his brow and replied, "Friend, this man revels in the consumption of human hearts, akin to a nightmarish creature. Why would you desire to incorporate him into our teachings? It would be better to end his life with a single strike." Chapter 75. The Celestial Serpent, esteemed friend, please entrust him to me. I possess methods to guide him back to the righteous path. Jin Chan proclaimed, bowing deeply. Despite his earnest plea, Wei Hu reluctantly surrendered Ma Yuan to him. Jin Chan approached Ma Yuan and inquired, "Ma Yuan, would you consider embracing the teachings of our Western sect?" Ma Yuan, with a hint of disdain, retorted, "Humph. I am a disciple of the... How could I possibly submit to your Western sect? You might as well abandon this notion." "Ah, there is no need for hasty rejection," Jin Chan replied with a smile. "Once we return to the mountain gate, and you hear the profound scriptures recited by our master, you will willingly join our fold." Without waiting for Ma Yuan's response, he immobilized him with a gesture and, using his cosmic bag, drew Ma Yuan within, before turning to accompany Wei Hu to meet Jiang Ziya. Yet this act incited the ire of the observing Celestial Serpent. If Ma Yuan were to lose to an opponent in battle, he would harbor dissatisfaction but not such rage. However, Jin Chan's brazen attempt to abduct a disciple of the right before his eyes was an affront to their honor. In a flash, he appeared before Wei Hu and Jin Chan, blocking their path, and declared, "Jin Chan, how dare you attempt to forcibly draw Ma Yuan into your Western sect in my presence? Do you hold our in such contempt?" Recognizing the Celestial Serpent, Jin Chan greeted him with a smile. "Ah, esteemed friend, I assure you it is not my intention to impose. It is merely that Ma Yuan shares a fateful connection with our Western teachings." The Celestial Serpent, incensed, retorted, "Do not jest with me. I too perceive a connection between you and our... Would you care to join us? Your jest is amusing. Our Western sect possesses its own exquisite doctrines. Why would I seek to join your..." Jin Chan replied with a cheerful demeanor. "Your Western sect may have its merits, yet ours is not without its own. Enough of this banter. Release Ma Yuan at once." The Celestial Serpent demanded impatiently. His master's words rang true. The disciples of the Western sect indeed possessed thick skin, adept at twisting the truth to their advantage, claiming possessions through false notions of fate. Unperturbed, Jin Chan continued to smile. "Ma Yuan's connection with your has reached its conclusion. Only by joining my sect can he achieve true enlightenment." The Celestial Serpent's expression darkened, and he spoke gravely. "Are you truly unwilling to relent? Are you not afraid that my master will seek retribution upon you at Mount Shimi? Ha! Ma Yuan, in his ignorance, obstructs the grand endeavor of the divine decree. Our Western sect acts in accordance with heavenly will to reclaim him. Even your master would have no grounds for complaint." Jin Chan maintained his composure, undeterred. His audacity to seize Ma Yuan indicated he had received orders from his master. With the calamity now underway, any interference in the divine undertaking provided ample justification for their actions. Moreover, they had long since forged an accord with the, leaving them unafraid of any repercussions from the. Upon hearing Jin Chan's words, the Celestial Serpent's demeanor turned icy. Gripping his emerald-handled silver blade, he aimed it at Jin Chan, declaring, "Since you obstinately refuse to release my disciple, do not expect me to show mercy." Jin Chan shook his head. "My friend, it would be wise to avoid self-deception. Enough idle chatter. Prepare to face my blade." As the golden cicada showed no intention of releasing its grasp, the Chiosho immortal ceased his idle chatter and, with a swift motion, struck the cicada with his blade. A fierce gleam of light emanated from the sword, racing towards the cicada. The cicada, not daring to be careless, quickly summoned its magical energy and conjured a golden shield before it, successfully deflecting the blade's brilliance. However, no sooner had the gleam been repelled than the Chiosho immortal lunged forward, prompting the cicada to hastily draw its staff and engage in combat. The two exchanged blows, neither gaining the upper hand. Yet, the cicada, possessing a superior realm compared to the Chiosho immortal, began to gain the advantage, causing the latter to struggle increasingly. It was only due to the Chiosho immortal's innate prowess and formidable energy that he had managed to endure for so long against a being of such a higher order. Realizing he was outmatched, the Chiosho immortal revealed his true form, and suddenly, a lion, as large as a small mountain, manifested upon the battlefield. With a deafening roar, the combatant steeds were instantly paralyzed with fear, many collapsing to the ground, some succumbing to terror. Following its fearsome cry, the lion opened its massive jaws, unleashing a powerful suction that ensnared the cicada, slowly drawing it toward its maw. The cicada summoned all its magical might to stabilize its position. Cursing inwardly, "What a vile creature! It possesses such formidable powers, nearly consuming me whole." Seeing that the cicada had resisted its attack, the lion swiftly swiped its paw at the cicada, but the cicada, quick on its feet, evaded the blow. Despite the lion's strength, the cicada's agility allowed them to trade blows for a few more exchanges, until the lion found itself at a disadvantage, no longer able to contend with the cicada's prowess. Recognizing victory was unattainable, the lion reverted to its human form and attempted to flee, planning to return to for reinforcements to reclaim the battlefield. Noticing the lion's retreat, the cicada contemplated pursuing it, but, for reasons unknown, chose to halt its advance and allowed the Chiosho immortal to depart the scene. Subsequently, the cicada approached the front lines to meet Jiangxia and GFA. After exchanging pleasantries, the cicada smiled and declared, "I am the cicada, sent by my master to assist in the campaign against the Shang dynasty." Upon hearing this, Jiangxia and GFA's expressions brightened, and they expressed their gratitude while inviting the cicada to their residence for a warm welcome. The cicada graciously accepted, and once seated in the hall, promptly stated, "I have brought some disciples to assist, but they have other matters to attend to and will arrive in a few days." "Ah, that is of no concern. As long as they come to aid us in our campaign against the Shang, we shall welcome them with open arms." Jiangxia replied with a smile, "Indeed, kind friend, you are too courteous." Meanwhile, Kong Xian addressed Emperor Exin, saying, "My lord, why have we allowed Shun Gongbao to seek out additional allies for the battlefield these past few days? Had we acted sooner, we could have already subdued West Qi. You are thinking too simplistically. The timing is not yet ripe. We must exercise caution and bide our time." Emperor Exin responded, his hands clasped behind his back. "Moreover, my directive for Shun Gongbao to gather support serves a purpose. You need not concern yourself with the details, just observe. Should I intervene in the rebellion among the various lords?" Kong Xian inquired further. "No need. Let Master Wen coordinate the troops to quell the insurrection. He is more than capable of handling it." Empedo sin zipli. "Indeed, how fares the star-gathering tower constructed by Zhao Gongming and Chaoga? It shall serve a significant purpose for me in the future." Dixin inquired promptly. "The construction is already underway, and it is expected to be completed in a short while." "Excellent. Urge them to expedite the process. If they lack sufficient manpower, instruct them to seek assistance from Wenzhong." "Very well, Your Majesty." Meanwhile, the fleeing Chiosho Xian has returned to where he sought out Ling Xian and Jin Guang Xian, recounting the events and requesting their aid. Chapter 76. The Cloudy Immortal leaves the island. The Lingya Immortal and the Jingguang Immortal had no objections, both asserting that the Western sect was exceedingly overbearing and that they sought to join the Chiosho Immortal in seeking justice. However, the three of them were of similar cultivation levels and feared that they would not match the formidable Jin Shan. Thus, they deliberated on finding a more adept senior brother or sister to support them. After considerable discussion, they resolved to seek the Wu Yun Immortal, the foremost among the 7 immortals in attendance. Possessing profound cultivation that had already reached the quasi-saint realm, Wu Yun Immortal was undoubtedly the most distinguished among them. Upon finding Wu Yun Immortal and explaining their predicament, he hesitated and said, "Junior brothers, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you, but our master has instructed that during this great calamity, we must not leave the mountain. Moreover, Jiangxia of the West is a designated figure to fulfill the divine mission by several sages. How can you dare provoke him? Are you not afraid of being listed on the divine ranking? At Weiyun Immortal's words, the three fell momentarily silent. Yet Qiushou Immortal remained discontented and spoke up, "Brother, since Jiang Ziya is beyond our reach, why not simply seek trouble with Jin Shan? After all, Ma Yuan is also a disciple of our sect. We cannot allow him to be led into the Western sect. Indeed, brother, we shall not meddle in the divine affairs. But to teach Jin Shan a lesson and rescue our fellow disciple is certainly within reason," Lingya Immortal added in support. "Are you implying that brother fears Jin Shan?" Jin Guang Immortal employed provocation. "Humph! Do not use such words to incite me. When I achieved the great Tao, Jin Shan was still blissfully unaware of his existence." Weiyun Immortal retorted with displeasure. "Indeed, brother's profound cultivation is unmatched by such a minor figure as Jin Shan." Qiushou Immortal eagerly flattered. Precisely. Alas. Very well. I shall accompany you to confront Jin Shan. However, let it be understood that my sole intention is to rescue Ma Yuan. I shall not involve myself in other matters." Weiyun Immortal, feeling somewhat coerced by their insistence, reluctantly agreed to personally seek out Jin Shan to rescue Ma Yuan, though he wished to avoid further entanglements. No problem, brother. We will heed your guidance." Qiushou Immortal and the others exclaimed joyously. Seeing their excitement, Weiyun Immortal quipped, "Since you are all so eager to follow my lead, why don't we simply remain on Golden Ao Island and not venture out?" "Surely not, brother. You jest." Thus, Weiyun Immortal accompanied Qiushou Immortal and the others to the front of the Sisui Pass. Initially, Qiushou Immortal intended to introduce Weiyun Immortal to DXIN and Kong Xian. But Weiyun Immortal declined, unwilling to entangle himself with either faction. "All right, junior brothers. We agreed on this beforehand. Let's not provoke anyone further. You shall summon Jin Shan. If he is willing to return Ma Yuan, we shall consider the matter resolved. If not, we may have to engage in a confrontation." "Understood, brother." With that, Qiushou Immortal approached the Zhou camp and called forth Jin Shan. "Qiushou Immortal, I previously spared your life. Why do you persist in seeking discomfort?" Jin Shan inquired, frowning. Jin Sheng, I have come solely to summon you. Save your words for my senior brother." Qiushou Xian laughed heartily. "Oh, your senior brother? Where is he?" Jin Sheng immediately became alert. "Naturally, he is waiting for you outside the city. Surely, you are not afraid and unwilling to accompany me to meet him, are you?" Qiushou Xian taunted. You underestimate me greatly. I have nothing to fear." Jin Sheng secretly gripped his magic treasure. "Very well. Since you are unafraid, let's go meet my senior brother." With that, Qiushou Xian soared toward the outskirts of the city. Jin Sheng furrowed his brow momentarily, contemplating whether to invite a few from the Chan sect to accompany him, but quickly dismissed the thought. To seek assistance without even confronting the enemy would surely invite ridicule. Observing that the distance to the city's edge was not far, he reassured himself that he could call for help if the situation turned dire, and thus followed along with some ease. Upon reaching the city wall, he halted, addressing Qiushou Xian. "I have exited the city. Go summon your senior brother for a discussion." Qiushou Xian, seeing his caution, snorted in disdain and called forth Weiyun Xian and the others. Weiyun Xian approached, greeting Jin Sheng. "Greetings, Dao, friend Jin Sheng." After they drew near, they bowed respectfully. Jin Sheng, upon recognizing Weiyun Xian, did not dare to be careless and promptly returned the greeting. Jin Sheng pays his respects. "Dao brother, may I inquire why you have summoned me?" Weiyun Xian replied with a smile. "Yesterday, my two inept junior brothers, in a moment of folly, meddled in the matter of the function. I have reprimanded and punished them, but my junior brother Ma Yuan remains in your custody. I hope you will release him, so I may take him back for strict discipline." Seeing that Weiyun Xian approached without threats, merely requesting the return of Ma Yuan, Jin Sheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He performed a respectful bow and said, "Dao brother, it is not that I am unwilling to return Ma Yuan, but he has since reformed and joined our Western sect, making this rather complicated." Upon hearing this, Qiushou Xian and the others were instantly enraged. "Jin Sheng, you are exceedingly bold. How dare you forcibly convert my junior brother into your Western sect?" Weiyun Xian's gaze turned icy, as if ready to strike at any moment. Jinsheng quickly clarified. Do not misunderstand. How could we, as disciples of a great sage, forcibly convert others? In truth, Ma Yuan willingly chose to join our sect, for he shares a bond with us. Initially, Qiushou Xian and the others were willing to hear Jinsheng's explanation, but his words only served to further incite their anger. Wu Yunxian shouted, Jinsheng, I approach you with good intentions, hoping you would return my junior brother. I do not expect you to mock me so. It seems that only through conflict will you be inclined to reason. Alas, my friend, do not be angered. How could I dare to jest with you? If you doubt my words, you may accompany me to see Ma Yuan. Jinsheng insisted. Brother, do not trust his deceitful words. He may very well be attempting to lure you into the city, seizing the opportunity to capture you and forcibly convert you into that Western sect. Ling Yaxian warned. Indeed, brother, you must not fall for his deceitful words. He is skilled at misleading others, so be cautious not to be tricked, exclaimed the dragon-haired immortal. Rest assured, I would never believe his nonsense. Come, let us join forces to capture this wicked being, declared the cloudy immortal to the three companions. Very well. We shall assist our brother in subduing this arrogant individual. With that, the four charged towards the golden cicada. Realizing the imminent threat, the golden cicada prepared to escape, fully aware that he was no match for the four. Chapter 77. Ma Yuan's entry into the Western sect as the golden cicada took flight. A pair of wings sprouted from its back, transforming into a radiant beam of golden light that swiftly vanished from sight. The cloud-dwelling immortals were left in the dust, utterly unprepared for the cicada's remarkable escape, prompting a chorus of furious exclamations. Once their ire had subsided, the dragon-headed immortal inquired, Master, what shall we do now? After a moment of contemplation, the cloud-dwelling immortal sighed and replied, I had intended to counsel the cicada gently, encouraging it to release my Yuan and thereby resolve this matter amicably. Yet, it appears this individual is utterly shameless, daring to mock us. Rest assured, I shall not let this transgression go unpunished. Shall we storm into the Zhou camp to capture the cicada? Asked the spirit of the Jade Fawn. That would be reckless. The cloud-dwelling immortal shook his head. Are you concerned that he possesses formidable allies within the Zhou camp, which is why you hesitate to pursue him there? Queried the golden light immortal. My reluctance springs not from fear of his allies, he replied. Rather, I wish to avoid a hasty incursion into the Zhou camp that might lead to misunderstandings and conflicts with Jiang Ziya and his associates, bringing further troubles upon us. Upon hearing this, the three immortals exchanged glances, shaking their heads. They admired their elder brother's character and skills, but deemed him overly bound by rules and ethics, lacking decisiveness in his actions. Were they in possession of such powers, they would have already entered the Zhou camp in search of the cicada. What need was there to fear misunderstandings with Jiang Ziya? Such concerns were unfounded. As long as they refrained from causing trouble for Jiang Ziya, he would surely not dare to provoke them. Seeing their elder brother's reluctance to forcefully enter the Zhou camp, the dragon-headed immortal suggested, Master, since you prefer not to breach the Zhou camp, let us first consult Jiang Ziya and seek his permission for us to pursue the cicada. Very well. We shall proceed in that manner, the elder agreed. The group employed their evasion techniques to arrive at Jiang Ziya's residence, where they promptly sent word of their arrival. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Ziya hurriedly came to greet them. Upon their meeting, the cloud-dwelling immortal performed a respectful bow and said, I am the humble disciple of the cloud-dwelling immortal, and I greet you, my esteemed friend. Jiang Ziya quickly returned the gesture, stating, Ziya welcomes you, honored brother. Please, come inside for a discussion. Following Jiang Ziya into the hall, the cloud-dwelling immortal awaited the serving of tea before explaining the matter at hand, including an apology for the troubles caused by Ma Yuan. Jiang Ziya, not wishing to present himself as aloof, candidly acknowledged, if it is merely a misunderstanding, let us resolve it. However, he soon appeared somewhat troubled, saying yet, the cicada was, after all, aiding me in the campaign against the Shang, and now that he is embroiled in trouble, I cannot simply turn a blind eye. The impulsive golden light immortal, sensing Jiang Ziya's apparent inclination to shield the cicada, interjected with a haughty scoff, Humph. Are you suggesting you intend to complicate matters for us? No. My dear friends, you misunderstand me. Jiang Zia hastily clarified. I have no intention of complicating matters for you. I merely wish to act as an intermediary, facilitating a resolution to the strife between you and the cicada. Although he was reluctant to offend the disciples of the for no reason, he was equally unwilling to let them trouble Jinshan. Thus, he sought to act as a mediator to resolve this conflict. Wu Yinxian had no objections. After all, he had only come to the island at the behest of Qiushou Xian and the others to rescue Ma Yuan. If this matter could be settled without complications, he would undoubtedly welcome it. Before long, Jinshan was invited to the hall by Jiang Zia. Upon seeing him, Qiushou Xian and the others naturally did not offer him a pleasant demeanor, letting out cold snorts as they prepared to taunt him. However, Wu Yinxian intervened. Though his expression was grim, he chose to endure the discomfort in order to avoid trouble and return to the island as swiftly as possible, allowing Jiang Zia to mediate the situation. Wu Yinxian spoke first, stating, "Our request is quite simple. We merely ask for the return of our disciple." Jiang Zia nodded upon hearing this, acknowledging that the request was indeed reasonable, and turned to Jinshan. To his surprise, Jinshan replied, "Brother Zia, it is not that I refuse to release Ma Yuan. Rather, he himself does not wish to return to. If you do not believe me, I shall summon him right away." As soon as Jinshan finished speaking, Qiushou Xian and the others erupted in outrage, accusing him of having coerced Ma Yuan. Jiang Zia offered a few words of persuasion before requesting that Ma Yuan be brought forth, eager to ascertain the truth of Jinshan's claims. Moments later, Ma Yuan entered, having undergone a remarkable transformation. He wore a pristine white robe, his once red hair completely shorn, and the skull that had hung around his neck had been replaced with prayer beads. Most notably, his demeanor had changed significantly. He now appeared much more benevolent than before. Upon entering, he bowed to the assembly, proclaiming, "I am Ma Yuan of the Western sect. Greetings to all fellow Taoists." At these words, Qiushou Xian and the others erupted in disbelief, rising to their feet and exclaiming, "Ma Yuan, what nonsense are you speaking? How dare you betray our—" Wu Yinxian's expression turned frigid as he asked sternly, "Ma Yuan, you need not fear with me here. Speak honestly. Were you forced into their sect?" All eyes turned to Ma Yuan, but he merely chuckled, unfazed, declaring, "You all worry too much. No one has compelled me to join their sect. I joined the Western sect of my own volition." "Ma Yuan, what are you saying? Have you been bewitched by them?" Qiushou Xian demanded angrily. Ma Yuan shook his head and explained, "Ever since I heard the true scriptures, I realized how aimless my previous existence was, burdened with sins. Now that I have glimpsed the great Tao, you should rejoice on my behalf." Observing this, Jinshan smiled and interjected, "See, I have not deceived you, dear Taoists. Ma Yuan truly wishes to convert to our Western sect." Qiushou Xian struggled to accept the change in Ma Yuan. He hurried to Ma Yuan's side, grasping his shoulders and shaking him. "Ma Yuan, what has happened to you? Wake up." Yet, Ma Yuan remained unchanged, urging fellow Taoists, "I perceive that you are just as lost as I once was. Why not join me in the Western sect, learn the true scriptures, and behold the great Tao?" The immortal with the twisted horns paused momentarily, then forcefully pushed Ma Yuan aside, exclaiming in anger, "Indeed, you have been heavily bewitched to utter such words." Beside him, the immortal Lingya advised, "Calm down, do not be enraged. He is already ensnared in confusion. Our words would be of no avail. Let us first take him back to Golden Turtle Island, where our master shall discern his true condition." "Very well, let us proceed to escort him back," came the agreement. However, Jinshan's expression shifted dramatically as he stepped forward to obstruct their path, declaring, "What are you, my fellow Taoists, attempting to do? Do you intend to forcibly take away a disciple of the Western sect?" He spat disdainfully. "Cease your futile wrangling. Should we discover that you have indeed meddled with Ma Yuan, we will not let this matter rest." Chapter 78. The Descent of the Zhuan Ti. Not so fast. "That Ma Yuan cannot be forcibly taken away by you," Jinshan declared to Jiang Zia. "As you have witnessed, Ma Yuan has already pledged allegiance to my teachings, and I cannot allow him to be taken back." Jiang Zia found himself at a loss, momentarily rendered speechless. "You think you can prevent us from taking him?" I doubt that will be permitted. Wu Yunxian's voice was cold and resolute. Let us see how he intends to obstruct us. In response, Jin Chanzi positioned himself at the doorway, determined to prevent Qiu Shouxian and his companions from seizing Ma Yuan. Wu Yunxian, infuriated by Jin Chanzi's audacity, drew his sword and struck at him, igniting an immediate clash between the two. Recognizing that he could not single-handedly impede their advance, Jin Chanzi invoked his magical powers to send a telepathic message. Fellow disciples of the Chan teaching, there are individuals attempting to abduct a disciple of our Western sect. I implore your swift assistance. The members of the Chan sect, including Ran Deng, had not taken residence within Jiangzi's estate, but instead had set up a humble shelter in a secluded area away from the throngs of people. Upon receiving Jin Chanzi's message and sensing the surge of magical energy, they hurriedly made their way to assist. Wu Yunxian's fury intensified upon seeing Jin Chanzi attempt to distort the truth. During their earlier skirmish, both had refrained from employing their full powers out of concern for collateral damage within Jiangzi's domain. However, upon witnessing Jin Chanzi summon reinforcements, Wu Yunxian decided to abandon restraint. He turned to Qiu Shouxian and his companions, commanding, "You take him and depart first. I will confront Jin Chanzi." The three restrained the still resisting Ma Yuan and utilized their escape techniques to exit the city. However, they were slightly delayed, encountering the approaching members of the Chan sect. Thus, both sides found themselves in an impasse outside the city. Soon thereafter, Wu Yunxian and Jin Chanzi arrived, and as they took their positions, Ran Deng stepped forward to greet them. I initially believed it to be members of the Yinshan camp here to cause chaos. It turns out to be fellow disciples of the Jie teaching. Might I inquire as to the reason for your presence here? Wu Yunxian responded with a respectful bow. You misunderstand, dear friend. It is Jin Chanzi who has forcibly taken my disciple, Ma Yuan, into their Western sect. We have come to reclaim him. Ran Deng replied. I have heard whispers of this matter. Your disciple, lacking wisdom, recently obstructed our efforts on the battlefield against the Western Qi. It is only fitting that he was subdued by Jin Chanzi. While my disciple may indeed have erred, he is subject to the strict discipline of our sect. How dared Jin Chanzi unilaterally compel him to switch allegiances? Is that not a grave insult to our teachings? Wu Yunxian retorted. Your assertion is flawed. It is clear that Ma Yuan willingly sought the practices of my sect, thus voluntarily joining us. There was no coercion involved. Moreover, Ma Yuan stands before you. The truth of this matter can be easily discerned. Jin Chanzi regained his composure, exuding an air of calm amidst the tumult. Jin Guangxian could no longer contain his rebuttal. It is evident that you have used secretive arts to ensnare my disciple, clouding his reason. How can his words, now, be taken seriously? Fellow cultivators, observe how those from the are merely creating chaos. It is evident they wish to forcibly take away my disciple. Ma Yuan Ran Deng furrowed his brow and said, Friend, Ma Yuan is but a vile individual. Should he choose to join the Western teachings, it could lead to his redemption, which would not be an insignificant matter. Perhaps it is best to let this go. Your words are spoken with such ease. If it were not your disciples who were being led away, you would have no issue with Ma Yuan being slain on the battlefield or captured and delivered to us for strict punishment. Yet you refuse to allow him to change his allegiance. So, do you insist on taking him away? Indeed, I do. Since that is the case, we cannot remain idle. After all, Jin Shan has come to assist us. Let us reveal our true abilities. Very well. You from the Yusu Palace dare to side with outsiders. Truly believing Mai to be an easy target, Wu Yunxian shouted in anger. He had initially thought that, due to the deep ties between the and Ran Deng would either lend assistance or at the very least refrain from interfering, yet he did not anticipate that Ran Deng would align himself with Jin Shan. Alas, or has always stood for righteousness over familial ties. Should you choose to retreat, now spare me your words. Use any means you have. Do you think we fear you? Jin Guangxian roared. At that moment, Ling Yixian quietly transmitted a message to Qiu Shouxian. When the battle commences, swiftly seek aid from the merchant camp. We are outnumbered and shall surely not stand as their match. Qiu Shouxian nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, atop Mount Shumi, Zhuan-Ti addressed his senior brother, Jane, Brother, allow me to descend the mountain. Jin Shan has conveyed that Kong Xian is at Sishui Pass. Because of him, the 12 golden immortals are somewhat apprehensive and dare not act, relying instead on their third-generation disciples and common soldiers. Jane replied, "Very well. Since Kong Xian has a connection with our teachings and has obstructed the Feng Shan plan, let us invite him to join us ahead of time." Agreed. I shall descend the mountain and bring him forth. At Sishui Pass, Kong Xian and Yuan Hong were observing the battle from the city walls. The commotion caused by Wu Yun Xian and the engaging in combat had certainly caught their attention, prompting them to investigate. Qiu Shou Xian had initially intended to escape to seek assistance from the merchant camp, but before he could do so, he noticed Kong Xian and the others approaching the city walls. He promptly used his powers to transmit a message. "Daoist Kong, I am Qiu Shou Xian. I was sent by Shen Gong Bao to aid you in your campaign against the Western Qi. Currently, my brothers and I are besieged by the forces of Western Qi. We implore you to lend us your support." Though Qiu Shou Xian and his companions had agreed not to involve themselves with the Yin and Shang, their current predicament forced them to seek help from them. To expedite Kong Xian and his allies' response, they even falsely claimed to be there to assist. Upon hearing this, Kong Xian smiled slightly and replied through transmission, "If you are here to assist us in quelling the rebels, then we shall certainly extend our help." With that, he and Yuan Hong soared into the battlefield, intercepting a portion of the forces. Ran Deng and Jin Shan, who had been assaulting Wu Yun Xian, changed their expressions upon seeing Kong Xian approach and halted their attack. "Daoist Kong, this matter lies between our two teachings. Why trouble yourself?" Jin Shan inquired as he stepped forward. "You heard it as well. They have come to assist us, the Yin dynasty. Since they are here to aid us, they are undoubtedly our allies, and I shall naturally offer my help." Kong Xian replied nonchalantly. "But, Brother Wu Yun, you did not express yourself in such a manner earlier. Are you truly inclined to support the Yin dynasty and defy the mandate of heaven?" Ran Deng inquired. What business is it of yours? Do you, the deputy leader of the Chan teaching, wish to meddle in our affairs?" Qiu Shou Xian retorted sharply. Wu Yun Xian's expression was somewhat intricate. He certainly did not wish to be embroiled in this dispute. However, had it not been for Kong Xian and his companions coming to their aid, he and his group would undoubtedly have faced defeat and capture. Thus, he found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 79. The arrival of Zhuanti and Tong Tian in an instant. Ran Deng and the others found themselves in a predicament. Having previously clashed with Kong Xian, they were acutely aware of his formidable nature. To complicate matters, the Dark Cloud Immortal was not to be underestimated either. If a confrontation were to ensue, the outcome was uncertain. However, retreating in such a disheartened manner would surely tarnish the reputation of their sect, as it would be disgraceful for so many to be intimidated by Kong Xian. At that moment, the timid Lu Sun discreetly conveyed to Ran Deng, "Master, since they have brought reinforcements, it would be prudent for us to withdraw. It is not worth risking our lives over an outsider like Jin Shan." Ran Deng nodded in agreement and turned to Jin Shan. "Fellow Taoist Jin Shan, what do you propose we do now?" Jin Shan, aware of their inclination to retreat but hesitant to voice it outright, sought to elicit a suggestion from Ran Deng, hoping to express their desire to withdraw through him. Internally, he cursed under his breath, preparing to utter some diplomatic words to facilitate their retreat, lest the responsibilities of the sect fall upon him alone. Just as he was about to speak, a radiant ripple suddenly emanated through the void, as if an invisible hand had gently torn apart the fabric of space, allowing a brilliant golden light to flood in, accompanied by the melodious chanting of sacred verses and an enchanting fragrance. It was the arrival of the Taoist Zhuanti. Dressed in a moon-white Taoist robe embroidered with golden, mysterious symbols and adorned with blue lotuses, Zhuanti appeared resplendent. With his hair styled in a double bun and two exquisite flowers nestled within, he exuded an air of extraordinary grace. The onlookers were taken aback by his descent, and Jin Shan's face lit up with uncontainable joy as he hurriedly approached to pay his respects. Jin Shan greets Master. The remaining members of the Chan sect and the Dark Cloud Immortal, as if finally grasping the situation, also bowed in reverence. "We pay our respects to the Holy One Zhuanti." In stark contrast, Kong Xian and his companions appeared indifferent. Retreating quietly, as if oblivious to the scene unfolding before them. Zhuan Yi smiled and said, "There is no need for such formality, my young friends." The four standing beside the dark cloud immortal, however, wore expressions of dismay. They understood that unless their master intervened, today would see Ma Yuan taken into the fold of the Western teachings. Indeed, Zhuan Yi turned his gaze toward Ma Yuan and remarked, "It appears you are destined to join our sect. Come here. Shortly, I shall take you back to Shumi Mountain to hear the true scriptures of our teachings." With a gentle wave of his hand, Ma Yuan soared toward him, standing behind with an expression of exhilaration, bowing and expressing his eagerness. The Golden Light Immortal attempted to speak, but was restrained by Lingyu Immortal and the others. Yet, the Dark Cloud Immortal stepped forward and addressed Zhuan Yi, "Holy One, Ma Yuan was originally a disciple of our GS sect. I respectfully request that you allow him to return." Zhuan Yi regarded the Dark Cloud Immortal with a smile. "You, a mere small fish, possess quite the audacity. I perceive you also have a connection with our Western teachings. Would you care to accompany me back to the West for cultivation?" The Dark Cloud Immortal's expression changed drastically. He had not anticipated that his request for his disciple could potentially entrap himself as well. He hurriedly replied, "Holy One, you jest. I am a disciple of the GS sect. How could I possibly switch allegiances? I earnestly hope for your compassion in returning my junior disciple." Zhuan Yi shook his head with a smile and remarked, "Although you currently reside within the cut-off teachings, it is inevitable that you shall one day join my ranks. Nevertheless, the time is not yet ripe, and I shall not press you. As for Ma Yuan, he must return with me to Mount Shumi." With that, he turned his gaze towards the three celestial beings, saying, "You three also share some affinity with my teachings. Should you accompany me back to the mountain now, you could swiftly attain enlightenment. Otherwise, you may find yourselves facing unavoidable calamities in the future." The three celestial beings were taken aback, quickly shaking their heads in refusal. Zhuan Yi paid them no heed, instead chuckling, "What a pity." He then cast an appreciative glance towards the disciples of the Chan teachings. The likes of Guang Changzi had already been intimidated by Zhuan Ti's earlier declarations of affinity, and upon noticing his gaze directed towards them, they became acutely alert as if facing a formidable adversary. However, Zhuan Yi did not mention any affinity with them. He merely nodded with a smile before shifting his attention to Kong Xian and the others. With an intense gaze, he addressed Kong Xian, "Friend Kong, I perceive a connection between you and my teachings. I have come down the mountain today to invite you to the Pure Land. What say you?" Kong Xian coldly replied, "I have no interest." Zhuan Yi remained unperturbed, preparing to further persuade him when suddenly, the space around them rippled and split apart with precision, as if sliced by a sword. Following this, the heavens cascaded down like flowers, and the earth erupted with golden lotuses, accompanied by a resonating sound of Tao. Then, a figure appeared, seated upon a celestial bull. Clad in a dark robe adorned with glimmering golden runes, he wore a purple jade belt at his waist. His long hair flowed like ink over his shoulders, and atop his head was a twisted Taoist bun, secured with a jade hairpin that emitted a faint glow. His countenance was stern, with a hint of defiance in his brow, and his sharp, sword-like eyebrows added to his icy demeanor, exuding an aura of formidable sharpness. This was the arrival of the celestial master Tong Tian. The Wu Yun Xian immediately displayed expressions of joy, hurrying forward to pay their respects. "We greet our master." The disciples of the Chan teachings also bowed, saying, "We greet our uncle master," with a casual lift of his brow. Celestial Master Tong Tian's languid voice reached everyone's ears. "All right, rise." "Thank you, Master." "Uncle Master." A flicker of unease crossed Zhuan Ti's face, yet he managed to smile and bowed, saying, "I pay my respects to you, friend Tong Tian." Tong Tian returned the gesture nonchalantly, responding, "I have merely been in seclusion for a brief respite, and yet the wilderness has become a place where one can freely poach others' disciples. Brother Zhuan Ti?" Zhuan Ti immediately forced a smile, explaining, "Brother, that is not the case. It is your disciple who, in ignorance of the celestial order, has deliberately obstructed the grand event of the canonization. I had no choice but to bring him into my fold. With your many disciples, Why trouble yourself over one unruly student? Though I have countless disciples, I would not casually discard any of them, allowing others to forcibly change their allegiance. If today's matter lacks a proper resolution, I may have to seek your guidance in a few techniques. Upon finishing his words, Tong Tian playfully twirled a sword flower, his gaze piercing like a blade directed at Zhuan Ti. Hearing this, Zhuan Ti's expression soured. Gripping the seven-treasure wonderful tree tighter, he replied, "Friend, this matter is open to negotiation." He, how shall we negotiate? Without waiting for his response, he turned sharply to Ma Yuan and exclaimed, "Wretched disciple, awaken at once." His voice thundered like a tempest in Ma Yuan's ears, causing him to display a countenance of sheer terror. He promptly dropped to his knees, exclaiming, "Master, it is not my intention to seek another's teachings. I was ensnared by illusory charms, which led me to commit such a disgraceful act. Do not delay further. Come forth immediately. Do you wish for me to extend an invitation? I would not dare." Ma Yuan quickly lowered his head and hurried to the side of Tong Tian, kneeling once more upon the ground, rendered speechless. Tong Tian paid him no heed, allowing him to remain in that position. Chapter 80. Battle in the Chaos. Zhuan Ti silently lamented, realizing too late that engaging in conversation with these individuals had been a futile endeavor. He would have been better off swiftly escorting Kong Xian and Ma Yuan back to Mount Shumi, had they returned early to the Western teaching. With both himself and his senior brother stationed there, they would have faced no apprehension about Tong Tian's intrusion. Now, confronted by Tong Tian, they were bound to endure a series of embarrassing moments. In their battles, the Saints were not truly fighting for their lives. At worst, they would suffer minor injuries, waste some time recuperating, and perhaps lose a bit of face. Observing Zhuan Ti's silence, Tong Tian declared, "It seems you can conjure no plausible excuses. Why not accompany me to engage in a bout amidst the chaos?" He then turned his gaze toward the group, led by Wu Yunxian, instructing, "Seal the powers of Ma Yuan and Qiu Xian, and escort them back to the sect, imprisoning them beneath Golden Ao Island. The three of you shall seek out Duo Bao to receive your punishment." The group instantly wore expressions of distress, yet dared not voice their discontent, responding in unison, "Yes, Master." Subsequently, Wu Yunxian sealed the magical powers of Ma Yuan and Qiu Xian, leading one each back to Golden Ao Island to face their penalty. Once Wu Yunxian and the others had departed using their escape techniques, Tong Tian lightly patted the back of his Kuai and said, "Let us proceed. Zhuan Ti, do not waste any more of my time." The Kuai flicked its tail and stepped forward, swiftly disappearing from sight with Tong Tian. With a sigh, Zhuan Ti followed closely behind the Kuai, and the two ventured into the chaos beyond the Hong Huang world. As both were saints, their every movement possessed extraordinary destructive potential. They were wary that should they engage in combat, the Hong Huang realm may not withstand the upheaval, resulting in shattered mountains and rivers and untold suffering for living beings. Such chaos would inevitably entangle them in boundless karmic repercussions, and they could not rule out that the figure from Zishao Palace might descend to settle accounts with them. Thus, when saints found themselves in conflict, they typically resolved their disputes in the chaos, allowing them to unleash their full power without concern for dire consequences. Within the chaos, Tong Tian dismounted from the Kuai, which prudently distanced itself without needing further instruction. Tong Tian, radiating with the essence of Tao, brandished the Qing Ping sword and called out, "Come forth, Zhuan Ti. Today you may unleash your full strength and engage me in earnest battle." Zhuan Ti responded with a wry smile, "My friend, we have matters to discuss. Must we resort to a clash within this chaos? Spare me your words. I cannot find clarity of thought without delivering a proper thrashing." With that, Tong Tian grew weary of idle chatter, swinging his sword to unleash a dazzling beam of sword light directed at Zhuan Ti. The brilliance was swift and razor-sharp, and in an instant, the chaos roiled as if torn asunder by the sword light. Seeing this, Zhuan Ti dared not underestimate the threat. He wielded the seven treasures Miao Tree, countering the sword light with sweeping strokes. Instantly, a kaleidoscope of colors erupted, colliding fiercely with the sword light. A thunderous explosion followed as the two beams met, sending shockwaves through the surrounding chaos, creating a momentary vacuum, while the brilliance at the point of impact flickered erratically. Furrowing his brow, Zhuan Ti recognized Tong Tian's serious intent. After deflecting the incoming sword energy with the seven treasures Miao Tree, he no longer held back and summoned forth his own Dharma form. Before us stands the venerable Zhuan Ti, poised upon a 12-petaled lotus platform, radiating a golden light from his majestic form. His divine manifestation comprises 24 distinct aspects, each embodying a unique demeanor of compassion or authority, differing markedly in presence. His ethereal body is adorned with 18 arms, each wielding exquisite treasures such as jeweled parasols, golden bows, silver halberds, empowerment staffs, and resplendent bells, creating an aura of mystique as they extend and engage in combat. As Tong Tian witnessed Zhuan Ti's divine presence, he remained unfazed, merely accelerating the rhythm of his swordplay. In this encounter, Zhuan Ti approached Tong Tian's onslaught with remarkable composure, skillfully deflecting or redirecting the sword energies with his ethereal form's movements. However, Tong Tian seized his assault and summoned the four swords of extermination, which, upon their emergence, exuded a palpable essence of destruction that relentlessly shattered the surrounding chaos. Upon the summoning of the four swords, Zhuan Ti's expression turned grave. With a mere gesture from Tong Tian, the extermination sword, the captivating sword, the slaying sword, and the absolute sword coalesced into a compact sword formation, appearing as a singular entity. The energy emanating from these blades surpassed all previous levels. Suddenly, the formation surged, unleashing a colossal, blood-red sword radiance that charged toward Zhuan Ti like a great dragon. In response, Zhuan Ti's 18 arms simultaneously activated, and the treasures in his grasp shone brilliantly. Intertwining with the seven treasures' marvelous tree, they formed a resplendent, colorful barrier, striving to withstand the terrifying sword energy. As the blood-red sword energy collided with the prismatic barrier, a cacophony of tearing sounds erupted, and cracks began to manifest upon the surface. Yet, the formidable sword energy could not breach the barrier, ultimately being consumed by its protective light. Seeing his defense hold, a fleeting smile graced Zhuan Ti's face. However, before he could relax, Tong Tian's cold laughter resonated. With a deft hand gesture, he unleashed a torrent of blood-red sword energies that fell like a rain of crimson upon them. These energies tore through the chaotic essence between them, reducing it to mere fragments, leaving only the merciless red sword rain advancing toward Zhuan Ti. Realizing the imminent danger, Zhuan Ti's countenance shifted dramatically. He rapidly condensed and solidified his divine form to bolster his defenses. As his manifestation shrank, the golden light surrounding it intensified. He then channeled his entire spiritual essence into the seven treasures' marvelous tree and the 12-petaled lotus platform, forming a thick white barrier of light around his divine form. Just as he completed this, the sword energies reached him. The relentless sword energies crashed against the barrier, creating ripples that spread across its surface, revealing fissures that grew larger with each subsequent strike. Eventually, the barrier could no longer withstand the onslaught and shattered. The remaining sword energies relentlessly battered against his divine form, producing a cacophonous sound, while his 18 arms flailed vigorously in defense. Yet, the sheer volume of sword energies overwhelmed him. Observing this, Tong Tian intensified his assault, commanding the four swords of extermination from the center of the formation, directing them to unleash wave after wave of sword energies that forced Zhuan Ti to retreat. In a fit of fury, Zhuan Ti retaliated, manifesting the seven treasures' marvelous tree, which created afterimages of vibrant seven-colored light that clashed with the incoming sword energies, resulting in a spectacular display of annihilation, followed by an even greater barrage of sword energies colliding with the resplendent hues. The onslaught persisted for a considerable duration, leaving the avatar of the in a state of disrepair. Its 18 arms were severed by the sword energy, with only a few remaining, each bearing wounds. Among the 24 visages, merely a little over 10 remained, all marred and disfigured. With a twinge of regret, withdrew the avatar, pondering the immense effort required to restore it. My dear friend Tong Tian, he spoke during the brief respite from battle. Having fought so valiantly, perhaps it would be wise for us to cease hostilities here. Chapter 81. Dxian and Tong Tian Ha. You wish to cease already? I am yet to feel the thrill of battle. Tong Tian remarked with a cold smile. Oof. Tong Tian, do not overstep your bounds. Are you under the impression that I fear you merely because we are both sages? Tiven distai retorteth. Anger flickering in his eyes as he perceived Tong Tian's unwillingness to relent. Very well, let us continue to see whose prowess prevails, Tong Tian declared, not waiting for Zhu Ti's reply before summoning the four swords of Zhu Xian once more, launching an attack against him. You! Zhu Ti's frustration mounted as he cursed Tong Tian's audacity. However, faced with the imminent assault, he had no choice but to defend himself. He brandished the seven treasures Miao Tree and engaged in combat with Tong Tian once again. The two figures darted through the chaos. Their confrontation a flurry of technique and power. Tong Tian excelled in offense, while Zhu Ti leaned towards defense, creating an impression that Tong Tian was overpowering Zhu Ti. After a prolonged exchange, Tong Tian suddenly remarked, "Enough. This skirmish has grown rather tedious. Prepare to receive my final strike. After this, our contest shall conclude." With that proclamation, he paid no heed to Zhu Ti's response, forming a sword seal that momentarily unified the four swords of Zhu Xian. With a fierce shout, a purple-black sword aura surged forth, swiftly arriving before Zhu Ti. Anticipating the impending final strike, Zhu Ti's heart raced, prompting him to ready his defenses. He channeled his entire essence into the 12-petal lotus platform and urged the seven treasures Miao Tree towards the sword aura. The sword aura paused only briefly before cleaving through the brilliance emitted by the seven treasures Miao Tree, swiftly slicing through the radiant white light of the lotus platform. For a moment, both forces clashed, yet the sword aura proved more formidable, piercing through the light emanating from the lotus. However, the sword aura diminished significantly, and after breaching Zhu Ti's Dharma form, its power waned further, ultimately striking Zhu Ti's shoulder and inflicting a wound that caused droplets of golden blood to fall into the chaos. I keep my word. Since you have received my blade, let this matter rest, Tong Tian stated, raising an eyebrow at the darkened expression of Zhu Ti. Zhu Ti offered no reply, instead using his powers to gradually expel the sword energy from his wound. Though the sword energy merely grazed his shoulder, its potency was evident. Had it struck a lesser being, such as a Deluo golden immortal, it would have been fatal. Furthermore, the destructive essence within the sword energy relentlessly eroded Zhu Ti's body, rendering the wound slow to heal, necessitating his expulsion of the energy. Once the sword energy was expelled, the wound on his shoulder healed instantaneously. He cast the expelled energy into the chaos before addressing Tong Tian. As this matter has concluded, I shall take my leave. With that, he vanished into the chaos, returning to the Hong Huang realm without waiting for a response. Truly capable of restraint, Tong Tian scoffed, astonished that Zhu Ti, despite being wounded, had managed to endure without retaliating. The celestial being Tong Tian summoned the bull of Kuei-Shing, gently patting its back while chiding. You clever beast, you knew to hide away early. The bull turned its head and let out a low moo, a glimmer of human-like pride appearing on its bovine face. Once the bull had carried Tong Tian back to the primordial realm, Tong Tian dismounted in a swift motion and addressed the bull, saying, You may return to the Biao Palace. I have matters to attend to. With that, he vanished in an instant, leaving the bull in a state of bewilderment, unsure why its master did not ride it to handle his affairs. Within the imperial palace at Sisui Pass, Emperor Xian was personally brewing a pot of spiritual tea. In this vast palace, there was not a single maid or guard in sight. Suddenly, a figure materialized from a void, gradually solidifying as it took a seat opposite Emperor Xian. Tong Tian, my friend, please indulge in the spiritual tea I have prepared. Emperor Xian's voice echoed, revealing no surprise at Tong Tian's arrival. What is there to savor in this tea? I prefer my wine. Tong Tian replied nonchalantly. Indeed, There's fine wine as well, brewed from various spiritual herbs. Your disciple, Zhao Gongming, particularly relishes it. Emperor Xen chuckled as he produced a carefully crafted bottle of spiritual liquor from a void and offered it to Tongtian. Humph. That wayward disciple only cares for his own pleasures, oblivious to the need to honor his master. Truly deserving of a reprimand, Tongtian remarked after taking a sip, his eyes lighting up, followed by a low complaint. Haha, were he aware of your fondness for this wine, he would not dare indulge alone. Tongtian exclaimed, savoring the taste. This wine is indeed exquisite. Now that I have enjoyed your drink, let us discuss matters of importance. With that, Tongtian set down the wine bottle, his gaze sharp as a sword directed at Emperor Xen. Feel free to ask whatever you wish, my friend. I speak without reservation. Emperor Xien replied with a smile. Was it truly you who leaked a hint of your aura before Sisui Pass? Indeed, it was I. As he spoke, Emperor Xien released a trace of aura belonging to a Hunyuan Daluo Jinxian. Upon sensing this aura, Tongtian's eyes sparkled with astonishment, his expression shifting to disbelief. You have truly reached this realm. How extraordinary! I could never have imagined that humanity would produce its own sage, especially from you, the last king of the Shang dynasty. As Tongtian spoke with fervor, he took another swig from the wine bottle. How did you accomplish this? Not only have you attained sagehood in such a short time, but your path diverges from ours. You have not entrusted your primordial spirit to the way. Otherwise, if another sage emerged, we would all have known. This tale is lengthy. Emperor Xien began to recount the process of his ascension to sagehood, leaving Tongtian in a state of disbelief. You have calculated well. With the fortune of humanity shielding you, as long as you refrain from revealing yourself, no one would know of humanity's new sage. Tongtian remarked with a sense of wonder. I was left with no choice. Emperor Xien replied with a smile. I have another question to pose to you. If you have concealed yourself so well, why have you suddenly chosen to reveal yourself to me? Are you not concerned that I might divulge your secret to others, thereby jeopardizing your plans? Tongtian inquired with an air of curiosity. There is nothing that cannot be said. Firstly, due to the connection between Wenzhong and Zhao Gongming, I harbor a favorable impression of you and wish to enlist you on my vessel of war. Furthermore, today that Zhu Ti intended to seize Kong Xian. Had you not intervened unexpectedly, I too would have had to reveal myself. While I seek stability, I shall not simply acquiesce. If I were to be exposed, my circumstances may become somewhat precarious. Yet I possess the protection of humane fortune. Even if your master were to strike, it is far from certain that he could capture me. DXIN elucidated slowly. Chapter 82. A conversation with Tongtian. Your words indeed resonate with me. However, I find myself perplexed as to why you believe I would arbitrarily align myself with you, opposing my own master and fellow disciples. The Tongtian master raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. And do not think it is merely due to Zhao Gongming and Wenzhong. While they are disciples of my Jiejiao, I would not turn against my master and brothers simply because of two students. Tongtian seemed to recall something and added with a knowing smile. Naturally, it is not solely because of Wenzhong and the others. Rather, I perceive that this calamity of the investiture of the gods is specifically aimed at your Jiejiao and my Yinshan. We are, after all, of the same faction. The Xin chuckled. Preposterous. While I can concede that it targets your Yinshan, to suggest it is aimed at my Jiejiao is utterly ludicrous. I was present when the investiture list was established. Tongtian shook his head with a smile, finding DXIN's reasoning rather absurd. But the investiture list is meant to enshrine 365 deities. Your master brother has but one disciple, Xuandu, and your second master brother possesses only a handful of disciples. Yet, you have a multitude of students. How could you not see whose disciples are likely to be enshrined? DXIN looked at Tongtian and inquired. Your perspective is rather superficial. Do you genuinely believe they would deliberately target me for this reason? You underestimate the bond we share among the three clear ones. Tongtian retorted dismissively. Moreover, you might not be aware that for some disciples, being listed is not entirely a misfortune. Many of my disciples struggle to attain the Tao, and should they fail to become deities, they would eventually turn to ash. Thus, the investiture may present them with a unique opportunity. Furthermore, it is not only disciples from our three sects who will be enshrined. There are also other scattered cultivators and individuals from your Shang and Zhou factions. Oh, so you were already aware that your Jiejiao would have the most disciples on the list? DXIN expressed some surprise. If you can see this, how could I possibly be unaware? Tong Tian replied with a hint of irritation. It seems I underestimated the camaraderie among you three clear ones. It is rare to see you willing to allow your disciples a greater chance at enshrinement for their sake. DXIN teased Tong Tian. It is merely that I have more underperforming disciples, hence a greater number of enshrinement opportunities. Tong Tian retorted, attempting to maintain his composure. Realizing he had been teased by DXIN, he scoffed. Therefore, your efforts to win over my Jiejiao to oppose them are utterly futile. However, in light of your agreeable nature, I shall not divulge your secrets. Tong Tian anticipated that this revelation would leave DXIN disheartened. Yet, to his surprise, Dixie maintained a cheerful demeanor. After taking a sip of the spiritual tea before him, DXIN spoke leisurely. If we follow your reasoning, does it not seem that this investiture of the gods is somewhat exaggerated or perhaps rather trivial? Tong Tian furrowed his brow and asked, What do you mean by that? You have already stated that this so-called calamity is merely a means to elevate the inept disciples of your two sects to divine ranks in the heavenly court, alongside assisting the Western Zhou in vanquishing our Shang dynasty. Is this truly what one would call a calamity? It is evidently a boon bestowed upon your three teachings. Surely, you do not believe this constitutes a genuine calamity? Tong Tian's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze fixed intently on DXIN. Are you suggesting that this calamity may undergo changes? No. My intention is to convey that you may have misunderstood this calamity from the outset, or perhaps underestimated its significance. DXIN replied slowly. Impossible. My master has stated that this calamity is solely to replenish the heavenly court's personnel, specifically targeting our disciples. How formidable could it possibly be? That is merely your presumption. How can you be certain that your master, your senior brother, and even those two saints from the Western teachings are not scheming behind this calamity? Are you attempting to win me over by saying such things? Tong Tian questioned skeptically. DXIN shook his head. I am not so deceitful as to mislead you. Then you must possess some knowledge, Tong Tian remarked, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized DXIN. Not an overwhelming amount, but certainly more than what you are aware of. DXIN smiled at Tong Tian. Oh, then I am quite eager to hear it. Tong Tian, now composed, took a sip from the wine jug and settled down to listen to DXIN's elucidation. Very well. Allow me to share my humble insights. Your master requires no further elaboration. His intent is to merge with the Tao, to replace the heavenly principle while simultaneously suppressing the earthly and human paths. A significant portion of this sealing calamity is directed against our earthly and human realms. As for augmenting the heavenly court's ranks, that is even more straightforward. The heavenly court is the core of his heavenly principle. A powerful heavenly court translates to a robust heavenly principle, especially since Hao Yan was once his disciple and obeys him without question. Thus, he will certainly endeavor to assist the heavenly court. Noticing Tong Tian's furrowed brow and silence, DXIN continued to explain. The heavenly court does not desire the subpar disciples from your two teachings, those whom even you do not wish to claim. Do you think they would accept them? Furthermore, if those who ascend lack sufficient prowess, it will not alter the weakened state of the heavenly court. The heavenly court will still be incapable of establishing order or credibility in the primordial chaos, rendering the sealing calamity a futile endeavor. As Tong Tian's expression grew increasingly grim, DXIN pressed on with his analysis. Most importantly, your GS sect is exceedingly powerful, boasting claims of myriad immortals paying homage. How will the heavenly court manage your GS sect without diminishing its strength? Can they secure their foothold in the primordial chaos otherwise? Upon hearing this, Tong Tian's face darkened further, and he could not help but scoff. So, is it a mistake for my GS sect to be strong? Not necessarily. It is merely a concern that you may lack the power to safeguard the GS sect. Preposterous. Am I not a dignified saint with sufficient strength? Moreover, my three purities have always shared both joy and sorrow, and my master is. As he gazed upon the ambiguous expression of DXN, Tong Tian gradually found himself a loss for words. It was as if he was slowly coming to a realization, incredulously exclaiming, "Are you suggesting that they may not stand by my side, and even, perhaps, take action against my GS sect?" DXIN nodded. Witnessing this affirmation, Tong Tian's anger intensified as he retorted, "Impossible. They have no reason to turn against me, and I refuse to believe they would ever do so. Are you deliberately misleading me? Nothing is impossible. In truth, the moment you uttered those words, the answer already resided within you. It is merely your unwillingness to accept it." DXIN spoke slowly. Chapter 83. Reaching an accord with Tong Tianhemph. These are merely your conjectures, unworthy of earnest consideration. If you think I would assist you based solely on these speculations, you are sorely mistaken. Tong Tian spoke with a stern countenance to DXIN. He, I do not insist that you must aid me. If you have doubts, you may simply await the unfolding of events. Following this, the two fell into silence, each sipping their spiritual tea and wine, yet neither uttered a word. After a considerable pause, Tong Tian finally inquired, "Your earlier speculation was only half finished. I wish to hear the continuation. It is rare for a friend to indulge my ramblings, so I have no objections. Let us resume with your esteemed master, and then proceed to discuss your two senior brothers. It is likely that they have also surmised your master's intentions. Or perhaps your master has subtly hinted at them. Your eldest brother, though he appears to cultivate the path of non-action, advocating for everything to flow naturally, is in fact quite shrewd, adept at maintaining composure while calculating in silence. Thus, his plans remain somewhat obscure to me. As for your second brother, he may seem astute, yet he is merely equipped with trivial cleverness, lacking the depth of insight. Compared to your eldest brother, he is vastly inferior. Do not be deceived by his calculations during this calamity. He might ultimately find himself at a disadvantage." Tong Tian continued to drink in silence, offering no further commentary. Lastly, we come to the two from the west. They are the ones you should be most wary of. Given their geographical advantage and the fact that this calamity bears little consequence for them, they will surely seize the opportunity to plunder during this upheaval. Your Jie sect and my Yinshang are the prime targets for their pillaging, as they can reap benefits while aligning with the will of heaven. Such an endeavor, cloaked in the guise of righteousness to satisfy personal desires, is indeed a rarity. DXIN sighed. They dare. Should they attempt to seize my Jie sect, I would turn their Shumi mountain upside down, Tong Tian declared, his voice laced with menace. Why would they not dare? Your Jie sect is already on the verge of collapse, and they have nothing to fear. Dixin scolded. Moreover, the Western sect boasts two sages. What are the two sages? I remain unperturbed by them. Tong Tian retorted coldly. I know you are not afraid of them, yet they will not fear your retaliation either. Remember, they previously refrained from provoking you because you were part of the three pure ones, possessing three sages. DXIN analyzed with a smile. Without my brothers, I would still dare to block their temple's entrance. But I fear they may unite with your two senior brothers, for against you. Dixin lamented. Tong Tian paused momentarily, yet stubbornly replied, So what if they do? Even if they come together, I hold no fear. Hearing this, DXIN silently mocked, recognizing Tong Tian's obstinate pride. He continued, What if your master intervenes? What if he seeks to hold you accountable? Tong Tian immediately fell silent, taking several deep swigs from the wine pot before murmuring, Must I declare that I cannot contend with them? Emperor Exin hastily waved his hand, exclaiming, I did not mean that. I merely sought to analyze the worst-case scenario. Then I must sincerely thank you. Tong Tian retorted with a cold smile, directed at Emperor Exin. These are merely your conjectures, and may not necessarily hold true. Furthermore, why would they all conspire against my Jie sect? Tong Tian expressed, somewhat perturbed. That is precisely because they share a common interest. Empezó sin elucidar. What common interest? Tong Tian inquired. Curiosity piqued. Of course, once they divide your Jie sect, they will fulfill their every desire. Noticing Tong Tian's furrowed brow, Emperor Xian continued. Once the majority of your disciples ascend to the ranks, that Hao Qian will become the preeminent force in the wilderness, enabling him to establish rules and truly dominate the land. As for your elder brother, he need not worry about his favored disciples ascending. They, too, will replace your Jie sect to become the foremost sect. And those two from the west will be even more elated, having barely any disciples. They will seize a multitude of capable followers from you to bolster their own Western teachings, he added. As for your master, he stands to gain the most. With the heavenly court's power augmented and the Jie sect rendered uncontrollable, the West will find a host of industrious disciples to repay their debts, effectively balancing the powers and ensuring no single faction prevails. Moreover, the heavenly court will gradually supplant your grand sects, emerging as the singular dominant force in the wilderness, compelling all beings of the three realms to heed its command. Impossible. Tong Tian furrowed his brow in rebuttal. The heavenly court lacks a saint to oversee matters. How dare they meddle in affairs beneath our saints? Thus, it is highly probable that your master will soon impose restrictions upon you saints, potentially expelling you from the wilderness and forbidding you from intervening in worldly matters. Empezó sin zima, a smile playing upon his lips as he observed the changing countenance of Tong Tian. Unwilling to accept Emperor Xian's predictions, Tong Tian felt a growing unease. For though there was no evidence to support such claims, they resonated with an unsettling logic. After consuming several more sips from his wine bottle, he finally stood, gazing intently at Emperor Xian. Though I am loath to concede that your predictions may hold truth, I cannot deny that the more I contemplate, the more it aligns with your assertions. With a deep exhalation, he solemnly declared, I can't agree to an accord here. Should events unfold as you have predicted, I am willing to ally with you against them. However, if these occurrences do not transpire, consider this agreement null and void. No problem. I accept. Emperor Xian replied without hesitation. Meanwhile, the disheartened Zhuan Ti was lamenting to his elder brother atop Mount Shumi. Elder brother, that Tong Tian has once again thwarted my endeavors. Not only did I fail to subjugate that Kong Xian, but he also damaged my dermic form. I shudder to think of how long it will take to repair. The guide spoke. Enough, my junior brother. Cease your complaints. The manifestation of the law merely requires a bit more time. As for Tong Tian, his arrogance shall not endure for long. There is no need for you to be vexed with him. With this, Xiu Tai fell silent. Yet he could not refrain from inquiring further. Elder brother, during this descent from the mountain, I failed to subdue Kong Xian, with him stationed at the Si Shui Pass. It may pose difficulties for Jin Shan and the others. Should I venture once more to reclaim Kong Xian? Let be, my junior brother. Take a few days to recuperate. Since you could not subdue him on this occasion, it is evident that the timing was not yet right. Allow him a little more time to roam freely. Chapter 84. The annihilation of 600 feudal lords after formally establishing an alliance with Tong Tian. The heavy burden weighing on Emperor Xian's heart finally lifted. With allies nearly secured, the utmost priority now was to enhance the fortunes of humanity, granting him the confidence to challenge the divine order. A few days later, news arrived from Zhao Gongming in Chaoga, stating that the star-picking tower, under his supervision, was nearing completion. He required Emperor Xian's assistance in inscribing the formations and developing a dedicated space for cultivation. Elated, Emperor Xian personally returned to Chaoga City, aiding Zhao Gongming in perfecting the star-picking tower. Within its confines, he established an independent temporal space for cultivation, transporting several spiritual veins into it. To facilitate the comprehension of the laws, he extracted and sealed some principles within that space. Subsequently, he summoned promising generals such as Zhang Guifeng, Huang Feihu, and Zhang Ke, introducing them into the star-picking tower as the first batch of cultivators. Having already received the martial scriptures, they had commenced their training, albeit briefly, and had yet to develop combat readiness. Now, with their entry into this exclusive cultivation space, abundant in spiritual energy and equipped with various aids for practice, including insights on cultivation, necessary elixirs for breakthroughs, and an array of secret techniques, their progress accelerated remarkably. These resources had been diligently acquired or exchanged by Emperor Exan, all for this pivotal moment. The innate talents of these individuals were commendable, merely hampered by a lack of methodologies and guidance. With Emperor Xian's assistance in addressing this shortcoming and providing a gentle push, their cultivation speed surged, especially considering the differing flow of time within, achieving an astonishing ratio of dozens to one. He then commanded Kong Xian and Neza, alongside Wenzhong, to execute a swift decapitation operation. They divided their forces into several paths, directly ambushing the rebellious leaders and their core factions. The leaders of the insurrection were swiftly executed, and the main army followed closely to conclude the campaign. In just a few days, the formidable 600 rebellious lords were entirely eradicated. The world was abuzz with astonishment. Yet even more shocking news soon emerged. After reclaiming these territories with forceful authority, Emperor Xian did not appoint new lords, but instead proclaimed the implementation of a prefectural system, dividing the realm into 36 prefectures. Some conservative ministers in Chaoga vehemently opposed this, chastising Emperor Xian in the court for disregarding ancestral laws and plunging the realm into chaos. Some even threatened to protest to the death within the court, but Emperor Xian, seemingly unfazed, did not even deign to glance their way. Driven to desperation, the ministers collectively sought to resign, only to find that Emperor Xian indeed waved his hand in agreement, dismissing them all from their positions. Consequently, those who had doubted his resolve were met with astonishment when they attempted to inquire about their status in the palace, only to be expelled by the guards. The guards' exact words echoed, "Bold ruffians! How dare you, mere commoners, intrude upon the forbidden palace? Bring forth the rods and expel them." At this moment, the ministers realized the gravity of their dismissal, many lamenting their foolishness for stirring up trouble. Now, they truly found themselves as commoners. Emperor Xian's ruthless and decisive measures naturally subdued the remaining third of the ministers in the court, who began to realize that he sought absolute control over the administration. Once he had reformed the court, Emperor Xian turned his attention to the culturally inclined individuals without official titles, those yearning for opportunities, or even those with criminal records. He organized them into a unified entity to learn his reformed script, subsequently dispatching them to various prefectures to impart knowledge. Moreover, he mandated the construction of schools in every county, compelling all eligible children to attend for free. Unlike in later times, the curriculum here required only 3 years of study and was not overly complex. The primary focus was on literacy, enabling them to read and write, alongside fostering their understanding of human history, their sense of belonging to the human race, and their identification with the nation. The education aimed predominantly at instilling core values, without imposing excessively high expectations. Emperor Xian understood that this level of reform was already at its limit. Had it not been for his unilateral authority and the quasi-militaristic management he implemented, such policies would have been impossible to enforce, as they were fundamentally misaligned with the circumstances of the era. Thus, his objective was merely to promote literacy, awaken their recognition of the nation and humanity, and prevent them from being easily swayed by others. Most importantly, their identification with humanity and faith would bolster the strength of humanity itself. He also decreed the abolition of all superstitious practices and beliefs associated with malevolent spirits, permitting only the worship of ancestors and state-sanctioned deities. Any sect or deity lacking official approval from the court would be branded as wicked or unholy. Those caught in the act of venerating these malevolent entities would face collective punishment. Citizens who reported unauthorized preaching or the worship of these evil deities, including those who adhered to such practices, would receive substantial rewards upon verification of their claims. Following Emperor Xian's directives, he faced considerable resistance. In many villages and towns, entire communities had long been devoted to mountain spirits or heretical deities, their beliefs entrenched over generations, making them difficult to overturn. Among these spirits, some were benign, seeking only faith and offerings in a mutual exchange, while the malevolent sought human flesh and souls. To combat this, Emperor Xian temporarily organized skilled warriors and practitioners of certain arts into a battalion, dispatching them to eradicate these demons. For particularly formidable adversaries, figures like Neza would intervene. As for those villages and towns that persisted in their devotion to evil deities, they would be comprehensively eradicated. With the abolition of slavery, many former slaves, lacking placement, primarily ventured to the frontier for cultivation, yet it was feasible to send some to replenish these existing communities. Subsequently, Emperor Xian disseminated the first 3 levels of martial scriptures throughout the realm, instructing seasoned veterans nearing retirement to teach freely in town centers. Anyone could join these martial arts sessions, leading to a sudden flourishing of martial enthusiasm across the land. He also commissioned figures like Shan Gongbao to seek out high-yield seeds for grains and vegetables. In this realm of deities, cultivating high-yield seeds would not prove overly challenging. Indeed, within the teachings of there exists a diverse array of talents, and it was truly fortuitous that Shan Gongbao encountered one such individual. This person harbored a passion for cultivating various spiritual herbs and had inadvertently produced some high-yield celestial seeds. However, these seeds held no value for their cultivator peers and were carelessly discarded into a corner of his cave dwelling. While engaging in a game of chess with others from he overheard discussions about how Shan Gongbao had offered a reward of 3 magical treasures for seeds that could enhance crop yields. Upon hearing this, his excitement rendered him unable to continue the game, and he rushed home to rummage through his belongings in search of that bag of seeds. For cultivators like them, the study of ordinary grains seemed utterly irrelevant to their spiritual pursuits. It was merely a serendipitous occurrence that had led to their creation. Yet he had not anticipated that they would indeed possess some utility. Chapter 85. The enfeoffment of the Dragon and Phoenix clans upon the return of Shan Gongbao with the bundle of seeds to Chaoga, Emperor Xian was greatly exhilarated. He understood that once the issue of the people's sustenance was resolved, all subsequent challenges would cease to exist, and his policies would no longer encounter backlash. Emperor Xian instructed Shan Gongbao to summon that individual, requiring him only to cultivate these seeds, allowing him to set his own conditions, be it elixirs, martial arts, or magical artifacts. He could choose freely. Naturally, Shan Gongbao readily acquiesced. He had encountered that junior disciple before. At the intercepting teaching, he was merely a minor adept. Due to his limited aptitude, he remained at the celestial immortal level, and having no hope of breaking through to the profound immortal realm, he had taken a liking to cultivating spiritual herbs and celestial grasses to pass the time, hoping to nurture a breakthrough elixir. Such an individual, with evident shortcomings, was easily recruited with little effort. Moreover, Emperor Xian tasked him with locating individuals proficient in miraculous abilities such as moving mountains or summoning armies from beings. He sought their assistance in repairing all the roads within the Yinshang territory, thereby enhancing the connectivity and communication among the various counties. Thus, Shan Gongbao became the busiest individual in Yinshang, even more so than Emperor Xian himself. He was not only responsible for sourcing various talents as per the emperor's needs, but was also tasked with persuading other Daoist friends to assist at Suishui Pass. It is worth noting that Emperor Xian had dispatched all capable commanders in batches to the Zhaixing Tower for cultivation, leaving Suishui Pass predominantly manned by soldiers, with only a handful of older generals of limited aptitude overseeing the troops. Were it not for the presence of Kong Xian and Zhao Gongming stationed there, it is likely that Shiqi would have already invaded. As it stands, Suishui Pass primarily focused on defense, rarely venturing out to engage in battle. Despite Shan Gongbao nearly exhausting himself, he bore no grievances. Rather, he relished the feeling of being valued and needed, which led him into a state of blissful intoxication. Especially now, when he ventured out, others no longer referred to him as Daoist Shan, but rather as Minister Shan, his renown having risen to a level comparable to Wenzhong. Emperor Xian conferred the Phoenix clan and the Dragon clan with titles as auspicious beasts worthy of veneration. He summoned the Sea Dragon Kings and the Elder of the Phoenix clan, assigning the Dragon clan the responsibility of overseeing all water bodies within the Yinshang territory. Every river, sea, lake, and all bodies of water were to be guarded by the Dragon Clan, establishing them as the deities of these waters. The Dragon Clan would manage the nation's water resources and expel all malevolent creatures from the waters. Any that refused to depart would be exterminated without exception. Those from the Dragon Clan who settled in these waters would be honored by the local human populace with temples. Yet they must also cooperate with the imperial court and local authorities in bringing rain and ensuring the safety of the surrounding citizens. Additionally, they would be responsible for rescuing those who fell overboard in rivers and seas. Conversely, the Phoenix Clan was entrusted with the skies above Inshang. They too were charged with eliminating demons and monsters from the heavens and the cliffs, with no mercy for those who refused to leave. Each county would similarly erect temples for the Phoenix Clan members, who would collaborate with the human populace on land and the Dragon Clan in the waters to expel or annihilate all evil forces within the Inshang domain. Those benevolent spirits who had previously accrued merit could be incorporated into their ranks, but no other spirits would be permitted to join. In the realm of the Yin and Shang, various supernatural beings scurried in all directions, fleeing from the territory. Yet, some stubborn entities, refusing to heed the warnings, remained reluctant to abandon their domain. Additionally, a faction of cunning creatures lingered, hoping to observe the unfolding situation. After the designated deadline had passed, the three clans of dragons, phoenixes, and humans commenced a coordinated offensive, purging the malevolent beings within their borders. Those obstinate enough to remain were swiftly annihilated in their lairs. A few, sensing the peril, attempted to plead for mercy, but they too met a swift demise, leaving no room for leniency. This grand operation inevitably drew the attention of the primordial world, leaving many bewildered by the alliance of the Dragon and Phoenix clans with humankind. As Emperor Xian executed this series of measures, humanity flourished at a visible pace, most notably reflected in the marked increase of earthly vitality. Some celestial beings, having ventured into the mortal realm without permission, experienced palpable discomfort, their powers diminished by at least 30%. Conversely, those like Kong Xian and Zhao Gongming, who served within the Yin and Shang and were thus integrated with it, felt no such discomfort. Instead, they perceived an accelerated absorption of the world's spiritual essence. On one occasion, Shen Gongbao encountered a peculiar creature known as the Dragon Whisker Tiger in the Northern Sea. Instantly recognizing its lack of intellect, he approached with the mindset of exploiting the opportunity. Soon, he discerned the creature's capabilities, a being that could manipulate stones with great skill, controlling their size and launching them at remarkable speed, akin to a rain of projectiles. However, having spent considerable time alongside Emperor Xian, Shen Gongbao's perspective had shifted. Rather than merely using the creature for combat, he recognized it as a natural talent for construction, a true asset to be recruited. With a few persuasive words, Shen Gongbao convinced the Dragon Whisker Tiger to accompany him to Chaoga, where they would meet Emperor Xian. Upon revealing the creature's innate abilities, Emperor Xian's eyes sparkled with interest, and he immediately resolved to retain the creature for the benefit of the Yin and Shang. Learning of its fondness for food, he instructed the imperial chefs to prepare a lavish feast. Having previously endured the harsh conditions of the Northern Sea, the Dragon Whisker Tiger was astounded by the delicacies of the human world, quickly devouring the entire spread. When Emperor Xian assured the creature that as long as it complied and hurled stones, its sustenance would be guaranteed, the Dragon Whisker Tiger eagerly acquiesced. This arrangement seemed exceedingly advantageous. Its innate talent for launching stones rendered the task as effortless as drinking water. However, the creature soon discovered the consequences of its naivety. Upon commencing its duties, it diligently shaped the stones into rectangular forms as instructed by Shen Gongbao and began incessantly casting them to the roadside. Behind it trailed a contingent of yellow-clad laborers and skilled artisans, who eagerly awaited the Dragon Whisker Tiger as completion of the stone slabs, ready to transport and lay them down. Thus, the endeavor of road construction progressed with remarkable speed, with the Dragon Whisker Tiger providing the raw materials while the workers diligently paved the path. An hour later, Long Su Hu, breathless, said, "Minister Shun, is this enough? I feel the need to rest." Alas, We have merely traversed a few dozen miles. How can we stop now? Brother, you once assured me that even a full day's work would be acceptable. Yet after just 1 hour, you are already claiming exhaustion. Surely you jest. Long Su, whose face flushed slightly. He had merely spoken in jest, yet this person took him seriously. Thus, gritting his teeth, he replied, No, I'm just a bit hungry. In his moment of desperation, Long Su, who conjured a feeble excuse. Chapter 86. The Western Sect's Espionage. If you were hungry, you should have spoken up sooner. What a trivial matter this is. Come quickly. Bring forth my brother's meal without delay. With a smile and a stroke of his beard, Shen Gongbao commanded. Moments later, several soldiers, under the astonished gaze of Long Xiuhu, directly brought forth a table laden with food. Gulme, eat quickly. Should you find it insufficient, do not hesitate to voice your needs. This feast has been prepared especially for you. Hee. Once you are satiated, we shall resume our labors. Long Xiuhu, who was ravenously gnawing on a piece of meat, paused momentarily at these words and then silently moderated his eating pace. Meanwhile, the Western Sect and other primordial forces, such as the Chan Sect, noticed with great alarm a sudden and drastic decline in the faith collected from the human race. This was not merely a slight decrease, but rather a precipitous drop akin to a cliff's edge. Their anger was palpable as the primary actors on the celestial stage. The human populace's faith was essential for them to share in the fortunes of the human race. The more believers they had, the greater their share of fortune would be. Now, with the human faith diminished so drastically, how could they expect to partake in the human's destiny? Thus, they promptly sought to unravel the origins of this predicament. But alas, during this period of calamity, compounded by the obstructions of human fate, they found themselves unable to ascertain the truth. Consequently, they dispatched disciples to investigate the matter. Upon entering the realm of Yin and Shang, the disciples of the Western Sect felt the oppressive aura of the human path acutely. The air was thick with mortal essence, severely impeding their cultivation. When one of them identified himself and attempted to inquire about the situation, the normally amiable populace recoiled in terror as if confronted by venomous beasts. Hastily avoiding them, their faces etched with fear, some even discreetly slipped away to report to the authorities. Seeing such a drastic shift in the public's demeanor, the Western Sect disciples grew wary and contemplated seeking their former followers for information. However, just as they intended to depart, a contingent of soldiers encircled them. Bold heretics, how dare you come here to sway the hearts of the people? You have 10 breaths to surrender, or do not blame us for our merciless blades, bellowed the leading officer. The disciples were taken aback, unable to fathom the audacity of such words. They had preached among mortals for many years, and not once had anyone dared to address them in such a manner. With a slight bow, suppressing his discomfort, he summoned his power to emanate a faint golden light from behind him, then proclaimed with pride, Esteemed gentlemen, I am but a practitioner of the way, not a criminal. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. I implore you to allow me the chance to explain. He anticipated that revealing a modicum of his prowess would compel them to kneel and beg forgiveness for their ignorance and rashness. Yet to his dismay, they continued to regard him with cold indifference, unmoved. Finding this approach ineffective, he furrowed his brow and said, I am well acquainted with your lord. Should you doubt my words, I can escort you to the Marquis's residence, where he shall vouch for my identity. The leader, seeing his attempt to assert influence, could not help but scoff. That Marquis you speak of may well be beyond reach. However, if you wish to meet him, I can certainly facilitate that. With that, he swiftly drew his blade, pointing it directly at him. The expression of the Western cultist suddenly changed, revealing a mix of surprise and doubt. What do you mean? He stammered. If you cannot comprehend such a simple implication, how dare you venture forth to preach? It is no wonder you are treated as mere cannon fodder. Without waiting for a response, he commanded the soldiers behind him. The time has come. That demon refuses to surrender. Let's execute him on the spot. With that, he and his companions